Ning Yuan, the illegitimate son of the prestigious Ning family in the Dragon Kingdom, was mercilessly cast out after failing to awaken his divine engine. Yet, upon his rebirth, he awakened the rare and fate-altering talent of a spirit engineer. The front page of the Jiangcheng Daily blazed with two explosive headlines. Luo Tian, wielding the Thunder Tyrant, had slain the nine-headed dark-scaled Serpent Emperor and saved the eastern coast. Meanwhile, the Ning family issued a strict decree against their own outcast, warning that anyone who aided him would be seen as an enemy. Sitting in his cramped apartment, Ning Yuan recalled the humiliation of his exile. His mother had been assaulted by Ning Zifeng in a drunken rage, but under the Ning family's powerful influence, she had no way to resist. The hotel where it happened was destroyed by fire the very next day, erasing all evidence. For the sake of her parents, Ning Yuan's mother had no choice but to accept 3 million yuan in hush money and give birth to a child shrouded in darkness. In this chaotic world dominated by divine engines, awakening at 18 was the only chance to change one's fate. From the basic divine engine main weapon, to elite full-body armor, and eventually to the Guardian-class true form as mighty as a steel dragon, each evolution made humanity stronger against disasters and monsters. But Ning Yuan failed to awaken his divine engine. Both he and his mother were driven out by the Ning family. After escaping to Jiangcheng, his mother, devastated by hardship, soon passed away. Just when Ning Yuan thought his life was over, his rebirth brought an astonishing turn. A massive book radiating a bronze glow emerged from within him, the Book of Knowledge, the mark of a spirit engineer's awakening. In this world, combat engineers focused on battle, while spirit engineers not only researched the evolution of divine engines, but could also craft engine soldiers, granting ordinary people the chance to rewrite their destinies. Ning Yuan's attribute panel revealed extraordinary talents: power array, energy research, overdrive battle mark, and war god ascension, all at perfect mastery. He also possessed two incredible abilities: the Book of Knowledge's protection, which could block attacks below Guardian class, and the devastating Fire of Wisdom. Resting his hand on the bronze tome, a cold glint flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Ning family, your greatest mistake was thinking you had exiled a worthless failure, never realizing you had let loose a spirit engineer powerful enough to overturn the world of divine engines. This was nothing short of a top-tier attribute panel for a Lingji master. Mastery of the divine machine was evaluated in 4 key areas: power, energy, battle patterns, and ascension. Each area was further divided into 3 levels: standard, phantom beast, and ultimate. The difference between these tiers was like upgrading a car's engine from a basic model to a wild one, or even to the ultimate performance engine. If ordinary racing enthusiasts would go to great lengths just to boost their car's performance, how much more so for something as crucial as a divine machine, tied to one's very survival? The gap in status between each level of Lingji master was as vast as the heavens. Describing Ning Yuan's attribute panel as luxurious was no exaggeration. It was fully equipped with ultimate tier configurations. If this were ever made public, it would shock everyone. He skimmed through the first page of stats and flipped straight to the second, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Life divine machine. Lock progress, 120,000,200,000. Almost there. Ning Yuan clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Just one more job today, and he'll have enough spirit crystals to unlock my life divine machine. It was extremely rare, even worldwide, for a Lingji master with the Book of Knowledge to unlock a combat-oriented divine machine. Rumor had it there were a couple of such cases, but Ning Yuan had never seen one himself. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door broke his thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. With a thought, the Book of Knowledge vanished. Ning Yuan opened the door to find a girl with a ponytail and a fierce look by Sha, the landlord's daughter. He remembered she was taking her exams this year, and her awakened divine machine was the Zanpakuto. This type was both popular and powerful, outclassing even some rarer divine machines. It was one of the few divine machines available for free through the National Advancement Program, currently developed up to the Tyrant grade. Of course, in real combat, there was still an enormous gap between the Standard Series and the Phantom Beast or Ultimate tiers. That's why being a Lingji master was considered the most lucrative career. Those with true skill were held in the highest regard. Ning Yuan, you're already 2 days late on your rent. By Sha glared, catching sight through the doorway of a shabby sign that read, expert in divine machine repair, awakening, and ascension. Power arrays, energy release, all in a day's work. She knew a bit about this tenant been hanging around Longxi Street, the most chaotic part of Jiangcheng, for the past half-month. That place was infamous for its mix of all sorts, from street performers to outright scammers. A Lingji master who can't pay rent? By Sha thought to herself, her annoyance deepening. I'm giving you until the end of today. If you don't pay up, don't blame me for kicking you out. She warned bluntly. All right, we'll settle it today, Ning Yuan replied flatly. I'm off to a friend's house now, so I don't have time to deal with you, By Sha said coldly. If you don't pay the rent by midnight, they'll throw all your stuff out. With that, she turned on her heel, ponytail swishing as she walked away. Ning Yuan shot a cold glance at her retreating figure, said nothing more, and went back inside to tidy up his things. Because of the Ning family's interference, none of the reputable corporations would consider hiring Ning Yuan. As for the smaller companies, he saw them as beneath his notice. What he sought wasn't ordinary wealth, but spirit crystals, a high-level currency essential for pilots and the operation of divine machines. He still needed 80,000 spirit crystals to activate his divine machine, an astronomical sum equivalent to 8 million long coins. To make matters worse, even if you had the money, spirit crystals were often impossible to buy directly. Relying on his unique skills as a spirit machinist, Ning Yuan managed to earn 120,000 spirit crystals in just half a month, an unimaginable amount for most people. However, he was virtually unknown, and, out of concern for attracting the Ning family's attention, hadn't registered with the Spirit Machinist Association, making him an unregistered ghost. He also didn't dare reveal his personal stats panel. That would be like parading naked in public. Despite possessing a full set of top-tier attributes, in recent days, no one dared to ask him to enhance their divine machines. At most, they would hire him for minor tasks like reinforcing battle patterns or boosting energy output. Ning Yuan's destination was Longxi Street in the city's western district. True to its name, the street was chaotic and teeming with all sorts of people and merchants, making it the most unruly area in Jiang City. Yet it was this very chaos that allowed Ning Yuan to carve out his own place. Arriving at Longxi Street, he found his usual spot, set up his divine machine repairs banner, and instantly slipped into the role of a street vendor. A middle-aged man named Du Xing, who sold antiques at the next stall, greeted him with a smile. "Back again, Ning?" "Yeah," Ning Yuan replied with a quick glance and a nod. "You know, with your real talent as a spirit machinist, why not get certified at the association? That would be a much brighter future than running a street stall." Du Xing sighed, clearly puzzled. There were plenty of people offering divine machine repairs on this street, but most were con artists, stake the money and disappear. Du Xing, however, knew Ning Yuan was the real deal, a spirit machinist with limitless potential. After all, his very first customer had been Du Xing himself. When he saw his son's divine machine powered up with peak series energy, he realized Ning Yuan was a rare gem in a sea of fakes. What a shame, Du Xing thought to himself. If I weren't so broke, I'd do anything to get my son a full peak series upgrade. The status of a peak series spirit machinist was out of reach for most, and even with Ning Yuan offering a steep discount, it was still far beyond what Du Xing could afford. "It's not convenient," Ning Yuan replied, shaking his head. After awakening, all pilots and spirit machinists started as reserves. To gain true status, a spirit machinist had to pass an official assessment. With his abilities, Ning Yuan could easily pass, but he couldn't take that risk. If the Ning family ever saw him as a threat, there was no telling whether they would try to recruit him or eliminate him altogether. He couldn't afford to gamble his life on the hope of luck. At that moment, the chaotic sounds of Dragon Serpent Street shouting and arguing echoed in the air. Tang Yin looked helplessly at her stubborn younger brother, feeling utterly speechless. The street was crowded on both sides, filled with a constant buzz of noise, but she knew that no matter how hard she tried to persuade him, Tang Xian was convinced there was a master-level Lingji engineer to be found here. "Come on, stop it, little brother. How could a place like Dragon Serpent Street possibly have any top-tier Lingji engineers?" Tang Yin said softly, her tone leaving no room for doubt, as if everything about this street was destined to be ordinary. But Tang Xian stood firm, completely unshaken. "I already asked a friend to check. I'm pretty sure we can get a master from the Phantom Beast series here." He looked confident, pulling his sister along even faster, determination shining in his eyes. Tang Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still let him drag her forward, thinking to herself, how is that even possible? This is the lowest part of Jiangxing, Dragon Serpent Street. Even rookie Lingji engineers wouldn't bother with this place. How could there be a master of the top-tier series? Still, Tang Xian wouldn't listen, stubbornly insisting on heading in this direction as if wound up tight. "Trust me, sis, I know what I'm talking about. If I hadn't seen my classmate's brother upgrade his extreme flame burst array with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either." Tang Xian patted his chest, swearing by his words. Their argument drew curious glances from passers-by, especially because of Tang Yan's beauty like a blooming violet flower. Dressed in a purple cheongsam, her graceful silhouette and gentle smile were enough to turn heads. Onlookers couldn't help but stare, and many took the chance to approach and pitch their goods. "Move aside. Move aside." Tang Xian waved impatiently, pushing through the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted someone ahead. He fixed his gaze on a young man with sharp, handsome features and a cool expression. Beside him stood a bold sign: expert in repairs, awakening, and enhancement of divine machines. Power arrays, energy releases. Leave it to me. There he is. Tang Xian nearly jumped with excitement, pulling his sister toward the man. "Hey, Ningji," he called out cheerfully, grinning wide. "I told you I'd come back and give you some business." "Oh, it's you." Ning Yuan gave a slight smile, recognizing Tang Xian. He remembered that Tang Xian had been nearby when he was helping another customer, and had mentioned wanting Ning Yuan to upgrade his sister's main divine machine weapon. So you brought your sister? Ning Yuan looked up in mild surprise at Tang Yan, who was following close behind. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Tang Yan's pale purple eyes quietly studied Ning Yuan as she asked softly, "My brother says you're a top-tier Lingji engineer?" Ning Yuan nodded calmly, his expression relaxed, but a subtle smile played at his lips, as if had taken a genuine interest in Tang Yan. Women only slow me down. As for the Ning family, they're not worth mentioning in my eyes. Tang Xian was stunned, never seen anyone stay so composed in front of his sister, not even Ning Yuan. Tang Yan didn't stop, her voice gentle. "Then, could you show me some proof? Want to see my stats?" "Not happening," Ning Yuan replied flatly. "I don't have a Lingji engineer certification on hand. Believe it or not, upgrading a top-tier series is 60,000 Lingjings. That's just how it is." "What?" Tang Xian was shocked. Had seen Ning Yuan's skills firsthand, but hadn't expected the price to be so low. Upgrading a top-tier series for 60,000 Lingjings was practically a steal. Tang Yan was also taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. If Ning Yuan was really as skilled as he claimed, she realized she had no reason to doubt him. 60,000 spirit crystals was already an unbelievably generous discount, an offer most people could only dream of, with not even the right to ask for it. Tang Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind. She lifted her eyes to the young man in front of her and spoke with respect, though a hint of nervousness crept into her voice. "Then, Master Ning, would you mind coming to my home to help upgrade my main divine machine?" She paused slightly as she addressed him as Master Ning, clearly stumbling over the title. A faint blush appeared on her fair, flawless face. After all, the young man before her looked striking and clear-eyed, no more than someone in his early 20s, completely different from the dignified, white-haired master she had pictured. Over half an hour later, a serene and luxurious villa community came into view. The landscaping was artfully arranged, with manicured greenery lining both sides of the road. Each villa boasted a unique design, blending modernity with classic elegance and radiating a sense of quiet opulence. Tang Yan confidently steered the car toward the entrance of the neighborhood. After passing the owner verification at the gate, a luxury car worth tens of millions slowly entered and parked in front of a villa that, while understated in style, exuded a subtle air of distinction. The main gate opened automatically, and a professionally dressed housekeeper approached, respectfully taking the car keys and driving the vehicle into the side garage. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's attire was plain and his demeanor composed, making him seem out of place amid such grandeur. The housekeeper was full of questions. How could such an unremarkably dressed and unassuming young man be personally brought home by the young lady? And why did she treat him with such respect? But she was just the housekeeper, and it wasn't her place to comment. Standing at the entrance, Ning Yuan took in the tranquil and elegant villa before him, unable to suppress a sigh. Compared to his cramped, dim, and leaky rental apartment, the difference was like night and day. Still, he only allowed a flicker of envy to cross his face before regaining his usual calm. This level of luxury was nothing special to him. In its heyday, the Ning family's splendor surpassed this tenfold. He had seen it all before. If he wished, he could release the core panel of the Extreme series at any moment, and his net worth would skyrocket overnight. Tang Yin had been watching him closely. Noticing that fleeting emotion in his eyes, which vanished as quickly as it appeared, her trust in him quietly deepened. Such composure was proof that he was no ordinary person. "Please, Master Ning." Her tone was gentle yet firm as she gestured for him to enter. Just then, a figure swept out of the villa like a gust of wind, her voice reaching them before she did. "Yinjia, the Extreme Series master you invited is." Halfway through her sentence, she caught sight of Ning Yuan's face and abruptly stopped, exclaiming in shock, "It's you?" It was none other than Bai Shasha, the landlord's daughter. Her expression instantly soured as she glared at Ning Yuan, her voice filled with disbelief and anger. "He's the master you brought here? Don't let him fool you. This guy hasn't even paid my rent. How could he possibly be a divine machine specialist?" Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What a small world. He hadn't expected to run into Bai Shasha again so soon. Still, his expression remained composed. He merely cast her a calm, indifferent glance. Tang Yin frowned slightly, but quickly shook her head and replied with steady conviction, "Enough. Master Ning is truly skilled. I trust him." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable confidence. Her gaze was gentle, yet there was a firmness that left no room for doubt. "Master Ning, please come in. They'll count on you for the upgrade." With that, she gestured once more for him to enter, her composure unshaken by Bai Shasha's accusations. Bai Shasha glared at Ning Yuan, her chest heaving in anger. She simply couldn't believe that this guy who owed her rent could be any sort of master. But Tang Yin was clearly resolute, and there was nothing she could do about the upgrade anyway. "Fine. I'd like to see just how you plan to pull off your little scam." She snapped through gritted teeth, still fuming, but reluctantly followed them inside. Mr. Ning, look. As soon as she stepped into the villa, Tang Yin took a deep breath. Her gentle, pale purple eyes sparkled with anticipation. She reached out a slender, fair hand toward Ning Yuan, and in an instant, a delicate staff appeared in her palm, glowing with a sudden burst of light. The staff was exquisitely crafted, seemingly made entirely of crystal. Under the indoor lights, it shimmered, radiating a cold aura. When Tang Yin summoned her divine weapon, the temperature in the spacious living room seemed to drop noticeably. Bai Shasha, standing nearby, was so startled by the sudden display that her eyes widened in disbelief. She blurted out, "That's an Elemental Series divine weapon." Her gaze was filled with awe and shock. In this world, divine machines are divided into the Sword and Blade Strike series and the far more destructive Elemental series. Especially at the Lord and Tyrant levels, their destructive power is terrifying. Tyrant-level divine machines can easily reach 100 meters tall and weigh over 20,000 tons. A single attack from an elemental tyrant-level weapon could wipe out an entire region or level a city of millions in an instant. In terms of rarity, the Elemental Series divine weapon before them was at least 10 times more precious than Bai Shasa's blade-type weapon. No wonder she lost her composure. She had just learned that Tang Yan's weapon belonged to the Elemental Series, and her eyes brimmed with respect. Not only did Tang Yan come from a prestigious background, but her divine weapon was also extraordinary. Yet, while others saw the elemental divine weapon as priceless, Ning Yuan simply frowned and said bluntly, "This weapon is useless." The moment he spoke, Bai Shasha couldn't sit still. "Do you even know what you're talking about? This is..." Before she could finish, Tang Xian cut her off sharply. "Enough?" His tone was stern, leaving no room for argument. Ignoring the commotion, Tang Yin looked at Ning Yuan with hope. "Mr. Ning, is there anything you can do? Let me take a look." With a wave of his hand, a brilliant bronze light flashed, and a massive bronze book appeared out of thin air. Pages rustled as the book of knowledge flipped open on its own, and Ning Yuan began to examine the divine weapon. Divine weapon, Frost Staff. Level, Awakening. Traits, none. Skills, none. Ning Yuan's brows knitted tighter as he read, his tone clearly dissatisfied. "Whoever awakened this for you was a real genius. The power array is the heart of a divine machine. Energy should be amplified throughout the system. Typically, after amplification, the core's output should be 2 to 9 times greater. But your core array is only at 20, and you've got a fire attribute energy output that clashes with the ice element, so there's no amplification at all." After hearing his technical analysis, Tang Yan's beautiful face was filled with disappointment. In this world, mech masters are divided into 3 tiers: ordinary, phantom beast, and ultimate. Their status varies greatly, and top-tier mech masters are exceedingly rare. With the Tang family's resources, hiring an ordinary mech master was easy, but since Tang Yin awakened an elemental divine weapon, she wasn't satisfied with just an ordinary upgrade. She asked a friend to bring in a half-baked phantom beast mech master, hoping to take a chance. The result was an upgraded divine weapon that turned out to be only a half-finished product. "Is there any way to fix it?" Tang Xian asked anxiously. "It's graduation season, and my sister was planning to break some secret realm records and maybe even make it onto the heavenly rankings." Heavenly rankings in the secret realm? Ning Yuan glanced at Tang Yin in surprise, not expecting such an ambitious goal from someone with such a gentle demeanor. Secret realms are one of the sources of disaster in this world. They're like viruses attached to Blue Star, constantly spawning monsters that must be cleared out regularly. Otherwise, monsters would invade Blue Star, a situation known as a pollution overflow. When the number of monsters in a secret realm reaches its limit, the entrance to the realm expands, accompanied by unpredictable mutations. Historically, several pollution overflows have caused massive casualties. Every year, the secret realm leaderboard during graduation season is as fiercely competitive as the martial arts world's college entrance exam. "So, what level are you aiming for?" Tang Xian couldn't help but ask. Ning Yuan shrugged and replied calmly, "I have a complete set of Ultimate Series skills. Although they're not part of your Ice Element series, these skills are non-elemental. Even without extra enhancements, they won't cause any negative effects." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him became visibly excited. Tang Xian almost couldn't wait to say, "A full set? Brother Ning, can you upgrade all of your skill configurations to the Ultimate Series?" Money is no object. Even Tang Yan, usually gentle and reserved, couldn't hide her excitement. Though she didn't show it outwardly, the sparkle in her light purple eyes betrayed her feelings. "Then it'll trouble you, Mr. Ning." She stood up, gave a slight bow, and spoke sincerely. "According to market rates, each level of the Ultimate Series upgrade costs 150,000 spirit crystals. It'll offer 200,000 per level, for a total of 600,000 spirit crystals. Does that work for you?" After speaking, Tang Yin fixed her gaze on Ning Yuan, clearly waiting for his response. "Wait, are you really a Lingji master?" Bai Shasha finally reacted, her eyes wide with disbelief. "And you even have the Ultimate Series configurations?" She stared at Ning Yuan, utterly shocked and incredulous. An income of 600,000 spirit crystals was unimaginable wealth. This was the earning power of a Lingji master, especially with Tang Yan's offer of 200,000 per level for the Ultimate Series, which filled Bai Shasha with an unprecedented longing. The market price is 150,000 spirit crystals. If I grit my teeth, I might just be able to afford 2 levels, Bai Shasha thought to herself. Though she had some savings, mostly from rental properties, most of her income was in long coins. Affording such a top-tier configuration was nearly impossible. Even having just 1 level of the Ultimate Series would be enough to make her stand out from the crowd, surpassing 90 of people. The thought alone made her blood race. Ning Yuan, however, seemed unfazed. His gaze calm, he opened the Book of Knowledge. The pages seemed almost alive, turning on their own, each one filled with intricate formation diagrams, detailed blueprints of various configurations. The diagrams were so complex that the pages turned too quickly for anyone to fully grasp what was on each one. Yet Tang Yin and Tang Xian were already stunned. With every page, their eyes grew wider. They had met quite a few Lingji masters before, even hired a mediocre Beast Illusion Series master, but nothing compared to Ning Yuan's extraordinary depth of knowledge. Even the master Tang Yin had hired at great expense paled in comparison. Tang Yin had to admit, Ning Yuan's level of expertise was far beyond any Lingji master she had ever encountered, including the so-called Beast Illusion Master. Most blueprints on the market were common, but the rare ones had to be created by a Lingji master through years of research and experience. That was exactly what Ning Yuan possessed. At last, the book settled on the most complex diagram of all. It depicted a set of incredibly intricate and mysterious formations, the power array, the ultimate super energy drive array. Just a single glance at the diagram left everyone present in awe. The blueprint seemed to contain the fundamental laws of the universe, forming a flawless set of principles as if it could control the cosmos itself. For a moment, a magnificent vision appeared in their minds, a surge of immense power, capable of supporting the sky and connecting heaven and earth. Even the most experienced battle pilots present, who had seen all kinds of spiritual machines, felt the overwhelming grandeur of this power array. Boom! The Book of Knowledge burst forth with a dazzling, blazing light. A pillar of radiance shot straight into the sky, piercing through the villa's many layers as if nothing could stand in its way. Even from a great distance, people could clearly see the brilliant beam, and they could feel the overwhelming, pure surge of energy radiating from it. Inside the villa, Tang Yin, Tang Xian, and Bai Shasha stood in a circle, eyes wide as they stared at the center of the room. The Book of Knowledge was glowing intensely in the middle, and floating above it was Tang Yan's main spiritual weapon, the Ice Snow Scepter. As the light grew even brighter, intricate patterns and runes began to emerge within the glow. They seemed to have a life of their own, swirling around the scepter before finally coming together to form a profound and mysterious array, which was then deeply imprinted into the scepter itself. This is what a top-tier configuration looks like. It's absolutely incredible. Bai Shasha was completely mesmerized, mumbling to herself. As a landlord with only modest means, she would never normally have the chance to witness a master spiritual engineer at work, let alone see a mystical beast engineer in action. This is just a small display, Tang Xian explained quietly. Right now, the Ice Snow Scepter is just in its basic form. Once it evolves to the Guardian or Tyrant level, it'll become a true colossus, tens of thousands of tons in weight and towering over 100 meters tall. The materials needed for that would be enough to fill a mountain. Tang Yin nodded in agreement. That's right. Right now, it's only in the awakening stage, just a scepter, and it only needs spirit crystals. But once it advances to the next level, the requirements will skyrocket: beast cores, war demon skulls, the wings of a sky demon wyvern, eternal blue gold, blood red aurum, indestructible 9 annihilation crystal gold. She continued explaining the evolution path. Awakening, elite, guardian, warlord, every stage requires a huge leap in materials. The jump from elite to guardian is the biggest turning point. At that level, the true form of the spiritual machine is revealed: lightning wolves, steel dragons, thunder leopards, shadow hawks, thunder behemoths. A look of anticipation shone in Tang Yan's eyes. Eventually, the Ice Snow Scepter will evolve into the Ice Empress form, fully clad in ice and snow armor, like a sovereign empress ruling over the world. The upgrade process lasted most of the day. It wasn't until dusk, as the sunset painted the sky red, that the intense light enveloping the villa finally began to fade. It's done. Ning Yuan closed the Book of Knowledge and handed over the Ice Snow Scepter. Tang Yin had been waiting eagerly. She immediately took the scepter, eyes full of joy as she examined it closely. The upgraded Ice Snow Scepter looked completely different. While it still had its original icy, crystalline appearance, now its surface shimmered with an unusual blue glow, radiating an aura that felt both mysterious and powerful. Spiritual main weapon, Ice Snow Scepter. Stage, awakening. Traits, freezing, slow, extreme cold. Skills, none. Wow. Bai Shasha, peeking at the stats from the side, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Tang Xian was no less excited. As her younger brother, he naturally hoped for the best for his sister. Even though he had already vouched for Ning Yuan's skills, seeing the results firsthand left him almost speechless with excitement. This is awesome. Ning, you're incredible. Tang Xian stammered in his excitement, showering praise. The power core count is up to 90, and the energy output is 7 times the normal, most the maximum possible. The absolute limit is 9 times, and a 7-fold boost is something most people only dream of. He even wanted to give Ning Yuan a bear hug, but Ning Yuan pushed him away with a look of disdain. It's a pity this isn't a blueprint for an ice or snow element series. Otherwise, it could have reached perfection. Ning Yuan shook his head lightly, a faint smile on his lips. Still, I did my best. I think you'll be pleased with the results. Pleased? And beyond thrilled. Tang Yin gripped the newly upgraded ice staff so tightly that her knuckles turned white, reluctant to let it go. The maximum amplification for battle marks is usually 3-fold, but this time, it reached an astonishing 1.5, which is extremely rare. Power is the core of a divine machine. It's equivalent of a human heart. At this stage, the difference might not be obvious, but once it advances to the guardian level, the gap will become apparent very quickly. Energy determines the potential of a divine machine. Imagine your race car can only output 120 horsepower at its peak, while your opponent starts at 500 and can reach up to 1,200. The difference is incomparable. Battle marks are the permanent state of the divine machine, a direct reflection of its combat power, typically ranging from 1 to 3 times its energy. Before the upgrade, her battle mark value was a mere 20, barely a drop in the ocean. This dramatic leap far exceeded Tang Yan's expectations, and she couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Bai Shasha was completely stunned. Her eyes were fixed on the transformed ice staff, filled with envy and awe. As someone who had witnessed the entire process, she understood the magnitude of the change from a near scrap to a top-tier weapon. The impact was overwhelming. She began to long for a complete upgrade for her own Zanpakuto. Her gaze grew intense as she kept glancing at Ning Yuan, wanting to speak up, but hesitating each time. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out, Ning Yuan said to Tang Yin, not sparing Bai Shasha a glance. Inside, he was just as excited. The 600,000 spirit crystals had already been paid in advance before the upgrade. In the book of knowledge exclusive to spirit machine engineers, one blank page served as an independent storage space, making it easy to store spirit crystals and materials. With the infusion of spirit crystals, the progress toward unlocking his own divine machine was finally maxed out. Locked life divine machine. Progress, 200,000, 200,000. I'm finally about to have my own life divine machine. I wonder what it'll be like, Ning Yuan thought, barely able to contain his anticipation. Wait, let's go then. 2 completely different voices rang out almost simultaneously. It was Tang Yin and her brother Tang Xian who wanted him to stay, while Bai Shasha was urging him to leave. Their gazes met in midair, sparks practically flying, and neither looked particularly pleased. Bai Shasha was eager for Ning Yuan to upgrade her Zanpakuto, but she was short on funds and too embarrassed to ask directly. Tang Yin and Tang Xian weren't fools either, with a top-tier spirit machine engineer right in front of them. There was no way they'd let him leave so easily. Of course, they wanted to seize the chance to build a good relationship. If Bai Shasha has something urgent, please go ahead. I'd still like to invite Mr. Ning to stay for a meal, Tang Yin said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Bai Shasha's expression changed instantly. She clearly heard the subtle hint to leave. No, I have things to do. Ning Yuan shook his head, ignoring the siblings' attempt to keep him, and turned to leave. Then I'll walk you out myself, Mr. Ning, Tang Yin said with a gentle smile. She was a smart woman. Rather than pressing him, she chose a softer approach, stepping back to show goodwill. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, exuding a commanding presence, entered the living room with the butler leading the way. The previously lively atmosphere quickly became tense. Dad, Tang Yin was startled and quickly stood up. What are you doing here? I heard you hired a spirit machine engineer to upgrade your main weapon? Tang Zhen's gaze swept the room and finally settled on Ning Yuan, his eyes deep and probing. I came to see for myself. A look of delight appeared on Tang Yan's face as she raised her newly restored ice and snow scepter, her soft lavender eyes blinking gently. The scepter glowed with an icy blue radiance, as if brimming with endless power. Master Ning upgraded my entire Extreme Series set. The power core is at 90, energy output is 7 times higher, with 270 permanent combat runes, and maximum damage at 945. Tang Zhen took the scepter, his fingertips brushing against its shaft. He could feel the surge of energy pulsing through, carrying an overwhelming sense of strength. As a seasoned warrior, he understood just how valuable this setup was, and he was deeply impressed. This equipment already surpassed what most elite heirs of major families could boast. It was truly exceptional. A spirit mechanist this young, yet with such mastery of the Extreme Series, the future is limitless. He suddenly looked up, eagerness and anticipation shining in his eyes. Master Ning, our Tang group is building a brand new spirit machine research center. We sincerely hope you'll serve as our technical advisor. With that, he took out a gilded business card and said solemnly, an annual salary of 2 million spirit crystals, and you'd only need to advise us once a month. Tang Yin quickly added, we absolutely won't disturb you otherwise. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, thinking for a moment. I've just arrived in this city, and I don't plan on joining any organization for now. Tang Jun nodded quickly, his tone even more earnest. We understand, of course. He then produced a purple crystal card from his pocket. This is our group's Supreme VIP card. You'll enjoy special privileges at any Tang business. This is just a token of friendship, nothing more. His sincerity was unmistakable. Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, looking at the respectful middle-aged man before him, feeling a bit conflicted. The living room fell quiet. Tang Xian looked at Ning Yuan with hopeful eyes. Brother Ning, my dad has never treated anyone this politely before. Seeing the Tang family's hopeful faces, Ning Yuan gently accepted both the business card and the VIP card, his voice calm but firm. You can keep my contact information, but I can't promise to always be available. That's more than enough. Tang Jun was overjoyed. Before he could finish speaking, he turned to Tang Xian. Xian, go fetch my treasured nebula tea. Then he called to the butler, prepare a banquet, we have a top-tier guest tonight. But Ning Yuan quickly raised his hand, interrupting. That won't be necessary. I still have things to take care of. If I need anything, they'll reach out to you. Tang Jun looked disappointed, but still pleaded, Master Ning, please at least stay for a meal. Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't stay. Ning Yuan declined firmly. Now that he had gathered the spirit crystals he needed, he was eager to awaken his own divine machine weapon. Tang Yin didn't press further. She simply said softly, then let me walk you out, Master Ning. Ning Yuan nodded lightly and walked out the door. Watching him disappear into the distance, Tang Xian pursed his lips in frustration and muttered, Dad, you've never treated me this well. Last time I wanted that battle armor, you refused no matter what. A flash of anger crossed Tang Xian's face as he raised his hand, as if to scold him. You brat, how could you compare to Master Ning? But then he laughed, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. A top-tier Extreme Series Spirit Mechanist is a golden ticket worth more than anything. If we can build a good relationship with Master Ning, the future of the Tang Group will be secure. Even though Ning Yuan had made it clear he didn't have the time, maintaining a good relationship with him was still the most valuable investment Tang Jun could make. After leaving the Tang residence, Ning Yuan headed toward a nearby hotel, clutching his nearly depleted spirit crystals. He was confident that with these resources, he could afford to stay anywhere. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan checked into a luxurious suite. Bathed in golden light and surrounded by lavish decor, he stood by the window, his heart pounding with excitement. Let's see what kind of divine machine he'll awaken. As he focused his mind, a brilliant light flashed and the Book of Knowledge appeared, its pages turning automatically. To Ning Yuan's surprise, the pages didn't stop at the Life Divine Engine section, they kept flipping rapidly. Finally, they settled near the end, landing on a page that shimmered with starlight, the Heaven's Divine Treasury. This is my greatest secret and trump card. Ning Yuan gazed at the page in awe. It was this divine treasury that allowed him to master the most advanced configurations in record time. Even though he had been in this world for half a month, as the master of the Book of Knowledge, he still couldn't fully unravel its mysteries. Suddenly, everything spun around him. The world faded away like a receding tide, and his feet touched down on a dazzling river of stars. With every step, ripples of starlight spread beneath him, the path paved with countless grains of cosmic sand. Looking up, he saw an endless expanse of stars suspended in the void. Some blazed like suns, others glowed cold and clear like moons, while countless more flickered in and out as if they were breathing. I've entered the heart of the divine treasury, Ning Yuan realized. These shining stars were actually blueprints for divine engine configurations, each taking the form of a star, forming this vast celestial dome. Suddenly, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Locked divine engine, life. Progress, 2000000200000. Ning Yuan immediately understood. This was his chance to design a divine engine entirely of his own, built exactly as he envisioned. He thought of Tang Yan's ice staff, the elemental weapon that could freeze an entire city even after defeating a tyrant-class foe. But that wasn't enough. Ambition blazed in Ning Yuan's eyes. I'm going to create a monster that will make this world tremble, the first firepower-intensive, city-destroying metal storm divine engine, the Gatling. Boom. The divine treasury shuddered violently, as if responding to his decision. The stars shifted at his command, gradually outlining the shape of 6 rotating barrels. Warning, non-traditional divine engine structure. The space trembled even more fiercely, resisting this revolutionary idea. Suddenly, all the stars collapsed to a single point, then exploded outward. When Ning Yuan opened his eyes again, he was back in his hotel room. He immediately waved his hand to open the Book of Knowledge. and the pages stopped at an entirely new divine engine entry. It was a magnificent yet imposing creation, both wild and intricate. More than a Gatling gun, the 6 exquisite barrels resembled a fusion of elemental magic wands. Divine engine main weapon, 6-fold hex divine elementalist. Level, awakening stage. Description, 6 magic type barrels, each capable of inscribing a different elemental core, forming a 6-spirit drive array to wield 6 elemental attacks. Required materials, star rail mithril, void crystal shards, star vein essence extract. Ning Yuan was stunned. The divine treasury had truly brought his vision to life, creating an unprecedented Gatling-type main weapon. In this world ruled by divine engines, it was like a Gatling made of 6 magic wands, equipped with the most extreme configurations possible. At the initial stage, a newly awakened divine machine main weapon is like a blank canvas. What kind of masterpiece it will become depends on the transformation it undergoes later. Ning Yuan gazed at the freshly awakened divine machine before him, feeling no trace of disappointment. Most divine machines start out this way. Only a rare few possess innate power or spirit from the very beginning. Clearly, his was the common blank slate type. All right, let's get to work. After carefully inspecting the weapon's attributes, Ning Yuan confirmed it hadn't awakened any innate spirit, but he remained undeterred. He stood up immediately, determination shining in his eyes, resolved to unlock the full brilliance of his divine machine with his own hands. The system interface displayed the optimal recommended setup: 6-element ultimate drive array, extreme star vein energy overflow, and abyssal eternal magic vein. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. Each of these configurations could be found within the treasures of the heavens. Although mastering these techniques perfectly would take some time, it was nothing he couldn't handle. What surprised Ning Yuan was that, according to his design, the first step in awakening the divine machine required physical materials, something that seemed to go against convention. He recalled Tang Yan's ice staff. That divine machine not only awakened but even upgraded itself, all with nothing more than the consumption of spirit crystals. But that's all right. Ning Yuan chuckled, tapping the screen to place his order. Money isn't an issue anymore, anyway. The guest in Suite 608 is really odd, the round-faced attendant whispered to her colleague as she pushed a meal cart down the corridor, both of them dressed in the elegant uniforms of the Cloud Sky Pavilion Hotel. He's been here for 10 days and never leaves his room, right? If he didn't order room service every day, I'd be worried something happened to him. The colleague with a heart-shaped face agreed. I've never seen anyone stay cooped up like that. Cloud Sky Pavilion was the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing, offering every imaginable comfort and pleasure. Even the attendants were beautiful and professionally trained. Now, the 2 impeccably dressed attendants exchanged gossip in hushed tones at the corridor's corner. I heard he even drew the attention of manager Jean a couple of days ago, the hard-faced attendant whispered, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Apparently, the guest had the hotel buy some special materials for him worth over 100,000 spirit crystals. No way that much? The round-faced attendant's eyes widened in shock. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might shout and startle a guest. Over 100,000 spirit crystals? She'd never earned that much in 10 lifetimes. In dragon coins, that was 10 million unimaginable. Yeah, that's why manager Jean handled it herself, the heart-faced attendant went on. She even took a team from the pavilion's security to make the purchase. They bought Star Track Mithril, Void Shard Crystals, Star Vein Essence, all premium-grade divine machine materials. Oh my gosh. The round-faced girl was completely stunned, her fingers clutching the edge of her uniform. Just 1 vial of Star Vein Essence is worth 30 years of my salary. Shoo, that's enough, we're here. The heart-faced girl suddenly grew alert, gently tugging her colleague's sleeve. Instantly, both put on their professional smiles. She knocked softly on the door. Good afternoon, guest in 601. Your lunch is here. Inside the lavishly spacious suite, the air was so still it seemed frozen in place. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the room, a book of knowledge floating open before him. Above the pages, a 6-element divine elemental hovered, slowly spinning and emitting a faint, 6-colored glow. Flames of 6 elements danced at his fingertips as he carefully refined a special material known as abyssal engraving magic ink. This ink was extracted from the abyssal soul eater worm, a warlord-level creature. Just a few drops cost 20,000 spirit crystals. Ning Yuan was completely focused. His pupils transformed into a 6-pointed star array as the fire of wisdom at his fingertips surged into a torrent of elemental energy. The abyssal engraving magic ink shrieked sharply within the elemental torrent, its form gradually shifting and finally condensing into a miniature black dragon. The dragon coiled around the divine machine's barrel, looking almost alive. No wonder the material from a lord-level abyssal worm even carries a trace of consciousness. Ning Yuan murmured, surprise and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Do it. With a brilliant burst of light, the book of knowledge illuminated the entire room. The black dragon let out a piercing wail, its body shattering into countless runes. Each rune, as if alive, darted toward the gun barrels and merged into them. Boom! A surge of energy erupted instantly, shaking the entire Yuntian pavilion as though struck by a tremor. In a distant dining hall, a round-faced girl dropped her tray with a loud crash, crystal shrimp dumplings scattering across the floor. She looked around in panic, her voice trembling. What's happening? Is someone attacking the pavilion? Hurry, call Sister Jean. Get the guards. Another girl with an oval face screamed, her complexion pale with fear. Back in Ning Yuan's room, the six-pointed elemental punisher floated in midair, radiating 6 hues of light. After 10 days and nights of relentless effort, Ning Yuan's masterpiece had finally revealed its true power. The 6-gun barrels slowly rotated, each glowing with a different elemental energy: fiery red, icy blue, electric purple, emerald wind, holy light, and shadow. Abyssal runes etched along the weapon's body shimmered with dark golden light, pulsing as if alive. The once luxurious suite had been ravaged by elemental surges. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, floor, and ceiling, threatening to bring the entire room down at any moment. Moments later, the chaos receded like a tide, leaving only a faint elemental glow around the weapon, a lingering testament to the overwhelming power just unleashed. The attributes of the newly forged divine weapon appeared before Ning Yuan's eyes. Divine main weapon, 6-pointed elemental punisher. Rank, awakening phase. Attributes, fire, ice, lightning, wind, light, darkness. Skills. 1. 6-core elemental annihilation. Unleashes the full force of all 6 elements, forming a torrent that obliterates all enemies. Power output reaches 8,000 per second, lasts 15 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Exceeding the limit risks damaging the weapon. 2. 6-pointed rotation. Features 6 elemental cores that can be swapped at will. In hurricane mode, fire rate reaches 3,000 rounds per minute, but with half damage. Other elemental cores deal normal damage and can inflict additional effects: burning, slowing, chain paralysis, holy damage, or shadow damage. Ning Yuan lifted his hand, and the divine weapon floated toward him, settling into his grasp. It's heavy. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging as he nearly lost his grip. But soon, the resonance between his soul and the weapon made the weight disappear, the weapon feeling like a natural extension of his body. Still, Ning Yuan sensed something was off. He opened his status panel and, as expected, noticed a change. With the awakening of his divine weapon, a new parameter had appeared: soul resonance. Divine mech pilot, Ning Yuan. Level, awakening phase. Soul resonance, 50. Power arrays, ultimate super energy drive array, 6 spirit ultimate drive array. Energy research, ultimate supercore energy supply, ultimate star pulse energy overflow. Overdrive battle marks, final annihilation mark, eternal abyssal veins. War god ascension, ultimate divine power surge. Mech pilot skills, none. Soul engineer skills, protection of the book of knowledge, flame of wisdom. That's it. Ning Yuan muttered to himself in realization. He finally remembered back in school, the teachers had warned repeatedly. Piloting a divine mech consumes soul power. The higher your soul resonance, the easier it is to control the mech. The lower it is, the more it feels like trying to walk with weights strapped to your feet and a mountain on your back. You might manage a few steps, but that's it. Of course, there's another way. Burning soul crystals, the choice of the wealthy. At the guardian level, when the mech reaches its true form, a steel dragon over 20 meters long, running it entirely on soul crystals could burn through tens of thousands per minute. At the tyrant level, that number could soar into the millions. And even then, some of the consumption can't be replaced by crystals. It has to come from the pilot's own soul. Normally, after awakening a divine main weapon, schools provide special training methods to strengthen the soul. But since Ning Yuan failed his awakening and was expelled from the Ning family, he never learned anything about soul resonance. It was nearly impossible for him to control his own divine weapon. Ning Yuan lowered his head, examining the divine weapon in his handsome masterpiece forged from rare and precious materials. Just the amount of Star Trek mithril used exceeded 30 gene, and the total weight of this life divine engine's main weapon was around 70 to 80 gene. If he didn't have a soul resonance of 50 points, there was no way he could wield such a powerful artifact. The 6-pointed elemental judgment staff, this weapon, crafted from Star Trek mithril, radiated an intimidating and awe-inspiring power. Dark, golden magic runes pulsed along the shaft like veins, converging at the intersection of 6 barrels, where a dazzling multifaceted elemental core was embedded. Within, 6 colored halos rotated endlessly, releasing waves of energy that seemed to shake the soul. The 6 elemental barrels spiraled gracefully, each channeling a distinct elemental force. The flame barrel was etched with phoenix feather patterns, and sparks of searing fire occasionally burst from its tip. The frost barrel was as blue and transparent as ancient ice, swirling with eternal snowflake vortexes inside. The thunder barrel was wrapped in writhing purple electric serpents, constantly crackling with arcs of lightning. The hurricane barrel had a translucent jade-like quality, with miniature cyclones swirling within. The holy light barrel was forged from platinum, covered in sacred runes, and radiated a gentle, pure glow. The darkness barrel was pitch black, marked by abyssal runes on its surface, seemingly able to swallow all light. As he lightly touched the trigger, Ning Yuan instantly sensed the 6 elemental powers surging within the barrels, like a primordial beast ready to be unleashed. This feeling resonated deep within his soul. It was instinctive, needing no instruction to master. The weapon's stats were equally astonishing. Power core at 99, energy multiplied 9-fold, battle runes tripled every attribute, had reached perfection. Its base power was 593, with a maximum output soaring to 2673, and it even came with 2 unique skills. Compared to his previous weapon, the difference was night and day. Just as Ning Yuan was quietly marveling at his new divine armament, a new message suddenly appeared in the Book of Knowledge. Locked Life Divine Engine. Required Spirit Crystals, 0400000. Required Soul Resonance, 2000. This discovery left Ning Yuan in shock. In this world, every person could only possess one main weapon and one life divine engine ironclad rule. Yet this new option demanded not only 400,000 spirit crystals, but also a soul resonance far beyond the awakened stage's limit of 1,000 points. At that moment, a hurried knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. From outside, the anxious voice of Sister Jean, who had helped him buy materials earlier, called out, "Sir, is everything all right? If you don't open the door, we'll have to come in." Ning Yuan pressed his hand to his forehead in resignation. Clearly, the commotion from forging his main weapon had already alerted the staff at Yuntian Pavilion. No matter how distinguished the guest, Yuntianke could not turn a blind eye to an incident like this. In a split second, Ning Yuan put away the Book of Knowledge and the main weapon of the divine machine of life, then strode quickly to the door and flung it open. The moment the door opened, a wave of heat mixed with elemental residue rushed in, forcing Sister Jean and her team of guards to instinctively take half a step back. The once luxurious suite was now unrecognizable. A elegant crystal flooring was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if some wild beast had rampaged through. The solid wood desk by the window had been neatly sliced in half, bizarrely displaying signs of charring, freezing, and weathering all at once. The devastation left even the experienced Sister Jean and her guards stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Could a person really cause this? Sister Jean scanned the room in disbelief. Was there a battle between several element-type mecha pilots in here just now? She paused, fixing Ning Yuan with a stern look. "Sir, you'll have to pay for this." "Of course he'll pay," Ning Yuan replied with an awkward smile and a nod. "It's my fault for wrecking the room like this." Hearing this, Sister Jean and her guards visibly relaxed. In the end, Ning Yuan paid Yun Tianke 1,000 spirit crystals equivalent to 100,000 dragon coins before checking out. It wasn't that Yun Tianke refused to let him stay, but that Ning Yuan had other plans. He remembered what Tang Yin had mentioned about graduation season and the secret realm leaderboard. "No matter how many spirit crystals I earn, nothing feels safer than improving my own strength," Ning Yuan muttered to himself, having made up his mind to join in the excitement of graduation season. As for his old rented apartment, Ning Yuan decided not to return. There was nothing of value left there. All important items were already stored in his knowledge space. After a moment's thought, he transferred the overdue rent to Bai Sha, then decisively deleted and blocked her contact, cutting all ties. In this world, there were mainly 3 paths for ordinary people to rise. The first was the military exam, by far the most challenging but also the best choice. Here, the most powerful force wasn't the big families like the Ning or Zhao clans, but the militarian unrivaled giant. The military usually kept a low profile, which allowed the top families to seem so lofty. But in the face of real military power, any family was insignificant. If the military wanted to wipe out a family, they could vanish overnight. In truth, all the families were just branches attached to the military. Before being expelled from his family, Ning Yuan had heard that the Ning clan planned to join Jiangcheng's military. As for the capital's military, the competition there was too fierce. Even the Ning family was just one among many, with no real advantage over the others. So naturally, they set their sights elsewhere, like Jiangcheng on the eastern coast, a place of great strategic importance. However, this year's military exam announcement hadn't been released yet, so Ning Yuan could only wait and keep an eye out for updates. The second path was attending university to learn various skills for mecha pilots and spirit engineers, especially the crucial soul resonance. The better the school, the higher the entry requirements. If someone like Tang Yin managed to top the secret realm leaderboard, they could basically choose any university in the country. Although the military exam was promising, it was too difficult. Going to college was the realistic choice for most students. The third path was to become a freelance pilot and joined the Pilots Association, the largest civilian organization. The government, military, and other forces all posted tasks here. Pilots could take on missions, earn rewards, and gradually improve themselves. Meanwhile, in building one of Maple Leaf Community, Baishasa's eyes were practically blazing with frustration. Where on earth did Ning Yuan go? Her reason for seeking Ning Yuan was simple. She wanted to upgrade her Divine Machine's main weapon. Ever since Shed witnessed the upgrade of the Ice Staff firsthand, she couldn't get it out of her mind. Shed chased after Ning Yuan that day, but hadn't been able to find him, never expecting Head moved straight into Yun Tianke next door. 10 days. I've waited a full 10 days. Baishasha grumbled, full of resentment. Graduation season is such a precious time, and I've wasted 10 whole days here. Just thinking about it made her want to scream. For pilots in the awakening stage, it wasn't easy to find teammates under normal circumstances. Graduation season was the busiest time of year. Unfortunately, Ning Yuan never showed up, ruining all her plans. She might even have lost her chance to attend university, having wasted so much precious time. After taking a cab back to the city center, Ning Yuan randomly picked a high-end hotel with elegant decor and checked in. Once he settled in, he opened his optical computer and began searching for this year's enlistment information from the Jiangxing Military Department. The information on the screen immediately caught his attention. Oh, the military assessment details for this year have already been released. Ning Yuan clicked into the official Jiangxing military website, unable to hide his excitement. Jiangxing Military Department, assessment content for the year 2088. He carefully scanned each line, noting that the assessment was divided into two main sections: individual and team evaluations. The passing score for the individual assessment was set at 1,800 points, while the team assessment required a group of 5 to collectively score at least 6,000 points. For a well-coordinated team, reaching 6,000 points isn't actually that hard, Ning Yuan analyzed to himself. But the individual assessment is a different story. The threshold may be lower, but it's a true test of personal ability. He continued reading through the details, a faint smile appearing on his lips. So the military isn't forcing anyone to join. They've accounted for people who prefer their freedom, and even set up an option for auxiliary personnel. This realization made Ning Yuan's eyes light up. Most importantly, once I join the military, even as an auxiliary member, I'll officially be on the government roster. In Jiangxing, attacking a member of the military is strictly forbidden. Even the Ning family wouldn't dare act recklessly. And honestly, even if they wanted to target me, there's no way they'd risk the entire family just for that unless they've lost their minds. With the release of the assessment information, Ning Yuan could sense the entire city becoming energized. The internet was flooded with posts seeking teammates, especially those with high-end Phantom Beast or Extreme Series mecha became hot commodities, with various groups scrambling to recruit them. Looking for a team. Phantom Beast setup, 50,000 spirit crystals to join, with a generous bonus if we pass. Jiangxing team seeking an Extreme Series expert, 100,000 spirit crystals. Messages like these were everywhere, but genuine responses were rare. Ning Yuan knew the reason: those with top-tier setups were all going for the solo assessment. After all, passing the individual test meant becoming an elite sergeant, while the team assessment only qualified you as a regular sergeant. The difference in status was significant. Anyone with real capability wouldn't trade a better future for short-term gain. On the website, Ning Yuan also found details about tomorrow's assessment location and the trials site: the Bloody Old Capital. Bloody Old Capital, difficulty, awakening level, 2 to 6 stars, the description read. This site has 4 evacuation points, and the deeper you go, the harder it gets. Treasure your life and know your limits. The task requirements were clear. Task 1. Kill monsters and score 1,800 points within 2 days. Task 2. Reach the second evacuation point for a 10,000 military merit reward. What really caught the eye was the additional note. For every 1,000 points earned beyond the initial 1,800, you'll receive 100 military merit. Military merit. Ning Yuan jolted with excitement, his eyes shining. That's incredibly valuable. And getting 100 military merit for every 1,000 points is a special privilege for students, the military's way of protecting newcomers. This news also caused a stir in the comments section. Military merit? Am I seeing this right? They're actually awarding merit for this year's assessment? 1,000 points for 100 merit? Is this some kind of rookie benefit? Damn, has the military lost its mind? With enough military merit, I could even hire a top-tier mecha engineer from the military to upgrade my gear. Heh. Don't get ahead of yourself. Earning points in the blood-stained old capital isn't as easy as you think. Last year, even the person ranked 100th only had 1,200 points. Making it onto the leaderboard is no simple feat. Military merits may be tempting, but what good are they if you don't survive to claim them? The blood-stained old capital has been around for 38 years. Do you know why? While other candidates reacted with either excitement or skepticism, Ning Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. The thought of military merit thrilled him. Not only could it be exchanged for mech configurations and weapon upgrades, but it could also earn him the chance to pilot a mech on the battlefield. Most importantly, though military merits could be traded for military rank. Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With enough military merit, almost anything could be exchanged, especially status and identity. Once he had it, how could the Ning family dare to make a move against him even in the slightest? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and continued scrolling through the comment section, determined to gather as much information as possible about the secret realm. Soon, he discovered that the blood-stained Old Capital, a secret realm for the awakening stage, had existed for 38 years. This was a shocking fact, even by global standards. The longer a secret realm persists, the more catastrophic its disasters become. Although it was still classified as an awakening stage secret realm, after so many years of development, the disaster that would eventually erupt could very well upend the entire world order. What surprised Ning Yuan even more was that, despite specifically checking for any activity from the Ning family, he found nothing. Normally, if a member of a prominent imperial capital family went to Jiangxing to participate in the military's assessment, it would definitely stir up a commotion, maybe even make the news. But now, there wasn't a single piece of information, as if the Ning family hadn't made any moves at all. He frowned, wondering to himself, did they give up? Given the Ning family's usual strategies, how could they possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? Or was there some unforeseen change that he didn't know about? After thinking it over, Ning Yuan still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to put the question aside. Whatever. No matter what the Ning family does, as long as I pass the military assessment, they'll have nothing to fear. Early the next morning, every train bound for the southeastern outpost was packed, with barely any space between seats and carriages crowded with people. Buses shuttled passengers between the base and the city, crammed to capacity like cans of sardines, running back and forth day and night. Jiang City, an ancient capital of the Daxia Empire for over 1,000 years, had become one of the cities most frequently struck by disasters since the great upheavals of heaven and earth. To cope with constant emergencies, multiple outpost bases had been built in the suburbs, housing a permanent military force of 500,000. The outer rings of these bases had become supply stations for countless adventurers, with a steady stream of people coming and going every day. In this vast wilderness oasis, towering mountains pierced the clouds and endless plains stretched as far as the eye could see, a true vision of the wilds as they existed now. Every city stood like an impregnable fortress, ringed by outpost bases that marked the most heavily guarded and forbidding areas. After paying his fare, Ning Yuan let out a long breath and looked around, struck by the scene before him. In the distance, a colossal steel wall soared straight into the sky, forming an impenetrable barrier. The wall, weathered by years of wind and sun, bore no banners or slogans, just the cold, imposing gleam of bare metal under the sunlight. The sheer scale of the 1,200-meter-high wall made Ning Yuan feel insignificant. He had heard tales of its grandeur before, but only now, seeing it in person, did he truly grasp its overwhelming presence. He couldn't help but recall city walls from his previous lives, history walls that had withstood armies for days on end, yet were only a dozen meters high by comparison. Tearing his gaze away from the wall, Ning Yuan finally took in the outpost base itself. What caught his attention first was a massive war machine, a tyrant-class mech. Like a steel guardian deity, it stood at the heart of the base, deterring any would-be enemies with its sheer presence. Its imposing stature made everyone else seem insignificant. The tyrant-class mech specifications were intimidating. Demon Lord-grade core, tyrant features, soul cleaver, colossal strength, life drain, soul-stealing black mist, aerial propulsion, and more. Every attribute inspired awe. Its stats were staggering, with data on its energy reserves and battle engravings kept a mystery, making it even more formidable. Standing 180 meters tall and weighing 2.3 million tons, it was the epitome of perfect Iona, top-tier weapon that could crush any adversary with overwhelming force. Reading the mech's final assessment, Ning Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Wasn't this overkill? Anyone who dared challenge a tyrant-class mech must be out of their mind. As someone still in the early stages of awakening, he was acutely aware of how insignificant he was compared to such power. The existence of this mech was more than just a display of military might. Its destructive potential was evident from its array of features. Just its core alone, evolved from a dark demon lord's crystal nucleus, generated energy so immense that it could shrug off any attack below the tyrant-class level. In short, anyone reckless enough to challenge it would be utterly crushed by its overwhelming power. A wave of emotion washed over Ning Yuan as he silently reminded himself, this is what a true war machine looks like. No matter what happens, I must never cross it. By the standards of a tokusatsu series, this level of power is truly terrifying. One punch is enough to defeat Ning Ao and effortlessly extinguish all light. At the level of a tyrant, there are no so-called weaknesses. It's simply a contest of absolute strength. Whether facing energy beings or phantoms, nothing can withstand such overwhelming force. If a single sword strike doesn't have enough power, it results in total annihilation, even threatening the end of the world itself. Against a being like this, every weapon on Earth is useless. Nothing can even scratch its defenses. This isn't a game. There are no forced hit point deductions. Any attack below a certain threshold is simply ignored. Inside the base, mechanical guardians could be seen everywhere. Each had a unique form, glowing with divine radiance. Some soared into the sky, while others descended deep into the base. These were powerful machines at the elite and guardian levels. While guardian-class machines were a rare sight in the city, here at the frontier outpost they shuttled between the wilderness and the base as busily as bees. Ning Yuan quickly scanned this awe-inspiring scene, then turned and left. It wasn't the test site yet. Since city trains and buses couldn't travel through the wilderness, he and the rest of the group registered at the outpost before transferring to special base vehicles. The convoy traveled through dense forests and over daunting mountains before finally arriving at their destination, Bloodcloud Mountain. Go on. Someone will meet you when you come out, the stern-faced military driver said before speeding away. Ning Yuan walked ahead alone, showing no interest in mingling with the others. Bloodcloud Mountain was a vast, winding range that had been heavily modified by humans, with buildings and fortifications everywhere. Around 30,000 candidates had already gathered. For Jiangcheng, a city of 12 million, this was a tiny number. The military presence in the Bloodcloud Mountain fortifications was overwhelming. Guardian and General-class machines moved back and forth, and Ning Yuan even caught sight of a Lord-class powerhouse radiating an intimidating aura. The candidates couldn't help but watch these advanced machines with envy and excitement, chatting eagerly about the upcoming test. Man, I'm both nervous and excited. This is my first time entering a secret realm. I've been preparing for a month and a half. I started getting ready the day I awakened my guardian, but my family isn't wealthy. We could only afford a standard-level instructor. Don't worry, this is just a trial. If you don't pass, you can still go to college and learn battle techniques. There's always another path. Ning Yuan glanced up. All around him were recent graduates, still wearing their school uniforms. Just then, a young man carrying a long sword walked by. He left a strong impression, silent, low-key, as if deliberately hiding his true strength. The students, who had been chatting animatedly just moments before, suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the young man carrying a long blade on his back. That's Wei Qianyong, whispered voices rippled through the crowd. He hired spirit engineers from both the Phantom Beast and Ultimate Series. His blade can reach a power level of 8 or 900. He's one of the top contenders in Jiangcheng. Ning Yuan studied the impressive Wei Qianyong with interest, quietly calculating in his mind. If 8 or 900 was considered top tier, where did that put his own hexagram divine punishment elementalist? Its minimum power was 593, but at full strength, it soared to 2,673 and even came with 2 additional skills. What level did that put him at? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ning Yuan stroked his chin, realizing he still had a shallow understanding of the Ultimate Series. Even though he had inherited the memories, it was difficult to truly grasp the intricacies without personal experience. He recalled the time he upgraded Tang Yan's configuration. Her excitement and willingness to pay more suddenly made sense. Even a wealthy family like Tang Yan's could only afford a mediocre Phantom Beast Series engineer, and that almost ruined her main weapon. It turned out that Ultimate Series engineers were not only rare, but compatibility was also a crucial issue. Each person's physique, soul nature, and resonance amplitude varied, all of which had a huge impact on the final configuration of their main weapon. After this reflection, Ning Yuan had an epiphany. For 99.9% of people, the evaluation was fair. They all used standard configurations, and what mattered was their effort and mastery of the school's secret soul resonance techniques. Those rare Phantom Beast and Ultimate Series engineers were the exceptions, the 0.1. Just as Ning Yuan was lost in thought, a commanding voice echoed across Shuiyun Mountain. Jiangcheng Military Assessment now begins. All candidates proceed to coordinate XMXJS and enter the bloodstained old capital through the secret realm gate. The voice continued to explain the rules. The backpacks at the entrance served as logistical supplies for the candidates. Each person could only take one. Inside were 2 days' worth of energy bars, compressed water beads, a tactical watch, and most importantly, a realm-breaking orb. The realm-breaking orb was a life-saving treasure crafted by spirit engineers for secret realm explorations, able to help users escape in critical moments. This news brought some relief to the anxious candidates, but someone quickly reminded everyone, don't forget, it takes a full 10 seconds to activate. In battle, even a single second can mean the difference between life and death. The candidates gathered around the fortifications, speaking in hushed tones about the difficulty of this year's exam. 1,800 points, that's 300 more than last year, someone sighed. It's the standard set by the military. There's nothing we can do but accept it, another replied. At least those of us in the awakening stage can not only complete the test, but also help clear out the monsters in the secret realm. 2 birds with 1 stone. As the crowd moved forward, the entrance to the secret realm finally appeared before them. Ning Yuan saw this spectacular sight for the first time and couldn't help but hold his breath. A blood-red energy portal, 100 meters tall, towered ahead, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The crimson light stretched for hundreds of meters, visible from far away as a pillar piercing the sky. Soldiers stood in strict formation before the gate, while mountains of backpacks were neatly arranged on the ground. My God, is this the secret realm? One candidate exclaimed. It's nothing like what we've seen on Lanate, feels like staring into an endless hell. Is it still too late to quit? Someone murmured uncertainly. We're already here, so what's there to be afraid of? Worst case, we have the boundary-breaking light orbs to save us. A classmate reassured them. The red glow painted every candidate's face, turning them into blood-stained figures. The scene was both awe-inspiring and eerie. At that moment, the supervisor's voice rang out. Hurry up. Don't waste any time. The candidates stepped forward one by one. Spirit artificers stored their backpacks in the Book of Knowledge, while battle artificers placed theirs into their soul space, then stepped through the portal and vanished. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, looked up at the magnificent gateway, and strode in with determination. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Cloud Mountain fortifications, in the monitoring command room, staff anxiously tracked the constantly updating candidate data on the large screen. Let's hope they hit the target and clear out at least 80% of the monsters at the first and second evacuation points, Commander Wei Feng said gravely. Across from him, several young people wearing the Ning family crest spoke with confident ease. Ning Baichen's handsome face showed a look of disdainful pride. As long as the monsters at the first 2 points are cleared, breaking through the bloody old capital will be a piece of cake. Baichen's main weapon is configured with double ultimate cores, and a Phantom Beast series. Its maximum power reaches 1700, and its standard output is 500. Ning Yushi said proudly, lifting her pale chin. Wei Feng was secretly impressed. Such strength was already close to the level of the military's specially trained elites. He solemnly promised, as long as you achieve the expected results, I will personally recommend you for the Celestial Vanguard training camp. Just then, Ning Yushi, who had been silent, suddenly pointed at the screen in shock. Ning Yuan? Is that someone with the same name? Everyone's attention shifted to the screen, which displayed Ning Yuan, candidate from Longhua, citizen ID 3499-424-8170. After entering the secret realm, Ning Yuan first activated the Tactical Watch's virtual projection to verify his identity. In this world, it was already the year 2088. Not only was it the age of divine machines, but technology was highly advanced as well. Please enter your citizen ID number. 3499-424-8170. Information verified. Hello, Ning Yuan, citizen of Longhua. Best of luck with your trial. So this is the blood-soaked old capital? Ning Yuan put away his tactical watch and looked around, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He found himself on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by only a few scattered buildings. There was no one else around. Everyone who entered was teleported in at random. The wide-open view allowed him to take in everything at a glance. Every secret realm was like a broken, miniature world. What unfolded before him now was a lifeless, chilling, and blood-stained city. In the distance, the entire city was covered in crimson tendrils, creeping along the streets and buildings. Upon closer inspection, the blood-red tendrils seemed to squirm ever so slightly. The whole scene radiated an aura of gore and distortion. No wonder the infamous blood-soaked old capital had stumped the Jiangxing military command for 30 years. According to the records, the deepest anyone had ventured was only as far as the third evacuation point, which was already inside the city. Even then, they hadn't reached the core area before being forced to retreat. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the source of this blood-soaked calamity, which had turned an entire city into a dead zone, ever leaked into the real world. Ning Yuan frowned, shaking his head in silent awe. Just then, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. Along with it came faint shuffling noises from the nearby houses. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan immediately summoned the Book of Knowledge. The book's protection formed a shield of light with a 2-meter radius, capable of blocking any attack below the Guardian level for 10 minutes. At the same time, with a single thought, the hexagram Divine Punishment elemental gun appeared in his hand. Its muzzle, infused with ice, fire, light, darkness, wind, and thunder, was already aimed at the source of the noise. Boom! The rotten doors and windows exploded as a horde of blood-soaked monsters burst out. These were humans parasitized by the city's crimson tendrils, their bodies covered in fine filaments that protruded from their mouths, eyes, and ears. Ning Yuan sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of these grotesque creatures. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted. With a powerful core, maximum energy output, and the full force of the battle patterns, the scene was overwhelming. The 6 barrels spun like raging dragons. The Gatling's power, ranging from 594 to 2,673, tore through the monsters as if they were made of tofu. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The creatures blasted apart into clouds of mist. Each element, ice, fire, light, darkness, wind, and thunder inflicted real, tangible damage. Some blood mist burned away to nothing, some froze into shards, some crackled with smoke, and others were utterly erased in the holy light. What a waste, Ning Yuan muttered, clicking his tongue. He realized he had gone a little overboard. This firepower was far too much for these monsters. The first evacuation point was at the entrance to the city, still in the outskirts, not even close to the city's edge. Ning Yuan swiftly took down several karami, put away the Book of Knowledge, and continued toward the city. On the big screen in the monitoring office, the leaderboard displayed a striking name at the top: Ning Yuan, 12 points. Inside the Shuiyun Mountain monitoring office, the Ning family members looked stunned. Ning Yushi's delicate face was full of disbelief. I saw him fail his awakening with my own eyes. How does he not only possess a divine machine main weapon now, but is also taking part in the military assessment? And the speed at which his points are increasing, she recalled the moment his score shot up to 12. He's clearly defeating monsters instantly. Ning Xiaoyu and Ning Xiaofeng shook their heads in shock. Before coming to Jiancheng, they had joked about checking in on the so-called useless outcast, but now. So what if that's the case? Ning Beichen crossed his arms and snorted. In Jiangcheng, what kind of equipment could an outcast possibly have? Standard grade? A first-stage Phantom Beast? 2 stages? At most, a third-stage Phantom Beast. But that's still nothing. There's no way he could have been born with a triple max configuration. Exactly, it must be someone with the same name, Ning Yushi agreed. Phantom Beast configurations are incredibly rare. Even I don't have anything that special. How could a family outcast possess a top-tier divine machine main weapon? Look, his points are rising again, a staff member exclaimed, pointing at the leaderboard. Commander Wei Feng smiled slightly. Interesting. After leaving the starting point, Ning Yuan continued deeper into the city. Although there weren't many monsters, the scene became more and more disturbing. Blood-red tendrils covered the walls, ground, and abandoned vehicles, slowly writhing as if the entire city was breathing. The end of the first stage was close. With the near-awakening power of the hexagram Divine Judgment Elementalist and a plentiful supply of spirit crystals, the scattered monsters in the suburbs posed no threat. Up ahead, a blue-glowing spatial rift through evacuation point was within reach. Suddenly, the ground shook. Boom. The asphalt at the intersection erupted, and a giant tendril as thick as a barrel burst out, covered in grotesque suckers and barbs, its tips splitting open to reveal a blood-red vertical eye. Blood-stained aberration, an elite monster at the awakening stage, known for high regeneration, psychic corruption, and blood-draining abilities. With a piercing screech, the vertical eye shot out a red beam. Ning Yuan's brow twitched as the Book of Knowledge unfolded its bronze shield, rippling under the impact of the beam. He sidestepped the aftershock and swung the Gatling gun into position. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. Core at 80, high-level energy unleashed, high-frequency battle runes activated. With a thought, the depths of the hexagram Divine Judgment Elementalist glowed, flooding the gun with energy. The battle runes along the barrel lit up one by one, like a waking beast. In the next instant, 6 colored elemental bullets poured out. Boom, 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 boom. The gun barrel spun wildly. Fire and ice roared, light and darkness intertwined, thunder and wind howled. Damage numbers burst out in a dense flurry. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta. There was no unnecessary delay. Bullets poured out like a torrential downpour, fierce and relentless. As a hexagram Divine Punishment Elementalist reached the limit of firing speed, the data hit its peak, an astonishing 3,000 rounds per second. Even releasing just a portion of this power was enough to make any monster feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. The tentacle facing him was clearly no ordinary foe, and now it encountered the most ferocious attack of its existence. Flames, lightning, ice, holy light, darkness, hurricanes. If the tentacle had consciousness, it would probably be cursing out loud right now. Bullets hammered down on it like rain, leaving it no chance to fight back. Blood sprayed as the tentacle was battered, unable to even lift its head. Boom. In just 10 seconds, the tentacle was torn in two, its massive wound churning with mangled flesh and reeking of rot. The severed part writhed madly on the ground, like a dying earthworm. Despite this, Ning Yuan stayed alert, knew all too well that these creatures possessed powerful regenerative abilities. The wound would likely heal soon. Switch 6 element cycle, flame element. Ning Yuan silently commanded, instantly activating the flame mode of his divine machine main weapon. With a deep hum, the gun's muzzle, previously flickering with 6 colors, suddenly flared with blinding firelight. The interplay of 6 elements was swallowed by pure flame. In the next moment, a tide of fire surged forward, engulfing the aberration in an instant. Sizzle. The flames clung to the creature's wound like a wild beast, spreading rapidly and burning fiercely. The flesh that had just begun to heal now crackled and blackened like rotten wood under intense heat. The tentacle's wound quickly carbonized and split apart in the fire, finally disintegrating into a pile of sickening ash. The aberration convulsed wildly, emitting a shrill screech, as if wailing in agony. Still, Ning Yuan didn't let up. The muzzle continued to spit fire until the severed tentacle was reduced to nothing but charred remains, completely devoid of life. Bloodthirsty aberration eliminated. Points 15. A cold notification sounded from his tactical watch, and Ning Yuan finally released the trigger. TCH, no matter how strong its regeneration was, it couldn't recover from being burned to ash. The 6 elemental modes truly adapted to any situation. No wonder the Divine Vaults highly recommended it. At that moment, Ning Yuan was filled with awe. The power of the Divine Machine main weapon exceeded anything he had imagined. Only through use did he truly understand the strength of a hexagram Divine Punishment Elementalist. He checked his spirit crystal consumption. With only 50 points of soul amplitude, the Divine Machine's sustained use depended entirely on the support of spirit crystals. After a careful look, he saw that out of the millions of spirit crystals in his knowledge space, just over 100 had been used well within reasonable limits. By this calculation, the cost wasn't too high, equivalent to a little over 10,000 dragon coins. Ning Yuan opened his status panel and saw his current level and that his soul amplitude during the awakening stage was tinged with red, showing a loss of 8 points. As useful as spirit crystals were, some of the energy still had to be drawn from his own soul power, especially the continuous operation of the Divine Machine, which constantly consumed it. Meanwhile, all the schools and organizations in Jiangcheng were closely following the military's assessment. This test wasn't just a major event for the military, it was also a highlight of the graduation season for every school. The eyes of major factions and institutions were fixed on the assessment's progress, waiting for the rise of new combat prodigies. In the surveillance room of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Principal Wang Li was fixated on the live updating leaderboard. On the screen, Wei Qianyong's 32 points and Li Ye's 25 points made his expression relax slightly. These two top students were performing as expected. Not only did they have outstanding main weapon configurations, but their talent and soul resonance was also exceptional. However, when the leaderboard refreshed as it did every 15 minutes, an unexpected name suddenly shot to the top. Ning Yuan, 62 points, 100 completion at the first evacuation point. Uft. Wang Li spat out his tea, slammed the table, and stared at the unfamiliar name, his voice trembling with shock. He's already cleared the first evacuation point? Where did this Ning Yuan come from? The teachers in the surveillance room looked at each other, speechless. The teacher in charge of Secret Realm Strategies stammered, clearing the first evacuation point in just half an hour. This might be the fastest record ever. If he knew that Ning Yuan had actually been holding back to conserve spirit crystals, he would have been even more astonished. If Ning Yuan had gone all out, unleashing the full power of his 6-pointed Divine Punishment Elementalist, he could have finished even faster. The intelligence teacher went on to explain, the previous fastest clearance was set by a military prodigy, who finished in 45 minutes. That genius had a naturally awakened main weapon, triple ultimate configuration at birth, 97 power, energy multiplier of 3 to 8.5 times, battle pattern multiplier of 2.8, and a power range of 814.8 to 2308.6. He's now Jiangcheng's guardian, a black tyrant. The room erupted in shock. Did this mean this newcomer, Ning Yuan, was even more impressive than the most legendary talent in the city's military history? Just then, the Dean of Academic Affairs hurriedly pulled up a file. When Ning Yuan's profile appeared on the screen, the conference room fell silent. Name, Ning Yuan. Origin, Ning family, Imperial capital. Status, failed awakening of main weapon, expelled and disowned by the Ning family. Impossible. The vice principal shot to his feet, exclaiming, how could someone who failed their awakening reach this level? Where did his main weapon come from? And there's no way he could have a triple ultimate configuration. Unless he was born with the ultimate main weapon configuration? Everyone present felt their throats go dry, sinking into stunned disbelief. Inside the command center at Bloodcloud Mountain, Wei Feng's expression froze. As a commander, he was expected to remain composed, but now he was completely thrown off. Ning Yuan had finished the first evacuation point in just 30 minutes. This result had already shattered the previous record set by the military's legendary general, the Black Flame Demon Lord. Even though Wei Qianyong, who ranked second, was making decent progress, the first evacuation point was in the suburbs, making it much less challenging than the city's edge. Once inside the city limits, the difficulty spiked dramatically. Many candidates had been stopped cold at 99. Their results simply weren't comparable. At that moment, Ning Yuan stepped through the blue barrier of the first evacuation point, and the sight before him made him frown instantly. A nauseating stench of rot hit him, and the asphalt beneath his feet had been replaced by some kind of writhing flesh. Even worse, a suffocating sense of oppression pressed in from all directions. Warning! Warning! Candidate Ning Yuan, you have entered the second stage of the blood-stained Old Capital. Danger level has increased sharply. Please exercise caution. The cold, mechanical voice from his tactical watch made the atmosphere even more tense. The grotesque scene matched the warning in the intelligence guide. Each new stage would see a huge leap in difficulty. Could this even be called a city anymore? Even with Ning Yuan's iron will, he could barely suppress the urge to vomit. As soon as his foot touched the ground, there was a faint squelch. The sole of his shoe sank into the dark red, fleshy surface, and when he lifted it, sticky blood-like threads clung to it. The streets were completely covered by writhing tendrils, with thick, bluish-purple vein-like lines crawling across the surface. Every building had transformed into a living monstrosity. Blood-red tissue wound around skyscrapers like vines, and the outer walls were studded with massive fleshy sacs, making the towers look like bizarre trees heavy with fruit. The surface of these cocoons would bulge and twitch from time to time, as if something terrifying was gestating inside. The most chilling sight was the streetlights. The metal poles had been fused with flesh, and at the top, flowers made of blood vessels and nerve bundles bloomed, emitting a dim, blood-red bioluminescence that looked disturbingly like giant eyeballs. This was the true blood-stained old capital, and it was impossible to imagine what kind of horror could have caused such devastation. Suddenly, a series of wet, pulsing sounds filled the air, like countless hearts beating in unison. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed as he saw the dense clusters of flesh sacs on the outer walls start to wriggle violently, as if they were about to burst. Looking down the street, every building was draped with these sacs. There had to be tens of thousands. With a deafening bang, one of the sacs exploded, spraying blood and viscous fluid in all directions. A monstrous creature emerged, its body vaguely humanoid, but with 6 spider-like legs and a head made up of a mass of restless, writhing tendrils. The bloodthirsty brooders, nightmare creatures at the awakening level, possessed a collective consciousness, rapid evolution, and the ability to corrupt minds. Suddenly, the entire city of flesh and blood trembled violently, as if an ancient beast was awakening from its slumber. Hundreds of fleshy orbs hanging from the buildings on both sides of the street began to convulse in unison, their bluish-purple veins bulging as though they might burst at any moment. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. The nearest orb was already covered in web-like cracks, with thick, bloody fluid seeping from within. With a muffled pop, the first orb exploded like a starting gun, triggering a chain reaction. Explosions echoed one after another as hundreds of bloodthirsty brooders broke free, their bodies still slick with amniotic fluid. 6 spider-like limbs carved deep grooves into the fleshy ground. The first 3 to hatch raised their tendril-covered heads and let out piercing screeches, as if issuing orders. Instantly, every brooder turned toward Ning Yuan, their compound eyes gleaming with bloodlust. More than 20 of them surged forward like cannonballs, their limbs moving in a terrifying blur, punching deep pits into the ground. Even more terrifying was the wave that followed. An entire street's worth of monsters surged forward like a crimson tide, rising 3 meters high. Damn it, Ning Yuan cursed under his breath. No wonder even the military can't get through with creatures like these. Just this one wave unleashed a flood of hundreds of monsters. Core at 100%. Maximum energy release. Activate ultimate combat sigil. Switching hexagram rotation, hurricane element. Ning Yuan's expression grew grim as he muttered, "Let's see how you monsters handle a real storm." Namo Gatling Bodhisattva 3,600 rounds per breath. A jade green light burst forth, the runes on the gun barrel lighting up one by one. The hurricane element of the 6 spirits activated, and although the firepower was halved at 3,000 rounds per minute, it was still enough to unleash a terrifying barrage. The muzzle rose slightly, and the 6-pointed divine punishment weapon roared like a hurricane, the spinning barrel whipping up a green wind that sent Ning Yuan's robes flapping wildly. The moment the first volley left the chamber, the air split with visible shockwaves. This masterwork weapon, at its peak configuration, revealed its true ferocity. Storm bullets, 3,000 per minute, became a dragon of jade green wind, tearing through everything in their path. The brooders at the front were shredded instantly, the storm rounds slicing through the crimson tide like a hot knife through butter. Monster bodies exploded under the elemental bullets, their flesh and shells swept up into a bloody whirlwind that formed a gruesome barrier before Ning Yuan. It was a scene that could shake the world, one man single-handedly holding back an entire tidal wave of monsters. Normally, divine machine weapons had significant weaknesses before reaching the guardian level. A single mistake could mean injury or worse. No one had ever dared to face a monster horde head-on, much less drive it back. With Ning Yuan pouring in spirit crystals without hesitation, the relentless storm of bullets at a maximum power of 2,673 cut through the monsters like endless blades of wind. These newly hatched creatures had skin as soft as tofu, making them especially vulnerable to the wind element rounds. Knowing this, Ning Yuan had chosen the fastest-firing hurricane element for maximum effect. The scene was like harvesting wheat. Waves of monsters surged forward, only to collapse in front of Ning Yuan. Before the first wave of corpses had even cleared, a new horde broke free from their cocoons. Their jagged limbs unfurled in the air, 6 scythe-like claws gleaming coldly. The nearest creature was already within 2 meters, its corrosive slime dripping visibly from twitching tendrils. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan raised his weapon. A hurricane bullet tore the monster to shreds in an instant. But then, a powerful sense of danger struck him. In the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of vivid red in nearby street lamp, now completely entwined with flesh, looked like a grotesque, bloodshot eye. At the critical moment, a bronze light flared. The Book of Knowledge appeared, summoning a protective barrier just in time. The street lamp, now transformed into a barbed, serpentine mass of flesh, slammed hard against the shield, sending violent ripples across its surface. Damn it! Ning Yuan cursed under his breath, shaken but unharmed. He quickly swung his weapon around and unleashed a storm of bullets, blasting the lamp monster to pieces on the spot. Not willing to risk another ambush, he swept his gun in a wide arc, raining bullets across the surrounding buildings. Rat-a-tat-tat. The storm bullets hammered the structures like cannon fire, carving fist-sized holes into the walls. Keeping up his fire, Ning Yuan pressed forward cautiously, moving deeper into the danger zone. Meanwhile, his score skyrocketed at a staggering rate, quickly drawing attention from the Blood Cloud Mountain monitoring team. The leaderboard showed. First place, Ning Yuan 3,125 points, Stage 2 progress, 20. Second place, Wei Qianyong 80 points, Stage 1 progress, 80. Are you sure this isn't a system error? Commander Wei Feng of Blood Cloud Mountain frowned at the technician. He hadn't planned to monitor the exam results personally, but the sudden spike in points had forced him to come and check for himself. I've checked multiple times, sir. The system is operating normally, the technician replied. Fine, I'll see for myself. Wei Feng strode toward the high-level military surveillance room. Pull up the exam hall feed using my clearance. Now, on screen, the building's exterior was crawling with pulsating flesh, constantly spawning new monsters. Wei Feng immediately saw that Ning Yuan had entered a monster nest. This level of a monster wave was rare, even for the second stage. The grotesque creatures swarmed toward Ning Yuan, roaring. The sight made Wei Feng's scalp tingle even with his own Lord-level mainframe. Facing such an onslaught would be overwhelming. Yet Ning Yuan didn't flinch. He calmly raised his weapon, his voice steady and commanding. Core at 100. Maximum energy release. Engrave advanced battle marks. Switch 6 spirits rotation. Hurricane element. A barrage of elemental bullets poured out like a raging storm, instantly tearing a massive gap through the wave of monsters. Witnessing this, Wei Feng felt his throat go dry, his voice catching in his chest. Magnify the energy spectrum, he barked urgently. The tech officer responded swiftly, and the holographic screen immediately displayed 6 distinct energy wavelengths. Each one was so pure it was almost suffocating, perfectly sketching a 6-pointed star pattern on the spectrometer. Ice, fire, light, darkness, wind, lightning. Wei Feng traced each waveform with his finger. His divine engine's primary weapon actually contains 6 elemental cores. As he studied the data on the screen, Wei Feng realized that each elemental core had its own unique properties, and every one was being wielded with extraordinary mastery. This was far beyond anything he had ever seen, enough to completely upend his worldview. Suddenly, the technician let out a sharp cry. Wait, these numbers, this can't be real. Staggering figures flashed across the screen. Rate of fire, 3,000 rounds per minute. Single shot damage, 1,336.5. Total damage per minute, 4,009,500. Holy, even the usually composed Wei Feng couldn't hold back an expletive. He quickly analyzed. The most powerful prodigy on record, the Dark Lord He Yao, could only reach a peak output of 2,308.6 during his awakening. Even if he could swing his blade 200 times in a minute, his total damage would be just 46, 172, not even a fraction of Ning Yuan's numbers. Wei Feng and the technician exchanged stunned looks, their scalps tingling. The technician recalculated, but the result remained the same, 4,000,000 damage per minute. This guy, he's worth an entire battalion on his own. Wei Feng stared at the figure standing alone against the tide of flesh and blood. The monsters attacking from all sides are slowing him down, but with damage output like that, it's no wonder his score is so far ahead of everyone else. As the commander of Blood Cloud Mountain, Wei Feng prided himself on knowing every divine engine weapon in existence, but the dazzling 6-colored weapon on the screen was unlike anything he'd ever heard of. He watched as the lone figure faced off against the wall of writhing flesh. Waves of monsters surged forward, only to be beaten back by even fiercer attacks, the entire battlefield awash in blood and gore. This route was known in military records as the Wall of Flesh. Even the army needed to commit massive resources to clear it, yet Ning Yuan was handling it alone. Let's see how long you can keep this up, Wei Feng murmured. Clearing the entire Wall of Flesh usually takes 7 or 8 hours at least. Wei Feng paid special attention to this candidate and ordered, keep monitoring his status. Report immediately if anything unusual happens. Yes, sir, the technician replied. However, the abnormal surge in points didn't just catch the attention of the military staff. Everyone watching the exam, including teachers and principals from major schools, felt increasingly uneasy. At first, they tried to reassure themselves, thinking it must be a system glitch and the military would fix it soon. But as time passed, the situation became even more suspicious. Why hadn't the leaderboard, which refreshed every 15 minutes, shown any changes for so long? At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Principal Wang Li had just left a meeting and was looking forward to a quiet moment with a cup of tea. As he was about to take a sip, a subordinate rushed in with a report that left him stunned. He nearly spat out his tea. What did you say? Ning Yuan reached 20 progress at the second evacuation point, scored 52,800 points. It's only been 4 hours? I was just in a meeting. Wang Li could hardly believe his ears. Thinking he must have misheard, he checked his watch to confirm the time. It really had only been a little over 4 hours. Yes, principal, the teacher replied, sounding stiff. Wang Li frowned, feeling uneasy. Let's go check the monitoring room. Without hesitation, he strode toward the monitoring room. Although he still suspected his staff might be exaggerating, the moment he saw the rankings, he was completely stunned. First place, Ning Yuan, 52,800 points, progress, 30 at the second evacuation point. Second place, Wei Qianyong, 2,300 points, progress, 5 at the second evacuation point. Third place, Li Yu, 2,000 points, progress, 5 at the second evacuation point. The top spot was far ahead, the points so dazzlingly high it was hard to believe. Wang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Only 4 hours. How could he have racked up more than 50,000 points? He felt dizzy. In all his years as an educator, having seen countless students take the exam, he had never witnessed such an unbelievable result. Doubts swirled in his mind. Did he take the most challenging route and run into clusters of nightmare-level and hell-level monsters, and still manage to break through them all? The more Wang Li thought about it, the less sense it made. The military assessment lasted 2 full days, and no one had ever reached 20 progress at the second evacuation point on the first day. And this score, completely unprecedented, was beyond anyone's imagination. On the other side of the battlefield, bang! Wei Qianyong sliced off the last mutant's head, the phantom wolf's head swirling around his blade, howling in triumph. He caught his breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and a confident smile curled at his lips. We must have closed the gap by now. Wei Qianyong raised his hand to activate his tactical watch. A blue holographic display appeared before his eyes, data rapidly updating. But the moment the leaderboard settled, his smile froze. First, Ning Yuan, 52,800 points, progress, 30 to second evacuation point. Second, Wei Qianyong, 2,300 points, progress, 5 to second evacuation point. This can't be. Wei Qianyong's face went pale. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and the tip of his blade screeched as it scraped across the concrete. For hours of desperate non-stop fighting, and he didn't even come close to catching up. He slammed his fist into the wall beside him. Cracks spiderwebbed rapidly across the concrete. Had always been a genius, top of his class since childhood. Quiet yet determined, he held a pride deep in his bones she refused to lose to anyone. His father, a hero in his eyes, set the standard. Wei Qianyong never boasted, but he always chased after his father's shadow, and had achieved so much. The Sky Prison Wind Wolf, one of the top-tier divine machines. Once he reached the Guardian rank and awakened its true form, he would become a battle wolf. Fast, fierce, unstoppable. Even at his initial awakening, had been gifted with an elite configuration, a supreme honor. His father was proud, and he worked even harder. For this military assessment, he was determined to place first. From the moment he first noticed the leaderboard, had kept his eye on Ning Yuan. Shock, then frustration, then resolve. He had to catch up. But now, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside him. On the blood-soaked streets of the second stage, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out, mingled with the thin, piercing whine of bullets cutting through the air. Ning Yuan raised his weapon, and a barrage of hurricane rounds tore apart the last few blood brooders midair, showering the street with flesh and blood. The six-pointed divine punishment elemental device, which had been whirling in a frenzy moments before, slowly came to a halt. The intricate battle markings, abyssal, eternal, demonic vein etched into the barrel, now glowed with a searing red light, tinged with blue. The prolonged energy discharge left the entire weapon shrouded in a jade-blue hurricane aura, refusing to dissipate. The entire street was a scene of utter devastation. Everywhere he looked, it was as if a massacre had taken place. Fetid, viscous blood and shredded flesh mixed into a sludge ankle-deep. The street had become the aftermath of a meat grinder. The surrounding buildings bore the scars of heavy fire, their facades riddled with bullet holes. Where once grotesque flesh cocoons hung from the walls, now only bright red stains remained. Yet the one responsible for all this, Ning Yuan, kept his eyes fixed ahead. The mangled remains and pools of blood were slowly squirming, seeping into the ground. Just as the intel said, these are all just offshoots. The source is deeper within the secret realm. Ning Yuan frowned. No matter how many of these things I kill, it's pointless. I'll just regenerate. Unless he reached the true source, none of this mattered. Ning Yuan's frown deepened. No wonder the military clears out the secret realm every year. If these monsters were allowed to spread unchecked, they would eventually spill over into the real world, causing unimaginable disasters. At this moment, a trace of exhaustion flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes. After 4 hours of intense combat, even though most of his energy had been replenished by spirit crystals, the toll on his body and mind was still immense. He opened his status panel, and what he saw made him frown slightly. As a divine mech pilot, his level and soul amplitude during the awakening phase still hadn't recovered, and his soul power was severely depleted. Moreover, his losses this time were significant, over 10,000 spirit crystals, which translated into more than 1,000,000 long coins, an amount most people could never hope to earn in their lifetime. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and, after a brief hesitation, decided to press on. As he moved forward, he checked the current leaderboard. First place, Ning Yuan, 52,800 points, having reached 30 progress at the second evacuation point. After deducting the base score of 1,800, he could already exchange for 5,100 military merits. Not bad. By passing the solo assessment, he had already become an elite sergeant. Under normal circumstances, the only way for ordinary people to advance further in rank was to join the military and gain experience. But the military also offered another path, exchanging military merits. From elite sergeant to blade sergeant, silver badge sergeant, gold badge sergeant, and star sergeant, each higher rank brought more privileges. Calculating his gains from this mission, Ning Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. With this solo assessment, he had smoothly advanced to elite sergeant. Next, he only needed to accumulate 30,000 military merits to be promoted to blade sergeant. With that, even when facing the Ning family, he would have nothing to fear. And if the day ever came when he could openly berate the head of the Ning family, they would have no choice but to endure it. At most, they could complain to the military, hoping for punishment, but they would never dare to lay a finger on him. Military merits and badges hold a special status in Longhua, representing a lifetime's pursuit for countless people, with unmatched prestige and privileges. He passed through streets lined with ruined, fleshy buildings, continuing toward the inner city. After passing the wall of flesh and blood, his progress reached 30, but the scenes that unfolded became increasingly shocking. The closer he got to the city's core, the more grotesque the buildings became, entire blocks twisted by some immense force, with thick, dark red tendrils crawling up the walls, pulsing as if alive. On the street, tentacles spread like veins into every corner, gently undulating with a pulse-like rhythm. These were clearly no ordinary aberrations. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes. This city had actually spawned from some kind of source. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky several hundred meters away. A towering spire of flesh erupted from the ground, formed by countless tangled tendrils, and at its peak, a vertical pupil split open, with crimson liquid slowly flowing within its gaze. Blood Mother Nest. Level, Awakening Phase. Monster traits, Flesh Proliferation, Psychic Corruption, Hive Dominance. Warning, detected contamination reaction far exceeding standard levels. His tactical watch flashed red and issued an urgent alert. Candidate Ning Yuan, you have entered a highly contaminated area. Please immediately choose an alternate route. Ning Yuan drew a sharp breath. The tactical watch was the most advanced tool for mech pilots in Longhua, providing invaluable guidance within the secret realm, his most trusted companion. For it to issue such a warning now was a clear signal. The danger in this area had far surpassed expectations. Ning Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. What he was seeing was simply beyond belief, something even the military couldn't handle. Just the sight of this brood mother was enough to shake his nerves. The visual impact was almost overwhelming. The brood mother resembled a colossal hornet's nest, towering 10 meters high like a building. Its surface was covered in a dark red, semi-transparent membrane, beneath which countless eggs pulsed wildly, swelling and contracting like enormous, beating hearts, emitting an eerie, rhythmic thumping. Through the membrane, he could make out the twisted outlines of monsters, some with spider-like limbs, others bristling with spikes curled up in viscous nutrient fluid, twitching occasionally as if they might burst out at any moment. At the very top, the broodmother split open into a gaping maw lined with jagged bone spurs, from which blood-streaked fluid dripped steadily. Suddenly, a chilling cracking sound echoed from within, crunching and snapping as tumors writhed violently on the surface, threatening to rupture at any second. Ning Yuan looked up. All across the massive broodmother, the dense tumors were squirming furiously. Then pop! The first tumor burst open, and a creature coated in slime tumbled to the ground. One after another, more tumors exploded, spilling monsters like raindrops. They struggled to their feet, their deformed bodies rapidly growing stronger. Even more terrifying, new tumors were sprouting on the broodmother's surface at a rate of dozens per second. Damn! Ning Yuan cursed under his breath and turned to run without hesitation. His soul resonance was down to just 12 points, right at the warning threshold. There was no way he could fight these creatures heat in. He had to save what little power he had left to protect himself. Normal monsters, elite monsters, nightmare monsters, hell monsters, and then the sovereign monsters. Ning Yuan never expected to encounter a sovereign-level broodmother in just the second stage. But before he could escape, the broodmother clearly had no intention of letting him go. Roar! The broodmother's tendrils lashed out like living things, unleashing a piercing sonic shriek. Suddenly, the jagged bone spurs at its crown shot out, and 3 blood-red, serpent-like tendrils whipped through the air, their tips gleaming with a cold, metallic light. Ning Yuan's heart pounded. Death was suddenly right in front of him. Instinctively, he shouted, "Shield of the Book of Knowledge." In an instant, an ancient metal tome hovered before his chest, its pages fluttering open in midair. A shimmering barrier unfurled, blocking the tendrils' attack and sending ripples of energy through the air, making the very atmosphere tremble. "They'll come back for you after I fix my soul resonance." Ning Yuan growled, sprinting away as fast as he could. Giving up was never an option. A broodmother was a giant treasure trove of points. Once his resonance recovered, he was confident he could wipe out these monsters with his long-range Gatling weapon. Command Center, Blood Cloud Mountain. Wei Feng burst through the doors, his boots thudding urgently against the floor. His eyes were sharp as blades as he locked onto the technician at the main console and barked, "What's going on with Ning Yuan's signal?" Since Ning Yuan's meteoric rise, Wei Feng had been keeping a close eye on him. Just moments ago, he received a specially set-up alert, which prompted him to rush over. Inside the monitoring room, beads of sweat glistened on the technician's forehead under the fluorescent lights. His fingers flew across the keyboard, producing crisp, rapid clicks. Suddenly, the satellite feed on the screen shifted. A towering structure of writhing arteries and rotting flesh was erupting from the ground. All around it, countless blood-fed hunters surged forth like a tide, their numbers overwhelming. "This is Ning Yuan's encounter with the Blood Mother Nest." Wei Feng's voice trembled with shock. "You've got to be kidding me." Wei Feng's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. With his experience, he immediately recognized the Blood Mother Nest's significance. That's a Lord-class monster. How could a Mother Nest larva appear in the outer zone? Is this thing supposed to show up in the second phase? Cold sweat broke out across Wei Feng's forehead as his mind raced. Mutation. The longer a secret realm exists, the greater the disaster it eventually breeds. That was precisely why the military had decided to take this assessment as an opportunity to eliminate the bloody old capital once and for all. "There's no doubt the theory is confirmed," Wei Feng murmured to himself. After 38 years, the bloody old capital has begun to show signs of mutation. A Blood Mother Nest appearing in the second phase is the proof. The realization sent a chill down his spine. "Sir, take a look at this." The technician's voice quivered as he clicked to bring up a new segment of footage. Wei Feng leaned in, puzzled. The next second, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The surveillance feed shook violently as the jagged bone spikes atop the mother nest suddenly shot up. 3 massive, fleshy tendrils, each as thick as a utility pole, lashed out with metallic flashes at their tips. In that split second, a dazzling bronze glow burst from Ning Yuan's chest. An ancient metal tome floated before him, radiating a pale blue barrier that expanded outward. Though it looked delicate, it was unyielding, blocking all of the mother nest's attacks. "Holy!" The piercing blast echoed through the monitoring room, Wei Feng's exclamation drowning out the alarm systems. "Is that the Book of Knowledge?" Wei Feng stared in disbelief, as if had seen a ghost. "He's an insanely strong mecha pilot, and now you're telling me he's also a spirit engineer?" Wei Feng gripped the control console so tightly his knuckles turned white. To have both a divine mecha core and the Book of Knowledge, that makes him a divine spirit engineer. In all of history, there have been fewer than 3. And you're telling me this kind of genius was a cast-off from the Ning family? Has the Ning family lost their minds? Or have I? Wei Feng stared at the figure on the screen, as if in a dream. The technician beside him was just as stunned when he first saw this. He nearly lost his own composure. After a long moment, Wei Feng's expression grew calm and his gaze sharpened. "Transmit my orders," he said coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "No information regarding Ning Yuan is to be disclosed without my written approval. Set the confidentiality level to my highest authority SS level." "Yes, sir." The technician straightened up and quickly got to work. Standing beside him, Wei Feng couldn't hide his amazement. In just 4 hours, he's racked up over 50,000 points and even took down the mother nest. It's unreal. "Yeah." The technician sighed in deep agreement, a flash of envy in his eyes. Even for someone in the military, earning merit points was no easy feat. This new assessment had included military merit purely to motivate the newcomers to kill more monsters and prepare for future plans. The planners had thought a few hundred points would be the limit for any new recruit, but no one had expected a freak like Ning Yuan. Watching his rate of earning merits made even them jealous. At this moment, Ning Yuan chose to retreat directly to the safest outskirts. The houses here were scattered and dilapidated, yet still wrapped in layers of dark red tendrils that pulsed in the air like veins. Bang! Bang! Ning Yuan raised his hand and fired twice. instantly taking down several monsters. He kicked open a rickety wooden door, and a strong stench of blood rushed out to greet him. The scene inside was even more gruesome than he had expected. The floor was almost completely covered by fleshy tissue that seemed to ripple as if alive. Thick, finger-sized tendrils crawled along the walls, each tipped with eyeballs the size of beans. Dozens of fleshy growths dangled from a swaying chandelier, swaying gently like overripe fruit. The furniture, sofas, and dining table were all wrapped in a fungal, fibrous biomass, forming strange, cocoon-like shapes. This bloody old city truly lived up to its notorious reputation everywhere, bore signs of mutation and corruption. Ning Yuan clicked his tongue, frowning slightly. Just to be safe, he decided to clear the place out. He raised his hand and quickly activated wind element bullets, sweeping through every mutated substance in the room. Bang, 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 bang. Clusters of flesh exploded in the storm, splattering viscous fluid everywhere and instantly staining the walls crimson. The Book of Knowledge unfolded a shimmering barrier, isolating all the foul air outside. 10 minutes later, he finally cleared a clean patch of floor in the middle of the living room. All right, I should be able to improve my soul amplitude today. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. The night before the qualifying assessment, he had already started researching how to solve his low soul amplitude problem and had found some promising clues. But pressed for time, he hadn't managed to fully resolve it yet. The Book of Knowledge flipped its pages on its own, finally stopping at the page for divine vaults of the heavens. A familiar wave of dizziness swept over him. When Ning Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a vast sea of stars. The galaxy glimmered and sparkled, just as it had before. Sensing his intent, 3 orbs of light appeared before him. The 9 Hells Soul Refining Technique, Awakening Phase, Ultimate Soul Forging Method, can raise soul amplitude to 1,800 and soul purity 50 higher than average, but the cultivation process is extremely painful. The Star Vault Visualization Method, Awakening Phase, Ultimate Soul Forging Method, can raise soul amplitude to 1,600 and soul purity 40 higher than average, but requires visualizing the sun, moon, and stars, making progress slow. The Secret Sacrificial Rites of All Spirits, Awakening Phase, Ultimate Soul Forging Method, can raise soul amplitude to 2,200 and soul purity 80 higher than average. Before practicing this method, a soul core must be forged. When killing enemies, the soul core can automatically absorb nearby soul fragments and vital essence, strengthening itself, and then feeding that power back to the soul. Using souls to nourish the soul is highly sinister, and at some point, the whispers of the dead may begin to echo in your ears. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and fell silent for a moment. These were the results of his research that neither now had a deeper understanding of these 3 soul-forging techniques. The soul amplitude method distributed by the school could only reach a maximum of 1,000, which was already considered the world's recognized limit for the awakening phase. But the soul-forging techniques granted by the divine vaults of the heavens broke through that boundary, with the highest capable of exceeding 2,000, more than double the standard limit. Each of these 3 techniques had its pros and cons. The Star Vault Visualization Method was the safest, raising soul amplitude to 1,600 with steady, reliable progress and no side effects, though it was slow. The 9 Hells Soul Refining Technique could boost amplitude to 1,800, nearly doubling it, with significant effects but at the cost of intense pain and severe drawbacks. The Secret Sacrificial Rites of All Spirits could push amplitude to 2,200, with soul purity 80 above average, but its price was unpredictable corruption, and as cultivation deepened, the whispers of the dead might eventually haunt the practitioner. Ning Yuan knew exactly what kind of choice he was facing. Each path had its own advantages and risks, but in his current predicament, choosing the right soul-forging method might be his only chance to break through. Ning Yuan's gaze finally settled on the sinister tome titled Secret Rituals of the Myriad Spirits. The data on this soul-forging technique was incredibly tempting. The soul amplitude reached 2,200, and the purity was 80% higher than average. Most importantly, it met the requirements to unlock the second divine gear even during the awakening phase. This method allowed the practitioner to form a soul core, which would automatically absorb surrounding soul fragments and vital energies during combat to strengthen the user. This pairs perfectly with my hexagram divine punishment elementalist, Ning Yuan thought silently. When it comes to killing efficiency, I doubt any primary divine gear weapon can compete with a Gatling gun. Having made up his mind, he reached out toward the orb radiating a sinister, blood-red light. The moment his fingertips touched it, a blinding crimson flash erupted. As his vision cleared, a damp and decaying stench washed over him. The tendrils on the floor sensed his presence, and, as if startled, all turned toward him at once. The bean-sized eyes contracted, oozing a viscous fluid that glistened eerily in the dim light. Ning Yuan gave them a cold glance, and the tendrils instantly recoiled into the cracks as if shocked. Once he was sure the area was safe, Ning Yuan turned his attention to the book of knowledge before him. This tome contained everything a divine mechanist would need: schematics, inspirations, notes, and other crucial information. The soul forging technique he had just obtained was now recorded within its pages. As the pages flipped, blood-red script began to flow across a blank new chapter. Under the title Soul Amplitude Technique: Secret Rituals of the Myriad Spirits, the densely packed characters twisted into wailing faces and clawing hands before finally solidifying into 3 lines of ominous commandments. A soul sacrificer must use all living beings as kindling. A soul forger must take pain as the crucible. A soul sower must nourish themselves with a myriad of souls. These sinister words pulsed in time with Ning Yuan's breath. After he stared at them for more than 3 seconds, the entire page suddenly collapsed into a single, throbbing dark red phantom, within which a miniature vortex could be seen spinning at its core. This was the form of the soul core. Sinister, Ning Yuan murmured, but he didn't hesitate. A soul forging technique that could raise soul amplitude to 2,200 during awakening and automatically absorb soul fragments and vital energy was worth at least 100,000 military merits in the army. He immediately focused on studying it, determined to overcome his weakness in soul amplitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Feng grew uneasy over Ning Yuan's sudden silence. Hours had passed, and this outstanding candidate hadn't made a sound. He took the time to visit the monitoring room and asked the technician. The last location was on the outskirts near the first evacuation point. He chose to leave. After that, there's been no further activity, the technician replied, pulling up the data. Wei Feng frowned deeply, finding it hard to believe that such a rising star could vanish as suddenly as a fleeting bloom. Injured? The technician whispered, eyes fixed on the surveillance monitor. It's possible. Wei Feng frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the console. That would make sense, considering he ran into a Dominator-level Blood Queen's nest. The footage shows it retreating, but there's no telling what hidden damage it might have caused. His mind raced. Mental contamination? Soul damage? No matter how he tried, Wei Feng couldn't fathom that in his eyes, this super genius soul amplitude was actually less than 100. Never mind. Wei Feng shook his head, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. He's in the secret realm. No one can help him now. Do we have a summary of the anomaly in the secret realm? As the commander of Shuyan Mountain, he had to see the bigger picture, not just focus on a single person. The technician responded immediately, Sir, it's confirmed. Just as you predicted, the anomaly has only just begun about 5 severity and it's right in Ning Yuan's area. That's manageable. Wei Feng nodded slightly. Show me how the other candidates are doing, especially any signs of the anomaly. Make that a priority. His tone grew stern. If the anomaly gets any worse, we'll have to terminate the assessment. And if the cleanup falls short, it'll mess up everything that comes after. That's a huge problem. Yes, sir. The technician quickly pulled up Wei Qianyong's live feed. On the screen, Wei Qianyong was locked in fierce combat. His blade, wreathed in the image of a blue wolf, cut down mutated creatures as easily as if he were harvesting wheat. Compared to Ning Yuan, the monsters he faced were much more ordinary. Wei Feng's expression softened. Looks like the anomaly is only in its early stage. It hasn't exploded yet. He spoke quietly. Ning Yuan just had bad luck. He happened to pick the route with the densest, most quickly mutating monsters. His gaze shifted back to Wei Qianyong. That kid's swordsmanship has improved a lot after training in the secret realm. There was a hint of praise in his voice. Yeah, the technician agreed, and his luck's been good, too. The monsters on his route are just the right density, not too hard, not too easy. It's perfect for honing his skills. He shook his head in amazement. Not like Ning Yuan, who ran straight into a monster nest. Wei Feng sighed as well. You could say Ning Yuan was unlucky. He ended up in the most heavily polluted city zone, with 10 times the monster density of Wei Qianyong's area. But in a way, he was lucky too. Thanks to his specialized divine machine weapon, he managed to survive a situation that should have been impossible and racked up a ton of military merit. Keep monitoring, especially for any changes with the anomaly, Wei Feng said, striding out of the command room. He needed to come up with a new response plan. While Ning Yuan was stuck, the other candidates weren't wasting any time. With a chance to earn military merit, this year's group was the most determined and relentless yet. On the monitoring screen, the leaderboard was clear. First place, Ning Yuan, 52,800 points. Progress, 30 to the second evacuation point. Second place, Wei Qianyong, 2,600 points. Progress, 18 to the second evacuation point. Third place, Li Yu, 2,400 points. Progress, 15 to the second evacuation point. 7 hours passed in a flash. Ning Yuan still led by a wide margin in points, but his progress had fallen behind. That's odd. This assessment is supposed to be a race against time, but 7 hours have gone by and Ning Yuan hasn't made a move? Did he die during the test? That would be something. Rising like a shooting star, only to fall just as fast? For a while, those quietly watching Ning Yuan were all puzzled and discussing the situation. With such a great opportunity to earn military merit, Why had he suddenly stopped moving? Because of this, everyone believed the most likely explanation was that he was dead. In the principal's office at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Wang Li had just finished a meeting and was massaging his aching temples as he opened the door. A staff member from the intelligence department rushed over, nearly at a run, the blue light from his tactical tablet flickering in his hands. Principal, the candidate you've been watching closely, Ning Yuan, hasn't shown any activity for a full 7 hours. The staff member's voice was thick with anxiety. Wang Li instantly snapped to attention, his brows knitting tightly together. From the very beginning of the assessment, he had been keeping a close eye on this extraordinary candidate, holding high hopes for his final results. And now, something had gone wrong. He snatched the tablet and quickly scanned the data on the screen. Ning Yuan. Score, 52,800. Progress stalled, 30 at the second evacuation point. Last active, 7 hours ago. Wang Li's frown deepened, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen. He cleared the first evacuation point in just half an hour. Why did he suddenly stop? He muttered, unable to make sense of it. Injured? Out of supplies? Or, suddenly, he turned, his voice urgent. What about the other candidates? Wei Qianyong has reached the second stage, progress at 18. Liu is about the same, at 15, the staff member replied quickly. Wang Li's frown tightened even further. As principal, he didn't care whether Ning Yuan was a student from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. In his eyes, any outstanding young talent from Longwo was worth his attention and pride. He was never so narrow-minded as to only care about his own school's students. Keep monitoring, Wang Li instructed, though there was little else he could do. But to everyone's surprise, 3 hours passed, then 7, then half a day. What was thought to be a brief break for Ning Yuan turned into complete silence, as if he had vanished into thin air. There was not a single sign of movement. Might as well have been dead. By the 24th hour after Ning Yuan's disappearance, the leaderboard had completely changed. First place, Ning Yuan, score 52,800, progress, 30 at the second evacuation point. Second place, Wei Qianyong, score 18,300, progress, 48 at the second evacuation point. Third place, Liu, score 18,000, progress, 45 at the second evacuation point. The first day of the assessment had ended. Ning Yuan's progress was being caught up by others, but his staggering score still left everyone else far behind. At this point, other candidates were also starting to pause and rest, and the leaderboard hadn't changed for several hours. At the gathering point for those who had failed the assessment, under a gray sky, dozens of eliminated candidates huddled in a makeshift rest area. Their bodies were covered in bruises and bandages, some sipped energy potions with pale faces, all of them looking defeated. In the center of the square, a holographic screen displayed the leaderboard for all to see. TCH, that guy's score still hasn't changed. A boy in a torn tactical suit scoffed, arms crossed. It's been 24 hours. Maybe he really did die in there. Good riddance if he did, snapped a girl with a high ponytail, her eyes glinting with jealousy. Some nobody shows up out of nowhere and racks up 50,000 points. Why should he get that? Exactly. Another burly candidate slammed the table, making it thud. We risked our lives for a few hundred points, and he ends up with 100 times what we have. It's absurd. So what? The girl with the ponytail rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with bitterness. For all we know, his boat is cold by now. The group burst out laughing, their laughter tinged with resentment and envy. They had been eliminated, but seeing that genius who had been so far ahead suddenly disappear made them feel, oddly enough, a little better. In the outskirts, within a dilapidated house, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, slowly opening his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a blood-red vortex quietly swirled, as if connecting to some unspeakable abyss. With just a casual glance, the bloody tendrils that had been writhing between the cracks in the floor convulsed violently, as if scorched, and hurriedly retreated into the darkness. They sensed the presence of something far more sinister, more aggressive than themselves. Ning Yuan remembered what they had been like before, greedy, lurking, seeping into every gap, like beasts waiting to devour their prey. But now, they scattered like startled wild dogs. He raised his hand, a thread of dark red soul energy swirling at his fingertip, dense and thick as blood. The oppressive aura spread through the air, almost suffocating. That strange, malevolent presence seemed to pierce the bones and tear at the soul itself. As expected, the soul codex of all spirits hailed by the celestial vaults as an exceptionally sinister secret tome lived up to its reputation. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, clearly sensing a change within himself. Something strange was spreading from the depths of his soul, vague, yet undeniably real. At the same time, he realized this transformation had brought a tremendous boost. His soul power surged like never before, and his thoughts were sharper and more orderly than ever. Even more astonishing, he could now faintly sense the soul fluctuations within a 30-meter radius. The tendrils hiding under the floorboards laid bare their every emotion: greed, fear, restlessness, submission, each as plain as words on a page. With a thought, his status panel appeared before him. Divine Mecha Pilot. Name Ning Yuan. Level Awakening Stage. Soul Amplitude 300. Engine Array Ultimate Superpower Drive Array. 6 Spirit Ultimate Drive Array. Energy Research Ultimate Supercore Energy Supply. Ultimate Star Vein Energy Overflow. Overclocked Battle Markings Cataclysmic in Battle Markings. Abyssal Eternal Demon Veins. War God Ascension Ultimate Divine Energy Surge. Mecha Pilot Skills. Soul Codex of All Spirits. Automatically absorbs nearby soul fragments and blood essence to strengthen the soul. Max 2200. Spirit Mechanist Skills. Blessing of the Book of Knowledge. Flame of Wisdom. Simply by mastering the Soul Codex of All Spirits, Ning Yuan's soul amplitude had soared to 300, a staggering leap. But he knew this was only the beginning. In the future, his amplitude would reach even greater, unimaginable heights. He looked outside the window. The secret realm remained shrouded in darkness. There was no difference between day and night here, and only his tactical watch could track the passage of time. Has it really been 24 hours already? Ning Yuan murmured, his gaze calm as water. He felt no regret. The progress head made during this secluded cultivation more than compensated for his previous weakness in soul amplitude. It was, in fact, a massive gain. On his tactical watch, the assessment countdown still showed 20 hours remaining. Ning Yuan closed his status panel and walked slowly out of the ruined house. Wherever he stepped, the remnants of flesh and blood on the floor shrank away, as if encountering a deadly enemy, not daring to touch him. The creaky wooden door opened with a groan, and a shaft of sunlight pierced the gloom, falling across his face. His blood-red, vortex-like eyes appeared even more eerie in the light, almost alive, drawing the gaze and unsettling the soul. Even the tendrils hiding in the shadows inside the house quivered uncontrollably under the sinister aura he exuded, like fragile things battered by a violent storm, on the verge of withering away. Ning Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the leaderboard and saw that many candidates had already surpassed him in progress, but he merely smiled faintly, showing not the slightest hint of anxiety. With a thought, the 6-point Divine Punishment Elementalist appeared at his side. His control and perception of his main mecha weapon had improved dramatically. His movements were smooth and natural, as if it were an extension of his own body. On the ruined streets, Ning Yuan strode forward at a steady pace. Though his steps were light, there was a distinct rhythm to them. He moved like a shadow passing through silence and death, radiating an aura that would chill the heart of any enemy. After Ning Yuan's soul amplitude surpassed 300, the entire world looked different to him. The flow of air seemed to move with tangible form. Dust drifted in glittering trails like a river of stars, and every minor muscle twitch of distant monsters was clearly visible, as if the world itself had slowed down tenfold. He quickly arrived once again at the end of the first evacuation route, the entrance to the city. Boom! At the intersection, the ground suddenly trembled. With a thunderous crash, the asphalt split apart as a blood-soaked, mutated creature as thick as a barrel burst from below. Its vertical pupil flared with crimson light. The exact same scene Ning Yuan had witnessed the day before was unfolding again. But this time, Ning Yuan didn't so much as frown, his expression calm as ever. A piercing screech tore through the air as the mutated creature unleashed a beam of red light, laced with psychic corruption. Ning Yuan stood his ground, completely unmoved. Buzz! The Book of Knowledge's defensive barrier hadn't even finished forming before the crimson light dissolved 3 inches in front of him, scattering into countless blood-red motes that faded into the air. Now that his soul amplitude was over 300, this level of psychic attack didn't even warrant a defensive response. The rise in soul amplitude wasn't just a string of cold numbers, it was a true transformation of his very essence. Moreover, the soul sacrifice codex he cultivated was far more aggressive and potent than the standard soul forging method distributed by the Academy. The creature's vertical pupil contracted sharply, betraying a hint of unease as it realized its attack had failed. "You've gotten weaker," Ning Yuan remarked, casually raising his right hand as if greeting an acquaintance. No runes flared. No surge of energy preceded the action. The 6-point Divine Punishment Elemental device responded instantly to his will, sending 3 beams of blinding white light straight through the monster's head. There were no dazzling explosions, no wasted energy. Each strike was swift and lethal, like brushing dust from his clothes. As I thought, with a stronger soul, even the response time of the divine weapon improves. Ning Yuan relished the seamless control. This perfect command and mastery, it's an incredible feeling. What once required his full focus to pull off now came as naturally as breathing. Ordinary bullets poured from the muzzle of his gun, automatically splitting into 6 elemental projectiles the moment they left the barrel. Fire intertwined with ice, lightning resonated with storm, and every bullet struck a vital point on the creature with uncanny precision. Thud thud thud. The monster's thick tentacles froze in midair, then, as if sliced by invisible blades, shattered into hundreds of neat chunks that crashed to the ground, sending blood flying everywhere. A blood-red vortex swirled deep in Ning Yuan's eyes, and his brow grew slightly warm. his soul core activated, absorbing the dead creature's soul fragments and vital essence. Soul Amplitude 1. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. The subtle strengthening of his soul was a pleasure rivaling the finest experiences in the world. He could clearly sense the difference between channeling his soul and using soul crystals to control his divine weapon. Using his soul felt like moving his own limbs flawless and natural. Using soul crystals was more like operating a prosthetic. It worked, but the experience wasn't even close. Sir, you need to see this. The technician's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Wei Feng had been arranging tactics at the strategy table when the call came through. His brow furrowed as he strode quickly toward the central monitoring area. The moment he pushed open the door, his pupils contracted sharply on the holographic screen. Ning Yuan was walking step by step, calmly making his way through a scene of carnage. There were no thunderous explosions, no furious battle cries. Each of Ning Yuan's steps seemed to carry an invisible force. His movements were simple and precise. As he lifted his right hand, the hexagonal divine punishment weapon seemed to merge seamlessly with his body, his actions fluid and natural. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bloodthirsty brooders lunged at him from different angles, but each was instantly taken out with a bullet to the head. The bullets flew in perfectly straight lines, as if following a meticulously calculated formula. The final shot even passed through the eye sockets of the first 2 monsters, landing dead center between the brows of the third. A flash of disbelief crossed Wei Feng's eyes. This wasn't just combat, it was art. Ning Yuan's gaze was shockingly calm, as if he were no longer a warrior, but the master of the entire battlefield. Every step, every shot, seemed preordained. The air itself felt frozen, every movement Ning Yuan made radiating an undeniable composure. The technician hurriedly pulled up the energy output graph. Sir, look at this. The energy readings were almost a straight line, astonishingly stable, as if he were shooting at stationary targets rather than fighting monsters. Swallowing hard, the technician spoke in a low voice. It's like he already calculated everything in advance. Wei Feng stared at the calm figure on the screen, a chill creeping into his heart. This was no longer mere combat instinct, but absolute control. His gaze locked onto Ning Yuan, a sudden clarity settling over him. This candidate had undergone some kind of transformation. Silently, Wei Feng wondered what the young man, who once struggled in a dilapidated suburban shack, must have experienced to bring about such a profound change. Suddenly, the technician shouted, "Sir, he's still moving forward. The blood broodmother's lair is just ahead. He must know how dangerous it is. Is he planning to confront the broodmother hidden?" Wei Feng's pupils contracted sharply once more, his eyes snapping back to the screen. As Ning Yuan pressed on, the corruption of the mutated old city grew ever more intense. Even though he had been through the area before, a wave of nausea still rose within him. The grotesque scenes were almost beyond comprehension. What kind of entity could create such a twisted origin? With every step Ning Yuan took, faint thuds echoed from beneath the ground, as if the city's heart was beating heavily. The dark red, fleshy swamp on the ground clung to his boots, swallowing his ankles with each stride. Countless tentacles reached greedily from below, quickly trying to ensnare his feet. Suddenly, the sole of his boot crushed a fist-sized tumor, sending pus splattering across the ground. The sickly stench of rot filled the air, and a white, corrosive vapor rose from the asphalt. Though the mutation here was not at its most intense, the walls were covered in bloody, crawling growths, and tentacles occasionally snapped back like snakes. But as Ning Yuan drew closer to the brood mother, the corruption grew even more severe. A massive, sickening hum vibrated through the air, as if emanating from the city's very core. The terrifying brood mother loomed into view, a 10-meter-tall nest, like an enormous wasp hive, its surface pulsing with thousands of eggs. Sensing Ning Yuan's approach, the once silent nest began to tremble violently. The giant structure heaved, countless egg sacs writhing. With a sharp crack, the first fleshy sphere burst open. Then splat, splat, splat. A series of explosions erupted as hundreds of tumors burst almost simultaneously, releasing a wave of nauseating, bloody stench. Monsters fell like raindrops, crashing to the ground before struggling to their feet. Their twisted bodies grew stronger by the second, transforming before the naked eye. They emerged one after another, as if rolling off an assembly line, endless and relentless. The sight alone was enough to make any ordinary person despair. This is insane. In the monitoring room, the technician shouted in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror as he watched the endless horde of monsters flood across the screen. How are we supposed to fight a nest like this? Even Wei Feng, usually calm and collected, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. His gaze was fixed on the screen, unblinking and grave. Bloodbrood nests were monsters that should only appear in the 3rd or 4th stages. Each one could spawn over 100 hellspawn every minute. With more than 30 nests entrenched deep inside, that meant over 3,000 monsters would be born every minute. This monstrous rate of reproduction was exactly why the military couldn't advance even an inch. Wei Feng stared at the footage, deep in thought. Since Ning Yuan had chosen not to retreat, he must have some confidence in his chances. Wei Feng was intensely curious what gave Ning Yuan the courage to face these terrifying blood brood nests alone. Yet Ning Yuan showed no fear as he faced the monstrous nests again. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle. To him, these creatures were nothing more than walking loot bags, perfect for racking up points and soul shards. As he fought his way here, he grew ever more aware of the incredible power of the soul sacrifice codex. It provided him with an inexhaustible source of soul energy, like a perpetual engine. As long as he kept killing enemies, he never had to rest. He would only grow stronger with every battle. In his hands, the hexagram divine retribution elemental cannon blazed with dazzling six-colored light, brilliant and breathtaking. The 6 barrels rotated slowly, each one pulsing with a different elemental glow: light, darkness, frost, flame, thunder, and wind. Abyssal runes etched into the barrel shimmered with dark golden light, pulsing as if alive. Ning Yuan raised the weapon slightly and murmured, "Core at 100, maximum energy output, battle runes fully engaged." As soon as the words left his mouth, all 6 barrels roared to life. The elemental glows surged together at the muzzle, and then unleashed in a blinding torrent. Boom! The 6-colored elemental flood tore through the air, forming a dazzling, deadly storm. The brood nest shrieked, their cries vibrating through the air. Dozens, even hundreds, of blood-fed hunters surged forward like a crimson tide, their limbs pounding the ground with a sickening clatter. Their tentacles whipped through the air, weaving a forest of blood and death. The sheer ferocity they radiated was enough to suffocate any awakened fighter. Yet none of them could cross that invisible line of death. Ning Yuan unleashed a pure elemental onslaught, a baptism of firepower. Blazing red flames, icy blue frost, the suffocating chill of darkness, blinding white light, swift green winds, and tyrannical purple lightning, all 6 elements merged into an impenetrable, radiant barrier. The breathtaking 6-colored torrent became a terrifying engine of slaughter. The barrel spun into a wheel of light, unleashing elemental fury in a precise, millimeter-perfect storm of destruction. Even though the hexagram divine retribution elemental cannon's power was somewhat reduced against Hellspawn in full release mode, its lethality was still overwhelming. Ning Yuan poured out firepower without reservation, unleashing the weapon's full might for the first time. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The blood-fed hunters charged in, claws outstretched, only to be driven back step by the elemental barrage. Countless damage numbers burst into the air like fountains, far too many to count. This is unbelievable. The damage output is off the charts. Inside the monitoring room, the technician was utterly stunned. The dazzling 6-colored torrent on the screen made his scalp tingle. He had always thought had seen every kind of pilot in action. The graduation battles happened every year. After all, but in this moment, that belief crumbled. He used to think that anyone claiming a divine mech's main weapon could strike 1,000 or 2,000 times a minute was joking. Yet everything before him shattered his assumptions. Ning Yuan's hexagram divine judgment elementalist was something he'd never seen before. The main weapon, crafted as if from 6 wands, was a masterpiece of beauty, yet it had become the world's most terrifying killing machine. The technician stared at the screen, suddenly noticing something. His throat tightened as he pointed at the data, voice trembling. Every shot, every single one, he's hitting the monster's vital points. Wei Feng took over, eyes narrowing slightly. On the screen, every attack from Ning Yuan was automatically traced with a crimson prediction line by the military system. What sent chills down their spines was that every prediction line landed precisely on the monster's weak spots. A blood-fed stalker had just broken out of its egg sac when a bullet pierced its Multi-Faceted skull with perfect accuracy. Several monsters' joints exploded into sprays of blood, their frenzied charge instantly thrown into chaos as they crashed into each other. Even the monsters falling from the sky had their landing spots anticipated, bullets blasting them apart midair. By the time they hit the ground, they were nothing but mangled flesh. The entire killing process was seamless, almost as if the monsters were cooperating with the bullet's trajectory. "This is absurd," the technician muttered, his voice low and shocked, all traces of his former composure gone. "The level of control is unreal. In this battle, he's like an unstoppable killing machine." Wei Feng's brow remained tightly furrowed, his gaze serious. As impressive as this output is, it's still not enough to defeat the Blood Queen Hive. Ning Yuan, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was completely immersed in the thrill of the slaughter. Watching wave after wave of monsters dissolve into ashes under his barrage, he was reveling in a feast of violent beauty. With every hit, a voice echoed in his mind. Soul 1. Soul 1. Soul 1. The technician couldn't look away from the screen, unable to imagine how Ning Yuan could possibly use this level of firepower to take down the Blood Queen Hive. Even Wei Feng found himself growing increasingly curious about the Ning family outcast. His single-shot damage might not be the highest, but in terms of total damage, he's almost reached an unbeatable level for the awakening stage, the technician said, voice excited as he couldn't help but praise. If he upgrades his mech to the elite or guardian class, just imagine how terrifying that would be. An elite class divine mech is already starting to form armor, crackling with electric energy as it moves. Combine 6 elements together, and you are looking at a power the likes of which we've never seen. Even he couldn't help but shake his head in awe. It's beyond imagining. Wei Feng's expression remained tense, if anything growing more serious. But can he really defeat the Blood Queen Hive? The technician stayed focused, watching every detail of the battlefield, still unable to imagine Ning Yuan breaking through the Blood Queen Hive's defenses on his own with his current strength. The Soul Core greedily devoured the fragments of the blood-fed hunter's soul and its vital essence, drawing in power without pause. At this moment, Ning Yuan stood alone, defending the entrance to the Blood Mother's nest, slaughtering monsters in a frenzy unlike anything seen before. This incredible feat produced a shocking result. His score, which had been stuck for a full 24 hours, was now skyrocketing at an unbelievable rate, shaking the entire assessment zone. Meanwhile, somewhere in the outskirts of the blood-stained old capital, Wei Qianyong suddenly jolted awake from a deep sleep. His body still ached with exhaustion, the lingering effect of fighting non-stop in the assessment area for an entire day. To regain his strength, he had no choice but to rest for a while in this relatively safe corner. The surroundings remained as eerie as ever, walls crawling with writhing, dark red veins, thick pus oozing from cracks in the floor, and tentacles dangling from the ceiling, twitching like the tongues of the hanged. But Wei Qianyong had no time to pay attention to these horrors. 3 hours of restless sleep had only partially restored him, and the first thing he did upon waking was check the leaderboard. I've rested enough. Now it's time to go all out, he muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. Ning Yuan's score has been stalled for so long. I should be able to catch up soon. But the moment he opened the rankings, his pupils contracted sharply. First place, Ning Yuan, score 84,800, progress, second evacuation point 30. Second place, Wei Qianyong, score 18,300, progress, second evacuation point 48. What the hell? Wei Qianyong blurted out, instantly wide awake, as if struck by lightning. He stared at the numbers again and again. The progress was still stuck at 30, but the score had soared to such a degree? Impossible. Was there a system error? Wei Qianyong could no longer stay calm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what had happened on Ning Yuan's side that could cause his progress to stall while his score soared so dramatically. On the Blood Cloud Mountain, inside a lavish, gilded VIP suite, the Ning family sat upright and tense. This room had been specially requested from Wei Qianyong. Ning Baichen lounged lazily on a leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, a mocking smile playing on his lips. In the center of the room, the holographic projection screen clearly displayed Ning Yuan's score, 52,800 points, now dropped to 4th place. Ning Baichen took a sip of wine and sneered. A place like Jiangcheng will never make it to the big leagues. I thought someone finally showed promise when they pushed to 30 of the second evacuation point in just half a day. Turns out, it's just another joke. Even more ridiculous, he has the same name as that useless Ning Yuan. Ning Yushi idly toyed with her new crystal nails. I even took a nap and nothing's changed. He's probably dead in some corner by now. Before she finished speaking, a piercing system alert suddenly sounded. The leaderboard refreshed instantly. First place, Ning Yuan, 84,800 points, progress, 30 at the second evacuation point. With a loud crash, Ning Baichen slammed his wine glass to the floor. Dark red liquid splattered across his polished shoes, but he didn't even notice. Impossible. Ning Yushi shot up from the sofa, her face full of shock. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. Ning Xiaofeng and Ning Xiaoyu burst in, still flushed from last night's drinking. Well, Baichen, you're still here waiting? Ning Xiaofeng sprawled onto the sofa. What's so interesting? Ning Xiaoyu chimed in excitedly. We went to the slums yesterday to check on that loser. Wanted to see how someone who can't even awaken their main weapon was getting by. Guess what? The place was empty except for some instant noodle cups. Ning Xiaofeng laughed loudly. Maybe he heard we were coming and hid in the sewers. His laughter cut off abruptly as he caught sight of the numbers on the screen, sobering up fast. What's going on? Ning Xiaoyu's wine glass dropped onto the carpet, the red wine spreading like blood. She pointed at the glaring number, her hand trembling. 84,800? The system must be bugged. Ning Xiaofeng frantically hit the refresh button, his fingers blurring in the air, but the data didn't budge. Ning Yuan's name remained at the top. Ning Baichen's face darkened, a shadow flickering in his eyes. This person sharing a name with that so-called loser was seriously getting under his skin. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with chaotic elemental energy. The ground was scarred with deep cracks and littered with monster remains. Ning Yuan hefted his formidable 6-pointed divine elemental punisher, calmly surveying the scene. Dark purple fluid oozed slowly, seeping into the fissures. All across the city, bloody tendrils squirmed, making unsettling sucking noises. Limbs and blood on the ground vanished at a visible rate, as if being digested by some massive stomach. In the distance, the blood-soaked brood mother waved its tentacles, continuously spawning new egg sacs. A steady stream of fluid was pumped through underground tendrils into the brood mother's body. TCH, Ning Yuan muttered. No wonder the military can't make any headway. This thing is basically a perpetual motion factory. No matter how many you kill, they just get recycled and hatched again. These tendrils work like straws, funneling all the nutrients back to the brood mother. Unless it's completely wiped out, leaving nothing behind, there's no end to this. He glanced at his stats. 84,800 points in 3 hours, which converts to 8,300 military merits. Not bad. But it's time to stop. I want to see what's at the end of the second phase. His gaze locked onto the brood mother, fingers brushing over the glowing 6-pointed divine elemental punisher. A skill prompt appeared. 6-core elemental annihilation. Unleash the maximum power of 6 elemental energies, forming a torrent that obliterates all enemies. 8,000 power per second, lasts for 15 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Exceeding 15 seconds will damage the weapon. Wei Feng's eyes were locked on the screen, his brow tightening with growing concern. Although Ning Yuan's fierce assault seemed to leave the blood brood in ruins, the number of monsters never seemed to decrease. This bizarre situation set off alarm bells in his mind. Something's wrong, he muttered. Ning Yuan should know he can't take down the brood mother alone. What is he really planning? Just then, a technician quickly pulled up the latest data, his face suddenly draining of color. On the monitor, grotesque black veins began to spread across the brood mother's surface, and the speed at which the fleshy tumors ruptured increased dramatically. Wei Feng's pupils contracted sharply as the data on the screen surged wildly, piercing alarms blaring throughout the command center. Energy readings are off the charts. The brood mother's activity is spiking. The technician stammered, his trembling fingers hastily pulling up a real-time scan. On the display, the once dark red surface of the brood mother was now completely covered in tangled black veins, forming a dense, web-like pattern. The tumors writhed violently, emitting a chilling, guttural sound. Suddenly pop, pop, pop. Dozens of tumors burst open at once. But this time, what crawled out were not ordinary blood-fed hunters, but abyssal devourers, each one 3 times the size of the previous monsters. Their bodies were pitch black, with rows of sharp bone spines jutting from their backs, and the most terrifying feature was the massive, gaping maw that split open to their chests, filled with spiraling, saw-like teeth. Wei Feng felt his heart sink. Abyssal devourers, the brood mother's most lethal weapon, according to military records. Yet, Ning Yuan, facing the swarm of abyssal devourers on the screen, did not retreat. Instead, he slowly raised the 6-point elemental judgment weapon. 6-core elemental annihilation, activate. Boom. The 6 barrels erupted with blinding light as 6 elemental energies intertwined, unleashing a dazzling pillar of destruction that swept across the battlefield. Light, darkness, ice, fire, lightning, and wind. 6 colors of elemental power raged like the wrath of the gods, warping the air and reducing everything in their path to ashes. This terrifying elemental torrent far exceeded what the secret realm of the awakening stage could withstand, ignoring all defenses and dealing pure, unmitigated damage. The damage numbers refreshed on the screen like a waterfall, climbing higher and higher. This can't be. The technician slammed his fists on the console, eyes wide in disbelief. 8,000 power per second. That's way beyond the awakening stage limit. He frantically pulled up historical data. That's 40% higher than last year's capital exam champion at Pekin. He was using the top-tier divine armament, Thunder Tyrant. Wei Feng stared at the 6-colored pillar of destruction on the screen, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. This young man, abandoned by his own family, had unleashed a power strong enough to rewrite the history of the awakening stage. Even more terrifying was the way Wei Feng's gaze remained fixed on the abyssal devourers, who had been vaporized in an instant. These creatures, which even the military's top experts found troublesome, were reduced to nothingness in the blinding light, as fragile as paper, almost unbelievably so. What kind of divine weapon is this? Wei Feng muttered, eyes wide and unblinking. He mentioned a Gatling gun. Is that the name of this weapon? The dazzling beam of light lasted a full 15 seconds. When everything finally quieted down, the wind stilled, the rain stopped, and the dust settled. The sight before them was utterly shocking. The once mighty, arrogant blood mother nest now bore a massive hole several meters wide right at its center. Through this gaping wound, one could see the sky beyond. The scorching elemental torrent had incinerated all surrounding flesh, leaving nothing behind. The black, writhing veins, the pulsing flesh sacs, and the hatching egg clusters had all lost their vitality. The tentacles that once thrashed wildly now hung limp, like withered vines drained of life. Absolute silence. No screams, no struggle. Everything had been obliterated by the searing beam. The mother nest was destroyed in a single, decisive blow. Inside the control room, a deathly silence reigned. The mother nest confirmed destroyed. Wei Feng stared at the massive hole that pierced the nest, his throat tight, voice hoarse. At the center of the battlefield, the barrel of the hexagram divine punishment elementalist slowly stopped spinning. The six-colored, wand-like barrels, now covered in cracks like fragile porcelain, seemed on the verge of shattering. The elemental energies inside tangled chaotically, sometimes bursting with blinding flashes, sometimes falling into a dangerous stillness. Just as the skill description said it could last for a maximum of 15 seconds each time. Ning Yuan slowly lowered the hexagram divine punishment elementalist, a blood-red vortex swirling deep in his eyes. Soul 300. 3 hours had passed. It had cleared out waves of minor monsters, and, with the Blood Mother nest, the soul core's devouring had never ceased. Now his attribute panel displayed. Divine Mecha Pilot, Ning Yuan. Level, Awakening Stage. Soul Amplitude, 1200. He had reached the upper limit for an ordinary person at the Awakening Stage, which was 1000. With this, Ning Yuan saw the path to the elite-level evolution for the hexagram divine punishment elementalist. Each stage of the divine mecha's evolution brought monumental change. The difference was truly vast. The elite-level evolution for the hexagram divine punishment elementalist was Hexapolar Divine Punishment Radiant Battle Armor. Level, Elite. Traits. Height, 5 meters. Mass, 12 tons. Configuration, Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix Rainbow Crystal, Storm Inglong Skywing, Star Core Giant Rhino Crystal Armor. Assessment, standing 5 meters tall with a perfect, top-tier configuration. This is a true monster of performance. This configuration retained the weapon's 6-element attack features and further enhanced its firepower. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be called a Gatling gun. It was now a complete divine mecha system, with the Gatling as its main weapon. In addition, it was equipped with divine armor, a power output system, and Inglong Wingshiken features befitting a top-tier mecha. Ning Yuan examined the situation carefully and made a clear decision in his mind. If he wanted to pursue ultimate combat power, he would have to give up the dispersed nature of the 6 elements and focus entirely on the power of the light, Kanona weapon configuration known for its singular, overwhelming force. The core features of the Divine Retribution Light Howl armament, the ultra-concentrated Annihilation weapon configuration, the Aurora Annihilation Cannon Energy Core, the Cataclysmic Destruction Core armor system, and the Radiant Feathered Holy Armor evaluation. All of these spoke for themselves. Every bit of energy would be compressed into a single, apocalyptic attribute, resulting in exponentially greater power, though at the cost of average firing speed and defense. There were still other configurations to consider, but for Ning Yuan, none were worth his attention anymore. Why settle for something second-rate when the perfect configuration was within reach? That would be foolish. Yet he knew there was a price to pay for such power. Although his finances were substantial, reaching this level of god-tier equipment was still a stretch. Just the cost of the 2 core components, Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix, Rainbow Divine Crystal, and Storming Long Sky-soaring wings added up to over 700,000 spirit crystals. Top-tier gear came with a price tag that was nearly impossible to manage easily. For most people, even with an upgrade plan, such a massive expense was simply out of reach. But that wasn't his most pressing concern. The most important thing right now was the military assessment mission. Ning Yuan shifted his focus back to the battle in the blood-soaked ruins of the Secret Realm's old capital. The surroundings were desolate, crumbling walls and shattered buildings. The bloody brood nest had vanished without a trace, clearly lost to the sands of time. After this battle, Ning Yuan's points soared to 111,600, leaving Wei Qianyong, the second-place contender, far behind by an almost unthinkable margin. At this point, he had accumulated over 11,000 military merits, with more than 10 hours left before the Secret Realm closed. He had a real chance to break 30,000 merits before the end. The momentum head gained as a blade sergeant was enough to make him unafraid of any threat from the Ning family. Feeling upbeat, Ning Yuan walked forward with renewed determination, his boots crunching over the remains of the brood nest as he advanced. Crack! The ruined nest crumbled underfoot with a brittle snap, but the sound was quickly drowned out by a heavier, slithering noise. As he moved deeper into the city, the streets became stranger. The ground was littered with tentacles that pulsed and contracted in a slow, rhythmic motion, as if breathing. The skyscrapers that once towered over the city had been replaced by layer upon layer of fleshy sheets, swaying like curtains in the wind. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a thunderous rumble, and a tentacle as thick as a grown man's waist burst out of the earth. Its surface was covered in suction cups, each with sharp teeth at the center. The tentacle rose like a giant serpent, splitting open at the tip to reveal a gaping maw that let out a shrill, baby-like wail. Bang! Ning Yuan fired without hesitation, blasting it apart with a single shot. He frowned, a faint sense of unease creeping in. The progress of the second phase had already reached 60%. As he moved toward the heart of the city, the scenery grew even more twisted. The city itself seemed to have come alive. The surrounding buildings pulsed like walls of living flesh, sending chills down his spine. Whatever had caused this transformation was beyond Ning Yuan's imagination. To turn a city into something so grotesque defied reason. Strangely, aside from the initial resistance from the bloody brood nest, he hadn't encountered any other monsters along the way. The attacking tentacles from earlier were clearly just a byproduct of the city's mutation, not true monsters. The deeper he went, the harder it became to describe the bizarre, warped landscape of this blood-drenched city. Even Ning Yuan, with his iron will, felt a chill crawl up his spine. Still, he straightened his back, set his jaw, and pressed on resolutely toward the unknown depths ahead. Fortunately, I had studied the secret record of all spirits' soul rights. My soul sea was cold and steady, unshaken even if the sky were to collapse. Otherwise, just the visual shock of this place would have been enough to shatter a person's mind. Ning Yuan stayed alert, grateful he hadn't been reckless or impatient, but had instead methodically fortified his soul's weaknesses. If not, his sanity might have already been lost in this terrifying, blood-soaked hell. More than 2 hours passed, and his progress had reached 80. Ning Yuan had walked down this street for so long that he was starting to lose track of time. Could that bloody broodmother he encountered earlier have been the boss guarding this area? He speculated silently, feeling his tension rise. The idea made a certain amount of sense. A blood broodmother was far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Even with a standard team, hundreds of people might not survive a direct assault. The most basic blood-fed hunters here were already hell-level threats regular people wouldn't stand a chance. At best, they'd die instantly. At worst, they'd be completely consumed. Warning. Warning. Examining Ning Yuan. You have entered a highly contaminated zone. Return immediately. His tactical watch blared a harsh warning. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, surprised by the familiar alert, but quickly decided to press on. However, he hadn't gone far before he was forced to stop again. In front of him loomed an even larger and more terrifying blood brood mother than before. This one was twice the size of the last, like a living shopping mall. Its dark red, tumor-like body engulfed an entire building, an 8-story commercial complex wrapped in dozens of thick, tentacle-like appendages. These tentacles snaked out through every window, coiling around the exterior like giant pythons, tearing away chunks of concrete with every movement. Miraculously, the mall's Sinew World shopping center still hung from its body, only partially swallowed. This blood broodmother stood over 20 meters tall, dwarfing the last one, and serving as a massive spawning base. Around its outer shell, clusters of egg sacs dangled like tumors, squirming as if ready to burst open at any moment. His tactical watch shrieked with warnings once again, but Ning Yuan ignored it, raising his gun slightly. Yet just as he was about to move forward, a wave of unease washed over him. He took a few steps ahead, peering down the ruined street, and his pupils contracted sharply had spotted something even more horrifying at the far end. Another broodmother. This one looked completely different from the shopping mall broodmother, rooted at the intersection like a colossal sea anemone. Its main body was formed from a pile of melted, deformed buses, their metal frames fused seamlessly with flesh to create a twisted spire 30 meters tall. Embedded all over its surface were compound eyes like car headlights, casting hundreds of pale beams in every direction. Black, oil-like sludge oozed from the tower, pooling on the ground in burning, corrosive swamps. Between the two broodmothers, the street was crisscrossed by thick, dark red veins, like two giant blood serpents tightly linking the monstrous hives. Ning Yuan's scalp-tinged this was beyond anything had imagined. Even after all this time in the blood-soaked ruins of the old capital, and having grown somewhat accustomed to its horrors, the sight still made his heart race. Warning. Warning. Twin broodmother symbiotic relationship. Immediate retreat advised. The alarm from his tactical watch became even sharper, as if to emphasize that everything here was already out of control. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, now certain that these two broodmothers completely dominated the area. No wonder he hadn't seen any other monsters along the way. Every living thing here had become a snack for these twin horrors. The symbiotic broodmother was blocking the way. There was no chance of reaching the second evacuation point now. Ning Yuan looked ahead helplessly. The massive forms of the two monsters weighed heavily on him. Broodmothers, these terrifying creatures, could hatch blood-fed hunters like an assembly line. Even worse, these two were clearly far stronger than any he had encountered before, making them more difficult to deal with than ever. Even with his 6-score elemental annihilation skill, he would struggle to take down one, let alone face both at once. The broodmothers towered before him like twin pillars of flesh, fused together and reaching skyward, at least 20 meters tall. They constantly spewed scarlet mist, an unending tide of disaster. Every minute, hundreds of blood-fed hunters burst from their eggs, immediately plunging into a frenzy of violent evolution. Ning Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, twins. The threat these broodmothers posed was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, his tactical watch flashed a furious warning. Alert. Mature symbiotic broodmothers detected. Immediate evacuation advised. Repeat, immediate evacuation. Ning Yuan pressed his headset and shut off the alert. If I can't kill you, they'll just treat you as a point farm, he sneered. Raising the barrel of his 6-point elemental punisher, the weapon began to hum, its barrels spinning rapidly. 6 elemental bullets fire. Ice, lightning, storm, light, and darkness merged into a dazzling arc of energy and blasted forth. The torrent of power surged toward the broodmother entrenched in the shopping mall. Boom. With an ear-splitting crash, both towers shuddered at once, unleashing a roar so thunderous it sent shockwaves through the air, shattering the surrounding building's windows. The broodmother at the mall was instantly engulfed by the elemental onslaught, spewing pus and blood like a waterfall. Splat, splat, splat. Hundreds of egg sacs on the broodmother's surface swelled and burst, the membranes writhing violently before exploding. Blood-fed hunters rained down like a storm, their bone blades hardening the instant they hit the ground, snapping out of their limbs like steel knives. Next, 7 or 8 thick, twisted tentacles burst from the base of the broodmother, slamming into the ground with wild force. They shook the entire street like giant pillars, as thick as barrels, covered in barbs and suckers, radiating raw destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Each tentacle strike sent tremors through the city streets, carving meter-deep trenches and scattering debris everywhere. Ning Yuan kept his eyes locked on the battlefield. Just as had expected, these broodmothers were far more powerful than any had faced before, spawning nearly twice the usual number of blood-fed hunters. The monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, their tentacle attacks making the street narrower and narrower. In moments, the glass and walls of nearby high-rises became barriers, forcing the monsters to funnel onto the main road, surging straight for Ning Yuan. 6-core elemental annihilation, activate 10 seconds. Ning Yuan triggered the skill without hesitation. Instantly, the 6 barrels erupted in a solar flare. The 6 energies intertwined, condensing into a brilliant pillar of light. Light, darkness, ice, fire, electricity, and wind surged together in a stream of pure destruction, erasing everything in its path. Thousands of charging blood-fed hunters barely had time to raise their bone blades before they were vaporized by the beam, leaving not even a trace behind. The massive scarlet tentacles at the edge of the beam simply faded out of existence, as if wiped away by an invisible eraser. The glass curtain walls along the street vaporized, and the concrete surfaces began to crystallize. The entire street was torn apart, flattened along the path of the 6-colored beam. As the light faded, the once steaming swarm of blood-fed hunters had vanished without a trace, not even a scrap of remains left behind. Ning Yuan stared at his screen, watching the points tally skyrocket. A few minutes earlier in the surveillance room, Wei Feng was monitoring Ning Yuan's advance when the tactical radar suddenly blared a sharp alarm. Sir, we're seeing abnormal energy readings ahead. An over-limit contamination source detected. The technician's voice was tight, his face suddenly pale. Wei Feng shot to his feet, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints in an instant. The scene on the monitor left him breathless, a pair of towering, fleshy structures twisted around each other like monstrous serpents, fused together at the intersection of a shopping mall and a major crossroads. The ground beneath writhed and churned as if alive. Countless translucent egg sacs were densely scattered across the surface, each one expanding and contracting visibly, as if breathing. It's the twin broodmother. The technician's voice broke. The mutation level here has reached 30. The military had been collecting all kinds of data from the blood-soaked old capital, especially after Ning Yuan's exploration route revealed clues of a secret mutation. Since then, they had been on high alert. The tactical watches worn by the candidates transmitted real-time data for analysis. In truth, the areas accessible to the military were exactly those the candidates had set foot in. Now, as Ning Yuan ventured deeper, they had once again discovered this over-limit contamination source, its mutation level far beyond expectations. Is he insane? The technician stared at the screen, voice trembling. He actually wants to take on the twin broodmother? Even through the monitor, he could feel the suffocating sense of terror and oppression. He swallowed hard, unable to help himself. Yet, instead of retreating, the candidate on the screen leveled his weapon directly at the broodmother. Wei Feng lunged toward the screen, his eyes nearly pressed against the display. He watched as Ning Yuan raised the 6-pointed divine punishment elemental weapon, the barrel spinning at an incredible speed, ready to fire. Is he trying to get himself killed? Wei Feng shouted, but the words died in his throat the next moment. A dazzling torrent of elemental energy erupted on the monitor, flooding the screen with brilliant light. The intense white glare made it impossible to see anything for a moment. When the image finally cleared, Wei Feng and the technician exchanged shocked glances, speechless. This main weapon, it's unbelievable. Wei Feng finally managed to choke out after a long silence. 10 seconds of elemental barrage swept forward like a devastating laser, annihilating everything in its path and leaving a temporary vacuum. Even the massive broodmother entrenched in the mall now had a gaping hole running straight through it, the edges still smoldering. But this attack wasn't enough to kill the twin broodmother. Soon, the flesh around the wound began to writhe, tendrils intertwining like living things, and in moments the damage was completely healed, as if nothing had happened. Ning Yuan's expression remained calm. Had expected this outcome. He muttered to himself, "Looks like I can't get through, but I can rack up a ton of points. Not a bad deal." With that, he raised his weapon again, gunfire echoing through the ruins. Meanwhile, at the gathering point for those who had failed the assessment, the ruined square, usually filled with noise, had fallen utterly silent. Every eliminated candidate was staring at the floating holographic leaderboard in the center, disbelief written across their faces. A few hours earlier, the changes in the rankings had already caught their attention. The score leaderboard updated every 15 minutes, and each refresh felt like a hammer blow to these failed candidates. First place, Ning Yuan, score 144,800, progress 80 to the second evacuation point. First place, Ning Yuan, score 162,800, progress 80 to the second evacuation point. First place, Ning Yuan, score 181,800, progress 80 to the second evacuation point. The progress had stalled at 80, but the skyrocketing score was enough to shock everyone, leaving them unable to comprehend what was happening. "This is impossible. The system must be broken," one candidate shouted. "How could anyone rack up points like this? I did the math. He's gaining 4 or 5,000 points every 15 minutes. That's not possible," another shouted, waving his arms in agitation. "There's got to be something shady going on. The progress hasn't moved, but the score keeps shooting up? No way I'm buying that." The square erupted into chaos. The failed candidates vented their outrage, refusing to believe such a thing could happen, especially since Ning Yuan had previously stalled out, assumed dead in their eyes, only to suddenly reappear with an explosion of points. The reversal was more than they could accept. In a certain area during the second phase of the bloody old capital, Wei Qianyang's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy blow. He had just taken down an elite mutant, but suddenly his tactical watch began to vibrate violently on his wrist. Each pulse felt like a sledgehammer to his chest, rattling his nerves. Nearly 200,000 points. What did that even mean? Every 15 minutes, the score was climbing steadily by over 4,000. He had fought tooth and nail just to push his progress to 65 at the second evacuation point, barely breaking 40,000 points. But Ning Yuanwei Qianyong felt like his head was going to explode, unable to make sense of what was happening. Outside the exam hall, chaos had erupted in front of the holographic projection screen. Principal Zhao's glasses nearly slipped off his face. He yanked them off and rubbed his eyes hard, disbelief written all over him. 250,000 points. This is insane. The other principals from Yucai High crowded closer to the screen, some even pulling up historical data for comparison. When they saw Ning Yuan's score curve shooting up like a rocket, the entire monitoring room exploded. "Wait a second." Principal Liu from number 3 High suddenly slammed the table, his eyes fixed on the screen. "Do you see this? His score increase is incredibly steady. This just doesn't make sense. Even if he was farming low-level mutants, it shouldn't be this consistent." He was cut off by a piercing scream from the tech teacher next to him. "Look at the energy monitor," the teacher shouted, pointing at the side screen. "His soul fluctuation curve is almost a straight line." The atmosphere in the monitoring room instantly froze. A dozen principals drew in sharp breaths. Normally, when a candidate used their divine weapon, soul fluctuations would spike wildly. But Ning Yuan's data showed almost no fluctuation at all, as if he were just out for a stroll. "This is unreal." Principal Wang Li, who had been paying close attention to Ning Yuan, muttered, "What on earth is his divine weapon made of? I've never heard of anything like this." Just as everyone was reeling in confusion, an elderly scholar with graying hair narrowed his eyes, staring at the screen. "Wait, that name. Ning Yuan. Could he be the Ning family's outcast?" "What?" The monitoring room instantly fell silent. Not even a breath could be heard. A few principals who were sipping tea choked, spraying tea all over the projection screen in a comical arc. Has the Ning family lost their minds? How could they cast out a genius like this? Everyone shook their heads, unable to comprehend the Ning family's decision. Ning Beichen and the others were equally stunned by the astronomical score, at a loss for words. Over 300,000 points? Ning Beichen's eyes widened, his expression grave. "Even in the history of the imperial capital's military, I don't think anyone's ever achieved that." "No." Ning Yushi shook her head coolly. "That's the imperial capital, a place full of hidden talents and extraordinary figures. Does this mean Ning Yuan has actually surpassed them all?" Ning Beichen clenched his fist, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Seeing Ning Yuan's name filled him with irritation, as if a thorn had lodged in his heart. Suddenly, his expression shifted and he forced a relaxed smile. "Earlier, I was worried, but there's no way a loser like him could pull off something this outrageous." Ning Yushi sneered. "It's just a fluke. There's no way that waste could have this kind of strength. Still, it seems Jiangxing really does have its share of hidden talents. Once this is over, we should make some connections." "Absolutely." Ning Beichen nodded. Then well, bring that loser over. Let him see what a real genius looks like, and show him just how worthless he is. Ning Yuan smirked. And give him a proper lesson while we're at it. As time passed, with everyone's attention and heated discussions swirling around, regardless of other candidates' frustration, protests, or disbelief, Ning Yuan's score kept climbing like a rocket, steady, unstoppable, and impossible for anyone to ignore. When the timer hit 0, Ning Yuan's name still dominated the top of the leaderboard, crushing every other candidate with an overwhelming lead. First place, Ning Yuan, 368,000 points, progress, 80 to the second evacuation point. Second place, Wei Qianyong, 78,000 points, progress, 79 to the second evacuation point. Third place, Li Yu, 76,300 points, progress, 75 to the second evacuation point. Beep candidate Ning Yuan, the military assessment is now over. Please evacuate the secret realm immediately. Your results have been recorded. Evacuate as soon as possible. The urgent prompt sounded from his tactical watch. Only then did Ning Yuan finally stop the relentless assault had sustained for several hours. The blood-red vortex swirling in his eyes slowly faded as the power of the 6-point divine punishment elementalist came to a halt. Roar! The two brood mothers, tormented for hours on end, were now utterly enraged. Sensing their nemesis was about to leave, they let out deafening roars, their massive tentacles lashing furiously through the air. The brood mother, entrenched in the maul, which had endured most of the assault, now sat atop a heap of ruins, her monstrous body riddled with wounds. Every time Ning Yuan unleashed a 6-score elemental annihilation, it tore a gaping wound into her, driving her to the brink of madness. The assessment's over. I'm done playing with you. Ning Yuan smirked, stepped back, pulled a boundary breaker sphere from his pocket, and crushed it without hesitation. A blinding white light instantly enveloped him. 10 seconds later, his figure vanished completely from the scene. The blood-red portal trembled violently, scarlet light surging like a tide. Then, buzz! Brilliant white light flashed in rapid succession as groups of candidates were forcibly teleported out. Some stumbled to their knees. Others, covered in blood, were rushed onto stretchers by military medics, while a few stared blankly at their tactical watches, still shaken by the ordeal. Damn, I made it out alive. One candidate slumped in a transport compartment, hands trembling as he covered his face. I was just 500 points away from the top 20. If that mutant hadn't self-destructed, another gritted his teeth, regret written all over his face. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and disinfectant, punctuated by the occasional muffled sob. Assessment is over. Board the vehicles according to your numbers. The military will arrange your return. Military personnel stood at the entrance to the secret realm, loudly directing the candidates onto the waiting transport trucks. Ning Yuan slipped quietly into the crowd, eyes narrowed as he quickly scanned his surroundings. To the left, the critically injured area where medics tended to amputees. To the right, the points verification station where officers recorded final scores. Straight ahead, the line of regular candidates waiting to board. Hey, you there, candidate don't zone out. A sergeant pointed at Ning Yuan. What's your score? 365. Ning Yuan replied calmly. The sergeant glanced at the roster, waved him off impatiently. Go to truck number 3 for the return trip. Don't block the way. In the distance, several school principals stood outside the cordon, eagle-eyed as they scanned each group of returning candidates. Still haven't seen him? Principal Zhao from Yucai Middle School asked quietly. No, he should have come out by now. Principal Liu from Third High frowned at the leaderboard on his terminal, the 300,000 plus score glaringly obvious. Let's wait a bit longer. He wouldn't just slip away, would he? Young people love the spotlight, don't they? But the person they were looking for was already among the first group to leave, quietly boarding the transport. Ning Yuan settled into a corner of the compartment. The screen on his tactical watch dimmed as he casually wiped away the incredible 368,000 point score. The other candidates were exhausted. No one even noticed the silent, black-haired boy who had just dominated the entire field. The compartment reeked of blood and sweat as a few candidates argued heatedly. It's got to be a system glitch. There's no way anyone could rack up over 300,000 points. He was barely hanging on earlier, totally stalled out, then suddenly he shoots up like he's on steroids? Unreal. He's broken the Jiangxing record. No, the national record. Hey, what's your score? A boy nearby asked offhandedly. Not bad, over 500. Ning Yuan replied with a proud grin. The boy shrugged and didn't press further. After all, the real top scorers would be under military scrutiny, not sitting quietly on a transport like this. Ning Yuan sat in the most inconspicuous spot, switched his tactical watch to silent mode, his gaze cold and deep. This assessment had gone far beyond his expectations. Had aimed to become an elite sergeant, but with these military merits, had already reached Blade Sergeant status, a huge leap forward. The Ning family. I'm not afraid of you anymore, he whispered softly. With the rank of Blade Sergeant, the Ning family was no longer an unreachable giant. And with a record-breaking score, this storm would not settle quietly. Tomorrow, When the news broke, this year's military assessment would go down in history, shaking the entire city. Inside the monitoring room, Wei Feng's eyes were fixed on the leaderboard displayed on the screen, his gaze locked on the name Ning Yuan. 368,000 points, a staggering number. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the metal table, the crisp sound echoing as he replayed that remarkable scene in his mind. One person, wielding a strange device, taking on two brood mothers alone. As a seasoned military officer, he had never witnessed such talent. This was someone worth special attention. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. A sharp, ponytailed female adjutant snapped to attention and reported, "Sir, the target didn't appear in the VIP hall. He used a low-score identity to blend in with the regular candidates and has already taken a shuttle back to the city." She looked puzzled for a moment. "Should we bring him back?" "No need," Wei Feng replied with a faint smile. "Anyone capable of soloing two brood mothers has a pride of their own. He won't appreciate official ceremonies or socializing. Just keep an eye on him discreetly and make sure the Ning family doesn't bother him." He turned to the adjutant. "Let him rest for a few days. After that, you'll go talk to him yourself." "Me?" The adjutant pointed at herself, surprised, but quickly straightened. "Yes, sir." The next day at noon, Ning Yuan was jolted awake by pain radiating through his body. Sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a sharp line across his tactical watch. Forcing himself to sit up, every joint felt stiff and rusted. The 48-hour bloodbath had left him with barely a moment's rest, aside from the time spent mastering the Wanling Ritual Soul Codex. He stepped into the bathroom. Hot water thundered from the shower, instantly filling the air with steam. It was the first time in 2 days he had truly relaxed. In the mirror, his face looked cold and sharp, and deep in his pupils, a lingering crimson swirl suggested he had just returned from hell. After the ordeal in the secret realm and the brush with death, not to mention mastering the codex, had undergone a fundamental transformation. A fierce, lethal aura now lingered between his brows. After drying off, he sat shirtless on the edge of his bed. Suddenly, his tactical watch vibrated. It was a message from the military. The merit system had been activated, offering 2 choices: join the military as a formal soldier and enjoy full benefits, or remain an independent operative with access only to the merit exchange system. Option 2. Ning Yuan decided without hesitation. He had no desire to be bound by military regulations. The system confirmed his promotion to elite sergeant, and his exam points were automatically converted into 36,600 merit credits. A holographic interface unfolded before him, displaying an extensive list of items available for exchange. Ning Yuan's gaze swept across the arsenal displayed on the virtual interface, where a dazzling array of awakening tier divine mecha weapons were on display, one specially designed for ordinary users, ranging from basic models to top-tier configurations. Falling Phoenix Battle Boa Fire Tribute divine mecha weapon appeared on the screen as a longbow engulfed in crimson flames. The description flashed: 1,000 blazing feathers, incinerating all enemies. Price: 10,000 military merit points. Next was the Frost Scepter and Ice Tribute divine mecha weapon, its head crowned with an eternal shard of ice. The description read: mountains and snow eternal, freezing souls and spirits. The price was also set at 10,000 merit points. Ning Yuan continued scrolling, soon discovering even more valuable options. For 3,000 merit points, an elite-level piece of equipment could be custom configured by a military mecha engineer, though the user would need to supply the materials. Even more tempting were the pilot skills valued at 100,000 merit points: Iron Heart, Soul Chain, and others. Iron Heart: this skill allowed a pilot to gain a portion of a mecha's power even without summoning the machine itself. Ning Yuan couldn't help but imagine, if even 1% of the attributes of those tyrant-class mechas, each weighing hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons, were transferred to a human body, it would be truly terrifying. Soul Chain was equally impressive. It allowed the pilot to transfer any damage received while outside the mecha directly to the machine itself. These were the legendary skills every mecha pilot dreamed of mastering. Afterward, Ning Yuan opened the military rank interface, his primary goal. Instantly, a list of privileges unfolded before him, golden text shimmering and catching his eye. Blade Sergeant privileges. Defense authorization. If your life is under real threat or you are confronted with illegal actions, you have the authority to use lethal force. Access rights. Priority use of military air rails, underground expressways, and emergency airfields. Mission exemption. Local authorities have no jurisdiction to assign you tasks. Military tribunal. You are under the protection of the Dragon Nation's military. Any attack on you is considered an act of provocation against the military itself. Redemption rights. Access to even more valuable rewards for your merit points. Note: items exchanged with military merit cannot be resold or used for profit. Violators will be severely punished. Ning Yuan's eyes lingered on these privileges. This meant that from now on, anyone who wanted to make a move against him would first have to get past the military. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the Confirm Promotion button. A golden dialog box immediately popped up, the Dragon Nation's solemn military insignia emblazoned at its center, the message dignified and formal. Citizen Ning Yuan, congratulations on your promotion to Blade Sergeant. From this day forward, the Dragon Nation stands behind you, and you represent its military. May every mission you undertake add to the nation's honor. May every post you hold grant the people another peaceful night. Where your blade points, there lies the border of our nation. Reading these words, Ning Yuan exhaled slowly, his eyes turning deep and resolute. The youthful softness in his face was now replaced with a steely determination. From this moment on, he no longer needed to fear the Ning family. As the oath of the military said, he now stood for the Dragon Nation's military, wielding immense authority. If attacked or confronted by criminals, he could act first and report later, using lethal force on the spot. Local authorities could not give him orders unless he chose to accept them, and he had access to exclusive military routes and transportation. If he wished, he could even request the military to intervene, forcing the Ning family to withdraw all their oppression against him. As long as he committed no wrongdoing, any unprovoked action by the Ning family against a Blade Sergeant would be seen as a direct challenge to the military. However, Ning Yuan made no such request, and the military would not intervene on its own. After all, the Ning family's influence could not be underestimated, and this was also a form of tempering for him. This is just the beginning. Ning family, let's see how this game plays out. Ning Yuan murmured to himself, a dangerous smile tugging at the corner of his lips. After a moment, Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled as he summoned his attribute panel. Information appeared one by one. Divine Mecha Pilot, Ning Yuan. Level, Awakening Stage. Soul Amplitude, 2200. Core Configuration. Power Array, Ultimate Super Energy Drive Array, 6 Spirit Supreme Drive Array. Energy Research, Ultimate Super Core Energy Supply, Supreme Starmark Energy Overflow. Overdrive Battle Mark, Cataclysmic End Battle Mark, Abyssal Eternal Demon Vein. War God Ascension, Supreme Divine Power Surge. Special Skills. War Mecha Pilot Skill, All Spirits Soul Sacrifice Codex. Spirit Mecha Pilot Skills, Blessing of the Book of Knowledge, Flame of Wisdom. The rewards from this bloody trip to the old capital left him barely able to contain his excitement. The All-Spirit Soul Sacrifice Codex had pushed his soul amplitude to the limit. With his stockpile of spirit crystals, the requirements to unlock his second primary weapon were finally met. Even after all he had endured, Ning Yuan still felt a surge of nervous anticipation. He took a deep breath and opened the Book of Knowledge, navigating directly to the Divine Mecha page. Instantly, a string of astonishing data filled his vision. Divine Mecha Main Weapon, Demon Slaying, God Sniper Rifle. Level, Awakening Stage. Traits, compresses all energy into a pure end attribute, forming a miniature apocalypse vortex that transforms into the purest destructive force. Power increases exponentially, but rate of fire drops to the absolute minimum, with all defensive capabilities sacrificed. A list of required materials appeared before his eyes. Crimson Sky Divine Flame Crystal, Azure Lotus Demon Fire Seed, Crimson Fire Sin Dragon Reverse Scale, Superconductive Meteoric Mithril. Ning Yuan drew in a sharp breath. The material list left him stunned. Every item was a top-tier, elite-level resource. The Crimson Fire Sin Dragon was a pinnacle among elite monsters, and its reverse scale was almost impossible to obtain. Both the Crimson Sky Divine Flame Crystal and the Azure Lotus Demon Fire Seed were exceptionally rare as well. Even the supporting power, battle mark, and energy systems demanded the highest elite-grade components. Forging awakening tier equipment with such extraordinary materials? It was sheer madness. Yet at the thought of the weapon's unmatched power at the awakening stage, a wild gleam flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. No matter what, he had to get his hands on this ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil. The annual military assessment was always a major event in Jiangxing. As soon as this year's test concluded, reporters and anxious parents crowded outside the military's battle network, waiting for the results to be announced. At noon, the leaderboard finally appeared. When people saw the score at the top, their eyes widened in disbelief. 368,000 points. This record-shattering achievement for Jiangxing belonged to a name that was all too familiar. Ning Yuan, the discarded son of the Ning family? He just broke the record at the Jiangxing military department? The numbers on the screen were unmistakable, 368,000 points. This score not only shattered the previous record in Jiangxing, but was also unprecedented nationwide. For a moment, everyone watching was speechless, before the room erupted in shocked exclamations. This is impossible. 368,000? Am I seeing this right? Last year's national champion only had 98,000 points. Normally, the military department's champion would be the best among a group of prodigies, which was to be expected. But today, a so-called failure abandoned by his family didn't just crush the competition and set a national record. This wasn't just a test result. It was explosive news that would rock the upper echelons of society. Journalists across Jiangxing moved like sharks drawn to blood, racing to get their stories out. Editors' fingers flew over keyboards, photographers organized their footage, and chief editors scrambled to rearrange their front pages. Within just an hour, the first edition was published faster than anyone thought possible. The front page of Jiangxing Daily read, "Military assessment ends. Champion turns out to be the discarded son of the Ning family, a scandal that could shake the imperial capital's elite." And that was only the beginning. One by one, every major media outlet in Jiangxing released their own reports in rapid succession. The headline of Jiangxing Morning News, printed in bold, declared, "Nearly 400,000 points. Military assessment reveals the strongest dark horse in history. Ning family's discarded son crushes all geniuses." The subhead was even more direct. "A family reject? Not his is the strongest candidate in Jiangxing's history." With a score of 368,000 points, Ning Yuan not only broke the city's century-old record, but also set a new national high for military assessments. Last year's national champion only scored 98,000. Ning Yuan's achievement is nearly 4 times that. In the expert analysis section, a military theory researcher noted, "This score exceeds the theoretical limit for the awakening stage. There may be unknown potential at work here." The report's final paragraph called out the Ning family directly. Rumor has it that Ning Yuan was cast out after failing his awakening, but now, this so-called discarded son has proven them wrong. The Ning family may become the biggest laughingstock in Longhua. As the sudden emergence of the assessment champion stirred up a frenzy across Jiangxing, journalists, relentless paparazzi, and eager university professors were all shocked to discover something. There was absolutely no information to be found about Ning Yuan. Find out everything about him. I refuse to believe it. With the capabilities of Jiangxing Morning News, there's no way we can't uncover his address. The chief editor was nearly jumping out of his seat. "I'm sorry, Chief, but we really can't find anything," the reporter replied anxiously. "We've used every resource we have, but there's no Thingyo address, no contact information, no social accounts, nothing at all about Ning Yuan. It's like he just vanished into thin air. So all we know about him is just a few seconds of video released by the military?" The chief editor frowned. "That's right." The reporter nodded. "Then where is he?" the editor asked in a low, tense voice. "In Jiangxing, at Tiangongbi Yuan." Tiangongbi Yuan was the most prestigious residence in Jiangxing. At that moment, in the top-tier room of the Ning family estate, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Ning Baichen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the news headline in front of him, 368,000 points. The Ning family outcast becomes the strongest dark horse in history. Ning family could become the biggest laughingstock. Every word on the glowing screen felt like a razor-sharp blade, making him squirm in discomfort and his cheeks burn. Bullshit. He suddenly grabbed an antique ornament from the table and hurled it at the wall. The object shattered, spraying fragments and liquor everywhere. His angry voice echoed through the room. "These news stories are complete nonsense. How could a good-for-nothing pull this off?" He clenched his fists, his expression twisted with rage. "He's not worthy." Ning Baichen was unwilling to accept it. His heart was filled with anger and resentment. This genius who had appeared out of nowhere was actually the very person he had once driven out of the house and humiliated. He couldn't believe that the center of everyone's attention was once the failure of the Ning family. On the TV, the footage shifted to show Ning Yuan's stunning battle against the twin mother nests. From the very first moment he saw that familiar figure, Ning Baichen recognized him. The family outcast had always looked down on. The power of the divine machine Ning Yuan controlled left him utterly shocked. Is that really him?" Ning Xiaofeng asked, his face pale and voice trembling. "Impossible. How could it be? He couldn't even awaken a divine machine," Ning Yushi said anxiously, her face contorted with disbelief and shock. "It must be cheating," she suddenly shrieked. "He must have used some kind of banned drug." Ning Baichen's face grew even darker, the veins at his temples throbbing. But he suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Enough." He quickly regained his composure, his face as cold as ice and his eyes sharp with malice. "That loser," he muttered under his breath, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "It's just an assessment score. What does it prove? If I want to step on him once, I can step on him again." Ning Xiaofeng froze for a moment, then suddenly stood up and kicked over a nearby vase. "Damn it. Why should a loser who used to live like a stray dog get all this? What do we do now?" Ning Xiaoyu cried out in panic, clutching her hair and glancing around anxiously. "The whole city is laughing at us." Ning Baichen let out a cold laugh, and the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive, as if it had been shrouded in ice. Under the cover of night, Jiangxing was ablaze with lights. Ning Baichen stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling city below, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "Trash will always be trash." His voice was as icy as a winter chill. "The next phase of the bloody old capital is where the real drama begins. Ning Yuan, that useless fool, no matter how many points he racks up now, he's just paving the way for our victory." Before his words had faded, a wry smile appeared on the faces of Ning Yushi, Ning Xiaofeng, and the others. "Exactly. When he finally realizes all his hard work was only to make our triumph even sweeter." Do you think he'll be so furious he'll spit blood? But to everyone's surprise, Ning Yuan, who had just claimed the championship, seemed to vanish from the face of the earth over the next 4 days. Reporters, media outlets, and agents from major corporations pulled every string and searched high and low, but not a single trace of him could be found. Even those with the most intricate information networks came up empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the top suite of Jiuxiao Huading, two female attendants dressed in pale moon-blue kipayos slipped quietly out of the room. As the crystal door closed softly behind them, one of them could no longer contain her excitement. Oh my god, it really was him. She gripped the handle of the silver serving card, her fingers trembling slightly. With lively almond-shaped eyes and her dark hair styled in an elegant cloud bun, the Qipao hugged her slender waist, and the pearls on her earrings swayed gently as she moved, making her skin appear even more luminous. He's so handsome, her companion whispered, sneaking a glance at the door, barely suppressing her excitement. That mix of striking good looks and a dangerous edge, he's just irresistible. Around her neck hung the symbol of a senior attendant at Jiuxiao Huading, a delicate silver chain with a sapphire blue pearl. Handpicked for their poise and grace, these attendants were the pride of Jiuxiao Huading. Yet now, their faces were lit up with the same starstruck awe as any fangirl. The Ning family must be blind to cast out a genius like him. The girl in the moon-blue Qipao grumbled. Her companion grinned and carefully drew a gilded card from her sleeve. The name Ning Yuan scrawled across it in bold calligraphy, sparking a look of envy from her friend. Inside the suite, Ning Yuan sat at the dining table by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lunch was a lavish spread. Lobster meat piled high, charcoal-grilled thunder beef ribs cut from the tenderest part of the beast, and steamed ice silver cod that glistened and melted on the tongue with a natural coolness. Even the bowl of dragon blood spirit rice in front of him was worth more than an average person's salary for 5 years. This is really good, Ning Yuan murmured as he tasted the dragon blood rice, savoring the meal while lost in thought. 4 days passed before Ning Yuan finally managed to rein in his urge for violence, and the cold, murderous aura from the secret record of the myriad spirits ritual had also noticeably subsided. However, that wasn't his only significant breakthrough during this time. Instead of idling away, he had managed to master 70% of the configuration and structure for his second primary weapon. Now, he faced a crucial decision. Should he proceed with forging the second primary weapon, or focus on advancing to the elite stage? But Ning Yuan frowned. His current foundation wasn't strong enough to support the full upgrade of his divine mech. The leap from the awakening stage to elite was enormous, requiring a staggering amount of resources. If he settled for a standard configuration, it wouldn't be a problem. 1 or 200,000 spirit crystals would suffice. But Ning Yuan wasn't content with being just another ordinary mech pilot. He wanted to break through, to create a truly competitive divine mech. That meant he needed to figure out a way to earn more spirit crystals. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Ning Yuan paused, chopsticks in hand, as his smart assistant projected the surveillance feed onto a nearby screen. Standing outside was a confident woman in a military uniform, exuding authority. Someone from the military? Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed. He quickly said, "Come in." He put down his chopsticks, knowing a visit from the military deserved his full attention. The woman stepped inside with a straight posture. Her short hair was neatly trimmed, and her sharp gaze seemed to see right through him. She came to a stop and offered Ning Yuan a crisp, standard salute. Her tone was direct and efficient. "Hello, Sergeant Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "And you are?" "I'm from the Shuyan Mountain Base. Commander Wei Feng is your chief examiner for the assessment," she replied succinctly. Realization dawned on Ning Yuan. It wasn't surprising the military would send someone to recruit him. In fact, he would have found it odd if they hadn't. The woman continued, "My name is Li Yan. I'm the commander's adjutant." She clearly embodied the military's signature efficiency and straightforwardness. Without any unnecessary words, she got straight to the point. Li Yan stood before Ning Yuan, her expression serious as she explained the two purposes of her visit. A hint of emotion flickered in her eyes. "The commander sent me here for 2 reasons. First, he wants to hear your thoughts. If you're considering formally joining the military, would you be willing to give priority to our Jiangqing division? Second, we sincerely invite you to take part in the next phase of the bloody old capital cleanup operation." She looked Ning Yuan straight in the eye. "With your assessment score of 368,000, every major military division in the country will be eager to recruit you." Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Such an astonishing, record-breaking result would undoubtedly attract the attention of other divisions, and he was certain they would offer generous incentives. Still, he shook his head firmly. "If I were to join the military, Jiangqing would definitely be my first choice. But for now, I have no such plans. However, I am curious, what exactly is this bloody old capital cleanup plan you mentioned?" A trace of disappointment flashed in Li Yan's eyes at his refusal, but her professionalism quickly took over as she began to explain the details of the operation. After listening, Ning Yuan suddenly understood. The entire assessment process and even this year's military exam had been designed as a prelude to the cleanup operation. The real plan was to use the assessment to eliminate monsters in the first and second phases, then deploy the main force to strike at the source of the anomaly and completely wipe out the bloody old capital. No wonder, Ning Yuan muttered, his brows tightly knit and a cold glint in his eyes. No wonder I never saw any moves from the Ning family during the exam. They were waiting for this. His voice was icy as he realized that all the points had earned were just paving the way for the Ning family's agenda. They were probably thinking to themselves, no matter how hard Ning Yuan tries, it can't compare to the credit of eradicating a major threat. Normally, new recruits wouldn't have the chance to join such an operation. But given Ning Yuan's extraordinary performance, he had earned this opportunity. He'll do it, Ning Yuan said decisively, his eyes steely. He would never let the Ning family take all the credit without a fight. A rare smile appeared on Li Yan's face. Great. I've already sent you the mission details. She recalled the footage of Ning Yuan's battles as unique mech had left her deeply impressed. Facing two broodmothers alone was a feat on par with an entire elite squad. Ning Yuan immediately opened the military system and, sure enough, saw a new message. Classification: Top Secret Authorized Personnel Only. Mission name: Bloody Old Capital Purification Operation. Mission time: August 18th, 2088, 8 o'clock. Rendezvous point: Shuyan Mountain Special Operations Base. Mission brief: By order of the Supreme Military Command, a final purification will be carried out in the contaminated zone known as the Bloody Old Capital. Given your outstanding performance in the assessment, you can now choose from the following teams. 1. Frontline Assault Team, the most dangerous unit, advancing at the forefront. 2. Rapid Response Team, the busiest emergency group, responsible for supporting all units. 3. Special Operations Team, carrying out targeted missions as assigned by Military Command. 4. Legion Operations Team, moving forward alongside the main forces. Additionally, there are tasks focused on treating teammates, rescuing the wounded on the battlefield, and transporting casualties. Li Yan's gaze was sharp and focused on Ning Yuan, clearly hoping he would choose the frontline assault team. She knew that someone with Ning Yuan's elemental abilities and mastery of divine machinery could make a huge difference on the front lines, potentially reducing casualties. However, she didn't voice her opinion directly. After all, the frontline assault team was the most dangerous, and for a new recruit who had just passed the assessment, asking him to take on the riskiest assignment was a tough ask. What Li Yan didn't mention was that the rewards for the frontline assault team were also quite tempting. For members of the Ning family in particular, it seemed they had always been active in this group. After listening to the options, Ning Yuan didn't rush to decide. His expression turned cold as he asked in a low voice, which one offers the biggest rewards? The frontline assault team. Li Yan nodded, her tone slightly hesitant before adding, Commander Wei Feng has privately promised that if a member of the Ning family performs outstandingly, especially Ning Bai Chinthi, might be recommended for the Celestial Vanguard Camp. Celestial Vanguard Camp? Ning Yuan frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Li Yan shook her head. I don't know the details, only that there's a spot reserved by the military, and it's extremely valuable. Whatever it is, Ning Yuan replied with a cold laugh, his eyes full of icy defiance. Even if it's a one-way ticket, I'll make sure they don't go alone. His mind was made up. The frontline assault team. That's my choice. Li Yan was briefly stunned, a flicker of excitement in her eyes, but then she sighed inwardly. As expected, the grudge between Ning Yuan and the Ning family runs deep. It's hard to believe the Ning family would cast aside someone so talented. She smiled and nodded. All right, they'll be waiting for you in half a month. Just as Li Yan turned to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked back. Sergeant Ning Yuan, your file says you also have the abilities of a Lingji engineer? Ning Yuan nodded, making no attempt to hide it. Yes, that's right. There have even been divine Lingji engineers in history. Li Yan thought for a moment before saying, actually, the military has a complete promotion system for Lingji engineers. Right now, there's a mission to upgrade a divine machine. Would you be interested in taking part? The moment he heard the words upgrade a divine machine, Ning Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. From the awakening phase to the elite level, his voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Yes, Li Yan confirmed. The rewards for this task depend on your configuration skills. They range from 100 to 3,000 merit points. Ning Yuan was even more intrigued. Upgrading a divine machine was on a completely different level from just improving configurations. His current 6-pointed divine punishment elemental system was already at its peak. The next step was ascension. Not only would this boost his combat capabilities, but it was also a chance to earn a huge amount of military merit. All right, he'll take the mission. Ning Yuan agreed without hesitation, gesturing with his hand. Come on, let's grab a meal together. Li Yan didn't refuse, she was hungry too. The two of them enjoyed a hearty lunch together. After lunch, Ning Yuan accompanied Li Yan in a military vehicle headed for the Shuyan mountain base. The ride was fast and smooth. You actually know the person in charge of this divine machine upgrade mission, Li Yan said suddenly, a hint of amusement in her tone. Oh, Ning Yuan glanced at her, wondering if it might be Tang Yin or Bai Sha. In fact, it's the third-place finisher from the assessment. Li Yumi's younger sister, Li Yin said with a faint sigh, her eyes tinged with regret. But her results don't quite match up to yours. Ning Yuan was taken aback, his expression growing serious. If Li Yu was in charge of the upgrade mission, that meant her soul amplitude had already reached 1,000, a truly remarkable achievement. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. To have reached the peak of soul amplitude in such a short time from awakening until now was extremely rare among candidates in Longwo's history. Anyone who reached this level was undoubtedly a prodigy. During the final assessment, Li Yu ranked third with a score of 76,300 points, a result that placed her among the top performers in Jiangqing's history. After this assessment, she made the decision to officially join the military, becoming a proud warrior of the Dragon Nation. As Li Yin spoke about this, her face was full of pride and joy, clearly beaming with admiration for her younger sister. Incredible! Ning Yuan gave a sincere thumbs-up in praise. In today's world, joining the military isn't about comfort or prestige. It means facing life and death trials at any moment and taking on dangerous missions, suppressing secret realms, quelling beast uprisings, and eliminating cults. Any one of these tasks would be enough to shake an ordinary person to the core. Led by Li Yin, the two made their way past the defensive structures and facilities of Blood Cloud Mountain. Along the way, some staff members glanced over in curiosity, wondering about Ning Yuan's identity. After all, for Li Yin, the deputy officer, to personally act as his guide was highly unusual. Security here was tight and the rules were strict. Most people barely had time to keep up with outside news. Finally, after passing through the last alloy gate, Ning Yuan was greeted by an impressive sight: a vast military airfield stretched out before him. The runway extended straight into the distance for several kilometers, flanked by rows of fighter jets. Their sleek bodies gleamed with cold metallic luster under the sunlight. A few jets were already warming up, engines pulsing with blue flames and emitting a deep, steady hum. But what truly stunned Ning Yuan was the massive warplane further away, slowly taxiing toward the runway. This aircraft exuded a powerful presence, with a huge turret mounting a cannon so large that a person could fit inside its barrel. The black metal surface glimmered with a dangerous, almost intimidating sheen. "What is that?" Ning Yuan blurted out, his eyes fixed on the plane as it soared into the sky, cutting through the clouds and leaving a blazing white trail. In that moment, he realized this was no ordinary fighter jet, but a Guardian-class warplane equipped with a 9-ring Mage-Light cannon. Its firepower rivaled that of an Elemental Series Guardian-class Divine Machine. These jets looked much like the planes from his previous life, but their combat capabilities were on a completely different level. In essence, they were all divine weapons crafted by spirit engineers, covered with intricate power arrays, energy amplifiers, and battle runes. Even the intimidating main cannon was, in truth, a giant staff just on a much larger scale. Ning Yuan felt a surge of excitement, though he quickly calmed himself. Strictly speaking, while these warplanes were awe-inspiring, they were still only Guardian-class. In true combat, a Guardian-class life divine machine could easily destroy these soulless mechanical constructs. Still, the greatest advantage of these divine weapons was that, with proper training, even ordinary people could harness considerable combat power. Currently, the technology for divine machine armaments had reached a plateau. The highest level achievable was Guardian-class, and no one had managed to surpass that. "We're here." Li Yan's voice pulled Ning Yuan from his thoughts. Looking up, he saw 5 or 6 people already waiting for them on the wide-open field. Nearby, piles of rare materials were stacked neatly: precious lightning tribulation steel, the armored scales of the Thunder Emperor crocodile, and more, all prepared for the upcoming divine machine enhancement. Inside the makeshift steel workshop, several young artificers were meticulously checking the materials list, occasionally stealing glances at the striking figure Niarbi, a short-haired, sharp, and fresh-looking woman with fair skin, Li Yu. Each time they glanced her way, the young artificers would quickly lower their heads, pretending to be fully absorbed in their work. Li Yu, however, paid no attention to these looks. She stared anxiously into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. Skilled artificers were so scarce in Jiangcheng that even with her resources, she couldn't recruit any renowned masters. The military's artificers were tied up with other critical assignments, and in the end, only a handful of apprentices had been sent over as a formality. The thought left Li Yu both frustrated and helpless. "My sister said in her message that she found an artificer for Messumion who would absolutely surprise me. Who could it be?" Li Yu wondered, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. She murmured to herself, "I just hope there's a chance to upgrade my divine weapon to the Phantom Beast series. I'm not expecting the Supreme series, or even a fully equipped Phantom Beast series. If I can get a dual Phantom Beast configuration, they'll be more than satisfied." "What's on your mind, little beauty?" A teasing voice suddenly called out beside her. Startled, Li Yu looked up to see her older sister, Li Yin, standing in front of her. Next to Li Yin was a strikingly handsome young man, smiling at her politely. "Hello." Li Yu greeted him with poise. Squinting slightly, this guy looked familiar. But right now, nothing was more important than upgrading her divine machine. Sis, where's the artificer you mentioned? She asked directly. Right here. And he's the champion from your Ning Yuan, Li Yan said, nudging Ning Yuan forward. What? Li Yu stared in disbelief at the handsome young man before her. Isn't he the one who made headlines today? No wonder he looked familiar. But what really shocked her was what Shed just heard. Sis, stop joking. Ning Yuan is a mecha pilot. I need an artificer. Li Yu protested, utterly unconvinced. No matter how talented a mecha pilot was, he couldn't help her upgrade her divine weapon. The apprentices nearby were equally surprised. At first, they'd been jealous of Ning Yuan's looks, but now they began to snicker. I'd be a better choice. At least I'm an artificer even if I don't have much experience or many blueprints. Yeah, and I'd get a chance to talk to this beauty. They whispered among themselves. Li Yan's face darkened as she overheard them, shooting a sharp glare that shut the apprentices up instantly. In the military, rank mattered, and Li Yan's was far above theirs. Show my sister what you can do, Li Yan said to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. He understood Li Yan's skepticism. Divine artificers were unimaginably rare, so her disbelief was only natural. A soft hum filled the air as a dazzling, mystical book of knowledge materialized in front of Ning Yuan, glowing with a sacred light. What? Li Yu was truly stunned, staring wide-eyed at the calm Ning Yuan. Had set unprecedented records as a mecha pilot, yet now he was displaying the unmistakable mark of an artificer. That iconic book of knowledge couldn't be faked. Suddenly, realization dawned on Li Yu. Wait, are you one of the legendary divine artificers? Her voice trembled with shock, her heart pounding in disbelief. Throughout history, only 3 divine artificers had ever appeared. She couldn't believe she was meeting one in persona, living legend, right before her eyes. So how do you feel now? The legendary divine mech master is here to help you ascend. You can relax, Li Yan said, sounding a little proud. Li Yu, however, hesitated and spoke quietly. But isn't he a bit too young? Aren't most renowned mech masters already in their 70s or 80s? I thought experience was everything. The profession of a mech master placed immense value on a person's depth of knowledge and life experience. Simply recording the properties and potential of various basic materials in the book of knowledge could take decades. Li Yu recalled something Shed once heard from a master. Mechcraft isn't just a skill, it's a discipline. You can master the handwork in 3 months, but it would take 3 centuries to fill your mind with all the knowledge you need. Still, she reminded herself that having the legendary divine mech master help her ascend her divine mech was already an incredible stroke of luck. What more could she ask for? Li Yu cupped her hands and bowed deeply. Then I'll be counting on you, Master Ning. With a thought, she summoned her divine mech's primary weapon. Lightning crackled and danced as the weapon appeared, a longbow infused with the power of thunder. The bow was massive, nearly as tall as Li Yu herself. Electric arcs flashed along its body, radiating a wild and intimidating energy. Ning Yuan looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate, yet capable woman to have awakened such a powerful and aggressive main weapon. It was hard to imagine how she managed to draw a bow nearly her own height. No wonder she was eager to ascend her divine mech. If she reached the elite level, this thunder longbow would only be her main weapon, and its full potential could be unleashed. Right now, she could probably only tap into half its power at best. Ning Yuan focused on the thunder longbow, quickly scanning its data, and frowned slightly. Thunder Prison Skybow, Radiant Thunder Judgment. Elite grade, Ning Yuan murmured. Features, Divine Retribution, lock attacks never miss. Thunderstorm Synchronization, Environmental Amplification. Core array with built-in superconducting lightning element charging. Automatically absorbs atmospheric lightning particles while drawing the string. Each second of charge increases power by 10, up to 100. Killing a target stores a lightning mark, up to 5 at a time. Using a mark boosts the next arrow's power by 30. Components: Thunder Prison Dragon Bone, Thunder Emperor Eel Tendon, Storm Hawkeye, Lightning Catastrophe Crystal. Li Yu waited nervously. When she saw Ning Yuan frown, her heart tightened and anxiety flashed across her face. Master Ning, is there a problem? I've already done everything I can. Li Yu had poured everything she had into this ascension. Every time was like a rebirth. How could she not be tense? Ning Yuan's gaze remained deep and thoughtful as he spoke softly. There is a problem, actually. Li Yu's heart sank. At this point, Li Yan spoke up. Master Ning, if there's an issue, please let us know. I've accumulated some resources over my years in the military, should be able to handle it. But Ning Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to the sisters and said calmly, the real issue is whether you can afford it. The price difference between the Extreme series, the Phantom Beast series, and the Standard series is enormous. Alternatively, you could go for a high-spec single layer with 2 lower-spec layers. What do you think? Ascending from the awakening stage to the elite level was a massive leap. The materials alone weighed 10.9 tons, enough to make anyone's heart race. And that didn't even include the power core, energy amplification, or battle mark enhancements, each one a huge expense. Li Yu looked surprised. We can really choose like that? Li Yin and Li Yu, the two sisters, widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces lighting up with astonished delight, as if they couldn't trust their own ears. They exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The apprentices standing behind them looked at each other, frowning with skepticism. Refining a divine mecha, upgrading its configuration, and you can choose any option you want? One apprentice muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with disdain. This was unheard of among mecha artificers. Even if you invited the world's top experts to upgrade an elite-level divine mecha, there was always a chance of failure. A 50 success rate was already considered a miracle. 100 was simply out of the question. In reality, if your goal was a triple ultimate configuration, you'd be grateful to achieve 2, while getting just 1 was the norm. This was because, aside from certain series like the Zanpakuto line, there were almost no identical primary mecha weapons. Trying to apply the design blueprint from one to another would result in a significant drop in performance. That's exactly why mecha artificers needed such deep expertise. You had to tailor your approach to each case, and without a solid foundation, it was impossible to succeed. These apprentices, long accustomed to this rough and ready reality, couldn't accept what seemed like an impossible level of precision. Among them, the most outstanding apprentice, Zheng Hui, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ning Yuan. When he realized Ning Yuan was about his own age, his doubts only deepened. Zheng Hui's two friends noticed his reaction and tried to quietly dissuade him, but it was too late. Big words for someone so young. Zheng Hui suddenly called out, his voice loud and challenging. You really think you have that kind of experience? Li Yu and Li Yin, still caught up in their excitement, were startled by his outburst. Their faces darkened with annoyance as they turned to look at him. Zheng Hui ignored their displeasure and his friends' attempts to hold him back. He straightened up and continued, elite-grade divine mechas come in 3 levels: basic, phantom beast, and ultimate. Basic level armor just covers the body, weighs about 200 pounds, and its combat power is pretty disappointing. His voice grew louder, as if he were lecturing everyone. Phantom beast level mechas can reach over 2 meters tall and weigh 2 to 3 tons. Their power is 100 times greater than the basic level. But the ultimate level is on a whole different scale: 4 or 5 meters tall, weighing 8 or 9 tons, with unmatched strength and defense. He fixed his gaze on Ning Yuan, his tone full of challenge. But more importantly, the ultimate level is incredibly rare. It takes more than just skill, you need real luck to reach it. And today, someone claims you can choose any level you want? What a joke. For a moment, even Li Yu and Li Yin were taken aback. They knew a bit about this. The 3 levels of elite divine mechas really were increasingly rare, and it was far beyond what skill and knowledge alone could achieve. An awkward silence filled the air. Ning Yuan's expression remained calm, completely unfazed by Zheng Hui's challenge. He simply turned to the Li sisters and asked in an even tone, "So, are we still doing business or not?" "We are," Li Yin replied without hesitation, her voice firm. "If you are the legendary divine mecha master, I have no reason not to believe you." Ning Yuan nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. "All right then, tell me what configuration you want so I can give you a quote." "Of course, we want." Li Yin started to answer, but was cut off by Li Yu. Li Yu looked a little uneasy and asked cautiously, "Master Ning, how do you calculate the price? What materials do you need?" For an elite-level divine mecha with ultimate configuration, the market price for a single enhancement is 550,000 spirit crystals. 3 enhancements would be 1.65 million, Ning Yuan replied calmly, as if discussing something completely ordinary. Next came the various materials: the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's vertebra, the Thunder Emperor Eel King's tendon, the Storm Thunder Falcon's eye, Thunder Tribulation energy crystals, and more. Each of these belonged to the Overlord class among elite monsters, making them extremely expensive. The total cost was 4.3 million spirit crystals. Ning Yuan laid a stack of material lists on the table, his expression serious. Li Yu and her sister Li Yin both stared at the list, stunned. Li Yu was the first to speak, her voice low and weary. "Sis, forget it." She shook her head, a look of resolve flashing in her eyes. Li Yin looked at her younger sister, her gaze softening. "You know I've served in the military for years. I have some savings, but not as much as you might think, Li Yu. Even if most of the materials can be exchanged with military merit, the remaining costs are astronomical. I can't use up everything I have just for myself." Li Yi's heart trembled, her eyes growing moist. She knew that all her sister's hard-earned savings were meant for the divine machine's breakthrough to a higher level. Li Yu had come this far with her sister's support, but now she had to make this difficult choice. "You're stronger than me. Your talent surpasses mine by far," Li Yin said firmly. "Don't worry about me. This upgrade is for you, and I have no regrets. Just do your best, and don't give up." Li Yi's eyes reddened as she struggled to hold back tears, a storm of emotions swirling inside her. It took a while for the sisters to calm down. Li Yin gently patted her sister's shoulder, pressing her lips into a smile. "It's Desidejo for the best configuration. Master Ning, I'll leave it to you. He'll start preparing the materials." "All right, leave it to me," Ning Yuan replied with a calm, steady tone. Li Yin led her sister to a side room as Ning Yuan began preparations for the ascension. He realized this was not just about external power, but also about the inner refinement of the divine machine system. Every detail had to be precisely tuned. The configuration of materials and the flow of energy needed to be perfectly balanced. Master Ning, is there anything I can help with? Li Yu asked, concern in her eyes. Ning Yuan smiled slightly. Could you arrange a quiet room for me? I need to do some research. His demeanor was focused. It was clear this ascension would be a serious challenge for him as well. Li Yu nodded. He'll arrange it right away. With that, Ning Yuan began preparing the ascension array. The process was extremely complex, requiring the perfect integration of materials and spiritual energy arrays to maximize their potential. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was well versed in the procedure, already possessing a masterful stream of ultimate divine energy, which would be the key to this ascension, unleashing the full potential of every material. Watching Ning Yuan work, Li Yu couldn't help but admire him, thinking to herself that Master Ning truly was extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan summoned the Book of Knowledge in the room. The pages turned, spiritual energy swirling around him as he entered a focused state, casting aside all distractions. The real challenge wasn't just selecting materials, but breaking through with soul amplitude and mastering the essence of the triple ultimate configuration. Time was tight, but with a soul amplitude of 2,200, he was confident he could complete the ascension. The imperial capital, the Ning familia clan steeped in history and authority. Inside the solemn and majestic obsidian hall, a middle-aged man sat at the head of a long table, his presence commanding even in silence. This was Ning Tianwu, the current head of the Ning family. In a deep voice, he spoke. First place in the military assessment, this so-called outcast has certainly given us a surprise. Seated nearby was the third elder, Ning Yuan, his face gaunt and his eyes cold and sharp. He sneered. It was nothing but a stroke of luck. The first elder, Ning Xianwei, frowned thoughtfully. He awakened his divine machine master arm, took first place in Jiangcheng's military assessment, and set a new record. Did the family misjudge him back then? Enough. Ning Wutian slammed the table, his black robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. His voice was icy. The Ning family does not make mistakes. His performance is commendable, so let's give him a chance. He rose, his gaze piercing. Send out the order first. Issue a public notice that the family is willing to accept him back, as long as he's willing to return to the ancestral home and pay his respects. Second, our next move will be in Jiangcheng. He is to assist Beichun with the mission. This will be his test. Third elder, you'll deliver this message to Ning Yuan personally. Over the next 7 days, Ning Yuan kept to himself, focused on mastering the triple configuration. Every day, Li Yu delivered his meals, and his room was fully equipped. By the 8th day, Li Yin had gathered nearly all the required materials. By the 9th, even the rarest item, the Thunder Force Tribulation Crystal, was ready. Sis, do you think something's happened? Li Yu asked anxiously. I doubt it, Li Yin replied, though she was clearly uneasy. The mission to wipe out the bloody old capital was looming, and everything at the Shuyan mountain base was prepared, awaiting only the final step. Fortunately, on the morning of the 9th day, Ning Yuan finally emerged. The Li sisters hurried to see him, delight shining in their eyes. Master Ning, would you like to rest for a bit? Li Yu asked, glancing toward the door. Let's go straight to the site, Ning Yuan replied, full of energy and confidence in his upcoming divine machine ascension. In the spacious training ground, rare materials were piled high: Thunder Prison Dragon Bones, Thunder Emperor Eel King Tendons, Storm Thunder Falcon Eyes, Thunder Tribulation Energy Crystals, and more. Word had already spread throughout the Shuyan mountain base, and a crowd had gathered to watch. Even Wei Feng made time to observe from the watchtower. That kid turns out he's a top-tier divine machine master, Wei Feng exclaimed. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A divine machine master. The champion this year is a divine machine master. How rare is that? There are 3 tiers: normal, phantom beast, and ultimate. I heard Li Yu is aiming for the ultimate configuration. Amazing. If the Ning family realizes they kicked out a top divine machine master, they'll be beside themselves with regret. They absolutely will. Shoo, quiet, it's starting. The soldiers watching from the sidelines were filled with excitement, but instinctively fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment. With a brilliant flash, the Book of Knowledge appeared, its pages flipping rapidly before settling on one formation: Supreme Divine Power Surge. Boom. The Book of Knowledge hovered in midair, its pages turning at lightning speed before coming to a sudden halt. In an instant, a dazzling array of runes burst forth from the book, expanding like a radiant halo to cover a 10-meter radius, enveloping all the rare materials within its reach. The power of the Supreme Divine Power Surge formation was unleashed. The breathtaking spectacle left everyone utterly stunned, their minds blank with awe. The array of runes erupting from the Book of Knowledge seemed as if inscribed by a divine hand, etching grand laws into the very air. The world itself seemed to fall silent, and everyone present felt as insignificant as dust in the face of such majesty. Among them, no one was more shaken than Li Yu, who had just graduated. The swirling runes reflected in her eyes, and in that moment, she understood this was a display of divine might, worthy of the title Supreme. Release your divine machine's main weapon, Ning Yuan barked, snapping Li Yu out of her trance. Yes, sir, she replied without hesitation, quickly summoning her massive thunder longbow. Bang! Almost the moment the bow appeared, it began to disintegrate automatically. Li Yu was horrified, thinking her life-bound divine machine had been destroyed, but she soon realized something was different. A glowing orb the size of a fist floated out from the fragments. This orb was the core of her divine machine's main weapon. Its surface was covered with intricate symbols and characters, the very core formation she had inscribed during her awakening. Now, as she prepared to advance from awakening to the elite level, it was time to replace the core with a Thunder Tribulation energy crystal. From the towering pile of materials, a deep purple crystal the size of a basketball floated into the air. Its surface was etched with lightning-shaped cracks, and inside, liquid thunder surged and roiled, occasionally sparking with blinding blue-white light. It radiated a brilliant, pure energy, as if it contained a storm within a true Thunder Tribulation energy crystal. The Book of Knowledge flipped again, revealing a page filled with glowing blue characters. Core Formation Rage and Forge, 10,000-fold Thunderstream Core. Ning Yuan's eyes gleamed as he tapped the page with his fingertip. Instantly, a torrent of runes from the Raijin Forge, 10,000-fold Thunderstream Core burst forth, thousands of blue symbols shooting out to entwine the Thunder Tribulation energy crystal. Each rune branded onto the crystal triggered a violent tremor, sending arcs of lightning in all directions. The liquid thunder inside boiled furiously, and the cracks on the crystal's surface were quickly filled with glowing runes. In a flash, streams of lightning coursed across the crystal, making it look like the very heart of a raging thunderstorm. A phantom image of a forge appeared in the air, blazing with white-hot thunderfire, enveloping the core as if tempering it through countless strikes. Boom! Bolts of wild lightning struck down, mere wisps of energy escaping from the Thunder Tribulation energy crystal, yet the atmosphere grew ever more electrifying. Each thunderclap seemed to strike directly at the hearts of all who witnessed it. The soldiers watching were already wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded and overwhelmed. Even Wei Feng, a seasoned veteran known for his composure and experience, couldn't help but murmur, "My God, I've never heard of a divine machine ascension causing such a thunderous storm. This is truly eye-opening." He recalled the last time he saw Master Chu of the Phantom Beast series in action. The Blue Wolf Phantom had been impressive enough, but this scene made it pale in comparison. Supreme. Now this was truly the ultimate upgrade. Witnessing something like this was enough to brag about for 3 years, maybe even 10. All around, the soldiers broke into heated discussion, unable to hold back their cheers and excitement. The thunderstorm raged on for a full half-hour. As time passed, thousands of azure runes gradually faded, eventually imprinting themselves completely onto the surface of the crystal core. With a metallic clang, the final rune vanished, thunder boomed, and the amethyst core shone brilliantly like a throne forged from lightning. Inside the core, a swirling galaxy slowly revolved, brimming with boundless power. With the most crucial core finally complete, the subsequent construction of the divine machine's armaments and energy output configuration would be much simpler. A deafening rumble followed as the core was finished, and the formation shifted once more. Torrents of divine energy surged instantly. A blazing radiance shot skyward, and mountains of precious materials disappeared in the intense flames. The skeleton of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon was the first to collapse with a piercing crack, followed by the sinews of the Thunder Emperor Eel King dissolving in a chorus of electric snaps. The eye of the Storm Thunder Falcon hovered at the machine's head, bursting with dazzling iridescence, as if it could pierce through any void. "Is that the skeleton of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon?" a soldier cried out, pointing at the blackened bones within the array, arcs of electricity dancing wildly along their length. "My God, isn't that tribulation patterned steel? All these materials must have cost at least 500,000 spirit crystals. Even the core of the Storm Thunder Falcon's eye is made from this. Its dynamic targeting must be flawless." As the crowd gasped in awe, another thunderous explosion erupted. Li Yu flinched, half convinced she'd be struck by lightning, the deafening roar echoing in her ears. Yet she didn't retreat. Her eyes stayed fixed on the searing flames and crackling thunder, completely mesmerized. Within that blaze, the form of the divine machine finally emerged. It was a magnificent figure, 4 or 5 meters tall, wreathed in lightning. With every surge, arcs of electricity burst forth, dazzling and bright, as if the god of thunder had descended to the mortal realm. Endless currents raced across its body, erupting in blinding flashes. Li's heart pounded wildly. She was so overwhelmed, she nearly burst into tears, her eyes glimmering with emotion. She felt a deep resonance within her soul. This was her divine machine, but its power now surpassed anything she had ever known. The piling of precious materials and the burning of the flames continued for a full day and night. As the energy output and battle runes were configured, the divine machine's transformation entered its second day, the thunder and lightning growing ever more intense. The formation zone was almost entirely crystallized, with arcs of electricity pouring down in a scene of uncontrollable chaos. For a long time, no one dared approach the area. The two sisters of the Li family remained close by from start to finish, and Li Yu herself grew ever more entranced, her gaze never leaving the flames. Even when eating, she simply sat nearby, and afterward returned immediately to watch the evolving divine machine, her eyes filled with endless fascination and longing. On the third day, Li Yu's anticipation reached its peak. She knew the end was near. At dawn, the days-long thunderstorm finally began to subside. At the center of the formation, the divine machine clad in violet armor had taken shape. Liquid lightning flowed through the seams of its armor, and the thunder-prisoned sky bow in its hands crackled with blinding arcs, ionizing the air and filling it with a scorched scent. The final step remained activating the battle runes. Ning Yuan stood at the center of the formation, pressing one hand down in the air. Divine Thunder Scar, activate, he commanded in a low voice. Instantly, the mech blazed with intricate patterns of lightning, its overwhelming power sweeping through the entire hall. Twin beams of razor-sharp lightning shot from the mech's eyes, piercing ahead like swords. Cracks splintered across the crystalline ground. Li Yu felt a powerful resonance from the life mech, so strong that she was nearly moved to tears. Ascension complete. Ning Yuan closed the book of knowledge and let out a long breath. The exhaustion of the past few days vanished in that moment as he lifted his gaze to admire his creation. The ascended thunder armament now stood an imposing 4.8 meters tall. Its deep purple armor was as solid as a sheer cliff, every edge chiseled by thunder itself. Lightning arcs and crackling energy wove constantly around it. And simply standing there, it radiated an oppressive force, as if the weight of the entire sky was compressed into that small space. Most striking of all was the thunder-prisoned skybow, its bowstring wrapped in boiling lightning, as though an entire storm cloud had been sealed within its frame. Compared to this, the previous thunder longbow now seemed little more than a decorative piece. This was the vast difference between the awakening and elite stages. Reaching the Guardian class would create an even more unimaginable gap. Mech armament data. Name, Thunder Prison Skybow, Radiant Thunder Annihilation. Class, Elite. Traits, Divine Retribution Lock-on, Storm Synchronization. Skills. 1. Wrath of the Heavens. Each second of charging increases power by 10, up to 100. 2. Ninefold Skies. Reduces energy consumption by 30, increases firing speed by 50. 3. Thunder Sigil. Defeating a target stores a Thunder Sigil, up to 5. Each sigil boosts the next shot's power by 30. Base parameters. Height, 4.8 meters. Mass, 10.9 tons. Configuration, Ultimate Thunder Prison Skybow, Ultimate Thunder Prison Armor. Ning Yuan reflected quietly. The awakening stage configuration was still lacking, unable to reach its full potential. It was like an innate flawed amount of effort could truly make up for it later. If not for this, the elite core array could have reached 300, which would have been ideal. But these regrets did nothing to diminish the awe of those around him. With 290 cores, a power range of 2,436 to 6,902, and a mass of 10.9 tons, every stat embodied the pinnacle of raw, untamed power. These numbers even surpassed the strongest elite mech pilot at Shuyan Mountain Base, Hua Yufeng, whose core count was only 285. Want to try it? Ning Yuan broke the silence. Yes. Li Yu, barely containing her excitement, reached out with a trembling finger. The mech mirrored her gesture, and as their fingertips touched, a faint arc of electricity leapt between them. She felt no pain, only a deep sense of connection, as if their bloodlines had intertwined. In the next instant, the mech dissolved into countless threads of lightning, wrapping around her and reforming into a streamlined suit of armor. Thunder Prison Skybow, Radiant Thunder Annihilation, equipped. At that moment, the mech exuded a new vitality and spirit, far beyond what it had before. Boom. The Divine Thunder Prison Mech Skybow Radiant Thunder Judgment took its first step, wreathed in endless arcs of deep blue lightning. The ground exploded in a blinding ring of electricity, countless serpentine bolts spreading outward in every direction. With each step, this colossal machine shook the earth, like a moving mountain of thunder and lightning, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The stats of this Thunder Prison Mech were staggering, standing 4.8 meters tall, weighing 10.9 tons, with combat power ranging from an astonishing 2,436 to 6,902. This far surpassed the limits of primary mechs during the awakening phase. As an elite class mech, it wasn't just an upgrade in numbers, it was a leap in quality. Even its creator, Ning Yuan, couldn't help but watch in awe. The gap was as stark as comparing 10 pounds of diamonds to 10 pounds of tofu. Bright blue lightning danced across the mech's surface, its power almost visible to the naked eye. The thick, mountain-like armor looked utterly indestructible under the glare of the lightning. Ning Yuan could tell at a glance that even with his own hexagram divine punishment elementalist, boasting over 2,000 combat power, he wouldn't be able to inflict more than 20 points of damage on this machine unless he used the not yet completed secondary weapon, the Demon Slayer sniper rifle. The soldiers present instinctively held their breath. Only now did Li Yin snap out of her daze, sighing softly, "Commander, we have to keep talent like this in Jiangqing. We can't let the other military divisions poach him." Wei Feng said nothing, but his eyes gleamed with determination, his dark face turning even colder. Recently, many factions had been vying for Ning Yuan, various military divisions offering all kinds of incentives, and even the Ning family had reached out. But Ning Yuan remained completely focused on refining the Thunder Prison mech, oblivious to all the commotion. Let's test its power on the dedicated field." The soldiers gathered excitedly around the Thunder Prison mech. "Liu, show us what a mech with a core count of 290 can really do. This is the pinnacle of the Extreme series. It could flatten a whole squad of regular mechs with one strike." Li Yi's voice came from within the mech. "Let's do it. I want to see what it's capable of now, too. Master Ning, you should come and watch as well." The group marched toward the testing ground, a massive, semi-open steel structure on the east side of the base, surrounded by thick alloy walls. The field itself covered more than 500 meters in diameter, with reinforced metal plates underfoot. The spectator stands nearby could hold 70 to 80,000 people, enough for a major tournament. Everything was ready, just waiting for Liu to take the stage. Crackling lightning flashed. Surrounded by crackling blue lightning, the Thunder Prison Divine Machine made its debut. Standing 4.8 meters tall and weighing 10.9 tons, it radiated an overwhelming sense of power the moment it appeared. The massive mech towered in the center of the testing ground, blue and white currents dancing across its armored surface, drawing a chorus of awed murmurs from the audience. First event, maximum sprint. The booming announcement echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Seated in the prime front row, the spectators leaned forward as the test began, whispering excitedly, their eyes shining with anticipation. Elite-level mechs usually sprint 100 meters in 11 to 12 seconds. I wonder what this one can do. In the base, Hua Yufeng was the previous top elite. His assault-type divine machine did the 100-meter sprint in 8.5 seconds, but Li Yi's core count is even higher. You never know, different mechs have different strengths. Others chimed in, voices overlapping in lively debate. Wei Feng turned to Ning Yuan, who sat beside him, calm and composed. "What do you think?" he asked, curious. Ning Yuan smiled mysteriously, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Just watch. You'll be surprised." As its creator, he knew the machine's potential best and understood how its peak energy output would shine in an elite-class mech. On the testing field, the 200-meter straight track lit up with glowing markers. High-speed cameras on either side stood ready, their red indicator lights blinking as they prepared to capture every instant. Suddenly, blinding lightning erupted from the Thunder Prison's legs. At the same time, 6 neat seams cracked open along its back armor, the panels unfolding like wings to reveal a honeycomb matrix pulsing with blue-white energy. The energy spun rapidly within the honeycomb, emitting a teeth-grinding high-pitched resonance. Boom! 6 streams of lightning burst from its back. The crowd saw only a flash of blue light streak by, moving almost too fast for the eye to follow. A beep sounded. The numbers on the display board flickered and then locked in place. 100-meter sprint, 2.2 seconds. The announcer's voice trembled with excitement. This divine machine is equipped with a powerful energy propulsion system. It even performed a slight flight maneuver, lifting about 5 centimeters off the ground. The crowd erupted instantly, a wave of astonished exclamations filling the stands. "Incredible! That burst of speed was unreal. I thought I was seeing things." "Forget everything else, just that explosive acceleration makes it the fastest in the base, hands down." Wei Feng gave Ning Yuan a thumbs up, admiration shining in his eyes. "Amazing." Ning Yuan blinked, joking with a grin. "Not bad. Not bad, third best in the world." Wei Feng burst out laughing, but he didn't take it as a joke. He genuinely believed the divine machine was that powerful. Next, the Thunder Prison underwent a series of tests. Its strength ranged from 3 to 20 tons, depending on the energy output, a solid, standard result for an elite-class mech. But when it came to the defense test, everyone was stunned. The test used various captured monsters and beasts, and the first to appear was an old foe of Ning Yuan's blood brood mother. When this massive creature appeared in the arena, Ning Yuan was startled. Its endless spawning ability and whipping blood-red tentacles had left a deep impression on him. The blood brood mother showed up during a contamination outbreak, Wei Feng explained, a touch of awe in his voice. "This one was captured for research, but now it's not much use. The secret zone is about to be cleared out, so better to put it to use. As a Dominator-class monster, it's basically the pinnacle of the awakened stage." But when the broodmother faced the fully equipped Thunder Prison, it didn't stand a chance. Its tentacles lashed out again and again, but couldn't even budge the mech an inch. Finally, Liu raised the divine machine's arm and fired an arrow of crackling blue lightning, blowing the monster apart in an instant as easily as smashing tofu. Next up was the three-headed Serpent King, 12 meters long, 8 tons, its scaly armor gleaming coldly a nightmare for many. It lunged, jaws gaping, and bit down on the mech's armor, but to no effect. Instead, the Thunder Prison, under Li Yi's control, pummeled it with a series of heavy punches, and the giant serpent convulsed a few times before falling still. Final test comprehensive combat evaluation. The announcement rang out once again. In the center of the field, a specially made alloy cage slowly rose, a chilling growl rumbling from within. The heavy thuds echoed throughout the testing ground, each impact making the thick alloy steel pillars tremble violently. Slowly, a skeletal sword demon, standing 5.2 meters tall, emerged from the Shadowsa true elite-class hellspawn. Its entire body was encased in obsidian-like bone armor, and it wielded a massive 3-meter-long bone greatsword, battered and scarred from countless battles. Just its presence seemed to thicken the air, making it hard to breathe. As the cage opened, the sword demon strode forward. The ghostly blue soulfire flickering in its eye sockets swept across the room, and every soldier instinctively took a step back. Holy crap, that's a hellspawn skeletal sword demon, someone exclaimed. That's the peak of elite-class monsters. It could demolish 10 regular mech suits at once. Isn't it way too risky to use it for a test? The crowd erupted in disbelief. After all, the usual test subjects were ordinary monsters, nowhere near the same league as this sword demon. Suddenly, the sword demon lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning, its greatsword screaming through the air as it slashed at the Reiju mech's head. Liu, piloting the mech, fired up all 6 thunderjet vents on its back, turning into a streak of electricity to meet the attack heat-in. Boom. The bone greatsword crashed down on the Reiju mech's shoulder armor, sending up a shower of sparks, but leaving only a pale scratch on the plating. That's insane defense, a soldier gasped. After all, this sword demon was notorious for wiping out entire squads with ease. Seizing the moment, Liu drove the Reiju mech's left fist crackling with lightning straight into the demon. A shockwave blasted outward, flinging the sword demon against the alloy wall and shattering the obsidian bone armor on its chest. The final blow began to charge. The Reiju sky bow was drawn back, its strings shifting from deep blue to a blinding white. The 6 thunderjet vents formed a circular energy array, and a 5-meter-wide ring of electricity gathered behind the mech, countless bolts of lightning surging into the arrow. The watching soldiers held their breath. They had seen large-scale battles before, but never had an elite-class enemy faced such overwhelming power. In the next instant, the concentrated lightning arrow shot for the flash of blue, followed by a brilliant explosion of arcing electricity that spread in every direction. When the light faded, all that remained of the sword demon was a charred, smoking heap. One-shot kill. This Reiju mech is unreal. In 20 years at this base, I've never seen a mech this powerful. Not even Hua Yufeng, the top fighter, could compare. Wait, guess he's number 2 now. Everyone was in shock, talking excitedly among themselves, their eyes frequently drifting toward Ning Yuan, the miracle maker behind it all, filled with awe and respect. Suddenly, the blue light faded with a soft hum. After Liu disengaged from piloting mode, her face turned pale and she dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, her chest heaving. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone stared in shock. Then a flurry of exclamations erupted, and people hurriedly called for the medical center. Clearly, something was seriously wrong. With a soul amplitude just over 1,000, she was nowhere near the minimum 3,500 required to fully operate such a highly advanced mech. After only a few minutes of intense combat, she was already exhausted and struggling to keep up. Standing among the crowd, Wei Feng watched Li Yi's condition and shook his head, though he couldn't hide a faint smile. While he showed concern for her, he knew this was only temporary. Li Yi's soul amplitude was still low, meaning she couldn't support such a powerful mech for long, but with time, she would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Shuoyuan Mountain Basia future commander. His smile revealed a deep sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan paid little attention to the commotion in front of him. Instead, he was completely absorbed in thoughts about his own mech's ascension. Helping Liu upgrade her mech had given him a clear grasp of the ascension process for a hexagram divine punishment elemental user. More importantly, this time, Li Yin had paid him on Li Yi's behalf, with the reward for the arduous task reaching a staggering 1.65 million spirit crystals. Now, that enormous sum rested quietly within his knowledge space, radiating with a brilliance that seemed to symbolize limitless wealth. On top of that, this was also a military assignment, so Ning Yuan would receive a military merit reward. Since he had worked on a top-tier mech configuration, the reward was especially generous. A standard upgrade would only earn 100 contribution points, and a Phantom Beast series upgrade would grant 1,000. For this task, Ning Yuan received 3,000 contribution points, bringing his total to 9,600. This meant he could now select a Topophthalene mech configuration from the Celestial Armory, the six-fold Divine Punishment Primal Light Armament, which was considered unrivaled. This six-fold Divine Punishment Primal Light Armament boasted outstanding performance, even granting flight capabilities at the elite level of rarity worldwide. For context, most elite flight-capable mechs weigh under 2 tons, resulting in low defense. In contrast, the six-fold Divine Punishment Primal Light Armor reached the upper limit for elite mechs, weighing a full 12 tons. The heavier the mech, the stronger its defense, yet it still maintained powerful aerial capabilities. Ning Yuan thought to himself that if he ever faced Li Ye's mech, he would have complete confidence in overwhelming her. Her weapon, the Thunder Prison Sky Bow, Radiant Thunder Judgment, had an impressive core count of 290 and was certainly powerful, but compared to Ning Yuan's armament, his was even stronger. His mind also wandered to other top-tier configurations. Options like the Light-Speed Thunder Phoenix, Rainbow Crystal Core, and the Storming Yinglong Skydriving Wings each cost nearly 780,000 spirit crystals. The Star Core Giant Rhino Divine Crystal Armor was similarly expensive, at around 700,000 spirit crystals. Then there were rare materials like Starlit Silver, Netherbone Black Gold, Azure Feathered Iron, and Void Profound Steel. Combining all of them would cost at least 4 million spirit crystals. Ning Yuan frowned slightly, a chill passing through his thoughts. And this was just the cost if he did all the work himself, without hiring a top-tier mech engineer. If he brought in a leading expert, the total would rise by another 2 million spirit crystals. Clearly, true power always comes at a price, and every single expense had to be carefully calculated. He then looked into configurations one tier lower, and found the price dropped sharply as setup using non-premium materials would cost only 2.7 million spirit crystals, about the same as Li Ye's current mech. This made him sigh with realization growing stronger indeed requires constant sacrifice, with every step forward built upon the investment of countless resources. Wei Feng walked over, interrupting Ning Yuan's thoughts. By the way, the Ning family has been requesting to see you. They know you're at the Shuyan Mountain base, but I've been keeping them away. Now that you're done with your work, do you want to meet them? Ning Yuan's expression darkened instantly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had no fondness for that family whatsoever. What do they want from me? Wei Feng glanced at him in surprise, feeling a bit confused. The whole thing had already spread online. Tactical watches and virtual computers weren't much different. Being connected was a basic function. No matter how busy Ning Yuan was, he shouldn't be completely cut off from the world. Wei Feng had assumed had already made his stance clear to the Ning family, which was why he had taken it upon himself to keep them at bay. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan to be completely unaware of the situation. Ning Yuan's face was cold and stern. Head barely slept in days, working tirelessly and pouring all his focus into studying the divine machine schematics. He hadn't had a moment to spare. Frowning, he quickly activated his tactical watch and said in a frosty voice, keyword search Imperial Capital Ning family. A virtual screen spread out before his eyes, instantly flooding with hundreds of related messages. The most prominent was a public announcement that had gone viral across the internet. The announcement read, by resolution of the Ning Family Supreme Council, we declare the family outcast Ning Yuan to be a family orphan. However, in consideration of blood ties, you are granted one final chance to return and reclaim your place. Within 3 days, return to the ancestral home and pay your respects. The comments beneath the announcement were practically exploding. Can't stop laughing. They threw him out like trash back then, and now that he's made a name for himself? Hilarious, this world really only cares about strength. No way Ning Yuan won't go back. This is a top clan in the Imperial capital. Who cares if he's a champion? Without family backing, it's tough to make it big. Agreed. If I could suddenly become a young master again, I'd do it too. Why can't I ever get this lucky? Ning Yuan's face turned icy, the chill in his eyes as cold as frost. He let out a cold laugh, opened the comments section, and replied directly to the Ning family's announcement. What kind of garbage ancestors does the Ning family have? Whose dog got off its leash and thinks it can pick a new master? His reply was immediately marked with the Blade Core certification badge, shining brightly and drawing everyone's attention. The entire virtual space erupted in response. Wei Feng stood to the side, stunned. Had heard about Ning Yuan's deep-seated grudge against the Ning family, but he hadn't realized the conflict ran this deep. Normally, what the Ning family was doing wasn't considered excessive after all. They were a top clan in the Imperial capital, and summoning an outcast back was just giving him a chance to reclaim his place. Under normal circumstances, almost no one would refuse such an honor. But Ning Yuan was different. He was only the 4th divine machine pilot in history, a legend among both spiritual and combat pilots. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Wei Feng sighed inwardly, already making up his mind. He spoke up as a reminder. If you do this, the Ning family won't let it go. You know what it means to break with them completely. Ning Yuan sneered, glancing at Wei Feng with a look that was impossible to read. Wei Feng grinned and said, "How about officially joining the Jiangxing military command? I guarantee the Ning family wouldn't dare touch you." Ning Yuan didn't respond, his expression unchanged. Wei Feng immediately understood had been turned down and couldn't help but sigh. He continued, "But Ning Yuan Shan from the Ning family has already been waiting at the base for 5 days." With that, he pulled up a live surveillance feed. On the screen, in a sparsely furnished room, the Ning family's third elder, Ning Yuan Shan, sat at a table with a stern expression. Beside him, Ning Beichen and Ning Yushi stood quietly, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Suddenly, Ning Yuanshan's gaze snapped to the surveillance screen, his eyes icy cold. "Well, Commander Wei, do you finally have time for us today? Has there been news of that disgraceful son?" He smirked, clear disdain in his tone. "A mere family outcast hardly worth our attention." With a sharp flick of his sleeve, Ning Yuanshan's expression darkened. "Commander Wei, you're giving that disgrace far too much credit." Wei Feng responded to this rudeness with nothing more than a faint, indifferent smile. Given his position, the Ning family's attitude meant little to him, had only arranged their stay at the base out of basic courtesy. "Commander, please arrange a meeting with them for me." Ning Yuan's voice cut in, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. Wei Feng glanced at Ning Yuan in surprise. He had expected outright refusal, but instead, Ning Yuan simply nodded in agreement. Inside the meeting room, cold white lights reflected off the polished floor. Ning Yuanshan sat in the main seat, his face stern, his gaze filled with condescension. Ning Beichen stood with arms crossed, a faint, mocking smile playing at his lips. As Ning Yuan pushed open the door, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Ning Yuanshan shot him a brief glance before quickly looking away, as if even a second more was a waste. "Ning Yuan." Ning Yuanshan spoke, his voice heavy with authority. "The family still remembers you carry Ning blood, so we're offering you a chance. The mission in bloody old capital is something our family must secure. Beichen is the future pillar of the Ning family, and he needs this achievement." He paused. "As for you, if you can assist Beichen in this mission, the family may consider restoring your name to the family register." Ning Beichen sneered, picking up the thread. "Don't think that topping the military assessment makes you someone special. Without the family's backing, you're nothing but a rootless drifter. No matter how strong, you'll never make a real splash." "The Ning family? Who cares? Since when did any random stray get to claim our bloodline?" Ning Yuan replied lazily, picking at his ear, his face the picture of indifference. "How dare you?" Ning Yuanshan's brows tightened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ning Beichen snapped, "Ning Yuan, don't be ungrateful. The family offering you this chance is more luck than you deserve." Ning Yuan's eyes grew cold. Without another word, he tapped his tactical watch. In an instant, a holographic projection appeared the task force for the bloody old capital eradication mission. The sight made Ning Beichen's pupils contract as he realized Ning Yuan would be joining the mission as a rival. A hint of a smile played at Ning Yuan's lips. "The Ning family's mission in Jiangxing? Sorry, now that I know about it, you've lost your chance." Ning Yuanshan shot to his feet, his face dark as thunder. "Ning Yuan, are you really going to turn against your own family?" "Family?" Ning Yuan glanced at the two of them, his eyes full of scorn. "Ning Beichun, you'd better hope you don't run into me during the mission." With that, he turned to leave, having accomplished what he came for, and seeing no need to waste more words. As the door closed behind him, Ning Yuanshan slammed his palm down, shattering the table in fury. "Arrogant brat." Ning Beichen stared after him, knuckles white with tension. Ning Yuanshan took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. No matter. If he's so eager to court disaster, there's nothing more to say. His eyes glinted coldly. "Beichen, you must come out on top in this mission. As for Ning Yuan, the family will deal with him. As long as you're willing, the gates of the Blood Cloud Mountain base are always open for you." Wei Feng's eyes were sharp and confident as he patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. The Ning family may be a major clan in the imperial capital, but here in Jiangxing's 4 main bases, the military is in charge. Even if a pilot from the Night Tyrant himself came knocking, they'd still have to show me some respect. Hearing this, Ning Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He replied softly, "If the need arises, I won't turn it down." With that, he found an excuse and quietly slipped away. Back in his room, Ning Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with determination. He had already made up his mind. Since the Ning family placed so much importance on this assessment, he couldn't just let things go their way. The family's fate was tied to the results of the blood-stained old capital's trials. If he failed, wouldn't that make him look weak in their eyes? After a moment of silence, a firm look settled in his gaze. If he wanted to change the game, he couldn't let the spirit crystals he had go to waste. Besides, although there was no clear path to upgrading the divine machine yet, that didn't mean he should stop moving forward. With a balance of 1.65 million spirit crystals, I might as well invest in improving my strength. If I need more spirit crystals later, earning them won't be hard. It's completely worth it. Ning Yuan muttered to himself, his mind made up. Without hesitation, he opened the military merit exchange system. A crisp chime sounded as a deep blue holographic display appeared on his tactical watch. Show me the Divine Machine's main weapon upgrade items, he said quietly. The system began to search, and soon 4 prominent items appeared on the list. Crimson Sky Divine Flame Crystal, Azure Lotus Demon Fire Seed, Crimson Fire Sin Dragon Reverse Scale, and Superconducting Fallen Meteor Mithril. Crimson Sky Divine Flame Crystal, Top Tier Elite, 3000 Military Merits. Azure Lotus Demon Fire Seed, Top Tier Elite, 3000 Military Merits. Crimson Fire Sin Dragon Reverse Scale, Top Tier Elite, 3000 Military Merits. Superconducting Fallen Meteor Mithril 750,000 Spirit Crystals. Ning Yuan read through the details, weighing his options. He glanced over the specifics of each item, remaining calm and patient. He had enough military merits to exchange for the fire element materials, and as for the superconducting Fallen Meteor Mithril, he was resolved to purchase it with his remaining spirit crystals. This is the benefit of joining the military. So long as you have the merits and clearance, almost any treasure is within reach, Ning Yuan thought to himself. He quickly placed his orders, already formulating his next steps. Still, he knew things wouldn't be that simple. The Divine Machine's power was formidable, but far from perfect. He would need to be even more careful and work even harder if he wanted to turn the tables and avoid falling into the Ning family's trap. In addition to the basic military rank requirements, these items were strictly prohibited from being resold for profit, as some of them were simply unavailable to outsiders, no matter how much money they had. For example, the Green Lotus Demon Fire Seed could fetch a price up to 30% higher on the market. After the payment was deducted, Ning Yuan's remaining military merit balance was down to 600 points, and he had just over 900,000 spirit crystals left. What surprised him was how quickly the delivery arrived, much faster than had expected. Just a few hours later, personnel from the base brought him everything he had ordered. The items came in 4 specially crafted obsidian crystal cases, each requiring strict identity verification before they could be opened. With 4 days left before his self-imposed deadline, he was confident he had enough time. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Although he was a bit puzzled, he was extremely satisfied with the efficiency. Scarlet Heaven Divine Flame Crystal, Green Lotus Demon Fire Seed, Crimson Fire Nether Dragon Reverse Scale, Superconducting Meteoric Mithril. These were all top-tier materials. What exactly was Ning Yuan planning to do with them? In the tactical operations room, Wei Feng was busy organizing the battle plan for the upcoming operation at the bloodstained old capital. Suddenly, he received a few messages. After reading them, he was stunned. Coincidentally, all the materials Ning Yuan requested were stored in the Blood Cloud Mountain base's treasury. As the base's highest-ranking officer, Wei Feng personally approved the requests. If these had been ordinary items costing only a few dozen or a few hundred spirit crystals, he wouldn't have bothered. But these materials were extremely valuable, and given Ning Yuan's background and abilities, there was no way he was trying to profit from this. Without hesitation, Wei Feng signed off on the orders. Book of Knowledge activate. With a low command, Ning Yuan summoned the Book of Knowledge. Light flickered as the mystical tome appeared before him. He had already mastered the configuration and construction of the secondary main weapon when he helped Li Yu. So now, forging his own was no problem at all. All 4 special chests were now open. The first thing that caught his eye was a fist-sized Scarlet Heaven Divine Flame Crystal, radiating with countless strands of crimson light. This rare artifact was born deep within the Earth's fiery veins. Even the lower-grade Scarlet Heaven Flame Stones sold for 5,000 spirit crystals apiece on the market. The core, condensed into a Divine Flame Crystal, was priceless. With the Divine Flame Crystal present, the entire chamber was instantly filled with intense heat and a fiery glow, as if a miniature sun had ignited within. The pages of the Book of Knowledge turned automatically, projecting the core matrix of the Demon-Bane Godslayer Sniper Rifle, the 8 Desolations Dragon Fury, Heaven-Scorching, World-Melting Array. On the page, billions of characters flickered in the crimson glow. Each character resembled a tiny fire dragon, dancing across the page and forming a complex core diagram. Thousands of these miniature dragons floated out from between the pages, swiftly wrapping around the Divine Flame Crystal. The pages turned again. A wisp of eerie blue-green fire drifted silently in front of Ning Yuan. He tensed, eyes flashing with vigilance. Though the Green Lotus Demon Fire Seed looked unremarkable, it was incredibly powerful. Once ignited, no defense could extinguish it. Not even elite-grade divine mecha armor could withstand its flames. Sizzle. The Green Lotus Demon Fire began burning against the Divine Flame Crystal, causing its crimson glow to surge like a mini sun on the verge of explosion, radiating brilliant golden light. Under the fire's assault, the outer layer of the crystal slowly began to melt. Ning Yuan watched the process intently, knowing this stage alone would take at least 2 days. This would be the most time-consuming part of the entire forging process. Once it was complete, the rest would be much easier. After all, he only needed these 4 rare materials for the task at hand. Though expensive, it was far less complicated than the upgrades he had performed on Li Yu's Divine Mecha. Blood Cloud Mountain Base, Restricted Chambers. Liu stood straight outside the security line, her military uniform fitting her tall, upright figure perfectly, without a single crease. Fresh out of the military academy, her youthful features still retained a hint of softness, but composure and determination were already etched deep in her gaze. Even so, this was her 17th time passing by here in just 2 days. Just a routine patrol, Liu replied lightly, though she couldn't quite hide the persistence behind her words. After a brief pause, she added, Ning Yuan upgraded my divine engine. That means a lot to me. I'm about to be transferred to the Long Yuan front, and I really want to thank him in person. A hint of resolve showed in her tightly pressed lips. Li Yin smiled faintly at her words, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. But she said nothing more. Suddenly, the assembly horn sounded in the distance, its sharp, piercing note shattering the corridor's silence. Li Yin let out a slow breath. Time to go. Liu nodded silently, turning to leave. But as she reached the corner, she paused, glancing back at the tightly closed door, as if waiting for some kind of response. The bugle sounded again, more urgent this time. She hesitated no longer. Determination flashed in her eyes. She spun sharply on her heel, her boots striking the floor with a clear, crisp sound, and her figure disappeared down the corridor. Inside the chamber, the temperature soared. After 2 days of burning, the Qishao Divine Flame crystal had finally melted completely, marking the final stage of the secondary weapon's creation. Condense. Ning Yuan commanded in a low voice. The countless characters on the book's pages contracted in an instant, winding together like chains to bind the molten crystal core. The strange blue lotus demon fire was forcibly embedded into the liquid's heart. As flame and crystal fused, a blinding bluid light erupted, sending the chamber's temperature skyrocketing and twisting the very air. Now for the Crimson Fire Sin Dragon's reverse scale. Ning Yuan's mind sharpened, fully absorbed by the swirling energies of the divine flame crystal and demon fire. He dared not delay for even a second. The blood-red dragon scale rose into the air, its naturally inscribed, fierce patterns gleaming with a mysterious light, as if the phantom Sin Dragon's deep roar echoed through the room. Roar! A thunderous dragon's cry seemed to shake the very walls, making them tremble. The small fire dragons weaving through the formation glowed in the crimson light, their claws and scales twisting into menacing shapes, forming ghostly images in the blaze. Superconducting meteoric mithril now, Ning Yuan commanded softly. Liquid metal shimmered with a silvery blue brilliance, floating upward. The Book of Knowledge turned its pages in silence, unleashing a torrent of blazing light that threatened to engulf the entire chamber. With a sharp metallic ring, the formations took shape one by one. Rage of the 8 Wastelands, Heaven-scorching fusion array complete. 9 Nether Abyss, End Fire of the Yellow Springs complete. Annihilation of gods and demons. Tenfold heaven-slaying battle scars complete. At last, the outline of the demon-slaying god-killer sniper rifle began to materialize. Ning Yuan's gaze locked onto the image emerging from the searing light. Even though the weapon was not yet finished, he found himself holding his breath. The blazing light twisted violently in the air. In the next instant, all the energy contracted, collapsing into a single point. Then, clang. A crisp metallic sound reverberated through the entire chamber. A clear, metallic resonance echoed through the chamber, sharp and piercing like the roar of a furious dragon. In that instant, the second primary weapon finally emerged in its full glory. Ning Yuan held his breath, eyes fixed on the scene before him. The demon-slaying, god-extinguishing sniper rifle hovered above the Book of Knowledge, its entire form shrouded in crimson light. The ethereal blue lotus flames had withdrawn completely, replaced by a dazzling red radiance, like a rampaging dragon forcibly suppressed. The sniper rifle's design exuded an overwhelming sense of power. The barrel, making up nearly 2/3 of the weapon's length, was etched with crimson patterns flowing like molten lava. On closer inspection, the entire barrel looked as if it had been forged from the body of a fiery demon dragon, radiating a menacing, dark red glow. What was most striking was the weapon's utter lack of ornamentation. It was raw, brutal, and primal. It seemed as though a maddened fire dragon had been hammered into a weapon, every line and curve brimming with dominance, ferocity, and a lethal aura. As the primary weapon of a divine machine, the demon-slaying, god-extinguishing sniper rifle possessed terrifying attributes. Awakening trait, annihilation. Any enemy with a power level below 8,100 struck by this weapon will be obliterated at the point of impact, with no chance of recovery. Dragon's Wrath. If 99 consecutive attacks fail to kill the target, the 100th shot will trigger the raging dragon's fury heaven-scorching cataclysm, dealing cumulative, unavoidable damage. Its 3 core skills revealed its true ferocity. Demon Dragon incinerates the heavens, an ultra-piercing attack with a power level of 11,000, leaving divine crimson flames to burn the target's organs, with a penetration range of 3 kilometers. Netherworld Demon Fire converts shots into demonic fire bullets. Those with power levels below 8,100 will be reduced to ashes. Extinction of Gods and Demons. An ultimate strike with a power level of 18,000, temporarily damaging the weapon itself. Ning Yuan was shaken to realize that this was a weapon designed purely for slaughter. Even at its awakening stage, it had already reached the pinnacle of elite-tier weaponry, boasting the power of 300 elite cores. Even elite-level warriors would barely survive a single shot. As he reached out to summon the weapon, he was immediately struck by its immense weight. Even with his soul resonance of 2,200, he struggled to fully control it at first. Yet, as his soul gradually attuned to the weapon, he began to adapt to its heaviness. His fingers traced the jagged, scale-covered surface of the rifle, feeling the searing heat, wild power, and deadly aura within. After a long moment, Ning Yuan put away his second primary weapon, a cold smile curling at his lips and a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. The Ning family, huh? August 18th, 8 a.m. The Shuiyan mountain base was still shrouded in lingering morning mist, the air heavy with the cold scent of metal and machine oil. The steady rhythm of military boots echoed through the compound. In the central square, soldiers in dark green combat uniforms stood upright like javelins, their figures gleaming coldly in the early light. Heavy armored vehicles were lined up neatly along both sides of the square, morning dew beating on the black barrels of their elemental cannons, radiating an intimidating sense of power. Wei Feng stood on the platform, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept it over the crowd. Soldiers! His voice thundered across the square like distant thunder. Today, beneath our feet is the land of the military, but ahead of us lies the very gates of hell. He slammed his fist onto the podium, the metallic clang reverberating through the silent square. What awaits us in the blood-soaked old capital? Death? Monsters? Or something even more terrifying? I don't know. Wei Feng's voice grew deeper. But what I do know is this. If we don't go, tomorrow those things will crawl out, devouring our cities and preying on our loved ones. The square was silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed suppressed. Wei Feng pressed on. Some of you may fall, never to return from that scarlet wasteland. But remember, his voice rose sharply, for the millions in Jiangqing, for our families. We face death without fear and advance without hesitation. Your names will be etched on the monument of heroes. After a brief silence, the soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar. Fight to the death. Glory to the Dragon Nation. Protect the people's peace. Good. Move out, it'll be waiting for your triumphant return. With a sweeping gesture, Wei Feng sent the formidable force marching toward the gateway to the secret realm. Elsewhere, Ning Yuan, a member of the assault squad, looked up in the direction of the voice. He had originally come because of the Ning family, but now he found himself moved by the unwavering resolve of these thousands of warriors. At the assembly point, other military personnel stood tall and energetic, silently saluting the distant horizon, their powerful spirit palpable. Amid this solemn atmosphere, a harsh, mocking laugh suddenly broke the silence. What's the point of all that shouting? No matter how loud you yell, you're just a bunch of cannon fodder marching to your deaths. Ning Yuan frowned, his gaze turning cold as he looked toward the source of the voice. It was coming from the direction of the Ning family's group of four. The two who spoke were Ning Xiaoyu and Ning Xiaofeng, the most arrogant and frivolous among them. Ning Xiaoyu crossed her arms, a cold smirk playing at her lips as she glanced disdainfully at the assembled troops in the distance. A bunch of low-level awakeners. Do they really think they're something special? Her tone was mocking, laced with undisguised contempt. Standing beside her, Ning Xiaofeng covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of ridicule. Exactly. Once we enter the secret realm, won't they just end up relying on us elites to clean up their mess? The surrounding soldiers shot them sidelong glances, anger sparking in their eyes, but bound by military discipline, none dared to retort. Still, the heavy silence in the air pressed down on everyone like a stone monument. But Ning Yuan clearly had no such reservations. His resentment toward the Ning family had long since reached its limit. He spoke coldly. Why are you barking like stray dogs? If you're so impressive, what are you doing in Jiangqing? Weren't you all just a bunch of fools kicked out by someone else? As soon as he finished, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to him, their gazes softening ever so slightly. There was no doubt Ning Yuan's sharp retort had won their approval. Ning Yushi's eyes were icy as she sneered. What's this, Ning Yuan? Since when did you start speaking up for these cannon fodder? Or do you see yourself as one of them, just another worthless nobody, hoping for a little sympathy? Ning Xiaoyu giggled beside her, tilting her head with exaggerated innocence. Oh, don't say that, Yushi. Maybe he just has a heart for the people and wants to play the hero. Ning Yuan's gaze turned frosty, just as he was about to fire back. Bam. A deep, muffled sound echoed as the ground trembled slightly. Everyone turned to see Wei Feng, who had appeared behind them without anyone noticing. His chiseled face was cold and sharp, his eyes as piercing as a hawk's. He swept his gaze over the Ning family, his powerful presence instantly silencing them. Elites? Wei Feng spoke coolly, his voice clear and thunderous. Without the military's orders, none of you privileged heirs even have the right to set foot in the secret realm. Ning Baichen's expression shifted, But he quickly regained his composure and replied tactfully, "Of course, that was out of line. We'll make sure to discipline ourselves." Yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, clearly still resentful. As a scion of a top family, he looked down on these ordinary soldiers. In his mind, the so-called military elites were hardly worth mentioning. After all, in terms of strength, his family's members had plenty of reason to be proud. What military elites? They're all just trash, Ning Yuan scoffed inwardly, full of disdain. Over 90% of them barely have the strength of a second-tier phantasm beast. They only dare call themselves elites because they have the military behind them. Anyone from the Ning family could outclass them easily. Ning Yuan's gaze was icy. He saw right through the Ning family's arrogance. They seemed to have forgotten that their ancestors had once been ordinary nobodies themselves. Wei Feng let out a cold snort. Though clearly displeased, he knew now wasn't the time to argue with the Ning family. "No matter what happens, we finished the mission," he said gravely, his eyes sweeping over the waiting elite soldiers. "Remember, don't let your brother's sacrifices be in vain. Your lives are bought with the blood of those who charge ahead." The mood instantly grew solemn. Every soldier felt the weight of responsibility settle on their shoulders, their fighting spirit united and unyielding. "You've all been briefed on the mission details," Wei Feng continued. "Entry into the secret realm will be random. So as the elite, you must give it your all. You have only one objective." He raised a finger, his voice steady and commanding, ringing out like thunder. "Clear the path ahead. Whatever stands in your way, be it alluring monsters or abyssal demons, you break through it." "Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing through the base and stirring everyone's hearts. Ning Yuan shot one last, razor-sharp look at Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoyu, then turned away, striding toward the entrance to the secret realm without another word. "All right, move out," Wei Feng commanded, leading the strike team of over 300 elites in a disciplined march toward the gateway. A towering portal bathed in a crimson glow pulsed with waves of blood-red light. As more people poured in, the entrance to the secret realm had expanded, now standing over 30 meters wide, its presence more imposing than ever. Ning Yuan arrived just in time to see the last group of heavily armed soldiers step through and vanish without a trace. The ground was littered with countless overlapping footprints, silent evidence of the military's vanguard of 100,000 having passed through, taking 5 full hours to cross this threshold alone. All of this made one thing clear. The military was determined to wipe out this secret realm at any cost. The direct result was visible before him. The portal's blood-red light was several times more intense than before, so dark and thick it seemed almost tangible. Standing nearby, Ning Yuan could almost smell the sharp tang of blood in the air. With a soul amplitude of 2,200, Ning Yuan was the strongest among all the warriors present. Observing the portal up close, he immediately sensed something was off. But there was no time to dwell on it. Soldiers were streaming in, and his turn came quickly. As he stepped forward, Ning Yuan stood beside him, eyes cold and fixed on him, lips barely moving. "You'll die in there." Ning Yuan caught his meaning, responding with a cold, sharp glance of his own before striding confidently into the portal. Re-entering this warped realm, Ning Yuan instinctively frowned, expecting the inhuman environment to be as oppressive as before. But as he looked around, he was stunned. The expected horrors were gone, replaced by a wasteland of ruins and smoke, the aftermath of battle. The world was unrecognizable. The blood-red tendrils that once crawled over the buildings were now nothing but charred remains, like burnt vines drooping lifelessly from broken walls. The ground, once covered in a crimson fungal carpet, was torn open to reveal cracked, scorched earth, with faint embers still smoldering at the edges. The air no longer reeked of blood, but was thick with the acrid stench of burning and scorched metal, making it hard to breathe. Several massive tendrils had been ripped out by the roots, lying like rotting pythons among the debris, their ends crusted with frost and burn marks, a clear sign of extreme temperature shifts. The entire area was eerily silent. No insects, no wind, not even the sticky squelch of tendrils moving. Every trace of life in this place had been violently erased by the military. Suddenly, Ning Yuan's eyes caught something. A few tiny tendrils were slowly regenerating in the shadow of a collapsed wall, inching their way out. But just as they emerged, a wisp of blue fire shot from a crack in the masonry, instantly vaporizing the new growth without leaving a trace of ash. This was the military's signature technique, purging flame. They didn't just eliminate enemies physically, they left ongoing fires across the battlefield, erasing any chance of resurgence at its source. So this is the military's work? Ning Yuan muttered to himself. When they move, nothing survives, not even a blade of grass. He finally witnessed the true power of the military. They had turned this place into a true dead zone. Everything in their path was wiped clean. Any sign of movement or life in those bloody tendrils was ruthlessly destroyed. This was complete annihilation, nothing left behind for the secret realm to reclaim. From the distance came a low, rumbling tremor, the ground quivering beneath his feet, the main force pushing deeper in. like a colossal beast marching relentlessly across the land. Beepa Tactical Watch projected a beam of light, and Ning Yuan looked up, his gaze locking onto the dense cluster of green dots on the screen. These represented the positions of the vanguard, and they weren't far from him. Scattered milky white dots marked the support unit's rescue, medical, and so on. The only striking crimson dot was his own, signifying his role as a member of the assault team and that he was alone in this area. The vanguard has already entered the city. I need to hurry. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, focusing on the many green dots. Clearing out the lesser monsters was the vanguard's job. His mission was to go straight for the most dangerous enemy, the Blood Queen's nest. Phase 1. The outskirts, filled with low-level blood beasts and parasitic tendrils, posed little threat. Phase 2. The city, where elite monsters appeared, along with a handful of hellspawn. Phase 3. The central zone, swarming with hellspawn and a few powerful overlords. Phase 4. The source, dominated almost entirely by overlords and, perhaps, the legendary origin of sin. By the time they reached the Blood Queen's nest, the vanguard would be outmatched. Without top-tier fighters, the cost would be devastating. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan pressed forward without hesitation. The city streets were a blood-soaked sight. The ground, walls, and shattered ruins were all covered in thick, vein-like tendrils, slowly undulating and sometimes contracting, as if the city itself was breathing in and out. Divine engine armament, blazing sun. A warrior shouted, his long blade igniting with fierce white flames. With a single slash, fire roared forth, reducing tendrils within dozens of meters to ash in an instant. Divine engine armament, frost soul. On the other side, several warriors swung their swords, sending shards of icy light across the ground. Frost swept over everything, instantly freezing the tendrils that tried to coil around them. With a heavy stomp, the warriors shattered the frozen tentacles into icy debris. A monstrous wolf-like creature, covered in bloody tumors, lunged from the shadows. Massive and feral, it charged forward only to be impaled by a lightning spear. Electricity exploded, and the beast was charred to a crisp before it could even scream. This was the military's true strength. They might have been ordinary people or average pilots, but through thousands, tens of thousands working in unison, they could unleash astonishing power. The vanguard, a force of 100,000, advanced like a tidal wave toward the city center. Their formation crushed the ground, elemental attacks tore through buildings, and those disgusting tendrils were burned, frozen, and ripped apart. The air was thick with the stench of scorched flesh and blood, a nauseating, brutal efficiency. This was the power of the military using divine engine armaments and coordinated formations. They carved a bloody path straight into the heart of the stronghold. Damn! A warrior, his face smudged with ash, cursed and spat. The moment his spit hit the ground, it was instantly absorbed by the creeping fungal mat. His companion gritted his teeth. I've been fighting in these realms for 7 years, and I've never seen a place this disgusting. With a sudden swing, he sliced through a tendril attacking from the side, only to see it reconnect itself moments later. That's why we're hellbent on wiping this hellhole out. Another warrior chimed in. Enough. Stay in formation. The captain barked, his heavy halberd crackling with lightning. Third squad, heads up, we've got a high-energy reading ahead. Boom. The ground shook violently as a pillar of blood, over 5 meters wide, erupted from below. The tremors were so intense that nearby buildings looked ready to collapse. Amid a torrential rain of blood, a giant formed slowly, its body woven from countless writhing tentacles. Hundreds of crimson eyes clustered densely along its torso, and eerily, this colossal creature had no head. It's a blood nest guardiana hellspawn. Someone shouted in terror. This thing should only show up in the city zone. Deploy the elemental shields. Hurry. The giant's arm crashed down like a mountain, shattering the 3 frontline elemental shields into motes of light. 2 warriors were hurled through the air by the shockwave, only to have blood-red tentacles coil around their legs before they even hit the ground, dragging them toward the bubbling pool of blood below. Hexagram Judgment, Elemental Storm. A calm voice sounded above the battlefield. In an instant, 6 torrents of differently colored energy crashed down from the sky, weaving into a cataclysmic elemental vortex above the giant. Fire, frost, lightning, gale, darkness, and radiant blade 6 elemental forces rained down at 100 rounds per second. Before the stunned eyes of the warriors, the once invincible blood nest guardian was torn apart like meat thrown into a grinder, reduced in an instant to nothing but a spray of blood mist. The elemental projectiles tore on, peppering the ground and gouging hundreds of deep craters in seconds. As the smoke cleared, Ning Yuan landed gently, one hand still gripping the spinning hexagram judgment. Wow, that's Ning Yuan from the assault squad, the champion of this year's exam. Incredible. What overwhelming power. ID heard his divine weapon was unusual, but the rumors didn't do him justice. It's even more powerful in person. Excitement rippled through the ranks as the warriors whispered among themselves. Keep advancing, Ning Yuan said, not looking back as he strode deeper into the city. Leave the tough ones to me. The squad leader was stunned for a moment before shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone, move through the breach made by the assault squad. Let these monsters see what it means to face warriors of Longhua. A thunderous roar erupted from the warriors as they charged forward, the glow of their divine weapons once again illuminating the blood-misted battlefield. Secret realm activity down from 49 to 39. The burning plan is working. It's severely hampering the realm's regeneration. 3rd Legion, push on the left flank. Another 2 kilometers, and well reach the central plaza. Phase 3 begins now. The secret realm commander's voice crackled through the tactical channel. Warning, everyone, stay sharp. Phase 3 is right ahead. Give it everything you've got. Ning Yuan glanced at the pulsing marker on his tactical watch, the elemental light of hexagram judgment shimmering faintly. He surveyed the battlefield below. The density of crimson tentacles here was at least 3 times greater than in the outskirts, but the military's elemental barrage was still pressing forward steadily. The 1st and 2nd phases have been mostly cleared by the candidates, but it won't be so easy from here on out, Ning Yuan thought. The progress so far had been smooth, but only because the earlier stages had already been swept clean. The city and suburbs were relatively simple areas. Once they pushed into the core and central zones, Hellspawn and Overlords would be everywhere. That's when the real fight would begin. I wonder who's running into the route I took during my own exam. That's the most dangerous zone of all. Suddenly, the ground heaved violently, and a scarlet skull marker flashed on the tactical map. At the same moment, Ning Yuan's tactical watch pinged with a new alert. The Blood Nest Colossus and Sklass threat required immediate intervention from the assault team. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate for a second, mobilized all available resources, and rushed toward the target location. The ground trembled as a gigantic Blood Nest Colossus burst from beneath the earth. Its massive body was a grotesque fusion of corpses and writhing tentacles, its surface crisscrossed with pulsing veins. With every breath, it spewed clouds of corrosive blood mist. Open fire! Don't let them breach the line! The soldiers shouted, the glow of their divine weapons flickering through the blood mist. One soldier swung his blade, sending a blazing arc of fire slashing at the Colossus' leg. It left only a charred mark on its skin, barely a scratch. It's useless. Its regeneration is too fast. The Colossus reared up and brought its massive foot crashing down. Boom. The ground shattered like paper, the shockwave flinging a dozen soldiers through the air. Several were caught by the blood mist, their combat suits dissolving as their skin began to rot. Medics, hurry! The battlefield was thick with bloody fog as a team in white protective suits pushed forward. Lin Yu shouted, wounded on the left. Cover me. In Lin Yu's hands, her divine healing staff glowed with a gentle green light, sealing the corroded wounds with every movement. But the Blood Nest Colossus gave them no respite. Suddenly, a thick tentacle swept toward Lin Yu, and she couldn't dodge in time. It was about to cut her in two. Out of nowhere, a long halberd crackling with lightning sliced through the air, severing the tentacle. Don't stop. Keep saving them. The warrior with the thunder halberd growled, turning to charge the Colossus and buying precious seconds for the medics. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yu pressed on through the hail of bullets, her face shield already half melted by the corrosive mist, but she didn't falter. As long as there's a breath left, we won't abandon a single comrade. But the battle was only getting worse. The Colossus' overwhelming strength was too much for ordinary soldiers' casualties mounted. As it closed in on the final defensive line, boom, a figure crashed down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a raging elemental storm across the battlefield. Ning Yuan had arrived. Fall back, he ordered, his voice cold and steady. The 6-barreled divine judgment elemental device in his hands began to vibrate violently, all barrels spinning as a storm of multicolored energy gathered. The Colossus sensed the danger and let out a deafening roar, sending all its tentacles toward Ning Yuan in a frenzy. But it was already too late. 6-core elemental annihilation. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward. Flame, frost, thunder, hurricane, darkness, and radiant blade, 6 elements compressed to their limit and fused into a single, devastating annihilation beam. The Colossus' body disintegrated instantly, flesh evaporating, bones shattering, and the surrounding buildings collapsing into dust in the aftermath. Target eliminated. Blood Nest Colossus activity, 0. The battlefield threat level dropped to class in an instant. Thank you, brave warrior, came the mechanical voice from the tactical watch. As the smoke cleared, Ning Yuan slowly lowered his weapon and surveyed the scorched battlefield. The ground was burnt black, and the soldiers still stood where they were, stunned. Around him, voices began to rise. We're saved. The assault team really pulled through. Thank you, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan surveyed the battlefield, nodding slightly in response to the grateful gazes of the warriors around him. Amid the blood-stained smoke, his expression was grave. The old capital had stood unshaken for 38 years, clearly rooted in something nearly impossible to overthrow. On the secret realm battlefield, blades and swords flashed in a chaotic dance, while screams and the sounds of combat filled the air. As the spearhead of the assault team, Ning Yuan always charged at the very front. The Wanling Soul Ritual Codex in his hand glimmered with a ghostly light, his greatest asset for fighting tirelessly. Thanks to this, his team suffered the fewest casualties and earned the genuine respect of their fellow soldiers. The real-time military merit leaderboard flickered. First place, Ning Yuan, Assault Team, 29,641 points. Second place, Lei Lai, Assault Team, 16,491 points. Third place, Ning Beichun, Assault Team, 14,341 points. A cold smile tugged at Ning Yuan's lips as he glanced at the rankings. For Ning Beichun to climb to third place in such a large-scale battle certainly showed the Ning family's strength. But seeing his own score so far ahead, he imagined Ning Beichun must be seething with anger. Although the location of the Ning family's forces was still unclear, as the encirclement tightened, a direct clash was inevitable. Suddenly, his tactical watch flashed an urgent red light. The Secret Realm commander's voice crackled through, tense with urgency. Ning Yuan immediately pulled up the map, realizing the target location was the same route used in their initial assessment, the most warped and twisted area, just a few streets away. The blood-brewed mother Ning Yuan's eyes turned icy as his figure shot forward like a shadow, racing toward the target. As he ran, he kept a close eye on the battlefield updates. The green dots representing Allied forces on the mini-map were vanishing at an alarming rate, a sign that the warriors in that sector were being wiped out. When he arrived, the scene was suffocating. The ground was covered with a writhing carpet of flesh and fungus, while countless half-formed monsters peeled themselves from the broodmother's meat walls, shrieking as they lunged at the remaining fighters. The air was thick with the stench of rot, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and burning metal. Hold the line. Don't let them break through. A one-armed captain was still shouting, his mechanical long blade riddled with cracks and on the verge of shattering. Yet he refused to retreat, fighting desperately against the monsters. Not far away, a medic team was frantically evacuating the wounded. Suddenly, the ground split open and a thick tentacle lashed out, wrapping around a logistics crew member. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed as the soldier was dragged underground without even time to scream. Damn it! A nearby warrior roared, hacking wildly at the ground, but the tentacle had already vanished. And this was only the beginning of their hellish battle. At the center of the battlefield, the blood-soaked brood mother loomed like a writhing mountain of flesh, its surface crawling with pulsing veins and slick, egg-laden skin. Every few seconds, an egg sac would burst open, unleashing a snarling blood beast that clawed its way out and hurled itself into the fray. There was no end to these monstrosities. A warrior gritted his teeth, his divine engine weapon, Frost Soul, already overloaded, with only half of his battered gear left. He was fighting with everything he had, but his strength was nearly gone. Just then, the broodmother's flesh quivered violently, splitting open to reveal a massive maw that unleashed a piercing psychic scream. Damn it! Lei Lai cursed through clenched teeth, dragging his exhausted body forward and using his last ounce of strength to raise his shattered shield in front of him. He was part of the assault team responsible for this rout, but faced with this terrifying broodmother, he felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Was it really possible for anyone to hold off something like this alone? Or was this one of those infamous twin broodmothers? Lei Lai cursed inwardly, unable to imagine how anyone could survive such horrors after seeing them firsthand. The broodmother was spawning hellish creatures without pause. Just this one had already brought their squad to the brink. Boom. A shadow as black as night plummeted from above like a meteor, slamming down between the broodmother and Lei Lai. Lei Lai, get back! Ning Yuan barked, his voice cold and commanding. As he spoke, the 6 barrels of his divine engine, 6-star judgment, began to spin at high speed, each one glowing with a dangerous light. Lei Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure right was Ning Yuan. The commander had actually sent reinforcements, and it was him. A surge of hope shot through him, and he braced himself for the coming onslaught. The brood mother, enraged, writhed violently, sending dozens of thick tentacles whipping toward them like serpents. Ning Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the barrels of 6-star judgment blazed with blinding light, illuminating the battlefield. Lei Lai, without hesitation, summoned the last of his strength to raise his broken shield, forming a faint golden barrier. A torrent of searing light erupted from the gun's barrels, obliterating everything in its path: tentacles, blood beasts, even the air itself. The beam punched straight through the broodmother's core, carving a massive, gaping hole through its flesh. With a deafening roar, Lei Lai stared in shock. The Gatling gun seemed to possess the power to shatter anything in its way. Holy! Lei Lai's heart pounded wildly. Had he really just witnessed someone punch a hole straight through this monstrous broodmother? The sheer force was beyond belief. Don't just stand there. That alone won't kill it. Focus your fire with me. Ning Yuan shouted, the barrels of his weapons spinning even faster as 6 elemental forces merged into a torrential downpour of destruction. The other warriors responded instantly, the tension on the battlefield reaching a fever pitch. Divine engine, heavenly tribulation. A female warrior cried, raising her halberd as a torrent of lightning crashed down from the skies, striking the brood mother's exposed flesh. Divine engine, world-scorching blaze. Another brawny fighter slammed his fists into the ground, sending a wave of searing flames surging forward to burn the brood mother's regenerating tissue. But the brood mother's counterattack grew even more frenzied, its countless tentacles lashing out like enraged pythons. In the chaos, a warrior failed to dodge and was impaled through the chest, collapsing instantly. Coughing blood, he still managed to trigger his divine engine weapon. "You beast, go to hell with me." As he fell, a violent explosion tore through the air, breaching the brood mother's defenses for a fleeting moment. Damn it! A deadly light flared in Ning Yuan's eyes, his fury threatening to consume the entire battlefield. 6-core element annihilation. A blinding pillar of light erupted without warning, its thunderous roar shaking the earth. Everything in its path, blood, beasts, tentacles, even the very molecules in the air vanished in an instant. The beam shot mercilessly through the heart of the hive, detonating in a burst of crimson radiance. The massive body of the hive convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, and then boom. A deafening explosion tore the hive apart. Rotting flesh and blood rained down like a storm, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Target eliminated. Hive activity, 0. Threat level reduced to C. Ning Yuan stood amid the ruins, smoke swirling around him as the surviving warriors collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He slowly surveyed the hellscape before him: scorched earth, shattered remains of war machines, and torn combat suits strewn everywhere. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning and an indescribable, nauseating odor of blood. In the distance, the rumble of collapsing buildings mingled with the faint, agonized moans of the wounded. Ning Yuan's fingers trembled slightly as he struggled to process the scene. This was nothing like the monsters head faced in battle. This was real, witnessed with his own eyes. The warriors of Longhua, fearless and resolute, each bore wounds of their own. He could still hear the dying shout of a comrade echoing in his ears. "You beast, let's die together. Don't think too much. This is the reality of war." Lei Lai's voice sounded behind him, deep and unwavering. "Every assault adds to Longwo's honor. Every stand we make buys our people another night of peace. We fight to the death." Lei Lai clapped Ning Yuan on the shoulder, then limped forward, calling out loudly, "So, who's got the strength to charge with me again?" The warriors responded with a thunderous roar, "Absolutely. Let's go." Ning Yuan gazed at them, these exhausted, blood-stained fighters. Though wounded, each one gathered their gear without hesitation, ready to press on. His heart was a tangled mess of emotions. If only had been faster, would there have been fewer casualties? If on Lino, this wasn't the twin hive. The realization jolted him, sending a chill down his spine. Even so, if these warriors encountered the twin hive, their fate would be the same: death in battle. Watching these men and women, ready to lay down their lives, Ning Yuan was gripped by a fierce resolve. He couldn't allow another tragedy like this, but asking them to abandon their mission, to give up this territory, was unthinkable. This was a decisive struggle. The dangers of this secret realm had to be eradicated. Every sacrifice made here had to mean something. There was only one way to take it down. No matter if it was the twin hive or something worse, he would cut them all down. Ning Yuan fixed his gaze on the path ahead, his eyes cold and determined. The warriors, battered and bleeding, supported each other as they pressed deeper into the city without a second thought. At that moment, Ning Yuan didn't hesitate. He broke into a run, weaving through the ruins, just as his tactical watch blared out a shrill warning. "Alert! Alert! Twin hive detected ahead." Twin hive activity, surging warrior fatality rate estimated at 99. Familiar yet twisted, blood-soaked streets and warped cityscapes flashed by as Ning Yuan sprinted forward, driven by a single conviction this time: they could not afford to fail. In his ears, the heavy, frantic footsteps of wounded soldiers dragged behind him, chaotic and desperate. "Hurry! Faster!" Ning Yuan gritted his teeth, his legs shooting forward like arrows, pushing his speed to the limit. The last crumbling wall flashed past, and he spun around sharply. Suddenly, his field of vision opened. The sight before him made his pupils contract in shock. Two colossal beasts were entrenched in the center of the business district. One clung to the collapsed outer wall of a shopping mall, its tentacles tearing at the steel and concrete like rotting flesh. The other coiled at the intersection, blocking the city's throat. Their tentacles twisted and tangled in the air, weaving a massive web of flesh and blood that stretched across the sky. Embedded in those tentacles were countless tumor-like growths, each shaped like a human face, mouths agape and silent, twisted screams. The twin broodmothers. They were familiar foes, nemeses born of slaughter. Ning Yuan's gaze turned icy, a piercing chill in his eyes, as if thunder were about to ignite at any moment. He knew time was running out. The main force hadn't arrived yet, and he had only half an hour to act alone. He'll take you down. His voice was a low, bloodthirsty growl, unwavering in its resolve. He sprinted ahead, leaving the rear troops far behind. For the next 30 minutes, the battlefield belonged to him alone. Scanning his surroundings, his eyes locked onto a tilted communications tower 300 meters away. Its rusted frame pierced the sky at an angle, but despite the decay, the structure still held. Without hesitation, he charged toward it. The tower had been abandoned years ago, its steel blackened with rust, standing cold and lonely beneath the blood-red sky. Blood-soaked tentacles clung to its frame, like parasitic vines devouring the metal skeleton, oozing thick, viscous fluid that dripped through the corroded gaps. Reaching the base, Ning Yuan leapt up, gripping the lowest steel beam. His muscles tensed, and with agile strength, he vaulted onto the platform like a leopard. As he climbed to the second level, two hidden blood tentacles shot out from the crevices, coiling toward his ankles like venomous snakes. Without even looking back, a flash of light erupted. His 6-point divine elemental punisher was already in hand. Boom, boom. The two tentacles exploded into a spray of blood and gore. Ning Yuan didn't pause, continuing his ascent. The higher he climbed, the fewer tentacles he encountered, as if some unseen force kept them at bay, sending a chill down his spine. After more than 10 minutes, he landed steadily on the top platform. The metal beneath his feet groaned with the impact, threatening to collapse, but there was no time to care. His gaze snapped to the tactical map-friendly signals were closing in fast. Looking down, the entire business district was laid out before him. Amid the ruins, the two monstrous creatures writhed slowly, their thick tendrils hanging down like vines, weaving a net of blood that ensnared the unsuspecting soldiers below. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, killing intent flashing in his eyes. With a single thought, VMM. A wave of invisible force rippled out, ferocious, wild, and savage, like the roar of a beast. The remaining tentacles on the tower froze instantly, drooping like dead snakes, quivering in fear beneath the aura of a true predator. Clang! A metallic resonance, sharp as a dragon's roar, rang out beside his ear. His hand suddenly grew heavy. Looking down, he saw his second main weapon materialize in his grip. It was a massive spear, as if forged from scales and bone. The barrel was thick and menacing, the shaft blood-red, radiating a fierce, untamed heat like clutching a restless, raging dragon of crimson fire. At the same moment, the twin broodmothers sensed the surge of power. Their massive bodies writhed violently, flailing their tentacles. Egg sacs dropped to the ground, splitting open as swarms of creatures hatched and poured forth. They recognized the threat, instinctively launching a frenzied defense against the force aimed at them. Click! Ning Yuan flipped open the scope, crosshairs locking precisely on one of the broodmothers. His gaze was cold as steel. A storm of death was about to be unleashed. Rustle, rustle. Excited chatter crackled through the tactical comms. Captain Ning was incredible just now. The moment he unleashed that device, the whole tide turned one shot, and the hive was almost destroyed. He's on another level. I was stunned like something out of a legend. You think that's something? I saw it up close. I was fighting the hive when that beam shot right over my head nearly scared the life out of me. Ha ha ha. Old Wong. I didn't know you could get scared. Enough. Lei Lai cut off their banter with a stern voice. We're approaching the twin hives. Stay sharp. Captain Ning isn't with us, but the mission goes on. The squad advanced into the commercial district, and the sight ahead left everyone breathless. Two massive hives loomed before them. One sprawled atop a collapsed shopping mall, its fleshy mats cascading down like waterfalls, countless egg sacs pulsing on its surface like living tumors. The other rooted itself at an intersection, thick tentacles wrapped around cars and streetlights, crushing and absorbing everything into its own mass. Most terrifying of all, the two hives' tendrils were intertwined, forming a giant web of flesh that enveloped the entire area. This is even bigger than what the intel described. One soldier stammered. They're symbiotic. Another realized, face pale. Suddenly, the twin hives moved at once. The hive atop the mall opened its maw wide, unleashing an ear-splitting screech. The shockwave sent several soldiers to their knees, blood streaming from their noses. At the intersection, the other hive raised its tentacles high, like a forest of javelins poised to strike the squad. Defensive positions. Now, Lei Lai roared, but everyone knew an attack of this scale was impossible to withstand. At that moment, on the communications tower platform, Ning Yuan fixed his gaze on the two monstrous, entwined masses. He watched the arrogant tentacles and the tens of thousands of despair-inducing egg sacs. Switched to netherworld demon fire mode, he murmured to himself, let everything burn to ashes. As he pulled the trigger, there was no flash, only a scarlet thread distorting the air, accompanied by a deep, dragon-like rumble from the weapon. Its power was staggering. The crimson thread sliced through space. Before the stunned eyes of the soldiers, the blood-soaked hive exploded with a deafening roar. A scarlet shockwave spread out in a ring, and every tentacle instantly ignited not with ordinary fire, but with utter annihilation, reducing everything to nothingness. Silence fell. Moments ago, the twin hives had dominated the battlefield, but in a single instant, their core was struck. Scarlet light burst from the center, and in the next second, a deadly shockwave rippled outward. Wherever it passed, flesh, tentacles, egg sacs, everything silently disintegrated. There was no burning, no explosion, just utter annihilation. In just 3 seconds, the massive brood mother that had taken over the mall vanished completely, turning to ash like paper consumed by fire. Holy shit, a squad leader dropped his binoculars to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief at what he was seeing. The brood mother had turned to dust, and every creature in contact with it had been wiped out in an instant. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Am I seeing things? Medically, Xiao Yu's voice trembled as she rubbed her eyes repeatedly. The brood mother, it's gone? It's not just looks like old wuss. Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke hoarsely. It's really gone. One strike, just one damn strike. The comms channel exploded. What the hell was that? What was that light just now? Where did the brood mother go? That huge thing, where is it? Who launched that attack? Was it Ning Yuan? Or Captain Lei? Ning Yuan ignored his teammates' shock, his gaze already locked onto the second brood mother. As its twin, the destruction of the first clearly provoked it. The second brood mother suddenly convulsed, all its tentacles snapping back inside its body, veins bulging on its surface as it let out a subsonic roar powerful enough to shatter glass. On guard. Everyone, stay sharp. Lei Lai was the first to react, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice harsh and urgent. Get ready. The second brood mother is about to go berserk. The soldiers snapped out of their daze, scrambling to raise their weapons and assume combat stances. But in the next instant, another shocking scarlet blast struck from above faster than the last, gone in a flash. Like a divine hand erasing the world, like the creator's eraser wiping everything away. This second strike was even more staggering than the first. The moment the crimson energy hit, the berserk brood mother froze. This time, everyone saw it clearly. A strange, blood-red flame tinged with green spread rapidly from the point of impact, engulfing the entire brood mother in just 3 seconds. Moments later, the burning mass lost all signs of life and collapsed into a pile of ash. Simple and direct, yet holding within it the most absolute, pure destruction that struck at everyone's core. This time, there wasn't even a gasp of surprise. Over 100 soldiers stood frozen in place, like statues. This is insane. Even Lei Lai, rough as he was, could only manage a dumbfounded mutter. Who is it? Who the hell took down the brood mother with an attack like that? The comms erupted again, shrill voices clamoring. After witnessing 2 godlike strikes erase the twin brood mothers, no one could sit still. Lei Lai snapped out of it, scanning the area for any clue. His gaze swept past the distant communications tower, but quickly moved one, sensed nothing unusual. By then, Ning Yuan had already left the tower. Beep, his tactical watch flashed a message. Ning Yuan checked it carefully. Mission: eliminate the blood brood mother. Combatants: 79,124. Progress: Phase 2 complete, advancing to Phase 3. That meant over 20,000 casualties. Looking at the ring of green dots on the map, Ning Yuan felt a wave of suffocation. The green points of light closed in like a tightening ring, shrinking the area of activity within the secret realm. At this moment, they had already reached the edge of the third stage, the city center. The density of the lights had increased noticeably, signaling that the approaching danger would surge exponentially. Each stage was like a fall from heaven into hell. Ning Yuan gripped his weapon tightly, feeling a flicker of relief. Good thing I forged a secondary main weapon before entering the secret realm, he thought, recalling the moment he had taken down the brood mother in a single strike. Without this weapon, which was far more powerful than anything available during the awakening period, the twin brood mothers would have caused heavy casualties among his comrades. In the upcoming third stage, the value of this weapon would become even more apparent. Suddenly, his tactical watch vibrated. The screen flashed with a brief message from the secret realm commander. Support complete. Time to return. Ning Yuan muttered to himself, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lei Lai's team. The images of his comrades fighting at his side lingered in his mind, but duty Kaladi had to leave. Each team was responsible for a different area, and if his original team entered the third stage without his leadership, it would mean certain death for them. Overlord-level monsters could never be overcome by sheer numbers. After glancing at the message one last time, Ning Yuan looked out at the churning blood mist in the distance, his expression growing grave. Then, with resolve, he turned and made his way back toward his own team through the thickening mist. As Ning Yuan emerged from the blood mist, stepping in front of his team, the tension among the warriors instantly turned into excitement. Captain Ning? No way. It's really Captain Ning. He's back. Now I feel so much safer. Honestly, I was terrified of entering the third stage without Captain Ning around. The resting warriors grew energized, their eyes full of respect as they watched him approach. Although Ning Yuan looked much younger than many of them, everyone knew how much he had contributed. News of his daring charge to support Lei Lai's team, his devastating blow to the brood mother, and the comrades he had saved had already spread across the battlefield via comms. In a life-and-death struggle like this, the difference between a strong leader and a timid commander was stark. Ning Yuan carefully inspected his team, checking for casualties. Only when he was certain did a faint smile appear on his face. With him leading the charge and taking down the most dangerous threats, his team had suffered the fewest losses. Prepare to move forward. We're entering the third stage. Ning Yuan's voice was steady. According to military intel, the third stage is a world of blood mist. The level of blood contamination is tens or even hundreds of times higher than the previous stages. The area is shrouded in thick mist day and night, with visibility less than 10 meters. He paused. More importantly, the mist itself is corrosive and causes mutations. Anyone with a soul amplitude under 700 will gradually be eroded by the blood mist, eventually becoming a puppet of the secret realm. Heeding Ning Yuan's warning, the warriors double-checked their gear, making sure everything was in order. Then, the team set out in formation. As they crossed the boundary between the second and third stages, the air suddenly became thick and oppressive. The dense blood mist churned like a living thing, visibility dropping to less than 10 meters. Every breath tasted of rust and blood. Ugh! One of the warriors suddenly collapsed to his knees. Twisted red veins appeared beneath the skin of his arm, his muscles writhing unnaturally, as if something was about to burst out from within. Mutation is starting. The medic shouted in terror. Ordinary soldiers can't withstand this level of corrosion. If this continues, they'll either go mad or mutate into monsters. Anyone with a soul amplitude below 100, fall back to the center of the formation. Purification Blaze, activate. Start the Purification Blaze. The command exploded like thunder, instantly setting off a chain reaction. Hundreds of soldiers moved at once, their divine weapons clicking as they activated the purification modules. Among them were both ordinary human soldiers and awakened battle pilots, each holding the military's secret weapon, the Purification Blaze orbs. These crystal-clear orbs were masterpieces crafted by the Army's spirit engineers, designed specifically for the harsh environment of the blood-stained old capital. On this cursed land, the Purification Blaze was lethal to all forms of contamination. 1,000 jets of fire shot upward at once, weaving together in the air to form an impenetrable net of flames. The instant the blood-red mist touched the Purification Blaze, it let out an eerie, piercing screech, as if countless imprisoned wraiths were being incinerated. The soldiers who had just begun to mutate ceased their contortions within the blaze, their bodies gradually returning to normal as the blood-red streaks faded from beneath their skin. That was terrifying. One soldier, having narrowly escaped danger, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his eyes still wide with fear. The blood mist writhed violently under the scorching flames, until a clear path was burned straight through. As the fog retreated, the true face of the third stage was finally revealed. It was a living city of flesh and blood. Every building was covered in pulsating, writhing veins. The streets were piled with half-melted organic matter, as though some giant creature had digested and then vomited out its remains. Most horrifying of all were the streetlights, each one constructed from human bones, with dark red flames flickering in the eye sockets of skulls, staring down every intruder who dared to enter this forbidden place. Huh, it's quiet? Now that everything was clearly in view, the once-tense soldiers actually felt a sense of relief. The environment before them was horrific, but there wasn't a single monstrous creature in sight. An almost unbelievable stroke of luck. Once we reach the third stage, the danger level should spike. Blood brood mothers should be everywhere, one soldier murmured, analyzing the situation. No, something's off. Ning Yuan's voice cut through their discussion. He quickly climbed onto a nearby pile of rubble, his gaze sharp as he scanned the distance. The others looked up at him, puzzled. There's a brood mother nesting under the overpass up ahead. Another soldier, also scouting from high ground, called out, pointing into the distance. Just one brood mother? That's not too bad. The soldiers relaxed a little, relief flickering in their eyes. They'd encountered brood mothers before, but Ning Yuan had always dealt with them. Still, everyone knew how terrifying these creatures could be. Their rapid spawning alone was enough to instill despair. Lei Lai's squad had already paid the price. If Ning Yuan hadn't arrived in time, the casualties would have been unimaginable. Our luck really isn't bad. Vice Captain Chen Feng even managed a rare smile. Other sectors have reported at least 5 brood mothers awakening at once. Had been scouting with Ning Yuan and was part of the emergency support team. Unlike Ning Yuan, who handled the most dangerous threats at the front, Chen Feng took on secondary targets. Just then, Ning Yuan's tactical watch began to vibrate violently. A holographic display flickered open, casting an ominous blue light across his face. Comprehensive combat status update currently. There are 21 active brood mothers, and the number is still rising. Suddenly, the communicator burst with harsh static, followed by Ning Xiaoyu's urgent cry for help. The Ning family. Ning Yuan shook his head, about to make a joke about Ning Xiaoyu's bad luck, when Ning Xiaofeng's urgent cry for help suddenly rang in his ears. Help! Help! Chen Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The C1 and C2 sectors were connected, which meant they were facing 20 broodmothers at once. 20 broodmothers? This situation shattered all previous records, far surpassing the limits of any standard combat plan. It was an unimaginably dire scenario. Teams that encountered this were almost guaranteed to be wiped out. The thought alone made every soldier present go pale, a chill running through their hearts. These were their comrades fighting alongside them. No one felt the slightest hint of schadenfreude. Headquarters immediately realized the gravity of the situation and issued rapid orders. All units that have completed brood mother elimination, regroup at Sector C immediately. Repeat, prioritize support for C1. Ning Yuan drew a sharp breath, instantly forgetting about the Ning family's misfortune. What flashed before his eyes was a super brood mother capable of destroying an entire team. The Ning family had really gotten themselves into a world of trouble. Chen Feng quickly checked his gear. But on our side, before he could finish, a brilliant six-colored light suddenly flared. Chen Feng froze for a moment, staring at the magical six-pointed divine elemental punisher in Ning Yuan's hands. Its dazzling radiance flowed along the barrel, a swirl of vivid colors. "We end this quickly," Ning Yuan said calmly. 5 minutes. That's all we need." As he spoke, the six-pointed divine elemental punisher unfolded rapidly in his hands. 6 distinct elemental auras swirling along the barrel, scarlet flames, frost, lightning, storm, darkness, and holy light interweaving in a blinding display. "Yes, take it down. Take it out and support our teammates." Everyone's spirits soared. Their fighting will ignite it. The team set off at a rapid pace, closing in on the brood mother entrenched atop the broken overpass. The brood mother was coiled around twisted steel beams, its thick tentacles gripping tightly, while countless egg sacs pulsed on its surface like grotesque, beating hearts. "Chen Feng, suppress its tentacles," Ning Yuan commanded in a low voice. "Got it." Chen Feng responded instantly, activating his mechanized armor. Energy shields flared from his arms as he charged forward, blocking dozens of fleshy tentacles that lashed out from the brood mother. "Su Yao, disrupt its regeneration. Leave it to me." Su Yao's voice was calm and resolute. She raised her hand, unleashing a high-frequency shockwave. The brood mother's flesh quivered violently, its healing abilities suddenly slowed. "Everyone else, provide covering fire." "Excellent." A slight smile touched Ning Yuan's lips as the barrel of the six-pointed divine elemental punisher spun at high speed, drawing in elemental energy. 6-core elemental annihilation. Boom. 6 beams of colored light shot through the air like meteors, streaking toward the target, each one the embodiment of a different catastrophe. Flames scorched, frost froze, lightning tore, storms shredded, darkness devoured, and holy light purified. The combined elemental force erupted at the brood mother's core, detonating in a tempest of destruction. The brood mother didn't even have time to scream before it was torn apart by the elemental maelstrom, its massive form collapsing in a flash of light, reduced to ashes. It had taken just 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Ning Yuan holstered his weapon, his gaze sweeping towards Sector C as he gave calm orders. "Regroup with nearby allies and push forward. Call for support at any time. I'm heading to Sector C." He vanished at the front of the team, racing towards Sector not for the Ning family, but for the comrades fighting with everything they had. A powerful soul nourishes the body in return, enabling high-level pilots to endure long missions and forced marches with ease, even without special abilities like Ironheart. Ning Yuan moved swiftly through the devastated city. All around him were snapped steel bars, collapsed concrete, and twisted metal wreckage. The entire city looked as if it had been chewed by some enormous beast and spat out as a grotesque corpse. After more than half an hour of running, Ning Yuan finally stopped and looked into the distance. A sea of blood-red mist surged, while several crimson tornadoes pierced the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. The air was thick with a pungent, metallic stench, and within the blood mist, he could vaguely make out massive forms writhing, their tentacles constantly lashing. The scene resembled the end of the world, a stark contrast to the area he had just passed through. A tactical watch on his wrist projected a holographic map. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The green dots representing allied forces were blinking out one after another at alarming speed. Each vanished light meant another soldier had been consumed by the brood mother. "Useless fools of the Ning family," Ning Yuan muttered through gritted teeth, but now was not the time for anger. He quickly scanned his surroundings and locked onto the only vantage point nearby, a partially collapsed high-rise. Like an arrow, he shot forward, leaping from broken steel beams to crumbling concrete, scaling the ruins with speed and precision. His secondary weapon, the demonic Reaper sniper rifle, was now the only hope to turn the tide and save more lives. As he reached the rooftop, the entire C District battlefield came into view. 6 blood-soaked brood mothers loomed ahead like demons from hell. The first was rooted at a crossroads, its massive flesh covering an entire block, a carpet of tissue corroding the ground into a viscous swamp. The second clung to a fallen skyscraper, its gaping maw at the top endlessly spewing scarlet mist. This is far worse than the intel suggested, Ning Yuan muttered, squinting at the countless egg sacs far more than had encountered in the second stage. He knew he had to eliminate the brood mother that was generating the blood mist first, or things would become even more difficult. In an instant, a nearly tangible wave of crimson murderous intent radiated from him. The invisible force swept over the area, causing the blood-soaked tendrils on the walls and floor to wither and tremble. A dark red weapon, heavy as a mountain and shaped like a fire dragon, materialized in Ning Yuan's hands. Summoning this fearsome weapon again sent a surge of adrenaline through him, but he quickly calmed himself with a deep breath. Unfazed, he lay prone and activated his scope, crosshairs settling on the towering brood mother in the distance. The motionless, lifeless tendrils beneath him were silent. The hunt was about to begin. A burst of static crackled from the tactical watch, the sound distorted and chaotic. Even the devices built by the spirit engineers were malfunctioning in this severely polluted zone. Squad C7 reporting. The eastern defense line is about to fall. I repeat, the transmission was abruptly cut off, replaced by the sickening, wet sounds of flesh being torn apart, as if something was chewing through human tissue. Lao Zhou, answer me, damn it. Another man's hoarse voice exploded over the open channel, the background filled with deafening explosions and the droning of monsters, a symphony of death. Uncle Chun, no. A young soldier's desperate cry pierced the channel, quickly drowned out by more screams. They're coming up from underground. Help Uncle Jean. His Lexamething's got his leg. Bang. A dull, what explosion echoed. The comms went silent for a moment. Then the frail, determined voice of an older man broke through. Kid, throw the incendiary pearl over here. Now his words were weak but resolute, and the sound of something viscous slithering grew louder in the background. Boom. The explosion was so intense, it made the ground beneath Ning Yuan's feet tremble. All that remained on the channel was the crackling of fire and a low, animal-like whimper. But this was only the tip of the iceberg on this brutal battlefield. A new signal forced its way in, accompanied by stomach-churning chewing noises. Command, this is Squad C2 reporting to headquarters. Our purifying flames have no effect on the hive in Sector C. That's our report. Keep advancing. May the nation endure, and the people be safe. The operator's voice faded, swallowed by the sound of wet, tearing flesh. Amid swirling blood mist, a young soldier covered head to toe in blood knelt among the ruins, clutching a spent purifying grenade with both hands. His uniform was scorched and eaten away by corrosive fluid, his skin marred with spreading purple-black lesions. A scream of unbearable pain tore from his throat. He collapsed to the ground, pounding his fists on the slime and flesh-strewn earth in a fit of rage and despair. Wei Qianyong, 19, a recent graduate from Jiangxing Military Command, second in his class. Based on your outstanding performance, you are hereby approved to join the assault team for the Old Capital Purge. Do your best for the nation, for the people. Your father is proud. Memories of better days surged through his mind as death loomed ever closer. Wei Qianyong was in agony. Just half a month ago, he had been full of hope, proud to be ranked second in the military's entrance assessment. He was determined to serve his country, to join this life-or-death mission as a rookie. He had given up a life of comfort and security for this battlefield of blood and flesh, and never once regretted it. The true pain was watching his comrades fall one by one, powerless to save them. The comms were filled with desperate cries. Medic. We need a medica. Second squad's wiped out. I repeat, second squad arc. Support. Where's the promised support? Why hasn't anyone come? On the edge of madness, Wei Qianyong let out a final, furious roar. He grabbed his blood-stained divine weapon and charged toward the hive. His entire left arm had mutated, turned a deep purple-black, veins writhing under the skin. The corruption had spread so far, death was inevitable. But Wei Qianyong no longer felt pain. He was ready to die, his eyes fixed only on the monstrous silhouette ahead. The hive was right in front of him, a mountain of writhing flesh, towering like a fortress wall, its surface covered in pulsating veins that sprayed corrosive slime with every contraction. Dozens of thick, barbed tentacles extended from the base, dragging along the ground with sickening, wet sounds. It noticed Wei Qianyong. This insignificant human dared to face it alone. Roar. The broodmother let out a deep, almost mocking screech before a tentacle as thick as a tree trunk whipped up, slicing through the air as it swept toward Wei Qianyong. If I die, I'm taking you with me. Wei Qianyong roared, the last sparks of his divine weapon flickering in his hand. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the tentacle, even though his left arm had completely mutated and blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth. He didn't care anymore, just wanted to see it die. As the tentacle crashed down, the air seemed to compress to its limit. Wei Qianyong could see every writhing sucker and razor-sharp maw on the appendage. The brood mother's tentacle paused for a split second, then suddenly tightened, coiling around his body and hoisting him high into the air. He felt a sharp, agonizing pain as his ribs snapped, blood gushing from his mouth. His head swam, and the sound of bones being crushed echoed in his ears. The brood mother slowly drew him closer. The tip of the tentacle opened to reveal rows of gleaming teeth. Foul, corrosive fluid dripped onto his face, burning his skin and filling the air with acrid smoke. It was going to devour him alive. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Wang, I'm coming. Wei Qianyong gasped, coughing up blood, his face streaked with crimson. Only a few scattered thoughts remained in his fading mind. Who would have thought that this dying warrior was, just half a month ago, a carefree, high-spirited prodigy with the world at his feet? Yet, in the very next instant, boom, a scarlet beam of light flashed by at a speed that defied belief, piercing straight into the brood mother's body. Wei Qianyong froze, his soul nearly spent, but he could still see that crimson light so swift, it vanished in a blink, striking deep into the brood mother's core. Suddenly, the tentacle holding him slackened. His eyes widened in disbelief. The once invincible brood mother was crumbling, falling to pieces before his very eyes. In just 3 seconds, the monstrous brood mother that had nearly wiped them out completely shattered and turned to dust. As the last tentacle dissolved into ash, Wei Qianyong crashed to the ground. The pain jolted him back from unconsciousness. He pushed himself up with trembling hands, struggling to stand, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The massive brood mother that had dominated this place was gone, along with every one of its tentacles reduced to nothing, not even a trace of its presence remaining. How was this possible? He replayed the memory of that crimson strike over and over in his mind, but found nothing to grasp, simply couldn't comprehend what had happened. Whoever you are, please, save these warriors, he murmured, but before he could finish, he collapsed, finally reaching his limit. This time, he had no strength left to get up. At that moment, a blood-soaked hellbeast caught sight of Wei Qianyong, its gaze hungry as it lunged toward him like a predator eyeing fresh prey. Bang! But before it could reach him, another scarlet beam shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the creature's skull. Immediately, unearthly flames erupted from the hellbeast's body, reducing it to ash in seconds. Coordinates KSNSJSB, severely wounded personnel, urgent rescue needed. Ning Yuan quickly sent out a distress signal, his gaze lingering on Wei Qianyong with a complicated mix of emotions and a hint of respect. Over the past few days, had learned from Wei Feng that the man who had just narrowly escaped death was actually Wei Feng's own son. With Wei Feng's status, Wei Qianyong could have enjoyed a life of ease and comfort, but had chosen instead to give it all up, enlisting in the military and volunteering for the most dangerous front lines. That, Ning Yuan had to admit, made him see Wei Qianyong in a completely new light. The blood mist hive as dead things should get a lot easier now. Ning Yuan swept his gaze across the battlefield. Earlier, the thick blood mist had shrouded Area C, making visibility extremely low. The mist itself was highly corrosive, posing a great threat to anyone alive. But with the death of the hive, the battlefield, once limited to a visibility of less than 5 meters, began to change dramatically. The blood mist started to dissipate at an astonishing speed. The suffocating haze receded like a retreating tide, the air cleared, and the blurred outlines of the battlefield gradually came back into focus. The soldiers stationed in Area C quickly noticed the sudden change. The blood mist, it's gone? One soldier ripped off his mask, his face still smeared with dried blood, but his joy was unmistakable. Just 3 meters away, he could clearly see a comrade had fought alongside, but never actually met. The other soldier's face mirrored his shock, and the beads of blood on his weapon evaporated into red vapor. The mist faded so quickly it was hard to believe. 10 seconds ago, you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face, but now the ruined wall 100 meters away was clearly visible. Even the grime the mist had left on their bodies was turning to steam and drifting away. The blood pools on the ground sizzled and shrank rapidly, exposing the cracked concrete beneath. The mist is gone. A wild cheer erupted from the medical station, cries of joy filling the air, nearly overwhelming with relief. Only they knew how much trouble the blood mist had caused. Warriors lay all around, groaning in pain, but the fog had made it impossible to find any survivors. Even worse, the mist kept corroding their bodies, costing many lives that could have been saved. Behind the frontline barricades, Zhou Rue of the assault team stared at his tactical watch. Suddenly, the green signal light began to flash. The connection was back. A burst of static cracked in his earpiece, followed by a call from headquarters. Area C. Area C. This is HQ. Do you copy? Zhou Rue stared at the glowing green light on his watch, almost unable to believe it. Ever since they'd entered the blood mist zone, all contact with the outside had been lost. And now, the signal was back? In the next moment, the entire Area C channel exploded with excitement. Comms are up. Medics, quick. There are critically wounded in Sector C3. Coordinates sent. The blood mist is gone. It's really gone. Visibility is restored. From the distant medical station came more cheers, some so overwhelmed they burst into tears. The mist is gone, finally. Hurry, save them quick. Zhou Rue took a deep breath, switched to the HQ channel, and spoke rapidly, his voice trembling with excitement. HQ, this is Zhou Rue from Assault Team B2, here to support. Signal is restored. The blood mist is rapidly dissipating. HQ responded coolly and efficiently. Copy that. Report current battle status and confirm if the blood mist hive has been neutralized. Zhou Rui hesitated, then turned to survey the battlefield. What he saw was shocking. Broken walls, scorched craters, and bodies scattered everywhere. At the center, where the massive hive had once loomed, there was now nothing, not even a trace. Did it escape? He muttered, but immediately shook his head. No, the hive moves too slowly. It couldn't have gotten away. Suddenly, it clicked. He slapped his forehead, then quickly replied to HQ. Confirmed. The blood mist hive has been destroyed. Repeat, the hive is gone. Judging by the state of the battlefield, it's just as Lei Lai reported. The hive is dead, and there's no trace left behind. The channel instantly erupted into a wave of chaotic discussion, voices overlapping in shock and confusion. What the hell? Another attack that wipes everything out? Who did this? Is it backup from the Ning family? No way. If the Ning family had a weapon that could take out the mother nest in seconds, they wouldn't have needed to ask for help. Impossible. The Ning family has suffered heavy losses themselves. Zhou Rui's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for any possible clue, but he found nothing. Regardless, the fact remained. The mother nest had been destroyed. The blood mist was beginning to dissipate, signaling that the threat looming over Sector C had finally been lifted. Everyone had been granted a moment to breathe after this disaster. Just as Zhou Rui prepared to give his next order, his body froze. His eyes pierced through the thinning blood mist, focusing on the distant horizon. His pupils contracted violently. 5 enormous, mountain-like shadows were slowly moving. These newly emerged mother nests were every bit as terrifying as the blood-soaked one they had just faced. Each one was covered in a network of pulsing, vein-like tubes that pumped corrosive fluid into the air with every contraction. At the center, the largest mother nest split open at the top, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth, like the gaping maw of an insatiable beast. Zhou Rui's breath caught in his throat. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In the distance, a half-collapsed ruin crashed to the ground, exposing a 6th mother nest hidden behind it, its surface covered in hatching egg sacs, each one as large as an adult human. Through the translucent membranes, something inside could be seen writhing, ready to burst out at any moment. Gasps rippled across the battlefield. Only now did the soldiers realize that what they'd thought was victory was merely the lifting of the first layer of this nightmare. The shadows of the remaining mother nests fell once again over the whole battlefield, plunging everyone back into despair. This is Zhou Rui's voice stuck in his throat, unable to finish. Suddenly, headquarters cut into all channels. Attention, all units. Latest scans show there are still 18 active mother nests in Sector C. Repeat, B2 team requesting backup. We're still locked in heavy combat. C5 needs urgent support. We can't hold out much longer. Cries for help flooded the channel, desperate and urgent. Coordinates for the mother nests have been sent. Proceed to support at once. Headquarters orders were firm and unyielding. No one complained. No one hesitated. The soldiers quietly picked up their weapons and checked their remaining gear. The support staff quickly moved the severely wounded to relative safety, then grabbed their own equipment and joined the battle lines. Everyone, get ready. We're moving to support C5. Zhou Rui barked, quickly checking his gear and preparing to lead the charge. And then, in that instant, a scarlet beam of light tore through the sky. The light was strange and fierce, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, cutting across the battlefield and striking the distant, writhing mother nest deaden. That's Zhou Rui's pupils narrowed sharply. The moment he saw the crimson beam, he immediately recalled previous reports. Instinctively, he looked in the direction from which the beam had come. Boom. The mother nest didn't even have time to scream. The instant its core was struck, its massive body froze. Then, like a sand sculpture weathered for 1,000 years, it crumbled to dust in just 3 seconds under everyone's shocked gaze. Well, what just happened? Zhou Rui could hardly believe his eyes. The comms channel exploded again. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Holy crap. Who did that? What kind of weapon was that red light? Headquarters. Was that your secret support? Headquarters was thrown into chaos. The operator's voice laced with confusion. Attack source unidentified. Repeat. Attack source unidentified. In the distance, soldiers still locked in desperate combat with the mother nests were just as stunned. Boom. The moment the scarlet beam pierced the mother nest, the world seemed to freeze for a second. The warriors fighting for their lives in C5, bloodied and battered, some strangled by tentacles, some with half their bodies burned by corrosive fluid, all stopped in place. What had just happened? A young warrior muttered, his face smeared with blood. Just a second ago, had been preparing for a last-ditch suicide attack. Now, the mother nest had simply vanished. In front of him, the mountain-sized mother nest was crumbling from its pierced core. Dark red flesh flaked away like charred paper, disintegrating into dust before it even hit the ground. The mother nest was destroyed in an instant. An older soldier stared in disbelief, his battered sword clattering to the floor. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Who was it? Who could obliterate a mother nest in a single instant? Was it support from headquarters? The survivors, stunned and disbelieving, could barely contain their shock and their hope. Just as the warriors in Sector C were buzzing with excitement, discussing the mysterious Crimson attack that had annihilated the brood mother in an instant, they were stunned to realize that their thrill was just the beginning. Help! Help! Coordinates Mdoe, there are 2 brood mothers here, requesting immediate backup. Urgent cries for help burst through the comms channel amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Yet, Zhou Rue and the others around him remained unusually calm, even indifferent. They simply looked steadily up at the sky, as if waiting for something. It's coming. I bet it'll be 3 seconds this time, one soldier whispered. No way. I say 2 seconds. Another chimed in, a strange ease in his voice. The next moment, a blinding crimson beam sliced through the void, so fast it was almost impossible to track. Instantly, the comms erupted with a tidal wave of astonished shouts. C7 sector is clear. Where did that attack come from? Oh my god, that was insane. One flash, and the almighty brood mother was just dust. My mind is blown. I was about to be swallowed by the brood mother, and the next second it was dead. Can you believe this? Who is it? Who could pull off an attack like that? That's unreal. I don't care about anyone else from now on. I only respect you. On the battered battlefield, Zhou Rue, covered in blood, and Qian Gang, who had just come off the front lines, exchanged a glance, both filled with exhaustion and relief. See, I wanted to help out, Zhou Rue said, spreading his hands in a self-mocking gesture, but there was no time. I guess the mysterious one thought I was too slow. Huh? But as he laughed, this tough, blood-stained man couldn't help but feel tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The horrors of the battlefield were still vivid: severed limbs, craters, charred corpses. If not for that crimson beam descending like a god, wiping out the brood mothers in a flash, the casualties would have been unimaginable. Yeah, we owe him everything. Qian Gang nodded in deep agreement, then collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to care about the blood and filth around him. At first, Head tried to rush to help, just like Zhou Rue, but soon realized the truth: they never made it in time. The moment a call for backup went out, sometimes within 10 seconds, sometimes just one, a crimson beam would streak down from the sky and obliterate the target brood mother without a trace. After a few rounds of this, both he and Zhou Rue simply gave up, using the rare respite to catch their breath. Since the fighting started, they hadn't had a chance to rest. Only now, with this mysterious and overwhelming support, did they finally get a moment's peace. Zhou Rue wiped the blood from his face, leaning heavily against a broken wall as he caught his breath. He fumbled for the side button on his tactical watch, and a blue-winged holographic screen unfolded in the air. Let's see how's the battle going now. His fingers slid across the virtual interface, pulling up the real-time military merit rankings. The instant the leaderboard appeared, his eyes went wide with shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Holy shit! His exclamation instantly caught Qian Gang's attention, who was sprawled on the ground. What is it? Another brood mother revived? Qian Gang jerked upright, hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. No, look at this. Zhou Rui's voice trembled as he turned the screen toward him. At the very top of the military merit leaderboard, a familiar name was shining in dazzling gold. The real-time stats were clear for all to see. First place, Ning Yuan, Assault Squad, 189,641 merit points. Second place, Lei Lai, Assault Squad, 19,491 merit points. Third place, Ning Beichun, Assault Squad, 19,341 merit points. 200,000 merit points? That's impossible. Qian Gang's eyes widened, his voice trembling with shock. The number not only dwarfed the others, but set an unprecedented record. It meant that in this battle, Ning Yuan's contribution was truly irreplaceable. Even the combined merits of those ranked 3rd to 10th couldn't compare. The military merit system had always been precise, yet the gap was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, both Qian Gang and Zhou Rue seemed to realize something at the same time, blurting out in unison, Ning Yuan. A look of sudden understanding flashed in their eyes. Images of those crimson beams tearing across the battlefield replayed in their minds. Everything made sense now. Zhou Rue was so excited he could barely speak. It's him. It has to be him. Shoo. Qian Gang lowered his voice. Even if we figured it out, let's keep it quiet. No need to attract unnecessary trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Rui's eyes glinted coldly. Do you know how many people Ning Yuan saved? The entire Jiangxing military command owes him a debt of gratitude. If the Ning family dares lay a finger on him, he'll take it straight to the top. Calm down. Qian Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. With a performance like that, the top brass will definitely step in to protect him. If the Ning family tries anything, they'll be digging their own grave. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Ning Beichun brandished the Ning family's signature black cloud halberd, hacking at the broodmother's tentacles. Black mist exploded, and the broodmother's flesh withered instantly. The comms channel filled with cheers from the soldiers. Unbelievable. That red beam just took out another broodmother in a second. Whoever's backing us up, They're incredible. Who cares who it? I just keep it coming. The members of the Ning family, however, looked dismissive. Ning Yushi drew her dark cloud bow, sending an arrow straight through the brood mother's weak spot. A bunch of low-ranking soldiers, making a fuss over nothing, she said coldly. With them drawing all the fire, it just makes our job easier. Ning Xiaofeng spun his twin blades, grinning wickedly. The more of them that die, the more scattered the brood mother's attention gets. Makes it easier for us to clean up. Enough talk, Ning Xiaoyu said, driving her shadow dagger into a brood mother's wound like a venomous snake. Let's finish this quickly and help Beichen rack up those merit points. A cold glint flashed in Ning Beichen's eyes. He silently vowed to uncover the identity of whoever was firing those red beams and prove who truly deserved to be number one. He raised his halberd high, dark light gathering at its tip. The final blow. The points for this brood mother belonged to the Ning. Boom. A crimson beam suddenly tore across the sky, piercing the brood mother's core like a bolt of blood-red lightning. Before Ning Beichen's attack could land, the entire brood nest collapsed before his eyes, disintegrating into ash and blood in an instant. What? Ning Beichen's face twisted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. For a moment, the four members of the Ning family stood frozen as if paralyzed, then erupted in furious rage. Damn it! Ning Xiaofeng kicked a chunk of rubble, sending shards flying everywhere. Who the hell stole our kill? Ning Yushi's face was ashen, her chest heaving as she nearly choked on her anger. After all their hard work fighting the brood nest, their hard-earned military credit had just vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the comms channel was filled with cheers from the regular soldiers. That's another one down. Incredible. This efficiency is unreal. Shut up, you worthless rabble. Ning Xiaofeng suddenly cut into the public channel, his voice brimming with unrestrained fury. Was it you lot messing around behind our backs? Uffed. Hidden in the shadows, Ning Yuan almost burst out laughing, his contempt for Ning Xiaofeng and Ning Xiaoyu deepening. Among the Ning family's younger generation, these two were infamous for their recklessness and lack of brains. Clearly, their reputation was well-earned. That outburst had just managed to offend everyone present. Moments later, Ning Yuan's mocking voice echoed through the channel. Well, whose mutt slipped its leash and ran out here? Can't get the job done, and now you want to blame others? You're asking for it. Ning Xiaoyu's voice suddenly spiked, so shrill it nearly blew out the comms. Who the hell dares talk to the Ning family like that? The Ning family? Ning Yuan's sneer was loud and clear. Is this the Ning family's little lapdog? Not much to look at, are you? The channel fell into a stunned silence. No one, either the Ning family nor anyone else, could quite believe what they'd just heard. Bastard. Ning Xiaoyu was practically foaming at the mouth, her shriek piercing. You brat. Ning Beichen's roar thundered through the comms. What, getting upset? Lei Lai's rough voice suddenly cut in. Since when does the Ning family get to throw their weight around in the military? Should I report this up the chain? Exactly, Zhou Rue said with a cold chuckle. Someone just helped you take down a brood nest. Instead of thanking them, all you do is bark? Ha. Qian Gang laughed without restraint. Aren't the Ning family supposed to be elites? Can't even get a single brood nest? Maybe you're just a bunch of posers propped up by family resources. Ning Yushi was shaking with rage, grinding her teeth so hard it sounded like they might shatter. She couldn't understand why so many people were siding with the opposition. But as furious as she was, she didn't dare say another word. This was a military channel. Venting was one thing, but if she took it too far, the consequences would be severe. Who knew how many other military brats were lurking here? For all she knew, one of Jiangqing's top bigwigs was surnamed Lei, and she distinctly remembered there was a Lei Lai in the assault team. But regardless, Ning Yushi now bore a grudge against that ID. 3499-424-8170. Calling the Ning family dogs? And even a bitch? Just thinking about it made both Ning Yushi and Ning Xiaoyu seethe inside. They had never suffered such humiliation in their lives. Enough. Ning Beichen clamped down on his anger, his voice icy cold. This isn't the time for fighting. He jabbed a finger toward another writhing brood nest in the distance and barked, Everyone, regroup. We're taking that brood nest now. But the soldiers around him didn't budge. Some even crossed their arms, smirking. What's wrong? Ning Beichen's eyes narrowed dangerously, like a beast ready to pounce. Are you refusing a direct order? Order? A battle-scarred veteran sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Young Master Ning, get this straight, we're not your family's private army. That's right, the other fighters chimed in, some even taunting openly. If you have so much energy bossing us around, why not fight yourself? Aren't you Ning family elites supposed to be the best? Ning Xiaofeng's face turned ashen at their words, her chest heaving with rage. She swept a cold gaze over the crowd. Fine, just don't come begging for our help later. Ning Beichen shot the crowd a fierce glare before barking at his own family. We'll handle this ourselves. As they charged toward the brood mother, jeers echoed behind them. Good luck, young Master Ning. Try not to let anyone steal your kill again. Laughter rang out. Ning Beichen gripped his battle spear so tightly that veins bulged on his hand, but he swallowed his anger. Remember this grudge well. The Ning family had started out full of confidence, convinced their own strength would be enough. Reality, however, hit them hard. Within minutes, they were embroiled in a desperate struggle. Faced with the brood mother's endless spawn, they were quickly overwhelmed. Even when Ning Baichen managed to land a heavy blow on the brood mother, their progress was agonizingly slow. It would take days at this rate. The comm channel was filled with mocking commentary. Hey, did you see young Master Ning's spear just now? So close to hitting the core, only missed by 3 meters. You clearly don't understand, someone replied, feigning seriousness. That's a tactical scratch, an ancient Ning family technique. It takes at least 3 days to wear the broodmother down. Qian Gang, perched atop a wrecked armored vehicle, gave a mock play-by-play through his binoculars. Latest update. Miss Ning Yushi's arrow just hit the broodmother's outer shell. Congratulations. It just got a free exfoliation. The channel erupted with laughter. Will you idiots ever shut up? Ning Xiaofeng shouted as she hacked at a tentacle, her voice raw with fury. If you're so tough, why not help us? Help? One soldier said in mock surprise. Weren't you the ones who said we low-level grunts weren't worthy? Yeah, that's right, others chimed in. How could us commoners dare steal the Ning family's thunder? Ning Baichen ground his teeth in frustration. Only now did he notice how quiet the battlefield had become. Looking around, he realized that apart from the brood mother they were fighting, the rest of the area had already been cleared. Since the brood mothers were densest in Sector C, the others had been dealt with quickly. Even without Ning Yuan's support, the military had taken care of everything else. The soldiers lounged around the ruins, some tending wounds, others recharging, all watching the Ning family's performance with idle interest. Ning Yushi and Ning Xiaoyu, usually so proud, burned with shame and anger. It was in the midst of this ridicule that things suddenly changed. Several soldiers stood up abruptly, faces tense. Look up there, one shouted, voice trembling. Everyone looked skyward. At some point, a massive, blood-red portal had appeared in the dark clouds, stretching across the sky like a divine gate of judgment. The phantom outline shimmered, exuding a suffocating pressure that seemed to swallow even the light. What the hell is that? Lei Lai's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that the same portal we used to enter the secret realm? Why is it here? Zhou Rui exclaimed. Before anyone could answer, the entire city began to shake violently. An earthquake. Qian Gang nearly lost his balance. Then, something even more terrifying happened. All the tentacles winding through the ruins and wrapped around the buildings suddenly melted like wax, dissolving into thick, blood-red sludge that surged toward the city center. There, merging, someone whispered, voice quivering. The blood tide flowed like countless rivers converging into one sea, all pouring into the phantom blood-red portal. As the mass of flesh and blood was absorbed, the portal quickly solidified. Its frame was built from heaps of gleaming white bones, pulsing with veins, and the doors were covered in twisted human faces frozen in silent screams. Black, viscous fluid seeped from the cracks, dripping to the ground and corroding deep, bottomless pits. Zing, tactical watch crackled with static, and the voice of the expedition commander came through, unusually charged with both excitement and gravity. All units, attention. Psionic scans confirm that the gateway before you is the predicted 4th stage entity. After a brief pause, the voice in the communicator rose sharply. In the 38 years since the opening of the blood-stained old capital's secret realm, this is humanity's first time reaching such depths. This is a historic breakthrough. The static interference grew worse, but every word landed like thunder in the ears of the soldiers. Everyone, stay alert. This is the closest we've ever come to success. For a moment, the battlefield fell utterly silent, then erupted with a deafening cheer. Ha! We finally made it. Lei Lai yanked his massive shield from the scorched earth, the crimson portal flickering in its battered surface. He glanced around at his comrades. Brothers, today we either plant our flag on that damn gate, or I'll pin myself to it, as a monument. Qian Gang wiped the drying blood from his face, taking in the eerily empty battlefield. There were no more hive shrieks, no swirling blood mistily the towering, blood-red gateway. In 38 years, this is the first time we've wiped out every last hive. Decades. So many have died. No one's ever killed them all before. Zhou Rui pounded the ground in excitement, exchanging a grateful look with Qian Gang, both silently thinking of Ning Yuan's contribution. Meanwhile, the Ning family, locked in combat with the final hive, suddenly grew tense. This can't be. Ning Baichen stared at the blood-red portal spanning the sky, his battle spear trembling in his grip, pupils contracting in shock. For the first time, Ning Yushi's delicate face showed fear. She lowered her longbow. There's nothing like this in the military archives, no record of any change like this. With a harsh burst of static, the tactical watch forced through an emergency transmission from headquarters. The commander's voice was heavier than ever. All units on site, listen. Eliminate the last hive immediately. I repeat, eliminate it now. This is the closest we've come to victory. Boom. The familiar crimson beam descended. The last hive was reduced to dust before the 4 Ning family members. After a brief silence, the comms exploded with cheers. It's done. Leave it to the Ning family elites, they probably contributed zero point 0.1 of the damage. Nonsense. At least 0.3 their elites. After all, Ning Baichen stared at the frozen data on his tactical watching family hive kills. 0. He nearly choked in frustration. The battlefield was still littered with smoke and chaos. Blood soaked every inch of scorched earth. Broken weapons jutted from the ground, and shattered armor and torn banners crunched underfoot. Lei Lai shouldered his battered shield, his bare skin covered in gruesome wounds, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. More and more soldiers streamed in from every corner of the secret realm, emerging from dark, filthy alleys, converging before the blood-red portal like rivers flowing to the sea. They dragged their weary bodies across the battlefield, battered and bloodied, but their eyes burned with determination. Standing atop the ruins, Chun Feng called out loudly. Total assembled. 61,250. Beneath the blood-red gate, more than 60,000 warriors stood tall. Their clothes were stained with blood, and their bodies covered in wounds, but not a single one uttered a groan of pain. Amid the smoke and chaos, the blood-soaked battle flag snapped in the wind, and every warrior fixed their steely gaze on the towering gateway ahead. Ning Yuan stood at the very front of the formation, flanked by Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, Qian Gang, and the other assault team members. This was their first official meeting since entering the secret realm. Ning Yuan. A furious roar shattered the tense silence. Ning Baichen shoved aside the soldiers blocking his way, his war halberd pointed straight at Ning Yuan, eyes blazing with anger. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to stand here. Ning Yuan turned slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Oh. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire crowd. Young Master Ning, are you saying your family's glorious record of 0 kills makes you more qualified to lead? A wave of suppressed laughter swept through the crowd. Every soldier had seen the military merit rankings on their tactical watches. They all knew exactly who had turned the tide of battle. Their respect for Ning Yuan was clear in their eyes. That only infuriated Ning Baichen further. He had come to Jiansheng hoping to make a name for himself and bring honor to his family. But to his shock, the brightest star was a disgraced outcast. Ning Yuan's overwhelming achievements and the army's loyalty had completely ruined the Ning family's plans. How dare you? Ning Yushi's face was ashen. Without the Ning family holding back the broodmother, you commoners would have. Holding back, Lei Lai slammed his massive shield into the ground. Funny, I remember you being chased all over the city by the broodmother. If it weren't for that red light, you'd still be playing hide and seek with it. Qian Gang counted on his fingers with exaggerated care. Let me see. Ning family sent 4 people, killed 0, lost 0. So you were just along for the ride. Zhou Rui added with a cold smirk. Maybe the Ning family should switch to cheerleading. At least you shout encouragement better than you fight. Ning Xiaoyu and Ning Xiaofeng were so furious they could barely speak, left pointing at the crowd in helpless rage. The soldiers' laughter grew louder and more mocking. Way to go, Ning family. Yeah, you were so helpful. You should be paid for giving the broodmother a massage. Ning Xiaofeng, trembling with anger, suddenly drew his twin blades. You bastards. Bastards. Ning Yuan's voice was soft as ice. Bang! A shockwave split the ground as Ning Yuan vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Ning Xiaofeng. No one saw how he moved, there was only the dull thud of bone hitting scorched earth. Ning Xiaofeng's face was slammed into the ground, pinned down as effortlessly as crushing a chicken. Ning Xiaofeng couldn't make sense of what had just happened. The world spun before his eyes, and it felt as if his head had been struck by an invisible force, slamming him to the ground in an instant. The pain cut off his scream almost as soon as it started, because Ning Yuan's 6-point divine punishment weapon was already pressed coldly against his forehead. The 6 elemental barrels slowly rotated, flames, frost, thunder, storm, darkness, and holy light energy swirling at the muzzle, forming a strange halo that illuminated Ning Xiaofeng's pale face, making him look almost ghostly. Try making another sound. Ning Yuan's voice was calm as death, but carried an unmistakable threat. Ning Xiaofeng's body trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror. He wanted to move, but found himself completely powerless. The 6-colored glow coiled around the divine weapon, and with every rotation, his breathing grew more rapid. Once, he had always considered Ning Yuan someone he could crush at will. Now he was the insignificant ant. Ning Yuan, how dare you? Ning Baichen's war halberd glinted with a faint black light as he swung it. But before he could strike, Lei Lai's massive shield crashed down in front of him. Shards of stone flew, slicing across his face. Lei Lai grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his voice dripping with mockery. Go on, try it. At the same time, Zhou Rui leveled his spear, the tip aimed precisely at Ning Yushi's brow, while Qian Gang's dagger pressed coldly against Ning Xiaoyu's back. 60,000 warriors raised their divine weapons in unison. Ning Yuan's actions instantly established his authority among them, as unshakable as a mountain. They already bore resentment toward the Ning family, and today's events only brought it to the surface. Ning Baichen's halberd hovered uncertainly in the air. After a brief hesitation, cold sweat began to trickle down his chin. Forcing down his fear, he spoke. Still want to keep barking? Ning Yuan's eyes were as sharp as blades, the six-colored light burning even brighter. Ning Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Calm down. Lei Lai's urgent, low voice sounded in Ning Yuan's ear. I know you have a grudge against the Ning family, but now isn't the time. Once we're out of the secret realm, do whatever you want with them, he'll back you up. Ning Yuan shot Lei Lai a frosty glance, his gaze ice cold, but finally nodded. Now wasn't the right moment. No matter what, attacking his own side on the battlefield would be hard to justify. That was also why he hadn't used the demon-slaying sniper to finish them off just now. With a cold laugh, Ning Yuan withdrew his divine weapon and shot a chilling look at Ning Baichen. I know your family's after Jiangqing. Go tell those old relics it'll be waiting in Jiangqing. Elite-level divine weapon challenge. If you beat me, they'll give up my place in the celestial candidate camp. But if you lose, they'll break your legs, and the Ning family must publicly apologize to my mother and reveal what really happened all those years ago. As soon as the words left his mouth, silence fell. Everyone was stunned. Ning Baichen's shock quickly turned to barely contained joy. He eyed Ning Yuan, gloating inwardly. No idea how you maxed out your divine weapon at the awakening stage, but now you're getting arrogant. Think advancing to elite level is as easy as before? You'll regret this. Just then, Lei Lai grabbed Ning Yuan's shoulder and hissed under his breath. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how valuable a spot in the Celestial Academy preparatory camp is? That's a ticket straight to the top. Ning Yuan faced Ning Baichen's attempt to stop him with a confident smile tugging at his lips. Others might not understand the importance of the Celestial Prep Camp, but Ning Baichen, with his superstar father, knew all too well. That's exactly why he was so desperate to stand in Ning Yuan's way. Zhou Rui hurried over, his brow deeply furrowed and sweat beading on his forehead. Ning Yuan, don't be reckless. Upgrading a divine machine to the elite level is more than 10 times harder than the awakening stage. The elders in the Ning family. Exactly. Qian Gang, so anxious he forgot to sheath his sharp dagger, let it catch the noon sunlight, flashing dangerously. Worst case, we jump this brat tonight and break his legs. Why bet everything on the celestial camp? It's fine. Trust me. Ning Yuan raised his hand to cut off their protests, his expression radiating unshakable confidence. Elite-level divine machine? In his eyes, once he reached that level, he could sweep aside all the younger generation of the Ning family by himself. This was the opportunity he needed to crush the Ning family's pride and leave them in disgrace. His eagle-sharp gaze swept over Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang, then finally landed on the 60,000 fully armed soldiers. His voice rang out, clear and resolute. I ask all of you to be my witnesses today. 1 month from now, in the elite-level challenge, if the Ning family wins, they'll forfeit my spot in the Celestial Prep Camp. He turned to Ning Baichen, his eyes cold and piercing. But if I win, I want the entire Ning family to kneel and apologize at my mother's grave. Hand over that person to me, and pay 30 million spirit crystals in compensation. Ning Yuan's voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with determination. That money is for my mother. A bitter memory flickered through his mind. His mother came from a humble family. After disaster struck years ago, his grandfather tried to resist, but the Ning family's power was overwhelming. His mother's family was crushed by the pressure, forced to leave their home and vanish, losing contact for years. Ning Yuan silently vowed that if he ever got the chance, he would make things right. After all, they had done all they could back then, yet the whole family still ended up exiled and scattered. The crowd erupted in shock. Lei Lai gasped, stunned by Ning Yuan's resolve. The soldiers around them exchanged looks of disbelief. While most didn't fully grasp what the Celestial Prep Camp meant, everyone knew what a force the Ning family was in the imperial capital. To lose and have the entire Ning family kneel and apologize? Unthinkable. That was even more humiliating than death for them. Fine. Ning Baichen's face was dark as thunder, and he gritted his teeth as he agreed. The other members of the Ning family sneered, their eyes brimming with confidence. Even Ning Xiaofeng, who had nearly been scared out of his wits moments ago, regained his composure, thinking to himself, he really is the family's outcast, short-sighted and arrogant. He's getting cocky just because he's ahead for a moment. He'll never understand what kind of divine machine masters the family can bring in to upgrade Baichen's machine. When the time comes, I hope he doesn't lose his mind from shock. Ning Yuan gave a cold snort, his sharp gaze sweeping over the Ning family members. Did they really think he didn't know what they were planning? They were just relying on the family's resources, thinking they could crush him with an elite-level divine machine. Ridiculous. But now wasn't the time to argue. With so many witnesses present, he didn't have to worry about the Ning family going back on their word. Once they left the secret realm, there would be plenty of time to deal with them. Ning Yuan turned away, not sparing the Ning family another glance. His voice rang out, strong and commanding. Gather all team leaders and start drafting an exploration plan immediately. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, springing into action. There was little debate. The strategy meeting quickly reached a consensus. After urgent consultations among the team leaders, they finalized the exploration plan. Ning Yushi and Ning Xiaofeng would each lead a reconnaissance squad of 100 members. The squads were assembled based on soul strength, ranging from 700 to 1,000. Among them, Chun Feng and Su Yao, who had come with Ning Yuan, each had a soul amplitude of 950, making them the core members of the emergency support group. Zhou Rui, his expression grave, gave a stern reminder. This is humanity's first contact with a Phase 4 contamination source in 38 years. Every piece of data is invaluable, and we must proceed with extreme caution. No one can predict what will happen next. As Ning Xiaofeng checked his equipment, he muttered under his breath, "Why should I follow your orders?" Zhou Rui sneered, "You're welcome to disobey and see what happens." Ning Xiaofeng was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust, glaring resentfully at Ning Yuan. Suddenly, Ning Baichen's harsh voice cut through the tension. "Enough. Obey your orders. Defiance on the battlefield is a serious offense." Though Ning Xiaofeng was frustrated, he had no choice but to comply. Seeing Ning Yuan's military rank left him speechless. Ning Yuan, having just graduated, had already been promoted to senior sergeant, the highest rank present. Many spent their whole lives as ordinary soldiers, yet Ning Yuan was already out of reach. Ning Yuan gave a cold smile. "That's right. This is my order." He made no effort to hide his indifference toward the Ning family's internal strife. Since he had chosen to break away from the family, he saw no reason to show any leniency. After receiving Ning Baichen's protest, command replied simply and clearly, "All matters are to be handled by the highest-ranking officer on site." With that, Ning Yuan became the sole decision-maker for the operation. The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward the slowly pulsating, blood-red portal. 38 years of sacrifice and waiting had finally led to this moment. Begin the operation. Ning Yushi and Ning Xiaofeng led their teams forward, stepping into the unknown darkness. Behind them, 60,000 soldiers held their breath, watching as their comrades disappeared into the crimson glow. "Damn it. One day he'll make that bastard pay." Ning Xiaofeng cursed bitterly. This mission was the most dangerous, especially the task of approaching the contamination source. No one could say what awaited them, or who would survive. Ning Yushi's expression was equally grim, her mood foul. She had always seen other soldiers as expendable, but now she found herself among them, unable to suppress her resentment. Enough already. That's just how the Ning family isolates, fighting amongst themselves. Chun Feng and Su Yao exchanged a look, inwardly contemptuous. Children of powerful families were always self-centered and couldn't be trusted. The military didn't value them much. Each year, only a few were recruited, as their loyalty was questionable and their arrogance made it hard to connect with regular soldiers. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ning Xiaofeng led his squad through the blood-red portal. Everyone held their breath. Even though they thought they were prepared, the sight before them was still overwhelming. Before their eyes, the world was awash in blood-red light. The sky was a dark red, like a dome of flesh, and every few minutes, thick, viscous blood would seep from above and fall like rain. The air was so heavy it felt as if it were filled with lead. Underfoot, the ground was no longer solid concrete, but a layer of translucent, dark red membrane, beneath which countless capillaries writhed constantly. As Ning Yushi took her first step, thin strands of blood shot up from the ground like snakes, trying to coil around her combat boots. "This is hell," she cried out, her usual composure as a noblewoman completely gone. Su Yao glanced down at her tactical watch, only to see the display was dead, no response at all. When they looked ahead, the sight made everyone gasp. In the center of the city, a massive ball of flesh loomed. Its surface was covered in tumor-like pustules, and it spanned several hundred meters, nearly 100 meters tall. Countless bluish-purple tentacles dangled from its surface, swaying in the air like enormous, pulsating blood vessels. What was most horrifying was that each of these vessels constantly dripped blood. As soon as a droplet hit the ground, it would rapidly swell and erupt into a grotesque brood nest, towering over 10 meters high. Yet, as soon as these new nests formed, they were absorbed back into the flesh ball, never escaping its domain. Suddenly, a deep thud sounded from within the fleshy mass, and everyone instinctively clutched their chests in agony. "What's happening?" they cried out, panic in their eyes. A second thud followed, echoing like the heartbeat of some ancient beast. The entire blood-soaked world trembled violently. Waves rippled through the fleshy membrane underfoot, sending several soldiers staggering to their knees. The massive ball of flesh convulsed, its surface veins bulging and then swelling furiously. A torrent of blood droplets erupted from it, raining down in a crimson storm. "Watch out!" Chun Feng's warning came too late. In an instant, blood mist engulfed the squad. Ning Yushi instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, but it was no use. Warm, sticky fluid drenched her, dripping from her hair and burning holes in her combat suit with a hiss. Screams rang out one after another. Soldiers convulsed violently as the blood droplets burrowed into their pores like living things, leaving worm-like trails writhing beneath their skin. Retreat. Fall back now. Chun Feng and Su Yao shouted in unison, their voices echoing beneath the blood-red sky. The survivors scrambled to help each other escape, knowing there was no way they could wait even 10 seconds for the dimensional barrier sphere to activate. As they retreated, Su Yao's heart ached for the soldiers left behind. The only consolation was that the monster didn't seem to be targeting them specifically. Even a single random pulse had caused devastating losses. Any soldier whose soul amplitude was below 700 was assimilated the moment the blood rain touched them. Thank goodness this was just a preliminary exploration. Su Yao shuddered. If 60,000 troops had gone in recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn those Ning bastards. Chun Feng growled, glaring ahead. Ning Xiaofeng and Ning Yushi had already abandoned the others, running at the front without a backward glance or any concern for their companion's fate. Outside the blood-red portal, 60,000 troops stood at the ready. Ning Yuan stood with his arms crossed, eyes fixed on the slowly pulsating scarlet gateway, his brows tightly furrowed, a deep sense of unease churning inside him. The surface of the portal rippled like a living thing, radiating a nauseating stench. Lei Lai paced anxiously nearby, repeatedly pressing the buttons on his tactical watch, which clicked sharply with each press. His face was etched with worry, sweat streaming down his forehead. They've been inside for 20 minutes. Why haven't we heard anything? Lei Lai cursed, his voice thick with concern. Could the source area even block our tactical comms? Zhou Rui, standing beside him, looked grim, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. All signs point to the fact that the so-called mother nest is just a byproduct. It's hard to imagine what the true source is like. Even tactical watches, which almost never fail, could be blocked by the source. Maybe it's... Before he could finish, the blood-red portal suddenly surged violently, churning like boiling blood. Fall back. Everyone on alert. Ning Yuan barked, and 60,000 soldiers instantly snapped into combat readiness. With a loud splash, two figures stumbled out of the bloody curtain, collapsing heavily onto the scorched earth. One side of Ning Xiaofeng's face was laced with worm-like blood vessels, his combat suit shredded and corroded, strange things writhing beneath his skin. Ning Yushi was in even worse shape. Her right arm had completely mutated into a grotesque mass of fleshy tendrils, twitching uncontrollably and coated in sticky, dark red fluid. Close the portal. Shut it now. Ning Xiaofeng screamed, scrambling backward in terror. Don't touch that thing. It's contagious. Chaos erupted instantly. The purification team quickly erected a blue isolation barrier, and beams of healing light rained down on the two, but could only slow the spread of their mutations. Suddenly, Ning Yushi convulsed violently, spewing a mouthful of black blood that sizzled as it hit the ground. What about the others? Zhou Rui grabbed Ning Xiaofeng by the collar, eyes bloodshot. Where's the rest of the 200-person recon team? Why are there only two of you? I don't know. Ning Xiaofeng shook his head blankly, his eyes empty. Zhou Rui's shout finally snapped him out of his daze, but terror still twisted his face. When you're running for your life, how could you possibly care about anyone else? The heart. Ning Yushi's face was twisted in fear, her words slurred as she struggled to speak. We ran right into the source as soon as we went in. It's a giant heart, hundreds of meters tall. The mother nest, and everything else Athire, just drops of blood from it. The moment she spoke, everyone present went pale, exchanging shocked, disbelieving glances. The mother nest, which had nearly wiped out 100,000 soldiers and blocked the military for over 30 years, was just a single drop of blood from the true source? The revelation was staggering far beyond anything they could have imagined. Shit. Lei Lai was the first to react, cursing as his eyes hardened with resolve. He strode toward the scarlet portal, comrades trying to hold him back, but he shook them off. I don't believe they're all dead. I'm going in to get them back. Just then, the blood-red portal churned again, as if a vast pool was being stirred. A dozen more figures staggered out of the bloody veil, collapsing onto the ground, their bodies covered in thick, dark red slime. There are more survivors. Lei Lai sprinted forward, hope blazing in his eyes. Chun Feng and Su Yao were helped up by the soldiers, their bodies marked with horrifying signs of mutation, strange things moving beneath their skin. Su Yao was in the worst condition. Her left arm had completely transformed into a mass of dark red tendrils, sticky blood dripping from the tips, trembling with every breath. Medics, logistics, purification, decontamination. Ning Yuan ordered, his voice booming. Healing lights quickly enveloped the survivors, forming protective barriers around them. Captain Ning, don't go in. Su Yao, lying on a stretcher, clung desperately to Ning Yuan's sleeve, her nails digging into his skin. Her voice was hoarse, filled with terror. The source is too terrifying. We can't handle it. Chun Feng forced himself to sit up, his face deathly pale, lips tinged purple from blood loss. He struggled to deliver the crucial information bought at such a high price. The source. Anyone with a soul amplitude below 700 is doomed. Even 800 only lasts a few seconds. This 950, this is what happens to us. The officers present exchanged anxious glances, a chill settling over their hearts. Screening for a soul amplitude above 300 already eliminated half the candidates. For 800 or higher, there were only a handful. After just a few words, Su Yao and Chun Feng lost consciousness completely and were rushed to the logistics department for emergency treatment. A deathly silence fell over the area. Ning Yuan glanced at Lei Lai and Zhou Rui, sighed, and said, "Let's have a meeting." The information Su Yao had brought back was so shocking and terrifying that no one dared to make a move without a proper plan. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, like an invisible weight pressing down on everyone. In a remote clearing, Ning Yuan, Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, Ning Beichun, and the rest of the assault team stood in a circle. The gravity of the situation was written on every face, the tension almost tangible. Suddenly, Zhou Rui stood up and slammed the table. "Let me lead the team in again. Su Yao and Chen Feng are in terrible shape, and the intel we got is incomplete. We need more accurate data on the source." Qian Gang nodded in agreement, his tone resolute. "That's right. The time was too short, and the intel is unreliable. They'll go back in with Zhou. Are you out of your mind?" Lei Lai snapped, his voice exploding in the tense air. Didn't Chen Feng make it clear enough? Even with a soul amplitude of 800, you can only last a few seconds. What good would it do for just the two of you to go in? Lei Lai's outburst ratcheted the tension up another notch. Ning Yuan shook his head and spoke softly, but everyone instantly turned their attention to him. Even the command center on the other end of the comms fell silent, leaving all decisions to him. His distinguished service record and rank made it clear he was the strongest among them. No matter how brilliant the strategies coming from the distant command center, none of them could help in the face of the terrifying source. After a brutal round of fighting, only about 10 members of the assault team were still standing. Everyone understood that only those with a soul amplitude of 1,000 had any chance of confronting the source, but there were so few of them. Entering meant risking their lives with almost no hope of survival. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. On the holographic display, the blood-red portal twisted and writhed like a living thing, its occasional dark flashes unsettling everyone. Ning Yuan's voice was barely audible, but every word landed with the weight of an anvil. For now, only those of us with a soul amplitude of 1,000 should even consider this. The rest shouldn't risk it. As for those who qualify, it's just us. Let's hear everyone's decision. Ning Beichun abruptly looked up, his usually calm and composed face now twisted with inner turmoil. There are fewer than 100 people with a soul amplitude over 950. Those with a full score, it's just us. Are you saying the few of us are supposed to go in and fight the source? Ning Yuan didn't answer. He slowly scanned the room. Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, Qian Gang, Ning Beichun, each of them had reached a soul amplitude of 1,000. If nobody stepped up, Ning Yuan wouldn't be foolish enough to go in alone. That would be suicide. They were the future of Jiangqing's military, as bright as the morning stars, with promising careers ahead. Even if they chose not to enter, Ning Yuan wouldn't blame them. They still had so much potential. But given the current situation, going in meant certain death. If they chose to retreat, the military would not punish them. After Ning Yuan finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Ning Beichun's breathing grew heavier, his fingers tapping nervously on the table, his gaze flickering. Born into a noble family and exceptionally gifted, he had reached a soul amplitude of 1,000 at a young age, with a brilliant future ahead. Now, facing the blood-red portal, he was locked in an intense internal struggle. His rational mind told him it wasn't worth it. But just as he hesitated, Lei Lai suddenly slapped his thigh, flashing a fierce grin. Determination blazed in his eyes. "Damn it. I've waited 30 years for this. Ning Yuan, count me in." Lei Lai's words crashed through the tension like thunder. There was no hesitation, as if he had never even considered backing down. Zhou Rui's tone was calm and steady, his eyes resolute. "Afraid? Not a chance. I didn't join the military for wealth and comfort. The source is right in front of you. If we don't fight now, when will we?" Qian Gang shrugged and smiled. "Let's do it." Ning Beichun was stunned. Had expected at least some hesitation, some weighing of pros and cons. Maybe someone would even consider backing out, just like he had. But to his surprise, not a single person hesitated for even a second. What shocked him even more was that the rest of the assault team also expressed their unwavering determination. "This is what the assault team is for. Let's get it done." Someone muttered under their breath. "I won't let another tragedy like the Longyuan defense line happen in Jiangqing." Another growled. "Damn it, if I die, so be it. I've had enough of that damn portal." Someone else slammed the table, their expression fierce. In an instant, the entire tent was filled with an overwhelming sense of resolve and fighting spirit. It was as if everyone was ready to face death, even if it meant standing against the most terrifying threat they had ever known. Ning Beichun's gaze swept over everyone present like a blade, finally locking onto Ning Yuan. Looking at this former outcast of the family, now a decorated hero in the military, Ning Beichun quietly weighed his options. If he backed down now, not only would the family elders lose respect for him, but he would also sever ties with the Jiangqing military headquarters for good. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and the others, seeing the burning determination in their eyes. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, a bunch of lunatics with no regard for their own lives. On the surface, though, he remained calm and said in a steady voice, "Since everyone here is so fearless, I certainly can't fall behind." But deep down, he had already resolved if things went south, he'd retreat immediately. Ning Yuan's deep, penetrating gaze seemed to see right through them, but he only responded coolly, "All right, it's settled." 10 minutes later, 16 figures stood before the blood-red portal. The crimson light made them look like blazing war gods. Behind them, 60,000 soldiers stood in absolute silence, weapons lowered and banners at rest. This was the highest form of silent tribute the military could offer. Everyone knew that stepping through that portal meant there was likely no return. "All units salute." The commander's voice echoed through the comms. 60,000 soldiers raised their arms in perfect unison, the clang of metal armor striking their chests ringing out like thunder. There were no grand speeches, only this simple, solemn gesture. The 16 stood tall, not a single one looking back, and marched resolutely into the blood-red gateway. The portal, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, silently swallowed them whole. Many of the soldiers watching were on the verge of tears, knowing this might be a final farewell. Inside the blood-red world, the sky was a writhing layer of dark red flesh, like the exposed insides of some gigantic beast. Thick, sticky blood dripped from the cracks, splattering onto the ground and burning holes wherever it landed. Underfoot, a translucent crimson carpet of flesh squelched disturbingly with every step. The entire space rhythmically contracted and expanded, as if they were inside a living creature. Worse yet, the air was thick with blood-red particles, a haze that never seemed to dissipate. "Damn, what is this hellhole?" Lei Lai cursed. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Every breath felt like swallowing mouthfuls of it. His tactical watch fizzled twice before going completely dead. Even the most basic functions were useless. As expected, all electronics are jammed, Zhou Rui said calmly, waving away the blood mist in front of him. The air pollution is off the charts. This mist itself is highly toxic to the mind. Before he finished speaking, everyone suddenly froze. They saw it. In the heart of the city, a massive ball of flesh loomed, its surface covered in bluish-purple, tumor-like protrusions. Each growth pulsed in rhythm, as if countless deformed hearts were beating in sync. Thick blood vessels dangled from the sphere, writhing like tentacles, dripping beads of blood. The moment these drops hit the ground, they rapidly swelled and twisted, transforming into towering, grotesque brood nests, only to be reabsorbed by the flesh ball with an inexplicable force. "Snap out of it." Lei Lai's thunderous shout shattered the group's shock. "Check your status and prepare for battle." The warriors responded immediately. Soul amplitude just dropped from 1,000 to 950. Mine's below 900 and still falling. "We can hold out for 5 minutes, at best." Even though these elite soldiers had steeled themselves, a chill crept up their spines. They were the finest in the military, their soul amplitudes at full strength, yet they could barely stand their ground here. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. Sweat beaded on Ning Baichen's forehead as he stared at his rapidly plummeting soul amplitude. 1,000, 980, 960, 940. Instinctively, he glanced at Ning Yuan, thinking, that guy always has the lowest soul amplitude, he must be terrified right now. But what he saw was Ning Yuan's face, calm to the point of indifference. "Quit pretending to be calm," Ning Baichen cursed inwardly. But deep within Ning Yuan's eyes, a blood-red vortex swirled. The secret soul ritual within him roared to life, pushing his soul amplitude to an astonishing 2,200. The surrounding corruption had no effect on him. The suffocating pressure felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Ning Yuan studied the colossal heart at the center, shocked. Was this entire secret realm nurturing such an evil heart? Suddenly, information about the heart's properties appeared before his eyes. Corrupted heart. Level. Traits. Psychic contamination, mental distortion, flesh propagation. "Get ready for battle," Ning Yuan ordered in a low voice. "Yes, sir." The others responded in unison, their fighting spirit ignited. 15 divine weapons were drawn at once, the metallic clang echoing through the air. Lei Lai thrust his right arm forward, slamming a 2-meter iron shield into the fleshy ground, raising a protective barrier of earth and light. Zhou Rui gripped a radiant spear, while Qian Gang twirled a pitch-black dagger between his fingers, the blade so sharp it sliced through the bloody mist. Just as Lei Lai was about to order the charge, Ning Yuan's words stopped everyone in their tracks. "Charge for what? Your only job is to cover me." Everyone stared in disbelief. Lei Lai's shield drooped, Zhou Rui's tactical analysis caught in his throat, and Qian Gang nearly dropped his dagger. Ning Baichen's voice cracked. "Are you fucking?" But before they could protest, Ning Yuan unleashed a suffocating aura and summoned his second primary weapon without hesitation. In an instant, A power even fiercer than the hearts erupted, shaking the entire bloody space. It was a firearm forged like molten lava, its barrel lined with bony scales, the body blood-red, and exuding a scorching, savage energy. Holy shit! Lei Lai gaped, forgetting to steady his shield. Even with his experience, he couldn't identify this weapon, but its blazing, violent aura left no doubt about its destructive power. This is your secret weapon for killing brood nests? Zhou Rui swallowed hard, barely containing his excitement. All eyes were glued to this weapon, as if it were a living dragon of blazing fury. Its fierce, intimidating appearance and searing aura radiated an overwhelming sense of power none of them had ever felt before. At that moment, Ning Yuan froze in place, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared fixedly at the menacing crimson anti-demon sniper rifle in Ning Yuan's hands. His mind went completely blank. His lips trembled, and from deep in his throat came a strangled, almost suffocating cry. Dual primary weapons? How is that possible? When he looked up, the face had always known as the family's cast-off suddenly seemed utterly unfamiliar. For the first time in his life, Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to crush his very soul. He shook his head mechanically, muttering to himself, "Dual primaries, this can't be real, I must be dreaming." This realization shattered everything he thought he knew. For every warrior, it was a fundamental Rulian unbreakable truth ingrained in their very bones. No one had ever been able to wield two primary weapons at the same time. Lei Lai and Zhou Rui grasped the situation instantly. Their throats went dry, hearts pounding like war drums, their eyes flicking between the destructive aura of the sniper rifle and the six-colored elemental power Ning Yuan had displayed just moments before. The dazzling glow of 6 elements and the murderous aura of that dark red rifle, there was no way these could be the same weapon. A chill shot up their spines. This breaks all the rules, it's beyond anything we've ever known. Ning Yuan's voice was already falling apart. But when Lei Lai and Zhou Rui exchanged glances, there was no fear in their eyes, only a blazing light, bright as a star. As elite fighters of Jiangcheng, warriors willing to lay down their lives for Longhua and its people, they only felt respect for Ning Yuan, who had saved them from the brink time and again. Good. That's amazing. Lei Lai burst out with genuine laughter. The stronger you are, the more fired up we get. Zhou Rui gave a sincere smile as well. Don't worry. My dad's the chief in charge of Jiangcheng. If anyone tries to mess with you, I swear I'll make sure they regret it. The more talented you are, the more you should go all out. Lei Lai declared firmly. What's one family's rise or fall compared to the need for a true leader who can bring peace to the chaos? The rest of the assault team looked over with approving eyes, while Ning Yuan, so blatantly threatened, could only force a bitter smile and remain silent. Ning Yuan glanced around at the determined faces surrounding him and nodded heavily. Revealing his second primary weapon was not just about earning their trust, it was because he had no other choice. No matter how many ordinary soldiers came, they would only die in vain. Unless he was willing to stand by and watch as Lei Lai and the others fell one by one, allowing the source of disaster to grow until it eventually swallowed the lives of over 10 million people in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, I'll have to use my second primary weapon. Ning Yuan calculated in his mind. Besides, with so many factors stacked together, being a top-tier spirit engineer, having dual primary weapons, a recent promotion in rank, if something were to happen to me in Longhua, that would be unbelievable. Boom. Suddenly, the corrupted heart contracted violently, letting out a deafening, muffled roar. The entire blood-red space trembled as the fleshy dome above cracked with countless web-like fissures. Torrents of blood came crashing down, each droplet twisting and morphing midair into ferocious, blood-colored monsters that lunged at the group with claws bared. Defensive formation. Center on Ning Yuan. Lei Lai shouted, slamming his massive shield into the ground. Earth and yellow light flared from the shield's surface, and a golden barrier poured down like a waterfall, forming a solid wall of defense. Everyone present was a seasoned warrior, and even though the sudden turn was shocking, no one let down their guard for even a moment. The instant the heart made its move, everyone responded. Zhou Rui swept his spear in a wide arc, cold light flashing as he blocked waves of blood rain. Qian Gang's figure flickered like a ghost, his dagger weaving a web of silver lines as it sliced through the airborne monsters. They'll cover the west side. Ning Yuan, though shaken, quickly reacted, forming hand seals as spiritual energies surged around him. Let's see just how much trouble this thing can really cause. Ning Yuan said in a steady voice, raising the Demon Slayer sniper rifle. He stood motionless at the center, perfectly protected by the others. The crosshairs locked onto the throbbing heart, his gaze icy cold. Netherflame mode. The deadly Netherflame was activated, transforming into a hellfire bullet. Any target struck would be tainted by the fire. Anything with less than 8,100 power would be burned to ash, impossible to cleanse by ordinary means. Though the hellfire bullet lacked piercing capability, its destructive force was overwhelming. Bang! A crimson beam tore through the bloody mist, striking the corrupted heart dead on. The nether flame exploded instantly, transforming into a raging sea of red and green fire that burned wildly across the heart's surface. The flames were bizarre and sinister, incinerating even the falling blood into wisps of blue smoke that vanished into thin air. That's it. Lei Lai's eyes were filled with hope. He remembered clearly how the twin broodmothers had been wiped out in a single shot. The others watched the burning heart closely, waiting for it to collapse. Ning Baichun, hiding at the center of the formation, felt a wave of dread if an attack like that ever landed on him. 1 second, 2, 3. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently. To everyone's disbelief, the nether flame that should have burned its target to cinders merely left a charred patch about 20 meters wide on the surface before extinguishing abruptly. Worse still, the scorched tumors began to squirm and fall away, revealing fresh, even redder flesh beneath. How is that possible? Lei Lai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his face full of disbelief. Zhou Rui's expression changed dramatically. No wonder it's the source. This is on a whole different level compared to the broodmother. Ning Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He knew better than anyone the power of his primary weapon. One of its properties was annihilation. Any target below 8,100 power would have the struck area obliterated, unable to regenerate, and this could stack with the Hellfire effect. The current state of the source made it clear its power far exceeded 8,100. Enraged by the attack, the corrupted heart went berserk. Every blood vessel stretched taut, and a grotesque mouth split open on the surface, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom! A blood column dozens of meters wide erupted from the gaping maw, shooting straight at Ning Yuan. Lei Lai roared, bracing his shield with his shoulder and meeting the attack head-on. Crack! Cracks instantly spread across the shield's surface. Lei Lai began to bleed from every orifice, but he stood his ground without backing down. As the blood column struck the shield, dark red, polluted liquid seeped through the cracks. Lei Lai's body shuddered violently, and the exposed skin began to turn an unnatural dark red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thick veins bulged on his neck, but they twisted into a bizarre purple-black, writhing under his skin like living things. Lei, are you okay? Qian Gang was the first to notice the change, his voice trembling. His contamination level is spiking, and his soul resonance is crashing. Everyone was horrified. Facing the source heat-on, they couldn't even last a moment before being assimilated. The psychic contamination is off the charts. Ning Yuan's gaze was calm, ignoring the panic around him as he once again locked onto the heart. In truth, as the direct attacker, his condition was even worse. His soul resonance had already dropped by 500. An invisible wave of psychic pollution had washed over him the instant he attacked. If it weren't for the soul codex of all spirits, which made his soul nearly twice as pure as most, he would have dropped to 0 and been transformed into a monster on the spot. The source was more formidable than had imagined. Switching modes. Infernal Dragon's Blaze. Infernal Dragon's Blaze. Ultra-piercing, single-target attack with a power of 11,000. The target is left with Qi Shao Divine Flame burning inside, consuming their organs until death. The attack can penetrate up to 3 kilometers. I only have 4 shots left after that. My soul energy will be depleted. As for the even more powerful God Demon Annihilation, Ning Yuan wasn't sure if a power of 18,000 would be enough to wipe out the entire source. The corrupted heart was simply too massive. The best option was to use the 11,000 power Qi Shao Divine Flame. For shots from 4 different angles. Ning Yuan's eyes were resolute as he placed his finger on the trigger, preparing to unleash a lethal barrage. The moment Ning Yuan launched his attack, the air was instantly scorched, and waves of distorted heat rippled outward as if they were tangible. The crimson flame Sin Dragon roared, tearing through space and piercing straight into the core of the corrupted heart. A violent vortex of fire erupted, carbonizing flesh within a 10-meter radius in an instant. The searing heat forced everyone present to instinctively shield themselves, but their skin still stung from the intense burn. Lei Lai's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The bizarre flesh, capable of easily corroding steel, now crumbled like paper in the face of these flames. Zhou Rui squinted reflexively, as if staring into the blazing sun, and caught a fleeting glimpse of a dragon-shaped shadow merging into the source of the attack. When the flames finally subsided, everyone stood stunned, staring at the massive, gaping wound that now marred the corrupted heart. The enormous mass of flesh was now a grotesque sight, covered in charred burns. What was even more shocking was the patch of crimson fire that still burned fiercely on its body, refusing to go out. A formless mental wail exploded in everyone's minds. Ning Yuan ignored the corrupted heart's agony. The test proved that the crimson flame mode with a power level of 11,000 was indeed effective, and he knew he had to press his advantage. After observing a few attacks, he had roughly estimated the corrupted heart's power level to be around 10,000, an unimaginable figure for the awakening stage, where the power limit was only around 3,000. If he hadn't happened to forge a second primary weapon before entering the secret realm, this place would have been an unsolvable nightmare. Even if the military had 38 years, they wouldn't be able to deal with the source, and throwing more people at it would only lead to more casualties. Though curiosity about the many secrets of the bloody old capital flashed through his mind, Ning Yuan didn't let himself get distracted. He pulled the trigger again. The dragon patterns on his weapon seemed to come alive, the dragon's eyes glowing blood red. The gunshot transformed into a dragon's roar, and a faint red dragon shadow shot into the brood mother, triggering an even fiercer explosion. Boom! A thunderous rumble sounded from deep within the corrupted heart. Even more violent crimson flames erupted from inside, and the massive ball of flesh seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand. Dozens of charred tumors swelled up on its surface, then burst open one after another with sickening pops. After enduring two devastating blows in quick succession, the corrupted heart finally showed signs of weakening. Everyone present could clearly sense the unprecedented frailty of the secret realm's source. Lei Lai's eyes went wide with excitement as he laughed and shouted, "It's working! Hit it again!" Zhou Rui was just as exhilarated, watching with his own eyes as the corrupted heart convulsed in agony. Yet as the damage to the corrupted heart deepened, the mental backlash grew ever more intense. Ning Yuan's face was deathly pale. His soul amplitude had reached 800, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. The instant the third bullet left the chamber, the entire blood-red sky trembled. A faint red dragon shadow let out an enraged roar, warping and fracturing space as it shot straight into the deepest part of the corrupted heart. In that moment, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget, a moment of utter silence, followed by a tidal wave of crimson fire more terrifying than the previous two attacks combined, erupting from within. The corrupted heart burst like a ruptured blood sac, spewing burning crimson pus from countless gaping wounds. Those viscous liquids turned into streams of fire in midair, falling like a torrential rain onto every corner of the city center. Qian Gang stared wide-eyed in shock, witnessing the scene. Unstoppable crimson flames were spreading madly outward from the corrupted heart. The skyscrapers once wrapped in tentacles had become enormous torches, and the veins running along the streets now flowed with fire. Overhead, the nauseating blood membrane began to melt and drip like wax under the intense heat, as if the entire city was undergoing a sacred cleansing ritual. Suddenly, a series of piercing beeps shattered the spectacle. Lei Lai looked down in astonishment to find that his tactical watch, dead since entering the source zone, had suddenly regained its signal. At the same time, the entire bloody ruins of the old capital were undergoing a dramatic transformation. The scattered warriors among the debris were the first to notice. The dark red tendrils, once writhing as if alive, were now burning fiercely as if doused in gasoline. Crimson flames raced along each vein-like line, turning the streets into a sea of fire within moments. Inside the medical station, medics tending to the wounded caught an unbelievable sight through shattered windows. The distant mall, once shrouded in flesh and blood, was now rapidly carbonizing in the flames, revealing the intact concrete walls beneath. Even more astonishing, the flames seemed to have a will of their own. They consumed only the flesh, leaving the buildings untouched. On the watchtower, the sentries shouted hoarsely, drawing everyone's gaze upward. The bloody sky overhead was burning through in countless places, and wherever the barrier gave way, long-lost sunlight poured down. The blood rain hanging in the air instantly evaporated in the heat, dispersing as a foul-smelling mist. The bloody tendrils throughout the ruins suddenly stopped moving, freezing in place as if their life force had been drained. Their surfaces began to flake away, and then they collapsed, disintegrating into burning ash. In the area where 60,000 warriors had gathered, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them all. As if a barrier had been lifted, a massive corrupted heart engulfed in crimson flames was revealed, its surface covered in burning, grotesque tumors. Amid the ruins, a dozen figures drew everyone's attention. It was Ning's team, Lei's team, and their comrades. The source had been wounded, and the secret realm was collapsing. All together, finish off the source. Thunderous shouts rang out. The corrupted heart launched a final desperate counterattack, its assault shaking the ground. Unburned veins suddenly lashed out like dying pythons. Wildly thrashing, one 30-story building was snapped in half and crashed onto the burning street below. Watch out! Lei Lai caught a falling steel beam with his mutated right arm, the sound of breaking bones sending chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, the final bullet tore through the air, and a pillar of golden red light shot skyward, illuminating the city as it underwent purification. Boom! In that instant, the 8 Desolations Dragon Fury, heaven-scorching, world-melting array fully materialized. As the final bullet left the chamber, crimson flames swept across the entire secret realm like a tidal wave. The bloody old capital, which had haunted the military for 38 years, was engulfed in golden red fire, its burning light illuminating the sky. The corrupted heart, with a power level of 10,000, let out a silent wail as it was consumed by the divine flames of Qi Shao. Waves of psychic energy rippled through every corner of the secret realm. Agony. Immolation. Everyone still conscious could feel its utter despair. Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, Qian Gang, and 60,000 soldiers froze in awe, watching the scene unfold. The corrupted heart's psychic shriek sounded like thousands of infants crying in unison. Rivers of burning, golden-red pus erupted from its body, scorching every inch like a volcanic eruption. With a thunderous roar, the power of the divine Qishao flames reached its peak. Blinding white light burst from within the corrupted heart. In an instant, the massive organ was crushed like a tomato, its pieces turning to ash before they hit the ground. Hundreds of major blood vessels ruptured, each spraying pillars of fire 10 meters high. A ring of fire surged outward from the remnants of the corrupted heart. Wherever it passed, the flesh covering the buildings melted away like snow in boiling water. Tentacles as thick as trucks shriveled and fell away from the bank's marble facade, revealing its scarred surface beneath. The carpet of flesh at the intersection curled and blackened, exposing the faded remains of the crosswalk. Qian Gang, hands trembling, removed his tactical goggles. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared at the restored commercial district in the distance. With the corruption purged, the entire secret realm was reborn. The efforts of 60,000 soldiers had finally paid off. As the blood-red barrier shattered like glass and the twisted city slowly returned to normal, a young soldier's voice echoed over the radio to the entire army. Did we win? Did we really win? The remains of the corrupted heart still burned, destined to become nothing but ash. Slumped amid the ruins, Lei Lai's right arm was completely deformed, the price of coming so close to the source. The mutation had finally stopped, but it would take a long time to heal. Gazing at the blazing sky, he grinned and said, "It was worth it." Zhou Rui steadied himself with his bayonet spear, blood trickling from his ears and nose. Even though he hadn't touched the source directly, just resisting the polluted blood mist had nearly shattered his spirit. At that moment, Ning Yuan could no longer hold on. Unable to maintain the demon-slaying, god-killing sniper rifle, he collapsed heavily to his knees. Ning Yuan. Captain Ning. Medic. Sensing something was wrong, Lei Lai, Qian Gang, and the other assault team members shouted out in alarm. Ning Yuan forced himself to stay upright, his soul power nearly depleted. Pale-faced, he barely managed to keep his balance. He wasn't badly injured, but had lost consciousness for a moment while resisting the mental corruption. The entire city fell silent, broken only by the crackling of flames among the ruins. The monstrous creation that had once devoured countless lives was now reduced to flickering fire, illuminating the shattered streets. On the balcony of a residential building, a rusted wind chime swayed gently in the breeze, producing a crisp, clear sound. Ning Yuan lay on the scorched earth, his vision blurring as the cracks in the sky continued to widen. In the distance, he heard the thunder of thousands of footsteps. The 60,000-strong outer army was closing in fast. In a daze, he felt someone lift him up, and a wave of cheers surged around him. The core was destroyed. All secondary tendrils had stopped moving. Air quality was returning to normal. His tactical watch beeped incessantly as excited voices filled the command center. All units, attention. The secret domain commander's voice boomed from every radio, trembling with emotion. Analysis confirmed the corrupted heart's energy readings are 0. I repeat, the source has been destroyed. The command center erupted in cheers, the sound shaking the very walls. Joy swept through the ranks. Many warriors shouted out in celebration. Execute the Dawn Protocol immediately. The commander quickly regained composure, directing the post-battle operations. The 1st Medical Battalion moved in to support the assault team, while engineering units began clearing the main routes according to the S-7 contingency plan. Drones soared into the air, forming a 3-dimensional surveillance network. Confirmations came in one after another, the air thick with tension and a sense of duty. Suddenly, a staff officer's voice cut in, report. Natural light detected in Sector B7. It's sunlight. For the first time in 38 years. The command center fell silent as everyone turned to the main screen. The cracks in the blood-red sky spread wider, and a shaft of golden sunlight pierced the clouds like a sword, illuminating the entire secret domain. Bathed in the sunlight, Ning Yuan's face became even clearer. All units, stay alert, the commander ordered steadily, his voice calm and composed. 2nd Squad, take over the defensive line. 3rd Squad, begin a thorough sweep. Medical teams, move in, spare no effort to save our wounded and bring our heroes home. His commands were firm and decisive. While Lei Lai and the others anxiously checked Ning Yuan's condition, his expression remained dazed, hovering on the edge of consciousness. Suddenly, a surge of energy welled up from deep within his soul, instantly restoring his depleted strength. As his soul healed, the pain and dizziness faded away. Ning Yuan felt his mind clear, and though still a bit dizzy, he forced his eyes open. The shattered sky came into view. The blood-red canopy was collapsing, revealing long-lost blue above. Sunlight fell like scattered gold, casting dappled shadows across his face. At the same time, he felt warm hands gently searching over him. Captain Ning, don't move. A gentle yet firm hand pressed down on his shoulder, the tone full of concern. Just minutes ago, your soul amplitude was only 3.5, extremely dangerous. You need to rest. Several young support staff members gathered around, carefully checking him over. In the distance, the roar of heavy machinery could be heard. Through the crowd, he saw Qian Gang directing soldiers as they cleared the rubble, while the support teams poured into the city to begin recovery efforts. I'm fine now. Ning Yuan gently pushed aside the medics and stood up steadily. The young nurses looked at him in surprise, sizing him up. Just moments before, had been weak and pale, but now he seemed like a different person, energetic, clear-eyed, standing tall and composed. Having just survived a brutal battle, there was a cold intensity in his expression that made others hesitate to meet his gaze. Captain Ning, if you need anything, just let us know. The lead medic gave him a deep look before turning to leave. Although she wanted to learn more about the hero everyone spoke of, the secret domain was filled with wounded, and her duty left no time for curiosity. As she disappeared from view, Ning Yuan turned to look into the distance, where the rescue efforts were quietly underway. A new dawn was spreading across every inch of the city. Sunlight poured over the scarred earth. The secret realm was a strange place separate from the main world, yet somehow still touched by its sun and rain. Ning Yuan leaned against a broken concrete pillar, squinting up at the sky. For the first time in 38 years, the heavens once shrouded in blood-red mist were a clear, brilliant blue. Warm sunlight settled on his shoulders like a silent comfort, easing the fatigue left by battle. There was a rustle beside him. Zhou Rui, his body wrapped in layers of bandages, limped over and gingerly sat down next to him, blood seeping through the fabric. Qian Gang followed, his tactical vest riddled with holes from corrosion. He took a swig from a half-empty bottle of water before handing it to Ning Yuan. Where's Lei Lai? Ning Yuan took the bottle and gulped down a large mouthful, his Adam's apple bobbing. High spiritual amplitude didn't mean he could go without food or water. Seriously injured. He's getting emergency treatment, Zhou Rui said with a wry grin, which pulled at the wound on his lip and made him wince. He took a direct hit from the source. The mutation was severe. The doctor said if they'd brought him in half an hour later, they'd have had to amputate his whole arm. Qian Gang wiped the dust from his face, the sunlight revealing a tiny cloud around his hand. The three of us got off easy. We should leave the medical supplies for those who need them more. He gestured to a nearby scene stretcher teams carrying a steady stream of wounded out of the rubble, medics in blood and dirt-stained white coats darting among the debris, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Ning Yuan nodded silently, his eyes lingering on Zhou Rui's blood-soaked bandages and Qian Gang's battered gear. What they called minor injuries would land most people in intensive care. To be honest, we owe our lives to you. Zhou Rui leaned back against the ruins, looking at Ning Yuan with genuine respect. We all saw what happened to Lei Lai. If it hadn't been for you, there's no way we could have even faced the source, let alone taken it down. The mood grew quiet for a moment, broken only by the distant shouts of rescuers and the groans of the wounded. On another note, Zhou Rui suddenly nudged Ning Yuan with his elbow, a mischievous glint in his eye. Your military merit this time is off the charts. Defeating the corrupted heart-head in your record alone is worth 10 years of my service. Qian Gang let out a booming laugh, the sound echoing through the ruins. You earned every bit of it. No one can deny it. 60,000 brothers saw it with their own eyes. When you finished it off, the whole sky was on fire. Ning Yuan smiled. That's true. Just as they said, his military merit this time was more than enough. He raised his wrist, and his tactical watch projected a holographic display in the sunlight. Blue numbers flickered in the air. Total military merit, 320,000. Special commendation, 1 S-rank merit. To advance from Blade Sergeant to Silver Insignia Sergeant required 100,000 merit points. To reach Gold Insignia Sergeant, it took 200,000 points and an S-rank commendation. Achieving Silver Insignia was already the peak for most. An S-rank commendation meant making an extraordinary contribution in a secret realm, sometimes clearing an entire realm single-handedly. Damn, Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the numbers. Holy crap, I knew you had a lot, but not this much. Zhou Rui crowded in, eyes wide, nearly pressing his nose to the holographic screen. 320,000 points, plus an S-rank merit, you can jump straight to Gold Insignia Sergeant. Qian Gang stared in awe, his calloused finger poking at the virtual numbers. An 18-year-old Gold Insignia Sergeant. I've served 20 years and never seen anything like it. A few soldiers nearby, busy carrying the wounded, stopped in their tracks. They all turned to look at Ning Yuan, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Someone's medical kit clattered to the ground. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the golden badge gleaming on Ning Yuan's chest. A gold insignia. Ning Yuan made it to gold? Whispers spread rapidly through the crowd. The harsh sunlight broke through the clouds and shone down on Ning Yuan's shoulders, the heat almost tangible. There was no need to explain what the gold insignia meant. It signified the authority to independently command a war zone, the privilege to meet directly with the marshal, and, more importantly, even the head and elders of the Ning family would have to greet him with respect. Zhou Rui instinctively touched his nose, a complicated look in his eyes. Strictly speaking, I'm your subordinate now. He paused. A gold insignia officer can command a force of 5,000. Ning Yuan gazed at the burning ruins in the distance and shook his head slightly. He knew all too well that having authority didn't guarantee ability. If he made a mistake in command, the responsibility would be his. There's an even bigger privilege. Zhou Rui lowered his voice, excitement flickering in his eyes. A gold insignia officer can form a private combat squad. If you're thinking about it, count me in first. I'm in too. Qian Gang slapped his thigh, full of enthusiasm. If I get to follow you, Captain Ning, I'm all in. No questions asked. Forming a squad? Ning Yuan shook his head again, his gaze still fixed on the ruins. That's not my intention. Zhou Rui and Qian Gang exchanged disappointed looks, but Ning Yuan's next words rekindled their spirits. But what's with the Shrank military merit? By the rules, you have to single-handedly clear an entire secret realm for that. I did a lot, but the military contributed as well. Zhou Rui looked up at the sky, a knowing smile on his lips. Do you know what a purified secret realm means? Qian Gang placed a solemn hand on Ning Yuan's shoulder. This will become new territory for Longhua. In the face of a nation-ending disaster, it'll be our last refuge. But it's not stable yet, Zhou Rui said, weighing a piece of charred stone in his hand. The source monster is dead, but the secret realm will remain unstable for at least 3 more months. Turning this place into a livable city will take a massive investment of people and resources. Realization dawned on Ning Yuan. Not only had he destroyed the corrupted heart, had also opened up new living space for humanity. That kind of contribution truly deserved and shrank merit. He stood up, surveying the busy secret realm around him. This would eventually become a new home for humanity, and this shrank merit would open the door for him to rise to the elite ranks. On the distant horizon, Ning Yuan seemed to glimpse a brilliant figure, the six-fold divine judgment radiant armor. The great battle had finally come to an end, bringing closure to the bloody old capital that had plagued the Jiangqing military for 38 years. But for Ning Yuan, his journey was only just beginning. On August 25th, the Jiangqing Military Command publicly released details of the operation that eradicated the bloody old capital. The news hit the city like a bombshell, instantly igniting a wave of excitement. On the military's official website, the headline blazed across the screen. Shock in Jiangqing. The secret realm of the bloody old capital destroyed. Jin Hui officer Ning Yuan achieves an unprecedented feat. At noon, the military's battle network updated with a full report. Secret realm of the bloody old capital completely purified, new strategic territory secured for Longhua. Countless citizens stared at their screens in disbelief, eyes fixed on the news. Could it really be true? Was the 38-year blood curse finally over? When they saw the bold, red-highlighted name at the top of the report, many gasped. Ning Yuan? Him again? Didn't he just win the military's assessment championship? It's only been a short while, and now he's led a team to wipe out an entire secret realm? But what shocked everyone even more was the staggering number in the battle merits column: 320,000 military credits. And rank achievement. What did this mean? Jin Hui officer. An 18-year-old Jin Hui officer. The youngest ever in Jiangqing's history. The news sent the entire city into a frenzy. Major news outlets raced to break the story, with editors working overtime, wishing they had 100 hands to get the inspiring news out to the nation as quickly as possible. The Jiangqing Daily's front page declared in bold letters, a legend, at 18. Jiangqing's Ning Yuan becomes Longhua's youngest Jin Hui officer. The subheading read, "The bloody old capital is now history, 38 years of bloodshed dispersed in a single day. Let's celebrate for Longhua, for Jiangqing, and pay the highest tribute to the heroes who fought." The report detailed how Ning Yuan had led from the front, personally defeating the corrupted heart, completely purifying the bloody old capital, earning 320,000 credits, receiving its rank achievement, and being promoted to Jin Hui officer, the youngest ever in Longhua's history. Online, every major platform was flooded with topics about Ning Yuan. On the trending list, Ning Yuan, Jin Hui topped the charts with a hot tag, followed by 18-year-old Jin Hui officer, also marked trending. Other tags like the bloody old capital is really gone, and how does the Ning family feel now were all marked as hot topics. From military exam champion to Jin Hui officer, from a family outcast to a national hero, Ning Yuan's meteoric rise stunned countless netizens. At that moment, Ning Yuan was relaxing in his hotel room, casually wearing a bathrobe, and unwinding by browsing the web on his tactical watch. But as soon as he opened the interface, he was bombarded by news about himself. He had expected the military's announcement to cause a stir, but he never imagined it would be this explosive, trending everywhere, causing a sensation across the entire internet. Ning Yuan realized he had still underestimated the weight of the titles, 18-year-old Jin Hui soldier, and expanding the frontier. Today, another major news story from Jiangqing quickly swept across the internet. The latest pinned announcement from the Jiangxing authorities declared that the former blood-soaked old capital had been officially renamed Jiangxing New District, with a special note of gratitude to Sergeant Ning Yuan for his outstanding contributions to the nation's territory. Plans for the construction of the new district had already been released, and everyone was encouraged to sign up and participate in the redevelopment. The comments section erupted with heated discussion. After 38 years, the blood-soaked old capital has finally become history. This is like laying the foundation for a brand new city in Longhua. This is what it really means to expand the frontier. Now that's a true Jin Hui soldier, well deserved. Ning Yuan's victory has given Longhua a new strategic level secret realm. His achievements are textbook worthy. Honestly, I used to worry every time I heard about the blood-soaked old capital, and now they're turning it into a new district? It's unbelievable. I just got orders to help build the new secret realm, and I heard it's planned to house 20 million people. Honestly, if Sergeant Ning hadn't laid the groundwork, none of us would have this chance. Respect. The excitement in the comments soared. When he hit 368,000 military exam points, I thought Ning Yuan had already reached his peak, but then he not only earned 320,000 military merits, he also received the Jin Hui medal. The Ning family, once I barely noticed them, and now I can only look up in awe. If these achievements appeared in a novel, readers would probably complain about the main character being overpowered. As Ning Yuan scrolled through the trending topics on various platforms, a faint smile played at the corner of his lips, though his eyes remained calm and unaffected. Whether it was praise or amazement, to him, it was all fleeting. What mattered most now was putting his elite-level advancement plan into action. He focused on his tactical watch as the holographic display quickly unfolded. After the bloody battle, Ning Yuan exuded an even colder aura, the murderous edge in his eyes undiminished. Every movement carried an intimidating pressure. In the virtual projection, the military merit exchange system appeared, listing a dense array of items for redemption. 3 items caught his attention, their data displayed on the screen. Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix, Rainbow Crystal Korean Energy Core with top-level elite effects. Once fused, it grants the Thunder Phoenix's speed, enabling lightspeed movement and leaving a rainbow afterimage, breaking the limits of physical inertia. Requirement: 3,000 military merits and Blade Edge rank. Items redeemed with military merits are non-transferable and cannot be sold for profit. Violators will be severely punished. Storm Inglong, Skyborne Wings, an external armament with top-tier elite effects. When deployed, it manipulates atmospheric particles for extreme speed flight, and its wing blades are highly offensive, originating from the fierce beast Storm Inglong. Requirement: 3,000 military merits and Blade Edge rank. Stellar Rhinoceros, Divine Crystal Armor with top-level elite effects, derived from the Stellar Rhinoceros. It can withstand elite-level impacts and offers unmatched defense. Requirement: 3,000 military merits and Blade Edge rank. Ning Yuan's gaze was steady as he made his decision, would pursue the perfect set of gear for his chosen path of advancement. Had already dismissed the second main weapon, which had obvious flaws. It was too extreme, powerful in attack, but unsuitable for long-term use, and required an enormous investment to upgrade, which he currently couldn't afford. Rather than waste resources on an unstable option, it made more sense to steadily enhance his 6-pointed Divine Punishment Elementalist abilities, choosing a well-rounded set of elite-level equipment. Without hesitation, he quickly selected the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix, Rainbow Crystal Core, and the Storm Inglong. Skyborne Wings. These 2 pieces would give him a perfect balance of offense and defense, making him unstoppable. Jiuxiaohua Court, Top Suite. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocking shattered Ning Yuan's thoughts. With a swift gesture, he closed the virtual display on his tactical watch, a flash of cold hostility flickering in his eyes. Having just returned from the bloody battlefields of the old capital, the aura of violence still clung to him, radiating a suffocating pressure. The smart system automatically projected the hallway surveillance feed. Ning Yuan's gaze sharpened. At it was Li Yan, dressed in a crisp military uniform, her short hair framing her face with a sharp, efficient look. In her hand, she carried a silver metal case. She was here to deliver something? Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, his curiosity shifting to the box, wondering what surprise awaited him this time. "Come in," he said coolly. The door slid open with a soft sound, and Li Yan stepped inside. As she crossed the threshold, she paused for a moment, her eyes scanning Ning Yuan carefully, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. After the bloodshed in the old capital, she found Ning Yuan had changed in unexpected ways. The once naive academy youth now stood before her, calm and composed, his aura tinged with a lethal, intimidating chill. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, a teasing smirk playing at her lips. "Looks like you made quite a haul in the old capital, hero. How does it feel?" Ning Yuan arched an eyebrow, his tone icy. "Hero? Cut it out." Li Yan rolled her eyes and set the metal case down on the coffee table with a playful grin. Youngest gold emblem in Longwo's history. You're a sensation online right now. Ning Yuan was momentarily caught off guard, surprised that this seasoned officer would joke with him. Seeing his reaction, Li Yan burst out laughing, then patted the metal case with a hint of mystery. Just kidding. I actually brought you something good. Ning Yuan shrugged, realizing that ever since returning from the old capital, the military's attitude toward him had changed dramatically. Li Yan's casual manner was proof of that she no longer kept her distance, treating him more like a trusted comrade. Without another word, Li Yan opened the metal case. With a sharp click, the lid sprang open, and a blinding crimson light shot skyward. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted instantly as an overwhelming, familiar aura of menace filled the air, pressing down with suffocating force. He could almost feel the room's temperature plummet, a layer of blood-red frost forming on the water glass atop the table. Inside the case, a blood-red crystal the size of a fist hovered, its surface pulsing with vein-like patterns that throbbed as if alive. The murderous aura surged like a tide, threatening to swallow everything in its path. This Ning Yuan's voice grew heavy. A crystallized corrupted heart? Li Yan nodded, her eyes full of admiration. Don't underestimate it. This thing is worth at least several million spirit crystals. It's so rare that money alone can't buy it. Ning Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze locked on the crystal. She was right, this was the result of 38 years of the corrupted heart's growth, brimming with immense blood energy and unimaginable power. Li Yan looked up at the crystal, her eyes shining with awe and excitement. This is an incredible treasure for the human body, whether it's strengthening your physique or healing your soul. Its value is beyond measure. This might even allow you to leap past the elite level and reach the threshold of guardian-level soul resonance in one go. Li Yan's tone was filled with awe as she spoke, her expression betraying deep respect. The blood essence crystal, nurtured for 38 years, was unimaginably precious. There was probably nothing else like it in the entire world. Ning Yuan's heart gave a sudden, heavy thump. Deep within his eyes, a blood-red vortex flickered as he sensed the immense energy contained within the crystal. He unconsciously held his breath, feeling his blood stir and boil. This crystal could truly propel him across a vast divide, bringing him right to the edge of guardian level. He might still be just a hair's breadth away, but it was closer than ever before. Is the military planning to give this blood essence crystal to me? Ning Yuan couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Li Yan smiled, shaking her head with a hint of playful teasing in her voice. I wouldn't say give exactly. After all, you were the one who killed the creature yourself. We found the crystal while clearing the ruins of the corrupted heart, so think of it as us wrapping up the follow-up for you. Besides, as an 18-year-old with a golden emblem, your value will never be overlooked by the nation. She paused, her tone growing firmer. And it's not just the blood essence crystal, there are more rewards. She took a crystal card from her pocket and gently placed it on the table. Hey, race your reward of 5 million spirit crystals. With your credentials, you can withdraw it at any bank. The country never shortchanges those who serve it. A flash of shock crossed Ning Yuan's face. 5 million spirit crystals, an astronomical sum. Had expected recognition for his military service, but never imagined the military would be so generous with financial rewards. The magnitude of it left him momentarily speechless. They'll accept them all. Thank you, Ning Yuan said quietly. Li Yan nodded with a soft laugh, gave a crisp military salute, and stood to leave. As she reached the door, she seemed to recall something and turned back. By the way, have you heard from Liu? Ever since her divine engine ascended, I haven't heard a word about her. Li Yan's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. She was transferred to the Longyuan front right around the time you were training in the chamber. Before she left, she asked me to thank you. It was your help that allowed her divine engine to ascend, and that's something money can't buy. Her voice carried genuine gratitude for Ning Yuan's contribution. Ning Yuan was taken aback. The Longyuan front? That was one of the most dangerous war zones in Longhua. It was the only area with uncontrolled pollution overflow, with millions still trapped inside, their fate unknown. Past tragedies and hard-earned lessons had made the military extremely cautious about this region. Once the secret realm was fully prepared, the military would act decisively to eradicate the threat for good. He hadn't expected Liu's seemingly young and inexperienced girl fresh out of Skulto be sent somewhere so perilous. Yet now, she was shouldering the burden of the Longyuan front, becoming the powerful ally they so desperately needed. She had earned this opportunity because her divine engine was approaching its peak, offering critical strength to the front lines. A surge of emotion welled up in Ning Yuan's heart. He could only say, if you get the chance, please give her my regards. Li Yan didn't say anything more. She straightened her uniform, smiled, and replied, we'll be sure to pass it on. Well then, I'll take my leave. Her footsteps gradually faded down the corridor as she departed. Ning Yuan stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the city. The last rays of the setting sun bathed everything in a golden glow, casting a gentle veil across the landscape. In the distance, the outline of the Blood Cloud Mountain base was barely visible. The atmosphere was almost unnaturally calm, yet carried a palpable sense of pressure. Ning family, what's the next move in this story? He murmured, his gaze sharpening as if he could already see the future unfolding. He was standing at a new starting point only a step away from Guardian level, and the fate of the Ning family might be completely rewritten in this very moment. Redeemed the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix, Rainbow Divine Crystal, Storming Long, Celestial Wings, and Starcore Giant Rhino, Divine Crystal Armor. Ning Yuan's fingers moved swiftly across the light screen, his eyes focused. These three core components were just the beginning. Reaching elite level would require a massive number of additional parts. Without hesitation, he continued selecting. Blazing Dragon Fire Alloy, Frost Ancient Dragon Cold Steel, Seraphim Winged Steel, Myriad Thunder Demonic Iron, Eternal Night Soul Devouring Magic Crystal, Storm Dragon Bone Essence. Each of these was worth a fortune. Any one of them could cost an ordinary person a lifetime of effort to obtain. The status of a Golden Emblem soldier really has its perks, Ning Yuan murmured with a slight smile. These rare treasures weren't something money could always buy, but now, whatever he needed could be supplied to him as a priority. Even the Storm Dragon Bone Essence, a specialty of the Northwest base, could be rerouted from existing orders to meet his needs. However, these rare materials were stored in vaults scattered across bases all over the country. Transporting them through the perilous wilderness would take time. Ning Yuan wasn't in a hurry. This is the perfect opportunity to increase my soul amplitude. Advancing from elite to guardian level required a soul amplitude of 6,000, far beyond the 2,200 limit of the Myriad Souls Ritual Codex. He immediately summoned the Book of Knowledge, delving into the divine vaults to search for higher-tier soul techniques. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the heavy rosewood doors slowly opened as Wei Feng strode steadily into the conference hall. Seated on either side of the long table were several elders. Their postures seemed relaxed, but the authority in their eyes was unmistakable. Jiangcheng, commander of Bloodcloud Mountain, Wei Feng, reporting as ordered on the operation to eradicate the blood-stained old capital, Wei Feng announced crisply, standing at attention. The first elder nodded with a smile. Sit down and tell us about your impressive achievements. The other elders also looked pleased. The blood-stained old capital had been a thorn in their side for 38 years, a constant worry that it might become another tragedy like the Longyuan defense line. Now that it had finally been cleared, they had summoned Wei Feng for a personal report and to commend him. Wei Feng gave a concise account of the operation, which had mobilized 100,000 soldiers, and made special mention of Ning Yuan's outstanding performance in directly confronting the source. Ning Yuan, the first elder, shook his head with a soft chuckle. The youngest Golden Emblem soldier in Longhua, who took down the corrupted heart single-handedly. I've heard about this young man's exploits. The third elder's gaze was deep. Is he the one who caused quite a stir in Jiangxing? That's him. Wei Feng nodded slightly. He knew exactly what the elders were referring to: Ning Yuan's record-breaking performance in the military assessment. As for the conflict between Ning Yuan and the Ning family, to these powerful elders, it was barely worth mentioning. This young man is exceptionally gifted and remarkably resilient. If we nurture him, he'll become a pillar of the nation, Wei Feng recommended firmly. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The first elder slowly stood up. Though advanced in age, his posture remained as imposing as a mountain. Longhua never hesitates to cultivate true talent, he said, fixing his gaze on Wei Feng. Tell that boy to keep it up, the nation is watching. Yes, sir, Wei Feng replied, standing at attention. Suddenly, the third elder interjected. I heard his feud with the Ning family is quite intense. Do we need to step in? Ning Yuan has made it clear he doesn't want mediation, Wei Feng replied seriously. In fact, he hopes we'll fan the flame. She thinks it makes things more interesting. The first elder chuckled. It's rare for a young person to have such spirit. The other elders nodded in agreement, only reminding Wei Feng to keep an eye on the situation and offer support if needed. Meanwhile, in the Ning family's main hall, Ning Tianwu sat at the head of the table, slamming the military report down on the obsidian surface. The youngest gold badge soldier in Longhua, he said in a low voice, eyes glinting dangerously. A cast-off exiled by the family has now become a rising star in the military? The grand elder, Ning Xian, cautiously suggested bringing Ning Yuan back into the fold, but the third elder, Ning Yuan Shan, immediately objected. That brat and our family are sworn enemies. If we try to win him over now, we'll become a laughingstock in the entire capital. Ning Tianwu looked around at everyone and finally sided with Ning Beichen. Mobilize all our resources to help Beichen reach the elite rank. I want everyone to see the consequences of crossing the Ning family. Kneeling below, Ning Beichen's eyes shone with delight. With the family's full support, he was confident he could leave that country bumpkin far behind, especially after hearing that the military didn't seem to favor Ning Yuan. What Ning Beichen failed to realize, lost in his fantasies of victory, was a crucial fact. With his second main weapon, Ning Yuan was already someone who defied all expectations. Juxiao Huiding, Penthouse Suite. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering dappled light across the pristine dining table. Ning Yuan was enjoying a lavish lunch, and his transformation was unmistakable. The chilling aura he had brought back from the blood-soaked old capital had faded considerably, replaced by a quiet, restrained sharpness. His chiseled profile remained as imposing as ever, but what truly stood out was his entire presencing undeniable force of spirit that made itself known even in stillness. Found it. The thought brought an involuntary smile to Ning Yuan's lips. After a full day of searching through the divine treasury, he had finally discovered the soul amplitude technique in not just any version, but the advanced edition of the Myriad Spirits Soul Sacrifice Record, the Taishu Soul Refinement Manual. This version not only retained the ability to absorb nearby souls and life force, but also increased the upper limit of soul amplitude from 6,000 to an astonishing 8,500. A status panel unfolded before his eyes. Divine Mecha Pilot, Ning Yuan. Level, Elite. Soul Amplitude, 8,000. Power Array, Final Judgment Sixfold Divine Energy Array. Energy Research, Heaven's Prison Collapse Ultimate Divine Energy Torrent. Overdrive Battle Pattern, Supreme Sin Judgment Godslayer Demon Veins. Network War God Ascension, Supreme Divine Energy Torrent, Sixfold Divine Energy Flow. Mecha Pilot Skills, Myriad Spirits Soul Sacrifice Record, Taishu Soul Refinement Manual. Divine Engineer Skills. 1. Blessing of the Book of Knowledge, generates a protective light screen within a 2-meter radius, blocking all attacks below Warlord level for 10 minutes. 2. Flame of Wisdom, a unique fire formed by the pilot's knowledge and insight, with no fixed power, color, or form. Just as he was reviewing his status panel, his tactical watch suddenly vibrated. It was an encrypted message from the Military Logistics Department. Sergeant Ning Yuan, all the supplies you ordered have been delivered. The items are stored in Special Warehouse B7 at the Jiangqing Military Headquarters. Please collect them with your identification code. They finally arrived. A hint of delight flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. It had taken 13 days for all the rare treasures he ordered for his elite mecha's ascension to arrive. During this time, he had fully mastered the configuration required for the upgrade. Now, all that remained was the final component, the Froststeel Ancient Dragon Iron from the Northern Border Base. With all the materials finally assembled, Ning Yuan's 6-pointed Divine Punishment Elemental Core was ready for its ultimate transformation. If everything went smoothly, he would soon step into the ranks of the elite. There were just 17 hours left before his wager with the Ning family, but that was more than enough time to prepare. Rising to his feet, Ning Yuan looked out the window, gazing past the distant skyline, as if he could sense the currents of fate shifting around him. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, "Understood. He'll be there right away." When he descended to the hotel lobby, a discreet yet luxurious car was waiting quietly at the entrance. Its sleek lines radiated a silent sense of authority, drawing the attention and whispers of passersby. The distinctive license plate 66666 stood out like a living symbol. "Hello, this is car 363 at your service. Please get in. Your destination is Special Warehouse B7. The vehicle started up and glided through the city streets, the sound of the tires cutting through the air like a prelude to the transformative journey ahead. Special Warehouse B7 was a restricted military zone under the Jiangqing Military Department. This place was far beyond the reach of mere wealth. Only those with real status and credentials could store their possessions here. Its defenses were nearly impenetrable. No ordinary force could shake it. Even if Jiangqing itself fell, this warehouse would remain a fortress, unyielding and secure. With a heavy rumble, Ning Yuan stood before the massive alloy doors and verified his identity. The nearly impenetrable superalloy gate slowly opened, releasing a wave of energy that nearly took his breath away. This time, he had ordered 6 top-tier elemental divine metals: light, wind, thunder, darkness, fire, and ice. As the doors parted, a surge of raw power swept out, making the entire warehouse tremble. Even more unsettling was the faint pressure of fierce beasts, rolling in like a phantom from the night. Before him lay the essence of 3 apex beasts: the radiant Thunder Phoenix, whose piercing cry could split the sky; the storming Long, whose tempests could shake the world; and the Starcore Iron Rhino, as immovable and imposing as a mountain. Each treasure was extracted from the very core of these legendary creatures, containing the mightiest forces of nature. Ning Yuan stepped slowly into the warehouse as the doors closed behind him. This would be the sacred ground where his divine machine would ascend, marking the beginning of his journey as an elite. The interior was vast, like a sprawling exhibition hall. The walls were lined with military-grade armor, maintaining perfect temperature and humidity to preserve each precious material in optimal condition. At the center, 3 rare treasures hovered within special force field barriers, glowing with a brilliance that silently proclaimed their unmatched power. The first to catch the eye was the radiant Thunder Phoenix Rainbow Crystal, nearly the size of a basketball. Lightning danced within the crystal, thunderous energy swirling and sometimes forming the shape of a bird, sometimes exploding into countless arcs of blue-white light. Compared to the Thunder Tribulation Energy Crystal once owned by Li Yu, this gem made it seem utterly insignificant in Ning Yuan's eyes. Next was the Storm Inglong Sky Soaring Wing. The silver-blue metallic wings were spread quietly within their shield, each feather sharp as a blade, with wind-attributed energy flowing along the surface. Taken from a fallen storming long, if merged perfectly with his divine machine, it would break all limits and grant mastery over the winds. Finally, there was the Starcore Iron Rhino Divine Crystal Armor. Its pitch-black surface was speckled with silvery spots like a galaxy in the night sky, deep, mysterious, and nearly indestructible, representing the pinnacle of elite-level defense. Ning Yuan's gaze swept over these treasures, unable to hide the burning excitement in his eyes. These ultimate materials were the final stepping stones to his breakthrough. In the corner, piles of six-element divine metal ingots towered like mountains. Blazing dragon fire alloy, ancient frost dragon cold iron, seraphim wing steel, myriad thunderbane iron, eternal night soul-devouring crystal, and storm dragonbone essence. Every material embodied the pursuit of absolute power. All of this was in preparation for the coming transformation, and Ning Yuan could hardly wait. Staring at the priceless treasures before him, Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his eyes. Advancing from the awakening stage to the elite level was a tremendous leap, marking his first real step out of weakness and into the ranks of the strong. Moreover, with the configuration recommended by the Heavenly Divine Repository, this breakthrough far surpassed what ordinary elites could ever achieve. He took a deep breath, eyes filled with determination, and whispered, "Book of Knowledge open." Before he finished speaking, the air trembled. A dazzling burst of light erupted, flooding the entire space. The pages of the book fluttered in the air, turning on their own, and quickly settled on one: War God Ascension, six-fold divine energy array. This page was the most extraordinary one Ning Yuan had ever seen. It wasn't just a configuration diagram. It was a specially designed ascension array for the six-star divine retribution elementalist, brimming with boundless power far beyond any setup he had ever mastered. On the page, 6 radiant beams of light shone like auroras, each representing one of the 6 core elements: fire, ice, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Ning Yuan's gaze sharpened. With a gentle tap of his finger, the 6 pillars blazed brilliantly, as if the elemental forces of the world were converging and circulating right there. The rare materials floating in midair seemed to respond to an invisible call, flying neatly into their corresponding beams of light. With a muffled boom, the Lightning Phoenix's rainbow divine crystal was the first to fall into the lightning array, releasing surges of blue-white electricity that twisted and roared like furious dragons. The golden runes held the raging energy firmly in place. At the same time, the storm Inglong's sky-soaring wings settled into the wind array. The silvery blue feathers unfurled gracefully, with runes lighting up one after another, as though the ancient dragon itself had awakened, letting out a low, thunderous growl. The Starcore Giant Rhino's divine crystal armor sank into the darkness array, its starlit glimmers merging seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. One after another, the other precious materials joined the six-fold divine energy array. The blazing dragon fire alloy rolled and churned as molten red currents in the fire array. The frost ancient dragon's cold iron unleashed a biting chill, instantly freezing the ice array into countless sparkling crystals. The thunderstorm iron resonated with the rainbow divine crystal, intensifying the explosive lightning. The eternal night soul-devouring crystal swallowed light like a dark vortex, sending ripples through the shadows. The entire warehouse transformed into a dreamlike spectacle, with multicolored lights weaving together to illuminate every corner. Ning Yuan gripped the page tightly, sweat beading on his brow as he roared inwardly. This is outrageous. The difficulty of this ascension was beyond anything he had imagined. Synchronizing every step and every rare material was a challenge unlike any he had faced before. Compared to enhancing Li Yes divine machine, this was at least 10 times harder. Fortunately, I've had experience upgrading a divine machine before, and I raised my soul amplitude to 8,000 ahead of time, Ning Yuan thought, feeling a hint of relief. Even so, the process was grueling. The ascension array had been running for most of the day, and only when the moon hung high outside did it finally near completion. Just then, the floating book of knowledge turned another page. The golden runes surged forth like a torrent, condensing into a brand new section: Final Judgment, six-fold divine energy core array. This page was custom designed as the core array for the Lightning Phoenix's rainbow divine crystal. With a thought, Ning Yuan summoned the image of the six-star divine retribution elementalist, but in the next instant, it shattered and fragmented before his eyes. A deafening explosion rocked the warehouse. The world before Ning Yuan turned to chaos, but he never looked away from the rift in the void. Clenching his fists, his eyes shone with a determination he had never known before. Billions of runes on the pages suddenly lit up, each character crackling with pure thunder, shining with a blinding blue-white light. The runes seemed to come alive, swirling through the air before transforming into countless fine chains of lightning that wrapped precisely around the iridescent divine crystal at the center of the thunder array. Inside the crystal, thunderous energies surged and boiled. Yet under the oppressive force of the rune chains, symbols began to etch themselves onto the crystal's surface. With every mark, the thunder within grew purer and more intense. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted as he sensed the crystal undergoing a complete transformation. The once wild, chaotic power of thunder was being tamed, gradually reforged into an energy core perfectly suited for the divine machine's operation. As time passed, the iridescent crystal slowly evolved into a flawless hexagonal prism, entirely transparent and gleaming, with blue-white lightning flowing inside like liquid. Every arc of electricity contained a power both destructive and creative. Ning Yuan stared intently at this perfect core, its surface densely inscribed with intricate runes, forming a core array that was both exquisitely refined and fiercely wild. The quality of this core far surpassed the near top-tier Thunder Prison Divine Machine owned by Liu. According to the recommendations of the Heavenly Vault, once this core was completed, the Divine Machine specs would hit the elite-level ceiling 12 tons in weight, 5 meters tall, and even capable of flight, something almost unheard of among elite-grade machines. A look of awe flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes. Each configuration was composed of 3 compact arrays, precisely interlocked, with layered amplifications. Although it hadn't yet reached the level of a Guardian-class machine, it already far exceeded the limits of ordinary elite models. He estimated that the final strength of the core array would reach around 450, well above the usual elite cap of 300. Just as he was lost in the marvel of this technology, a thought struck him, and a playful smile tugged at his lips. By now, Lei Lai and the others should have made their move. I wonder how furious the Ning family must be. Meanwhile, in the obsidian hall of the Ning family in the imperial capital, the resplendent council chamber was filled with the family's senior members. Patriarch Ning Tianwu sat at the head of the table, with third elder Ning Yuanshan standing by his side. Across from them was an elderly man with snow-white hair. Mo Tianji, the master craftsman of the Tiangong Pavilion and one of the top spiritual machinists in Longhua. Master Mo, we're counting on you for Beichen's divine machine ascension, Ning Tianwu said with rare respect, sliding a luxurious black gold bank card across the table. This is your payment. Please accept it. Mo Tianji stroked his beard with a calm smile. Rest assured, Patriarch Ning, upgrading an elite-class divine machine is a simple task for me. Upon hearing this, Ning Beichen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Having Master Mo lend his skills to an elite-class machine was a rare honor, and the family had spared no expense for his sake. With Master Mo's help, a triple ultimate configuration was guaranteed, and he might just become unmatched among elite-level pilots. Barely able to contain his excitement, Ning Beichen's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. From his seat, Patriarch Ning gave the young man a sidelong glance, fully aware of what was going through his mind. At that moment, Patriarch, something terrible has happened. A guard burst into the hall, panic written all over his face. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he clutched that day's capital daily so tightly his knuckles turned white. Ning Tianwu's brow furrowed as he reached out to take the newspaper, his eyes quickly scanning the headline. Instantly, his expression darkened, turning cold and hard as iron. The headline screamed, a shocking wager. The former outcast challenges the Ning family prodigy showdown at Jiangqing Arena, September 25th. The background image showed the blood-soaked old capital, 60,000 soldiers standing in formation, bearing witness to this earth-shaking bet. Below, there was a photo of Ning Yuan being interviewed. His features were sharp and severe as he stared directly into the camera, holding up 3 fingers with pride. 3 conditions. First, if Ning Beichen loses, the entire Ning family must publicly kneel and apologize at my mother's memorial. Second, outrageous. Ning Tianwu slammed his palm down in fury, shattering the obsidian table into dust and sending shards flying everywhere. The third elder, Ning Yuanshan, took the newspaper from the guard and quickly skimmed every line. A cold, sinister smile curled at his lips. What a reckless little bastard, he muttered, voice low. If we lose, the entire Ning family will have to kneel and apologize to Ning Yuan. The shame would be unimaginable. All talk of past glory and family honor would become a global joke. Overnight, the Ning family would be dragged through the gutter. And the worst part is, this wager was made in front of 60,000 soldiers. There's no way to deny it. Mo Tianji, who had been sitting quietly to the side, raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh, is this the one you cast out from your family? He paused, then added, forgive my curiosity, master. Ning Tianwu took a deep breath, forcing down his anger as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This must be Lei Lai and the others. The moment he saw the headline, he had pieced it together. For news like this to make the front page and spread nationwide at lightning speed, someone had clearly orchestrated it. The most likely culprits were Lei Lai, Zhou Rue, and the others who had survived life and death trials with Ning Yuan in the secret realm. Bonds forged in life or death situations were always the most genuine and passionate. This little brat actually dares to play tricks on me. Ning Baichen's rage boiled over, his fists clenching so tightly his knuckles cracked. I've been fooled. That rift with the military was just a smokescreen. He took a deep breath. But it doesn't matter. Now that Master Mo is here, there's no way we'll lose this fight. Ning Tianwu calmed himself, his eyes icy and determined. Baichen, this battle. Ning Baichen immediately dropped to one knee, his voice firm and unwavering. Patriarch, rest assured. With Master Mo's help, he'll make sure that fool understands trash will always be trash. Mo Tianji's gaze fell on Ning Yuan's stern face in the photo. He suddenly chuckled, dismissively waving his hand. You worry too much, Patriarch. That wild brat can't possibly be a threat. Frankly, in the whole world, there are only a handful who can surpass me in the art of spiritual machines. In an elite-level duel, victory is assured with me on your side. Ning Tianwu's expression eased as he nodded slightly. With your assurance, Master Mo, I have nothing to worry about. Standing nearby, Ning Yuanshan's lips twisted into a sinister grin as he added, when the time comes, I want everyone in the country to see what true Ning family blood looks like. Mo Tianji stroked his beard, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. They'll be there in person to witness it. I want to see what tricks this arrogant youngster can possibly pull. Ning Tianwu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Master. Someone, prepare a banquet. We must treat Master Mo to a proper welcome tonight. Just as Ning Tianwu had suspected, Lei Lai and the others were indeed behind this, and the scale was far beyond what had imagined. The Jin Hui armies challenged Ning Yuan versus the Ning family had set the entire internet ablaze. On the homepage of the Dragon Nation Military News, at midnight, a line of gold-embossed letters blazed across the screen. The youngest gold emblem sergeant in history is born. 18-year-old Ning Yuan makes history. The accompanying photo was striking. Ning Yuan stood proudly atop the ruins of the blood-soaked old capital, with 60,000 soldiers arrayed behind him in a formidable formation. The news hit the internet like a bombshell, instantly igniting a frenzy online. For some time, the feud between Ning Yuan and the Ning family had captivated public attention, with countless paparazzi staking out day and night, but failing to uncover more details. Now, with this explosive announcement, social media erupted. The hashtag Ning Yuan challenges Ning family shot to the top of the trending list, the bright red, trending label especially eye-catching. In just a few hours, the topic had racked up over 1 billion views. People across the internet dove into heated debates. In a college dorm room, a student shot up from his bed, his phone clattering to the floor. No way. This is insane. Online, the comments poured in. Breaking news. Am I seeing this right? A newly promoted gold emblem sergeant is taking on the entire Ning family. Romeo and the pigs, wake up. It's not just a challenge, he's demanding the Ning family kneel in public. Random user. Isn't this basically forcing the Ning family to fight back? An entire clan apologizing on their knees. There's no way they'd survive that. They'll go all out. Suddenly, a new leak sparked another wave of discussion. Mecha Fanatic, latest update. The Ning family has called in Mo Tianji overnight and is pouring 20 tons of glass materials into upgrading Ning Baichen's war machine. The comment section went wild. Anonymous. Looks like the Ning family is panicking. They're clearly scared. Booger Flicker. Challenging a whole family's legacy alone even for the youngest gold emblem. This is reckless. Battlefield Veteran. Guys, hey, race a scary thought. What if the Ning family plays dirty? Romeo and Kublai. Hilarious. Do you know what it means to mess with an 18-year-old gold emblem sergeant? That's a direct slap to the military, practically treason. Truth Seeker. Honestly, the other noble families should be worried. If someone attacks Ning Yuan and frames the Ning family, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In Jiangcheng, inside an unremarkable apartment building, Lei Lai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically against the cold frame. Outside, neon lights flickered and danced in the night, casting shifting shadows across his sharp profile. In the room, Zhou Rui and Qian Gang sat upright at a square dining table, the air thick with a suffocating tension. Is the information confirmed? Lei Lai suddenly turned around, his voice low and heavy, as if holding back a volcano. Qian Gang took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Absolutely. The Ning family has brought in Mo Tianji. The entire internet is in an uproar. Bang. Zhou Rui slammed his fist on the table, making the coffee cup rattle sharply. Someone of Mo Yunshan's caliber getting involved in this kind of bet? The Ning family is ready to defend their reputation at all costs in front of the whole country. The 3 of them wore grave expressions. When they first agreed to help Ning Yuan, they thought all they had to do was stir things up online, simple and easy. But the Ning family's response had far exceeded their expectations, even bringing in a top expert like Mo Tianji. Now, the situation was completely out of their control. One person challenging an entire family, it's too risky. Qian Gang looked out at the night, letting out a sigh. Lei Lai shook his head, a determined note in his voice. It's too late to back out now. I trust Ning Yuan must have seen this coming. At the mention of Ning Yuan, a spark lit up in all their eyes. He must be at the elite level by now, right? Qian Gang's tone brimmed with anticipation. Jumping straight from the awakening phase to elite, that's incredible. Meanwhile, outside Special Warehouse B7. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the ground, like a minor earthquake. Security guards stationed outside staggered and stumbled, chaos breaking out all around. Team leader Zhang Jie had been on duty here for 10 days, and by now, such commotion was nothing new. The ground around the warehouse was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Head reported it multiple times, but all he ever got from his superiors was a cold response. Just hold your post. If you spot anyone suspicious, take them down first, ask questions later. Look up there. A guard suddenly shouted. Zhang Jie glanced up, his pupils contracting. In the pitch-black sky, 6 beams of colored energy shot upward, weaving together to form a massive vortex of light that illuminated the entire night. Holy crap! The word slipped out before he could stop himself. The storm was gathering, thunderclouds roaring across the sky like the awakening of an ancient beast. Zhang Jie tensed every muscle, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. On guard. Full alert. He shouted at his team. Don't let a single fly slip through. Boom. Another blinding pillar of 6-colored light pierced through the warehouse dome, shooting straight into the sky. The beam tore the night into 6 distinct zones: light, darkness, frost, fire, thunder, and gale. The energies intertwined above, painting a magnificent, apocalyptic scene. This is insane. Zhang Jie's eyes widened, his mind reeling. The divine mechanism's ascension had already lasted 10 days. Inside the sealed, massive warehouse, the air shimmered with heat, the ground crystallized and scarred by countless veins of lightning and fire. The space glowed like a vision of hell. Ning Yuan, usually composed and calm, now stood at the heart of the divine array, eyes half closed, ghostly afterimages of the Book of Knowledge swirling around him. 6-colored runes flowed from his fingertips, each energy bending to his will, etched meticulously into the machine's very frame. At last, it was time for the final step. In a blaze of light, an elite-class divine machine revealed itself, majestic, fierce, and flawless. With a clear metallic ring, golden sea and light surged across the warehouse. The 5-meter colossus was clad in armor as thick as a mountain, every inch inscribed with flowing 6-element patterns. Most striking were the massive golden sea and wings on its back, blades of razor-sharp metal that shimmered with every subtle movement, slicing the air with ripples that seemed to tear through the fabric of space itself. Heavenly armament. 6 paths of reincarnation, Ning Yuan whispered, his voice echoing in the sealed chamber. The divine machine slowly raised its right arm, a monstrous 6-chambered cannon, radiating a terrifying brilliance. Each of the 6 energy cores rotated in a mysterious rhythm, emitting a deep, resonant hum. A wild light flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes. The greatest feature of this 6-fold divine punishment mech was its ability to freely switch between 6 forms. Beyond that, these forms could be combined, creating modes like Thunderflame, Light and Shadow, or Storm and Lightning. This was the astonishing result of the top-tier, tripling configuration. Only the nearly invincible prism crystal of the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix could withstand the unrestrained interchange of 6 raging elements. Only the peerless Starcore Rhino's crystal armor could endure their relentless assault. With the perfect synergy of rare divine metals and legendary materials, this unprecedented machine was finally complete. Core, stable, Ning Yuan murmured, as the light from the Book of Knowledge fused completely into the reactor at the machine's chest. Boom. A surge of energy exploded, draining the air from the warehouse in an instant. Blinding 6-colored streams burst from the seams of the armor, the metallic wings unfurling in their full glory, hovering like wings of judgment. In Ning Yuan's mind, the complete parameters of the divine machine flooded in like a tidal wave. Ning Yuan looked up and held his breath. He carefully examined the life divine machine that belonged to him. Feeling its resonance on a soul-deep level, his heart was truly moved. 6-fold divine punishment origin light mecha, elite grade, with high-level 6-element mode switching, 5 meters tall, weighing 12 tons. It was equipped with the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix Prism, Storm Inglong Skydrive wings, and Star Nucleus Giant Rhinoceros crystal armor. The mecha skills included 1. Storm Inglong mode. Fully unleashes the power of the Storm Inglong Skydrive wings, channeling all energy into propulsion to reach maximum speed, allowing him to soar through storms and the void. Power level, 18,000. Only wind element abilities can be used in this state. 2. Thunder Phoenix mode. Fully unleashes the energy of the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix Prism, amplifying that power throughout the entire mecha. Suited for close combat and rapid movement. Power level, 21,000. Only lightning element abilities can be used in this state. 3. Storm Thunder Phoenix mode. Fully unleashes the ultimate power of all the mecha systems, using both Storm and Thunder Phoenix together. Power level, 28,000. Note: This mode consumes massive energy and should be used with caution. 4. In resonance. When all 6 elements are released simultaneously, the energy collapses into a singularity, causing area-wide annihilation. Power level, 25,000. 5. Storm Sword Wings. The metallic wings split into 3,600 blades, forming an elite-level absolute defense or a devastating slaughter field. Power level, 25,000. Perfect. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth. For an elite-grade mecha, the theoretical maximum core limit was 300, yet his 6-fold Divine Punishment Origin Light mecha had forcefully broken through to 560, exceeding all expectations. This was an invincible elite-grade divine machine. At its tier, it was absolutely unbeatable, perhaps even touching the threshold of the next realm. Ning Yuan raised his hand, and the mecha responded in perfect sync, its energy veins suddenly lighting up. 6 paths light. The first dial on the right arm's giant cannon turned, gathering pure white radiance, and an intense orb of light formed at the muzzle in an instant. Boom! A blazing white beam shot out and struck the warehouse's iron wall. This was just a test shot, but even so, with a minimum power level of 8,400, it caused a massive commotion. The special wall, supposedly able to withstand a full-force blow from a tyrant-class beast, now had a clearly visible deep crater. 6 paths thunder. The dial switched, and violet lightning surged. 6 paths wind. Azure winds howled, making the very air tremble. Each elemental switch was smooth and seamless, with frighteningly stable energy output. Finally, Ning Yuan took a deep breath. End resonance. All 6 dials on the cannon spun at once, weaving the 6 elements at the muzzle and collapsing them into a pitch-black singularity. After a moment, the energy gradually dissipated without firing. If he had released that shot, the wall might have survived, but the overwhelming energy unleashed in the confined space would have caused catastrophic consequences. Ning Yuan chuckled softly. This was a true divine machine. At that moment, unable to contain his excitement, Ning Yuan looked up with burning eyes at the 5-metal, imposing steel mecha before him. This was a huge leap forward, an elite-grade, fully optimized divine machine, now truly capable of withstanding natural disasters, piercing through storms, and facing wild beasts heat. Equip! Ning Yuan's voice echoed through the warehouse. He raised his hand, and the mecha dissolved into streams of light, wrapping around him. Clang! Clang! The crisp clang of metal echoed endlessly through the warehouse. Ning Yuan was fully absorbed in his experiment, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. Outside the warehouse, Zhang Jie was on the verge of cursing out loud, his scalp tingling with anxiety. The security personnel beside him stared in shock at the overwhelming surge of 6 elemental energy. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a massive section of the warehouse's outer wall bulged outward. Zhang Jie was stunned. The warehouse's defenses were supposed to withstand attacks from even martial and lord-class warriors. Yet now, someone inside had managed to shake those formidable barriers? Although the wall wasn't completely destroyed, the sheer force displayed inside spoke volumes. Whoever was in there was far beyond the elite level. Another earth-shattering explosion erupted. Stay alert, Zhang Jie shouted, staggering from the shockwave, but still determined to fulfill his duty. Amid the chaos, he widened his eyes and saw the warehouse door slowly opening. As the door swung open, a torrent of energy that had been building up for over 10 days burst forth like a breached dam. Blue-violet lightning intertwined with blazing white flames. Dark red firestorms howled and spiraled in the chaos, and the very air groaned under the strain of the elemental turbulence. Countless razor-sharp blades of metal swept through the air in dazzling arcs. Panicked, Zhang Jie shouted repeatedly, "Fall back! Everyone fall back!" His voice was instantly drowned out by the elemental surge, and the shockwave sent all the security guards flying. Even as he was buffeted by the violent energy, Zhang Jie's heart pounded with fear. This was only the aftershock. Whoever was inside clearly had no intention of harming anyone, and might not even know people were outside. Otherwise, this power could have completely wiped them out. As the lingering energy mist began to dissipate, Zhang Jie and everyone present saw something that left them speechless. A towering figure appeared inside the warehouse. As the haze cleared, the figure became more distinct. A 5-metal steel titan strode through the smoke, its storm dragon wings unfurling and carving deep trenches into the ground with razor winds. Behind it, 3,600 floating blades formed the wings of a Yinglong, each feather blade slicing the air and emitting a chilling, insect-like hum. 6-fold divine retribution, Yuan Guang Mecha. Elite level? Are you kidding me? Zhang Jie stared in disbelief, nearly screaming. 5 meters tall, that was the maximum for an elite-class mecha. But the overwhelming pressure radiating from this machine was beyond anything had experienced in decades. Had seen martial-class mechas, even lord-class, but none had ever made his soul tremble just from looking at them. The mecha's lights flared, revealing eyes burning with 6-colored iridescence. The sudden movement startled Zhang Jie and the others, and the security team immediately tensed up, ready for anything. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was outside. Ning Yuan called out apologetically. Piloting the divine mecha, he could barely contain his excitement at the flood of newfound power, momentarily losing control. After 10 days of total immersion in his breakthrough, Ning Yuan had no idea how much commotion had caused enough that the higher-ups had dispatched a full security detail to guard the warehouse. 2M fine. Zhang Jie swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as tension ran through his body. The overwhelming presence of the massive mech was almost tangible, pressing down on him. Still, his sense of duty forced him to straighten his back and speak sternly. Please comply with the regulations for mech operation. Within the city, piloting a mech is strictly prohibited without special authorization, especially elite class or guardian class models. These are strictly forbidden. His words were resolute, and the security team behind him immediately adopted a defensive stance, weapons slightly raised. A mech of this caliber running rampant in the city could lead to unimaginable consequences. There had been numerous cases of newly promoted elite pilots losing control. While there hadn't been any fatal incidents in years, harsh punishments for reckless behavior in the city were still common. A faint chuckle echoed from within the mech, metallic and tinged with disdain. But as I recall, Jinhui sergeants are exempt from those restrictions. The moment the words left the speaker, Zhang Jie and his team froze as if struck by lightning. A second earlier, when they heard the laughter, they braced for violent resistance. But as soon as Jinhui was mentioned, their expressions hardened in shock. Jinhui sergeant. Zhang Jie's pupils contracted sharply, his heart seized by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. A Jinhui sergeant. That was the highest national honor, granting the right to pilot a mech freely within city limits. In all of Jiang City, fewer than 10 pilots held that distinction. A low hum filled the air before Zhang Jie could react. The Yinglong wings on the back of the Yuan Guang mech unfurled fully 600 wing blades vibrating in sync, forming a pair of massive azure gold wings that shimmered brilliantly in the night. With a thunderous boom, the mech's 6-core energy array powered up, collapsing the ground beneath its feet into a huge crater. The resulting shockwave swept Zhang Jie and his team off their feet, sending them stumbling backwards. The next instant, a dazzling streak of 6-colored light shot skyward, trailing a radiant plume across the dark night, like a meteor blazing in reverse. Holy! Zhang Jie, still sprawled on the ground, barely noticed the dust on his uniform. He could only stare upward, wide-eyed, as the mech soared into the sky, his mind reeling. That mech. That mech. He wanted to curse out loud who the hell did this thing belong to? This was insane. How could something that massive move so fast? It was a night destined to be anything but ordinary. The rainbow streak split the skies above Jiang City, illuminating half the horizon. Look, what is that? On the streets, countless citizens stopped and stared, exclaiming in shock. A mech? How can an elite class be flying in the city? Wait, that speed, that pressure. No ordinary elite class could pull this off. Could it be a Jinhui sergeant? High above, the Yuan Guang mech streaked across the sky like a shooting star, 6-colored energy flowing like liquid over its armor. Each beat of its wings stirred up storms and thunder, leaving luminous trails in its wake. Whoa, this is incredible. Ning Yuan, inside the cockpit, could barely contain his excitement. Piloting the mech for the first time, soaring through the air and slicing through storms, filled him with exhilaration. But as soon as he shouted, his voice was swallowed by the roaring wind. The wings of the storm Yinglong granted him the power to fly, leaving brilliant trails across the night sky of Jiang City, like an artist painting on a black canvas. But before long, a warning blared through Ning Yuan's comms. Airspace control identity verification required. Warning. Unregistered elite class mech detected. Land immediately for inspection. The city's defense system broadcast its cold, mechanical message. A smirk tugged at Ning Yuan's lips as he replied confidently. Identity verification Jinhui sergeant. ID code clearance levels. Access granted. The cold, electronic voice echoed through the Air Defense Command Center. Instantly, all the targeting cannons powered down, and the shrill alarms abruptly fell silent. Inside the command room, the officers exchanged stunned glances, disbelief written across their faces. Jinhui, it's really Jinhui. One officer stared at the screen, his voice trembling. That energy signature, that mech, is it really just elite class? Another shook his head in disbelief. Could it be Ning Yuan, the one everyone's been talking about lately? Someone guessed, eyes fixed on the energy readings. With a presence like that, if it really is him, things just got interesting. My condolences to the Ning family. Condolences, seconded, a few others chimed in. The officers shared a knowing look, then burst into hearty laughter. Ning Yuan was a hero in Jiangcheng, and it was clear where their loyalties lay. As the all-clear sounded, a few officers kept their eyes on the streak of 6-colored light vanishing from the screen, each with a different expression. One of them shook his head with a grin. Just broke through to elite class and already making this much noise. Guess he's a little too excited, huh? Happens to the best of us. A bearded officer laughed and slapped the table. Weren't we all like that once? When I hit elite, I didn't sleep for 3 days, ran my mech wild on the training grounds until the instructor almost strung me up. Laughter rang out again, the mood in the command room growing lighter. But a female officer narrowed her eyes, tapping the screen with slender fingers as she pulled up a mission briefing. Since he's got so much energy to burn, why not give him something useful to do? Oh, the suggestion caught everyone's attention. He's probably riding the high of his breakthrough, but there's nowhere in the city for him to really let loose, an officer reasoned. Sending him to that place could be perfect. He can blow off steam and help the military handle that anomaly. Of course, it depends on Ning Yuan himself, he added. We can't order someone of Jinhui's rank around. The female officer nodded, swiping the screen. We haven't found the right person for this job anyway. Might as well let him give it a shot. The officers exchanged knowing smiles. All right, it's settled. Beep. Ning Yuan's tactical watch chimed crisply. Sergeant Ning Yuan, this is Jiangcheng Command. A lighthearted, almost teasing voice came through the comms. Couldn't wait to take your new power for a spin, huh? Ning Yuan chuckled. What? Are you going to write me a ticket? Not quite, the officer replied, shrugging. But since you're so eager, how about helping us out with a little problem? A second later, a mission briefing appeared on Ning Yuan's watch. Anomaly code, eroded nest. Threat level, elite class. Objective, eliminate abnormal energy signatures within. So what do you say? The officer asked with a laugh. You're not busy anyway. Ning Yuan glanced at the coordinates, a small smile tugging at his lips. Perfect chance to test my new mech's limits. This was exactly what I'd hoped for. I was just looking for somewhere to try out its full power. Coordinates sent. Boom. The Storm Inglong wings on the back of his Yuan Guang mech flared to life. 6 streams of energy blasting from the thrusters. The entire machine carved a sharp arc through the air, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. In the night sky, the 6-colored streak veered and shot toward the distant mountains. Back in the command room, the officers gaped at the rapidly moving light on the screen. That speed, is he really just elite class? Someone exclaimed. The bearded officer stroked his chin, then grinned. Well, those things in the eroded nest are in for a rough night. The night wind howled. Ning Yuan piloted his mech, a streak of blue light blazing across the sky until he vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a city full of awestruck citizens and a command center still abuzz with excitement. North of Jiangcheng, at the entrance to an elite-level corrosion anomaly, the night was as dark as ink and thick fog rolled in, making the air feel heavy. A fully armed tactical squad stood on high alert. Their leader was a young female officer, Lin Yuan, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail and her eyes sharp and calm. She stared at her tactical terminal, brows furrowed, unable to hide her impatience. When would the support team finally arrive? A teammate beside her whispered, they should be here soon, right? They should be, Lin Yuan replied, taking a deep breath and glancing up at the pitch-black sky. The messages on her tactical terminal were still vague. The only directive from command was heavy reinforcements. Heavy reinforcements? In the middle of the night, from more than 20 kilometers away, the teammate let out a bitter laugh, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The energy fluctuations in the corrosion anomaly are getting more and more unstable. How much longer can we wait? Lin Yuan murmured. Before she could finish, her tactical visor suddenly flashed a blinding red warning. Detected. Ultra-high energy reaction. Approaching at near sonic speed. All units, stay alert. Lin Yuan barked, snapping up her primary weapon. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. The next instant, the night sky was torn open by a 6-colored arc of light. Waves of energy, blazing like fire, surged toward them with overwhelming force. Boom. A violent shockwave swept over them like a tsunami, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Lin Yuan staggered back, but kept her eyes locked on the figure emerging from the chaos. She forced herself to look up, pupils narrowing abruptly. A massive steel figure, unlike anything she'd seen before, hovered 100 meters above the ground. 6-colored liquid fire coursed through the seams in its armor, and the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. The machine's metallic wings folded slowly behind it, with 3,600 blade-like feathers slicing through the air, producing a high-pitched hum. An elite-class divine mech? Lin Yuan was shaken to her core. Elite mechs were only supposed to glide short distances, but this one had clearly shattered those limits, appearing with the presence of a Guardian-class war machine. What unsettled her even more was the energy radiating from its 6-colored orate made every hair on her body stand on end, as if she were staring down a force of nature itself. The coordinates are correct, right? Ning Yuan's voice came easily through the external speakers, as if this were just a casual outing. Lin Yuan opened her mouth, her throat dry, unable to speak for a moment. The rest of the squad was just as stunned into silence. Captain, one of the soldiers stammered, is this really our support? Lin Yuan finally gathered herself, forcing calm into her voice. The coordinates are correct. May I ask, are you really here to support us? Yes, Ning Yuan replied with a light chuckle. I've read the mission briefing. We're to eliminate the abnormal energy in the core zone, right? Before she could respond, the mech's wings unfurled again. Wait, Lin Yuan called out urgently. There are large packs of corrosion beasts inside. We haven't mapped out a safe route yet. Route? Ning Yuan's tone was almost teasing. Where I walk, that's the safe route. Before anyone could react, the barrels of the six-fold primordial light mech flared with blinding white light, and 6 energy rings began to spin rapidly. The mech moved. Boom. A dazzling arc of rainbow light cut through the sky, slamming straight into the heart of the anomaly, the roar shaking the heavens. Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and issued a swift order. Gear up, move after him. Yes, ma'am. The squad responded in unison. As elite pilots themselves, they quickly activated their own divine mechs. Armor snapped into place, metallic light gleamed, and the machine's steel frames stood tall and unyielding. Clang, clang, clang. Their full complement of elite-class mechs looked impressive under the night sky, but compared to the transcendent six-fold Judgment mech, the difference was starkly clear. Most of the team's mechs stood just over 2 meters tall, their streamlined armor shells gleaming with the standard-issue cold sheen-like mass-produced steel suits, barely meeting the requirements for entry-level units. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan's mech 2.6-meter-tall Phantom Beast-class Azure Fang Falcon stood out immediately. Her mech's arms were equipped with bionic featherblade thrusters, and the energy core rising from its back resembled a raptor's spine, glowing with a cold blue radiance in the night, clearly marking it as a top-tier elite model. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the night. A violent six-colored shockwave swept over them like a tsunami. Before the team could react, the blast sent them sprawling in all directions. Lin Yuan's Azure Fang Falcon dug into the ground, its hydraulic joints groaning under the strain. She looked up, her pupils contracting sharply. 300 meters away, a colossal mech 5 meters tall was raising a 6-barreled cannon, the muzzle still glowing with residual heat. As it idly shifted position, stray energy flows from the weapon melted glowing red grooves into the rock walls on either side. Is that the ultimate class? One team member stammered. Facing that towering machine, their own mechs looked like toys. Ning Yuan, piloting the invincible divine machine, noticed their reaction and shook his head quietly. Even among elite-class mechs, there was a huge gulf between different tiers. Entry-level units weighed only about 100 kilos and were little more than body armor. Phantom Beast-class mech stood over 2 meters tall and weighed 2 or 3 tons, but ultimate-class machines could reach 4 or 5 meters in height, weigh 8 or 9 tons, and boasted exponentially superior performance. Right now, these entry-level mechs looked as fragile as tofu before Ning Yuan's 6-fold divine retribution, Yuan Guang Machinia 5-ma turtle, 12-ton behemoth. Stay close to me. Ning Yuan's calm voice came through the comms. In the next instant, a pair of Storm Long wing blades erupted from his mech's back, unleashing a storm of 3,600 spinning blades that leveled all obstacles and half a mountain city in a single sweep. How the hell are we supposed to keep up with that? One team member shouted in frustration. The steep slope they had struggled to climb was flattened in an instant, and the deadly packs of shadow corrosive beasts were vaporized by the six-colored barrage. To make matters worse, when Ning Yuan's mech passed by, even the energy turbulence leaking from its armor seams was enough to send 2 team members' mechs toppling. Sorry, it looks like we're just holding you back, Lin Yuan said helplessly over the comms. It was only then that Ning Yuan seemed to notice their predicament, his voice tinged with amusement. Then just stay put and watch the show. The soldiers looked at each other. Were they really just supposed to stand around and wait? Lin Yuan gritted her teeth. Let's follow him. If anything unexpected happens, at least we can lend a hand. The suggestion was met with immediate approval. Yeah, this is our mission after all. We can't just watch while someone else does all the work. Let's go. The shadow-eroded realm. Ning Yuan found this secret realm much simpler than the blood-stained old capital. At the very least, entering the shadow-eroded realm didn't involve spatial distortions. Instead, it was like a one-way tunnel where everyone arrived at the same place, giving the group a chance to regroup. Before him lay an ancient village, neither large nor small, dotted with thatched and wooden houses. Standing on higher ground, Ning Yuan looked completely out of place in his 6-polar divine punishment mech against this rustic backdrop, like a demon king descending into the mortal world. The humble houses seemed as fragile as toys. One step from him could crush them to dust. But this village was anything but ordinary. Every house was shrouded in an eerie shadow, exuding an unnatural chill. Among the collapsed ruins, the crooked wooden huts gave off an unsettling vibe. Boom. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan stomped on a thatched hut like a bully, the 12-ton mech easily grinding it to powder. He strode forward, continuing his path of destruction. Wait for us, came Lin Yuan's urgent shout from behind, the rest of the team panting as they struggled to keep up. You shouldn't have followed me, Ning Yuan said without looking back, his voice cold. Are you kidding? Lin Yuan clenched her fists. This is our miss. Her words were cut off by a strange, cackling laugh that echoed from all directions. The corpses that had been lying lifeless on the ground suddenly twisted and stood up. They still resembled humans, but their skin was rotting. Their limbs had stretched into spider-like appendages, vertebrae pierced through their backs to form bone blades, and their skulls split open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Shadow-eroded mutants. Battle formation now? Ning Yuan barked. The team immediately formed a defensive circle, back to back, but when they took in their surroundings, their hearts nearly stopped. Hundreds if not thousands soft monsters crawled out of every ruined house and dried up well, surging toward them like a tidal wave. There's fears too many. One teammate stammered, voice trembling. Their mechs simply didn't have the firepower to handle such a massive horde. Don't be scared, Ning Yuan scoffed. These monsters were about human-sized that could crush dozens with a single step. They couldn't even scratch his armor. Stay where you are, Ning Yuan said, his tone eerily calm. The six-barreled cannon on his mech began to glow with a brilliant white light. Ning Yuan could even see tangible particles of light gathering at the muzzle. Let the holy light shine. Ning Yuan raised the massive cannon, aiming it straight at the sky. The energy at its tip grew ever more intense and dazzling. Boom. In the next instant, it was as if a miniature sun had risen above them. The blazing brilliance forced Ning Yuan and her team to shut their eyes. The sphere of light shot skyward, then burst into countless beams, raining down over the entire area. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions followed as the whole area was engulfed in blinding white light. For a moment, the world lost all color, swallowed by pure radiance. Every mutated monster was vaporized before it could even scream. The pillar of light didn't stop there, it obliterated the entire village. Where the monsters had swarmed most densely, the rain of light struck hardest, flattening even small hills. This was the difference. At the elite level, a destructive power was on a whole new scale, far beyond anything at the awakening stage. At this point, there were hardly any fixed moves or techniques left. Energy gathered, and, under the control of his soul force, Ning Yuan condensed it into a massive sphere of light. With a casual flick of his finger, the energy orb about the size of a basketball shot out and struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. Ning Yuan's soul amplitude reached an astonishing 8,000, and his control was nothing short of extraordinary. In his hands, the rain of light fell like a barrage of meteors, tearing through the sky and obliterating every monster in its path. As the brilliance gradually faded, everything within several hundred meters of where Ning Yuan stood, creatures, buildings, even the monster's lair, had been reduced to rubble. At the center, a yawning pit gaped open, eerie and bottomless. Ning Yuan and her teammates slowly regained their sight, stunned and rooted to the spot, unable to process what had just happened. The gap in power was simply overwhelming. Where it took all their combined effort to bring down 2 or 3 monsters, Ning Yuan could wipe out swathes of them with a single effortless gesture. Ning Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. This sense of absolute dominance was beyond words. Compared to the awakening period when he had piloted the main weapon of the divine machine, the difference in power was almost unimaginable. Wherever his cannon struck, everything was reduced to ashes, with no room for resistance. More importantly, at this level of strength, he no longer needed to fear ambushes. Even if a powerful foe appeared, he could suppress them without mercy. It was exhilarating. The subsequent advance was as easy as an army marching through an open field. Ning Yuan moved quickly, encountering almost no resistance worth mentioning along the way. Ning Yuan and her team followed closely behind, awestruck by the overwhelming display of power. A monster? That's got to be elite class, right? Honestly, I'd believe it if you told me he was guardian level. Ning Yuan's voice was filled with shock and awe. He just sweeps through everything. I can hardly believe my eyes. On the comms channel, the team members were abuzz, all expressing their amazement at Ning Yuan's strength. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan and the team finally approached the end of the secret realm. Ning Yuan spoke quietly to himself, his gaze fixed on the distance. Deep within the shadowy realm, ancient city walls loomed eerily under the blood-red moonlight. At the edge of his vision, a traditional, imposing city wall stood tall before them. Ning Yuan's Lujiuangang mech crushed the ruins beneath its feet, the 5-meter steel frame casting a massive shadow across the wall. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the top of the wall. It belonged to a general clad in battered armor, his face long decayed, but still bearing traces of former dignity. At his waist hung a rusted longsword, trembling slightly, as if still yearning for battle. Meanwhile, a broken, distorted voice came through the tactical channel, hoarse and tinged with fear. "General, that monster, it's too strong. Our attacks can't even scratch it." Ning Yuan abruptly looked up, her eyes freezing in disbelief. "That's impossible." Her voice trembled, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Are they actually suggesting a retreat? Ning Yuan glanced over, his eyes flickering. What? Are these monsters usually brave? No, that's not it. Ning Yuan quickly explained. Monsters corrupted by the abyss have no rational thought, left they only attack living things on instinct. I've handled this secret realm 27 times and never seen them consider retreating. The inventor of the tactical watch once said that in environments with extremely high concentrations of abyssal corruption, the device might sometimes pick up echoes of the monster's lingering consciousness, but it wouldn't have any real impact on combat and could be ignored. Yet the voices continued to echo in the channel. Run while you still can. Silence. The general atop the wall suddenly roared, his rusted sword slamming into the parapet with a shower of sparks. His rotting face twisted, the last shred of reason in his eyes consumed by a crimson glow. All the monsters instantly snapped their heads up, bodies stiffening for a moment as if triggered by some mechanism. With a thunderous boom, the city wall shook violently. Thousands of tendrils burst from the cracks between the stones, sprouting like dark claws and rapidly devouring everything around them. The general's armor was pierced by the writhing limbs, his agonized screams echoing through the night. The blood-red light in their eyes flared, and in the next instant, every monster went berserk. No longer hesitating, they hurled themselves at Ning Yuan in a frenzied, almost suicidal assault. The elite-grade mech stood in silence, its armored surface shimmering with a faint glow of energy. Complex tactical systems flickered across Ning Yuan's vision, displaying real-time data, tactical analysis, threat index, energy fluctuations. Ahead, a rampaging horde of monsters wreaked havoc. Ning Yuan glanced at the mech's energy readings, which remained steady. The system automatically provided an assessment. Secret Realm Energy Level 4000, Threat Level, Difficult. At this level, even sending Li Yu would be more than enough, Ning Yuan muttered to himself. Her Thunder Prison mech's power output ranges from 2436 to 6902. Still, this psychic echo is rather intriguing and ancient. Shadow-corroded secret realm like this is rare. Before his words had faded, 6 radiant wings erupted from the back of his mech. 3,600 razor-sharp blades wove a metallic storm in the air, spinning at blinding speed. At the cannon's muzzle, 6-colored energy compressed violently, distorting the very space around it. 6-fold divine retribution, final resonance. Lin Yuan and her team watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, their own mechs flared with blinding red light, alarms blaring urgently. Warning. Detected energy surge at 25,000 units. Warning. Evacuate to safe distance immediately. Safe distance? Are you kidding me? Lin Yuan nearly screamed. How could an elite grade have 25,000 power? She barely had time to shout, "Get down." In the next instant, the world was swallowed by light. A pillar of finality pierced the sky and earth. Everything it touched, ancient city walls, shadow-corroded generals, tens of thousands of rampaging monsters, was reduced to basic particles in an instant. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only the purest form of annihilation. When the light faded, everyone looked up, trembling. Before them lay a perfectly round crater 3 kilometers across, its walls smooth as a mirror, reflecting the lingering rainbow hues of 6-fold energy. The core of the secret realm had been completely erased. Not even a speck of dust remained. It's over? A team member stammered. Ning Yuan retracted the cannon as the mech's cooling systems hissed sharply. Yeah, job's done. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the tactical display. Secret realm energy remaining, 0. Shadow corrosion, purified. The nightmare they had battled for 3 months was wiped out in a single shot. With the ancient city gone, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. The sky shattered like glass, spiderweb cracks racing outward. The ground beneath them turned insubstantial, and distant mountains wavered and faded like reflections in water. The realm's collapsing. Lin Yuan ordered at once. Everyone regroup and prepare to extract. Ning Yuan looked up at the fractured sky, recalling the blood-soaked old capital he had once dealt with. That eradicated secret realm had eventually become a new city district for humanity, towering buildings, lights shining bright. Not every secret realm can become human territory, he murmured. A moment later, the world receded like a tide. A flash of white light, and when everyone opened their eyes again, they were standing on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in a field under the night sky. The wind was cool, the stars clear, as if everything just now had been a dream. But the data on their tactical watches told the truth. Shadow-corroded secret realm purified. Lin Yuan let out a long breath and glanced at the imposing 6-fold primal radiance mech. Words caught in her throat. Ning Yuan was already checking the mission report. The Nether Corrosion Secret Realm mission was a complete success. Ning Yuan received a reward of 30,000 military merits and 10,000 spirit crystals. Compared to the bloodstained old capital, this secret realm was much simpler, and, since it never became part of the Dragon Nation's territory, the rewards were fairly average. Ning Yuan commented, "Not bad." However, he was already used to far greater rewards, so he didn't care much for these. 30,000 military merits would take an ordinary soldier years to earn, and 10,000 spirit crystals were equivalent to 1,000,000 dragon coins. With the mission complete, and having tested the power of his divine machine, Ning Yuan didn't linger. He planned to return to the hotel for a good rest next. He was ready to take on the Ning family Heaton. The six-fold primordial light burst from the mech's feet, lifting it gently into the air. The storm Inglong's wing blades unfurled, and 3,600 razor-sharp edges reflected a cold, silvery light under the moon. Wait, Lin Yulong called out, looking up at him. The mech hovered in midair as Ning Yuan glanced down at her. Thank you, Lin Yulong said, her voice a little hoarse as the night wind tossed her hair. Got it, Ning Yuan replied casually with a wave. The six-fold divine engine roared to life. With a thunderous boom, the mech shot into the sky as a streak of six-colored light, piercing the heavens. Lin Yulong had to shield herself from the turbulent air. When she opened her eyes again, all that remained in the night sky was a fading trail of energy. On the tactical channel, the team members marveled. That speed, is he really just elite level? Lin Yulong stared at the empty sky, then suddenly laughed and shouted, All right, everyone, let's go? Mission accomplished, time for a good meal. Her laughter echoed through the night. Haha, we definitely deserve a feast. The mission's done. Even though he took most of the rewards, we still did pretty well. Hey, getting a cut for clearing a secret realm? Feels great. Carried by the MVP. Oh, please, like you weren't? The night wind swept across the wilderness, leaving behind a group of survivors and a city lost to time. At the Ning family's training ground in the imperial capital, ominous black clouds churned overhead, as if the sky itself had been torn open. Dense dark energy poured down like a waterfall, shrouding the area in a suffocating gloom. Runes on the ground flickered with a ghostly purple light as countless streams of energy converged on the steel form, taking shape at the center. The Ning family watched in breathless anticipation, eyes fixed on the heart of the Ascension array. Elder Ning Yuanshan murmured, I've witnessed hundreds of elite Ascension ceremonies, but few can match this spectacle. Master Mo truly lives up to his name. Ning Tianwu's gaze burned with excitement. The torrent of darkness was awe-inspiring. The Ning family's ancestor, the Tyrant of the Night, possessed the dark attribute, so most of the family's divine machines were also darkness-aligned. Now, with Mo Tianji's help, Ning Beichen's Black Cloud Halberd was being elevated to elite status. At the front, Ning Beichen clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, eyes locked on the array as his heart pounded. His divine machine was about to be born. Suddenly, the swirling black clouds contracted sharply, and all the dark energy surged into the center of the array. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of darkness shot skyward, tearing through the clouds. As the light faded, a towering steel figure stood proud and imposing. The Dark Soul Devourer divine machine. Standing 4.7 meters tall, the mech was clad in shadowy armor etched with purple-black energy patterns that seemed to hypnotize the onlooker. Its shoulder plates were shaped like fierce demon faces, with two blood-red crystals for eyes that glowed with an eerie light. 6 metallic spines extended from its back, each wrapped in streams of black energy like the wings of a demon. In its hands, it gripped a massive war halberd, Black Cloud Halberd. The shaft was ink black, while the blade glimmered with a chilling purple light. Ghostly apparitions seemed to wail and twist around the blade, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who looked directly at it. It worked. Ning Beichen could no longer contain his excitement. His voice trembled as he gazed feverishly at his new divine machine, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. It's incredibly so much stronger than the Black Cloud Halberd at its awakening stage. Mo Tianji looked a little pale, but his eyes shone with satisfaction. He said calmly, the Dark Soul Devourer is a top-tier configuration. With this machine, you'll be unmatched among your peers. At this moment, Ning Tianwu could barely contain his excitement. The process of a divine machine's ascension was always unpredictable, with each person's results varying greatly. Yet all the signs now suggested that Ning Beichen's divine machine might become the strongest of their generation within the Ning family. Master, please allow us to see the configuration data, Ning Tianwu said, struggling to keep his composure, though his voice was thick with anticipation. Beside him, Ning Beichen's eyes sparkled with impatience. That's easy enough. Mo Tianji stroked his beard and casually summoned his dark purple book of knowledge, which looked more like a mysterious and ominous grimoire. With a low hum, Ning Beichen's divine machine data appeared clearly before them. Divine machine armament Dark Soul Devourer. Great elite. Traits Soul Siphon, Abyssal Resonance. Height 4.7 meters. Weight 9.4 tons. Configuration Wailing Netherworld Armor, Soul Cleaver Halberd. Skills. 1. Soul Devour. Increases attack power by 10 after each kill, stacking up to 80. Lasts 30 minutes. Consecutive kills extend the duration. 2. Interstice. Attacks inflict soul-rending effects, effective against targets with power levels below 7,000 and 68.6. 3. Gates of the Underworld. Unleashes a 50-meter soul-devouring field, dominating mindless monsters with power levels under 7,000 and 68.6. Ning Tianwu stared intently at the data panel, his usually calm expression now openly showing his excitement. A core power of 297, that's 5 points higher than our ancestors at the elite level. Beichen, with this divine machine, you'll be among the top 3 of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Even the usually cold Ning Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Excellent. Excellent. Gates of the Underworld is a battlefield sweeper. Against a monster horde, one person could hold off an entire army. Mo Tianji was quietly amazed. Skills of this caliber were extremely rare, even among the elite divine machines of the top clans. No wonder the family had produced a tyrant-class pilot. Their bloodline's talent was truly extraordinary. An ordinary pilot could never awaken abilities of this level. Ning Beichen clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. With a core power of 297, peak battle mark power at 7068.6, and a dominating skill like Gates of the Underworld, there were surely no more than 3 peers in the entire capital who could rival him. Ning Yuan, he murmured the name, a cold gleam in his eyes. In 3 days, I'll see what you have to fight me with. For the first time, Ning Beichen felt a confidence had never known before. He couldn't imagine Ning Yuan having any chance at all. In 3 days, he'll crush that family outcast, he declared, full of pride. Ha ha, well said. Ning Tianwu laughed heartily. You already carry the bearing of our ancestors, and you should have this kind of spirit. That so-called outcast dares to oppose us? Ridiculous. He snorted, and it seemed as if lightning flashed in the air around him. As a top-tier lord-level powerhouse, Ning Tianwu had only turned to managing the family because his soul resonance had stagnated for years. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have focused solely on advancing his own strength. Ning Tianwu erupted in anger, his soul pressure rolling out like an abyssal tide, instantly sweeping over everyone present and making their faces pale. This was the terrifying power of a lord-level expert. Didn't need to summon his divine machine. With sheer soul force alone, a single glance could make ordinary people's spirits shatter. He rose slowly, standing tall and unyielding like a mountain, his gaze brooking no argument. 3 days from now, the elders and I will be there in person to witness the battle. In front of the entire nation, he clenched his right fist with a sharp crack of knuckles. Crush him. Yes, I will. Ning Beichen straightened his back, his expression solemn, eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Take some time to get familiar with the elite-class divine machine. Be fully prepared. Ning Tianwu turned to an elder nearby. Third elder, personally take Beichen out into the wild. Only true life-and-death combat will bring rapid progress. The third elder nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. September 23rd. Only 2 days remained until the decisive battle between Ning Yuan and the Ning family. This fight had become the nation's focal point. For days, coverage never stopped, and online analysts churned out posts by the millions. The reason was simple. On one side stood a storied ancient family with a legendary reputation. On the other, the youngest gold emblem holder in the country's historia, rising superstar. With 2 such forces about to collide, it was no wonder the whole nation was watching. The hype had reached the point where almost everyone knew about it. Then, at this critical moment before the battle, a video suddenly went viral online, shooting to the top of every major platform. Oh, something about Ning Beichen? In his hotel room, Ning Yuan answered Lei Lai's call, raising his eyebrows in mild surprise. Yeah, you need to check it out right now, it's all over the internet. Lei Lai's voice was urgent. All right, he'll take a look. Talk later. Ning Yuan hung up, turned on his neural terminal, and quickly found the video causing such a stir. Once he saw the footage, he couldn't help but smile. The clip showed Ning Beichen battling a savage beast in the wilderness. The camera work was professional, every detail crystal clear, perfectly capturing Ning Beichen's commanding presence. In the video, a jet-black soul devourer divine machine stood in the wild. Dust and smoke swirled around, cracks webbed across the ground. At the divine machine's feet, a massive beast, the abyssal demon ape, was struggling and howling. This beast had a fearsome reputation among hunters. Even seasoned elite teams would avoid it at all costs. Facing an abyssal demon ape, most would choose to retreat. But right now, boom. Ning Beichen's divine machine gripped the ape's throat with one hand, while his dark cloud halberd pierced straight through its chest. Purple-black energy, like venomous snakes, ravaged the beast's body as its shrieks echoed across the wilderness. For the final blow, the halberd swept out. Flash. The beast's head flew off, blood gushing like a waterfall. The video cut off there, but the comment section had already exploded. Holy crap, was that really an abyssal demon ape? Confirmed by the Southwest War Zone, this beast wiped out an elite squad just last month, and Ning Beichen took it down solo? That's insane. That final energy burst had to be 7,000, that's peak elite class divine machine power. Ning Yuan is in serious trouble now. No wonder they had Master Mo upgrade the divine machine. It's elite level, top tier. What's the point of fighting? May as well just surrender. I'm not exaggerating. At this level, Ning Beichen is a one-man army. How's Ning Yuan supposed to stand a chance? Within an hour, prediction threads, analysis posts, and combat power comparisons flooded every platform. The consensus was clear. Ning Beichen had an overwhelming advantage. Ning Yuan, they said, might not even be able to break through his defenses. Ning Yuan closed the holographic screen, but a faint smile lingered on his lips. He could guess that the Ning family had released this video on purpose, hyping up their side and sending a strong message to the world. Victory would belong to the Ning family. But unfortunately for them, the outcome would not be what they expected. A 297-core system? 7,000 output. Not bad, Ning Yuan murmured to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. But my divine machine, in Storm Phoenix mode, can reach a peak output of 28,000. End of passage. For the question about the main character's divine machine form. As a Guardian-class divine machine, it could take the form of a dragon, wolf, or something else. What do you think would be the best form? The highly publicized Ning family civil war had finally begun. On one side stood Ning Yuan, the youngest person ever to receive the Longhua Golden Emblem, who had risen to fame overnight. On the other, the direct descendants of the Ning family, representing the dignity of an ancient clan. Ever since the event was announced, crowds had flocked to Jiangcheng, packing the streets with people eager to witness this historic showdown. However, on the eve of the battle, a piece of news exploded across the country like a bomb. The duel, originally scheduled for the city's central arena, had suddenly been moved to the remote Demon Trap Valley. What? They moved it outdoors? A fashionably dressed young man slapped his thigh in disappointment, his face full of regret. Weren't we promised a fight in the arena? Now we can't even watch the whole thing live. They're not just settling a score, they're fighting to the death. An elderly man muttered, frowning. There are no rules out there. One of them isn't coming back. Rumor had it the Ning family had demanded the change. People speculated that the family was determined to kill Ning Yuan and send a message to protect their reputation. What shocked everyone even more was that Ning Yuan had actually agreed to this near-suicidal request. Whatever, a man in sunglasses sighed, shaking his head. I'm just upset it's happening in the wild now. I can only watch the broadcast instead of seeing it in person. It's killing me. To the north of Jiangcheng lay a vast, dangerous wilderness known as the No Man's Land. Since the start of the Divine Machine era, no one had truly explored its depths. Blue Star had changed dramatically in this new age. Cities remained prosperous, but the wilds grew mysteriously larger each day, filled with countless unseen dangers. About 80 kilometers north of Jiangcheng was one of the most dangerous places of all, Demon Trap Valley. It wasn't really a valley, but a vast region inhabited by over 100,000 bone demons. These creatures had never left their territory, earning the area its ominous name. On their way to Demon Trap Valley, Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang shared a car with Ning Yuan. The atmosphere was tense as the three of them repeatedly cautioned Ning Yuan. Be careful. The Ning family must have a reason for moving the fight there, Lei Lai said, his brow furrowed as he tapped the armrest. Ning Yuan just gave a cold smile, his eyes hardening. Don't worry. I'm fully prepared. He already understood the Ning family's intentions. Anyone could see that they wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. If he died in a duel, no one would question it, and the military wouldn't interfere. It was the perfect way for the Ning family to get rid of their biggest thorn. But if the Ning family wanted him dead, he was just as eager to kill them. Perfect, Ning Yuan thought to himself. In the city arena, I couldn't kill anyone. But since they insisted on moving it to the wild, that works in my favor. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as the corner of his mouth curled up. This time, he was determined to wipe out the Ning family in one stroke. What a pity if the entire younger generation of the Ning family dies. I wonder what will become of them. The chill in Ning Yuan's eyes grew even sharper. When the time comes, he'll let all the Ning family's young elites join the fight. I doubt they'll refuse. His confidence came from his Yuan Guang divine machine, boasting a standard power of 8,400 to 15,120, with Yinglong mode, Thunder Phoenix mode, and the even more formidable Yinglong Thunder Phoenix combined mode. Frankly speaking, if the Ning family really accepts my challenge, then everyone who steps forward will die. Ning Yuan sat in the speeding SUV, his gaze cold and sharp as he looked out the window. Above, swarms of media drones hovered like bees, each equipped with the latest holographic projection technology. Their blinking lights signaled that the live broadcast had already begun. At the outskirts of Kunmo Valley, the Ning family members had formed ranks, waiting in silence. Before them lay the valley itself, a primeval forest where ancient trees blocked out the sun, their twisted branches coiling together like giant serpents. Mist shrouded the depths, and the damp air carried a faint, unsettling scent of blood. The silent woods seemed like a slumbering beast, exuding an oppressive, suffocating presence. Beichen, come here. Ning Tianwu's voice was low and thunderous. Ning Beichen stepped forward quickly. Patriarch. Ning Tianwu clapped him on the shoulder and pointed toward the jagged valley in the distance. We chose this place to play to your strengths. With your gate of the underworld and these hundreds of thousands of bone demons, this is your home turf. Mo Tianji, standing beside them, grinned with pride. With the upgrades I've made in this terrain, you'll be at your absolute best. I can't imagine how you could possibly lose. Remember, Ning Tianwu said in a hushed tone, Changing the location at the last minute has already drawn criticism to our family, but as long as you win, none of that matters. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This fight kill him, and end this threat once and for all. Ning Baichen nodded solemnly, his gaze icy. Patriarch, a clear voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Ning Xuero standing at the edge of the crowd, her white dress fluttering in the wild wind. At 17, her features were as pure as freshly fallen snow. She asked, puzzled, isn't Ning Yuan one of our family? Why do we have to kill him? The air turned instantly tense. Idiot. Ning Xiaofeng shoved her roughly. He's a low-born bastardy, doesn't deserve the Ning name. Ning Xiaoyu crossed her arms and sneered. Xuero, have you read so many classics that you've lost your mind? His existence is a disgrace to our family. That's enough. Ning Baichen snapped, shooting a frosty glare at Ning Xuero. Stick to your books. If you don't understand family matters, stay out of them. Several women quickly pulled the stunned Ning Xuero to the back. Ning Tianwu frowned, but with his status, he didn't bother reprimanding a younger member. In the distance, the roar of engines grew louder, and the buzzing of drones overhead intensified. The media's here. Ning Yuan should arrive soon as well. Baichen, get ready, Ning Tianwu said coldly. Ning Baichen stood up, his expression cold yet confident as he turned toward the approaching sound. We're here. Lei Lai spoke in a deep voice as the SUV screeched to a halt on the barren open ground. The moment the doors opened, media drones zoomed in, and holographic cameras broadcast the scene live to screens across the country. Ning Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the Ning family's camp and pausing on a few familiar faces. His expression was cold and stern. Most of the Ning family members had arrived. Ning Xiaofeng, Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Yushi, Ning Baichen of them. Ning Xiaofeng and Ning Xiaoyu struck him the most. The past grievances with them ran deep. He didn't feel as much contempt for the others. Someone like Ning Baichen was simply arrogant and self-important. But Ning Xiaofeng and Ning Xiaoyu were different. Their cruelty was etched into Ning Yuan's memory. In those darkest, most painful moments at the Ning family estate, they had been the chief perpetrators. You really dare to show your face, Ning Yuan. Ning Xiaofeng glared at him, eyes bloodshot, his voice low and seething with hatred. He could never forget what happened in the blood-soaked capital, how Ning Yuan had pinned him down, a gun pressed to his forehead. Head thought Ning Yuan was just a cast-off, but after entering the source zone, Ning Yuan had forced him into the exploration team, where he suffered terribly and ended up bedridden in the hospital for over a week. The memory made his teeth ache with rage, hatred flooding his heart. Next to him, Ning Xiaoyu's eyes glinted with the same murderous hostility. Like Ning Xiaofeng, she made no attempt to hide her animosity. Ning Yuan ignored them, his gaze shifting past to focus on Ning Tianwu, who stood at the very front. You changed the location to Demon's Trap Valley at the last minute. I'd like to make a request, too. That's fair, isn't it? Ning Yuan's tone brooked no argument. Ning Tianwu frowned, clearly not expecting such a direct response. He hesitated slightly, caught off guard. Huh. Ning Xiaofeng suddenly burst out in exaggerated laughter, his face twisted with scorn. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hoping we'll spare you if you lose? Ning Yuan shot him a cold look, then slowly raised his right hand, pointing straight at a group of Ning family elites. You can all come at me together. The words brought instant silence, then sent shockwaves through the crowd. Cameras locked onto Ning Yuan's steely expression. Oh, one expected him to challenge the entire Ning family elite. Online, the live chat erupted. Wait, am I hearing this right? He's challenging the whole Ning family elite by himself. Is he insane or just that confident? This is wild. If he wins, he'll eat a mech energy core upside down. The comments flooded in, nearly drowning out the screen. At the scene in Demon's Trap Valley, the atmosphere turned heavy and tense. Ning Tianwu's eyes flashed with surprise, had thought Ning Yuan would look for an excuse to back out, never imagining he would provoke the entire family's elite at once. Challenge the whole family's elite. That's absurd. I won't allow it. Ning Tianwu said coldly, his voice resolute. Ning Yuan's expression didn't change. He glanced indifferently at Ning Xiaofeng, Ning Xiaoyu, Ning Baichen, and Ning Yushi, his eyes sharp as blades. Then let's do this, just those four. All at once. Ning Baichen frowned slightly, clearly displeased but remaining silent, watching how things would unfold. You must have a death wish. Ning Xiaofeng's eyes blazed with fury. He grinned menacingly and lunged forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet as a pillar of dark gold energy shot skyward, sending a violent shockwave through the area. Stones and dust were blasted to powder, as if an unstoppable storm was about to be unleashed. In the next moment, a menacing mech with a dark, shadowy sheen appeared within the pillar of light, the dark prison Lion King. Standing at an imposing 3.5 meters tall, its armor layered like a lion's mane, each plate gleaming with a cold, dark gold luster. Crimson energy patterns snaked around its joints, flowing like blood. The mech's head resembled a roaring lion, fangs bared, eyes burning with a fierce red light, exuding an overwhelming aura of brutality. Its arms were equipped with sharp alloy claws and a mechanical tail, ending in a deadly scorpion-like stinger, extended from its back, glinting with lethal intent. This was an elite-level, Phantom Beast-class configuration. Instantly, both the Ning family members on site and the viewers in the livestream exploded in shock. No one expected Ning Xiaofeng to summon a divine mech, especially one of the Phantom Beast series. The pressure radiating from the 3.5-meter-tall Lion King was far more savage and intense than any real lion. Many of the Ning family present, still ordinary people who had yet to awaken, turned pale under its oppressive presence. Standing high in the Lion King's cockpit, Ning Xiaofeng looked down at Ning Yuan, laughing wildly. Pathetic fool, kneel and beg for mercy now, and maybe he'll let you die quickly. The livestream chat went wild again. Is he insane? A Furnon? Damn, even the weakest of them has a Phantom Beast-class mech. How is Ning Yuan supposed to fight back? If he wins, he'll eat a mech part live on stream. It's over. The youngest gold emblem in history is about to become the shortest-lived one. The Ning family had already tried to stop this once. If he insists on throwing his life away, no one can blame the Ning family now. At the same time, Ning Tian's face darkened. Such blatant provocation was a slap in the face to the family. He turned to Ning Yuan. You see for yourself the weakest among them is using a Phantom Beast-class mech. Are you sure you want to challenge all four at once? Just like the audience, he had already refused once. If Ning Yuan insisted, it wouldn't be the family bullying the weak Animaria, it would be Ning Yuan courting death, and no one else would be at fault. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes cold as steel. I'm sure. Ning Tianwu took a deep breath, finally stepping back, and saying in a low voice, very well. You take full responsibility for your life and death. Ning Xiaofeng burst into wild laughter. The dark prison Lion King erupted in a blinding dark gold light, its mane-like armor flaring open, crimson patterns swirling wildly. Ning Yuan, you brought this on yourself. A column of pitch-black light exploded, chilling murderous intent filling the air. The next second, a 1.8-meter-tall, dark purple mech emerged silently, its lines sleek and graceful. Its armor was featherlight, yet razor-sharp, with deep purple-black energy patterns coiling around the joints, ready to melt into the shadows at any moment. Its eyes glowed red, and its arms wielded two slender dark energy daggers. The entire machine was like a silent demon, stalking the night, ready to harvest lives without a sound. A pure assassin-class mech, built for ultimate speed and lethal strikes. Ning Xiaoyu's cold, mocking voice rang out. Don't worry, he'll make sure you die without any pain. Ning Yushi said nothing, her gaze calm. With a wave of her hand, a dark blue pillar of light shot skyward. The frost nightingale descended. At 2.2 meters tall, its body was ice blue, the armor featherlight and razor-sharp, with a pair of mechanical wings forged from pure frost unfurling at its back. She gripped a freezing longbow, and wherever it moved, the air crystallized into frost. Ning Baichen's eyes were icy cold. He was always one of the most talented in the family, his sole resonance among the strongest. With Mo Tianji's help, he had pushed his mech to an unprecedented peak. Now, faced with such provocation, his rage boiled over. Boom! The ground trembled. A pillar of black light shot up from beneath his feet, waves of violent energy bursting outward, cracking the earth and sending shards flying. In the next moment, a massive 4.7-meter black mech stood tall on the wasteland like a demon god descended. This was the ultimate configuration, the Dark Devourer. Sinister armor was etched with violet-black energy patterns, a war halberd angled menacingly at the ground, the blade glinting with deadly coldness. Ning Yuan, you've gone too far. Ning Baichen's mech radiated overwhelming power and arrogance. For elite divine mechs locked onto Ning Yuan at once. Murderous intent filled the wilderness. Ning Xiaofeng sneered, kneel and admit defeat now, and maybe he'll let you keep your corpse intact. 3 phantom beasts equipped with divine engines, along with 1 ultimate tier configuration, descended onto the battlefield at the same time. 4 colossal machines, arriving in unison. A terrifying wave of energy swept across the entire wasteland, shaking the earth violently as raging shockwaves blasted in all directions. The sky changed in an instant. Dark clouds churned overhead, and flashes of lightning flickered through the swirling storm. Creatures in the distant forest seemed to sense the threat of death. Birds scattered in panic, taking to the skies, while wild animals howled and fled for their lives. The Ning family members were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, many stumbling backward, some collapsing to the ground as their legs gave out. Ning Yuan, with your limited perspective, you have no idea how powerful an elite-level, ultimate configuration truly is, Ning Baichen declared, controlling his Dark Soul Devourer divine engine, which radiated a chilling, sinister aura. He brandished his battle halberd, exuding a crushing sense of dominance. Ning Yuan, this is your final warning. There's still time to regret your choices. Ning Tian's face was grim, his voice booming like thunder. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Ning Yuan's lips. He knew Ning Tian's intentions all too well. This wasn't a genuine warning. just a way to protect the family's 100-year reputation from the stain of a Furigenstone battle. Ning Baichen's dark soul devourer divine engine. Ning Yuan's gaze swept over the mech wreathed in purple flames. He chuckled softly. The family must have poured a fortune into that one. Too bad a day. The Ning clan will lose this so-called genius forever. If you insist on courting death, Ning Tianwu's voice turned icy. Then so be it. Kill him. Ning Baichen didn't hesitate any longer. He knew that facing 4 opponents alone was nothing but a fantasy. Watching from the sidelines, Mo Tianji stroked his beard with disdain. A discarded son of the family like you probably hasn't even witnessed the true power of an ultimate-tier divine engine. How arrogant. Ning Xiaofeng's Dark Abyss Lion King divine engine struck first. Its tail lashed out like a venomous serpent, tearing through the air with a piercing crack. Die. At that critical moment, a beam of 6-colored light crashed down from the sky. In a surge of violent energy, all 4 divine engines were thrown back, and the entire demon confinement valley quaked violently. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a 6-colored mech standing 5 meters tall descended from the heavens. Its massive frame surpassed every other divine engine present, reaching the maximum data limit of 5 meters. Its entire body shimmered with dazzling rainbow light, and as the Yinglong wings unfurled, they unleashed a storm of elemental energy. The 3,600 segmented blades forming its wings buzzed with power, threatening to slice the very air apart. The 6-fold Judgment Primal Light mech has arrived. Though the Ning clan's 4 divine engines were all top-tier among elite models, their brilliance was utterly eclipsed before the 6-fold Judgment Primal Light mech. Ning Xiaofeng's Dark Abyss Lion King, once so menacing, now looked dull and lifeless beneath the radiant rainbow glow. Even the ultimate-tier Dark Soul Devourer divine engine could only barely maintain its composure, but the difference in presence was unmistakable. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Holy crap, is this really just an elite-level mech? One divine engine suppressing all 4 of Ning clan's machines? Those blue-gold wings are breathtaking. Even through the screen, my heart's racing. Ning Jinhui's mech is so powerful it's giving me chills. The 6-fold Primal Light divine engine stood motionless, yet radiated an unshakable, mountain-like majesty. The 4 members of the Ning family found their divine machines tossed about like tiny boats in a storm, violently shaking amid the terrifying energy turbulence and threatening to capsize at any moment. Ning Xiaofeng, piloting the Dark Prison Lion King divine machine, had always been brimming with pride since ascending to the elite level, convinced that there was nowhere in the world he couldn't go. But now, as the energy gauge on his machine clearly displayed a power level of 8,400, his mind went completely blank, all arrogance vanishing in an instant. Whether this was the minimum or maximum output, it was far beyond anything they could withstand. Even Mo Tianji, usually calm and composed, was so shocked he nearly yanked out his own beard. His eyes were fixed on Yuan Guang's divine machine, immediately recognizing the powerful blue-gold wings as those of an elite-level storming long. What stunned him even more was that every battle mark on the Skydrive wings was flawless, its performance pushed to the absolute limit. Ning family, starting today, am taking back a little interest, Ning Yuan's cold voice echoed. Run. Head for Demon Trap Valley. Ning Tianwu, pale-faced, was the first to react. With his powerful soul resonance, he could directly sense the absurd power radiating from the 6-fold divine punishment Yuan Guang machine. As the 6-colored radiance swirled and the storm wings hummed ominously, all 4 of their divine machines registered the same power reading, 8,400. None of them dared linger. They instantly pushed their machines to the limit, racing desperately toward Demon Trap Valley. Ning Baichen roared inwardly, a minimum power of 8,400? This is insane. His own Dark Soul Devourer divine machine maxed out. At just 7068.6, there was no hope of winning. What was even more terrifying was the fact that this might only be Ning Yuan's lowest setting. When he glanced back, he was utterly dumbfounded. Ning Yuan's Yuan Guang divine machine was slowly rising into the air, streams of blue particles jetting from its feet, while 3,600 floating blades on the Storm Yinglong wings radiated a menacing aura. This 5-meter Titan mech was actually flying. Ning Baichen didn't dare spare another glance at Ning Yushi and the others, fleeing toward Demon Trap Valley, as if possessed. He hoped that if he could just make it to the valley and take control of any bone demons he encountered, he might have a sliver of hope. Running away? Weren't you just about to gang up on me? Ning Yuan's voice echoed coldly from within the 6-fold divine punishment, laced with a chilling mechanical resonance. The divine machine hovered in the sky, the blue-gold Storm Yinglong wings fully extended, emitting a piercing hum that seemed to tear through the air. The 6-fold divine punishment raised its right arm, which had transformed into a massive 6-pointed elemental cannon. Though shaped like a gun, at its core it was still a Gatling capable of 3,600 rotations per second. Whether it was the Ning family or the online audience, everyone was stunned the moment Storm Wing soared into the sky. The live stream exploded instantly, with comments flooding in. Holy crap, Is this really just an elite-level mech? Ning Jinhui's moves are giving me goosebumps. Who helped him upgrade his mech? This setup is insane. A battlefield reporter's trembling voice came through. Power reading. 8,400. I'm right here on site, and saw Ning Jinhui's mech with my own eyes. These numbers are just unreal. All the Ning family big shots, Ning Tianwu, Ning Yuan Shan, Ning Xian, and the rest stood up at once, their faces grave. When they saw Ning Yuan piloting the six-pointed Divine Punisher Elementalist, with the cannon's muzzle glowing brighter and brighter, everyone's heart leapt into their throat. Stop. Right now. The usually cold third elder, Ning Yuan Shan, shouted desperately, his eyes bloodshot. Ning Yuan, if you go through with this, you'll be a traitor to your teachers and ancestors. His favorite granddaughter Ning Xiaoyu and grandson Ning Xiaofeng were both within the line of fire. You old fool, you still dare to threaten me? Ning Yuan's cold laughter echoed through the mech speakers. Memories surged up Ning Yuanshan's cruelty, Ning Xiaoyu's bullying and beatings, Ning Xiaofeng's insults. You and your mother are both bastards. All of it condensed into the six-colored radiance swirling at the cannon's tip. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 3,600 rounds per breath. Before he finished speaking, the six-colored rainbow burst forth. Lightning, flames, frost, and storm elements intertwined, and energy rounds rained down like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing the entire wasteland. This was the true power of the elite-level six-pointed Divine Punisher Elementalist, with attack power and speed far beyond anything possible during the awakening phase. Suddenly, a blinding spark flashed in midair. The energy rounds had struck an invisible barrier. Found you. Ning Yuan sneered, immediately focusing his firepower on the twisted patch of space. Amidst the deafening barrage, Ning Xiaoyu's shadow phantom mech was forced out of hiding. Its dark purple armor was riddled with cracks, and under the relentless assault, it shattered completely. At last, her mech broke apart and crashed to the ground, nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. No, this can't be. Ning Xiaoyu screamed from the cockpit, panic-stricken. How did you see through my stealth ability? Pathetic, Ning Yuan scoffed. Against absolute soul dominance, your little trick is no brighter than a firefly in the dark. With just 2,000 or 3,000 soul amplitude, you really thought you could impress me? Buzz. Yinglong's wings fluttered lightly as Shinji surged forward in an instant, its hexagonal cannon aimed directly at the head of the Shadow Night Owl. Goodbye. Ning Yuan's voice was cold and merciless. Boom. A blinding six-colored beam erupted, instantly drowning out Ning Xiaoyu's desperate scream. No. In the distance, Ning Yuanshan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and charged forward. When the smoke cleared, Ning Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. Only shattered pieces of machinery were scattered across the ground. Ning Yuan's Yuanguang mecha stood tall in the center of the battlefield, the lingering six-colored energy swirling across its surface. The entire arena was dead silent. Everyone present from the Ning family, as well as the countless viewers watching the livestream, were stunned into silence. No one had expected the first fight to end so quickly. A total, overwhelming defeat. Ning Yuan's ruthless efficiency shocked everyone. There was no hesitation, no mercy, only pure intent to kill. The internet exploded. This is insane. Their family. I have to say, that was brutal. What are you talking about? If you don't like it, leave. Why do you think the Ning family moved the fight out here? For the scenery? Brutal? Please. If Ning Yuan had lost, do you think the Ning family would have shown him mercy? No point arguing. Ning Jinhui made a decisive move. A real man. While the debate raged, Ning Yuan Shan was nearly out of his mind with rage, his face twisted, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Bastard. He'll kill you. He roared, brilliant light surging around him as his power soared, ready to summon his own mecha. As a battle commander, he was 2 full ranks above Ning Yuan. Life and death are fati, no one else to blame. Lei Lai stepped forward, blocking his path without fear, meeting Ning Yuanshan's glare with a cold smirk. Qian Gang walked up as well, speaking calmly. Should I call the military and get you a therapist? When Ning Yuan was suffering in the family, you looked the other way. Now that he's fighting back, you can't handle it? That's rich, Zhou Rui sneered, taking Ning Yuan's side without hesitation. You reap what you sow. If you bully others, you'd better be ready for payback. Ning Yuanshan glared at them with venomous hatred, but Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang only shrugged, clearly unbothered by his rage. Ning Yuan's spiritual power was so strong, he instantly sensed Ning Yuanshan's hostile gaze. Heh! Ning Yuan shot him a cold glance, as if to say, watch closely. I'm coming for the next one. The six-fold divine punishment mecha powered up in a flash. The azure gold Yinglong wings unfurled abruptly, 3,600 blades vibrating at high speed, slicing the air with a piercing hum. Six-colored energy surged from the mecha's feet, blasting the ground apart, and sending debris flying under the tremendous recoil. Boom. The entire mecha became a streak of six-colored light, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. Everyone who saw it was left speechless. Ning Xiaofeng, who was desperately fleeing, heard a deafening sonic boom behind him. The warning system of his Dark Prison Lion King mecha blared an alarm. Warning. Enemy mecha approaching at high speed. Energy levels rising. Estimated contact in 3 seconds. Damn it. Ning Xiaofeng cursed. Had seen Ning Xiaoyu get obliterated just moments before. That unstoppable, all-consuming rainbow blast had left a deep scar on his mind, didn't have the courage to turn and fight. Damn it. Ning Xiaofeng looked back in terror. His pupils contracting. The six-fold divine punishment mecha was already right behind him. A six-colored rainbow tore through the void like a pillar of light splitting the sky, unleashing an indescribable force that swept across the entire wasteland in an instant. Howling winds erupted, churning into a raging hurricane. The storm struck so swiftly that no one could react. Within its eye, the wings of the soaring Yinglong seemed to compress the very air, creating a terrifying domain of wind. Anything that entered this zone was instantly pulverized to dust. 6 paths, gale of fury. Ning Yuan's voice was cold as ice, carrying an irresistible pressure. At his command, dense wind elements seemed to take on tangible form, distorting the space itself as they surged forward. The 6-pointed divine retribution elemental machine radiated an eerie greenish glow, its presence as menacing as a demon's gaze. No, help me. Ning Xiaofeng shouted desperately, his voice filled with hopelessness. The storm was closing in too fast for any chance of escape. At that moment, Ning Yuan's eyes glinted with a probing coldness, his gaze fixed on the berserk lion mech in the line of summoned beasts. This was his first true display of the wind form's power, with Ning Xiaofeng as the test subject. Suddenly, shards of ice crystal arrows shot through the air, slicing the sky in a dense barrage. Each arrow radiated a biting chill, whistling as they pierced the air and left frosty white trails in their wake. The source was Ning Yushi, who had spun around at top speed, trying to save Ning Xiaofeng. Her Frost Nightingale mech unleashed its full power, loosing a cascade of arrows that froze the air for hundreds of meters. Frost spread rapidly, and a bitter cold filled the battlefield. Seeing this, Ning Xiaofeng was overcome with joy. He was finally going to be saved. But then, you're courting death. Ning Yuan's icy voice rang out again, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. The barrels of the 6-pointed divine retribution elemental machine spun violently, emitting a deafening whir. Teal wind energy wrapped around each of the 6 barrels, their rotation instantly breaking all previous limits. The entire machine radiated a sharper, more menacing aura. Rapid bursts echoed duh, 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 as an even denser barrage of teal wind rounds poured out like a torrential downpour. Each bullet carried the force of a storm, leaving spiral trails in the air. The sheer density was unimaginable. The incoming ice arrows were instantly shattered mid-flight, reduced to shards. Ning Yushi's pupils contracted sharply as her monitor flashed frantic warnings. Attack density exceeds limit. Evasion impossible. Power level 4200 beyond defense threshold. Estimated fire rate 8,000 rounds per minute. Defense system overload. Explosions roared as the wind rounds crashed down like a tide of destruction, swallowing the Frost Nightingale mech in an instant. Its crystalline armor shattered under the onslaught, splintering like fragile paper. Each wind round sliced through the plating, tearing apart everything in its path. The mech was destroyed in moments. The crystal wings shattered first, then the arm plating, and finally, the cockpit's protective shield split open, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. System alert. Armor integrity 0, power core damaged. Mech status 100 destroyed. Ning Yushi watched helplessly as her mech was engulfed by the storm, until the Frost Nightingale was completely erased by the furious winds. The livestream chat exploded, viewers erupting in shock. Holy crap, is it even possible for a human to control that fire rate? One viewer shouted. That mech is like, numb. I turned around for 1 second and got blown to pieces. Ning Jinwei says, you give me a barrage of arrows, and I'll return it with a hurricane to the face. Moved yet? I don't dare to move. 1,000 wind rounds per second? What kind of mech is this? Elemental series? Assault series? Amid the lingering smoke, the barrels of the 6-pointed divine retribution elemental machine slowly came to a stop, teal energy still glowing at the muzzle, radiating overwhelming pressure. Ning Yuan's voice remained cold. Next. No. Please no. Ning Xiaofeng was terrified out of his mind. He watched mech after mech get destroyed with ease from Ning Xiaoyu to Ning Yushi. Not one escaped the same fate. That terrifying machine wiped them out effortlessly. Its power was simply unstoppable. But he had neither the time nor the chance to regret it. As he ran desperately, a 6-colored beam of light swallowed him in an instant. The mighty wild lion mecha was completely shattered in a hailstorm of bullets that blotted out the sky. Ning Xiaofeng's final, anguished scream echoed in all directions. Perhaps, in that last moment, he finally realized the mistakes he had made, how he had bullied and tormented Ning Yuan back in the Ning family estate. But it was too late for regret to matter. A cold smile flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes. Forgiveness belonged to the past. Now, all he wanted was to send him down the path of death. At this point, there was no turning back for the Ning family. Only Ning Baichen was left, standing alone. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu. Ning Yuanshan's roar rang out across the wilderness, filled with uncontrollable pain and fury. The usually cold and calculating third elder now looked twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, his whole body trembling so violently he could barely stand. Bastard! You damn bastard! He lunged forward, but the other elders held him back with all their strength. The energy of a war general-level mecha exploded uncontrollably from within him, cracking the ground beneath his feet in a spiderweb pattern. They'll make you pay with your life, I swear I will. The murderous intent and madness in his scream sent chills down the spines of the millions watching the livestream. The chat froze for a few seconds, then erupted in a frenzy. It's over. The old man's lost it. If a war general goes berserk, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ning Jinhui, run. Third elder, calm down. Ning Tianwu shouted sternly, but even his own voice trembled. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu, and Yushi were all dead. Ning Tianwu's heart ached as if cut by a knife, as if blood was dripping inside his chest. They were supposed to be the future of the family, but now everything had been destroyed by this outcast standing before them. Now, all he could do was pin his hopes on Ning Baichen, but could he really win? Ning Tianwu asked himself, but even he had little confidence. His gaze drifted into the distance, toward the Yuanguang mecha that had chased into the Demon Trap Valley. Suddenly, he made a decision. Ning Yuan, it's me. Ning Tianwu. The voice sounded suddenly in Ning Yuan's mind. He paused for a moment as he entered the Demon Trap Valley, then quickly realized what was happening. This was the skill of a Guardian-class mecha pilot. Mental transmission. Those with a strong enough soul resonance could master many incredible abilities, and mental transmission was among the most basic of them. What's this? The mighty patriarch himself talking to a family outcast like me? Ning Yuan sneered, unable to hide the mockery in his eyes. In the family, Ning Tianwu had never truly paid him any attention, not even a glance. This man valued the family's honor and dignity above all else, and to him, Ning Yuan was nothing but a disgrace. The moment Ning Yuan failed his awakening, he was cast out without hesitation. Hearing the sarcasm in his mind, Ning Tianwu was nearly consumed by rage, but he managed to suppress it, speaking coldly. Let's make a deal. You're doing all this for revenge, aren't you? Why not take something more practical? 5 million spirit crystals. Admit defeat. Leave. Ning Yuan's furious shout echoed across the land. Ning Tianwu was taken aback, wanting to respond, but was cut off by Ning Yuan's icy laughter. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan shouted again. 10 million, 20 million, enough with this nonsense. Get ready for the entire Ning family to kneel before me. By now, Ning Yuan had already entered the Demon Trap Valley, quickly searching for any trace of Ning Baichen. Boom! The Liuji Divine Punishment Yuanguang mecha skimmed low over Kunmo Valley, its azure gold Yinglong wings reflecting a cold, metallic sheen under the sunlight. The 5-meter steel giant hovered above the ancient forest, a stark contrast to the tangled roots and towering trees below. 6 streams of multicolored energy burst from the mech's underside, sending powerful air currents that pressed the treetops flat, leaving a clear trail in its wake. The dense layers of foliage shook violently in the turbulent wind, flocks of wild birds shrieked and scattered skyward, while herds of animals on the ground fled in panic. Ning Yuan piloted the divine mech with unwavering control, his gaze icy as he looked down at the chaos below, a surge of complex emotions welling up inside him. The arrival of the mech in the primeval forest was like that of an overlord descending. Whether king of the beasts or the fiercest predator, they were as helpless as clay figurines, unable to withstand even the slightest touch. The oppressive presence was almost godlike, as if a deity had come down to earth. Wherever the mech passed, all life was crushed without resistance. The serene, untouched forest stood in stark contrast to this world-shattering machine, the visual impact enough to make one's heart race. This was the sheer dominance of the divine mech clash between the primal and the technological, the vast gulf separating wild beasts from mechanical gods. It was exhilarating. The rise of these machines was precisely what gave humanity the power to conquer the seas and soar to the skies. Challenges remained, but the might of the divine mechs placed humans above all other species on Blue Star. Earthquakes, hurricanes, ice ages, or scorching heat, no natural disaster was insurmountable. Even the colossal sea beasts that once ruled the frozen oceans could now be destroyed with ease. As drone footage streamed live to viewers, the audience held their breath, excitement mounting with every second. A deep hum resonated from the Yinglong wings as the mech sped over the forest, torrents of energy sweeping up leaves in its wake. Ning Yuan's cold voice echoed through the trees as he locked onto a target ahead with the Yuanguang mecha. Found it, he said quietly, a note of resolve flashing in his eyes. This battle is finally coming to an end. At these words, the audience perked up, buzzing with anticipation. No one doubted the Ning family's victory now the outcome was clear, an overwhelming show of force. The camera followed, zooming in on another part of the forest. In a wide clearing, the dark soul-devouring mecha stood motionless, its violet-black armor scarred from countless battles. Blood dripped from its war spear, casting an eerie glow. Nearby, dozens of bone demons crouched low, their pale claws sunk deep into the earth, hollow eyes flickering with ghostly green flames. From within the cockpit, Ning Baichen's furious roar rang out. Ning Yuan, you think this is enough to win? His voice was thick with hatred and madness. Ever since he realized Ning Yuan's mech could fly, he knew escape was impossible. Desperate, he had gathered a pack of bone demons for one final, allure-nothing fight. So, you have control-type skills as well? Ning Yuan's voice remained icy, his sharp gaze sweeping over the bone demons, encircling Ning Baichen. He had already seen through this last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, none of it matters. Steadily piloting the Yuanguang mecha, he hovered above, looking down at Ning Baichen's diminished figure, as lofty and untouchable as a god. These bone demons were nothing more than ordinary elite monsters. Even if, among the hundreds of thousands, one or two particularly powerful ones emerged, it wouldn't make any difference. Ning Yuan swept his cold gaze across the restless horde in Demon Trap Valley, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. If his mecha only had the power of a typical elite, say around 4,000 or 5,000, then the Ning family's choice of Demon Trap Valley would have been wise. But with the Yuanguang Divine Mecha's minimum power at 8,400, the advantage was overwhelming. No amount of numbers could make up for such a gap. The truth was right in front of everyone. Ning Yuan had been wandering through Demon Trap Valley for ages, yet not a single bone demon dared come out to challenge him. They all cowered in the shadows, too afraid to even show their faces. Ning Baichen, it's over. Ning Yuan's voice was icy and sharp, echoing through the silent night sky. He had no intention of engaging in close combat. The massive six-barreled Divine Retribution Elemental Cannon slowly lifted its muzzle, locking precisely onto Ning Baichen and the bone demons around him. All 6 barrels blazed with blinding light scarlet flame, icy frost, holy radiance, thunder, darkness, and hurricane. The 6 energies swirled wildly at the cannon's mouth, forming a dazzling and deadly vortex. Fire! In an instant, a torrential barrage of elemental blasts rained down like a storm. Seeing the deadly muzzles trained on him, Ning Baichen's heart filled with despair. He realized he didn't even have the slightest chance to escape. Ning Yuan, if you've got guts, fight me, heathen! He shrieked hysterically, as his dark soul devourer mecha suddenly erupted with a violent surge of energy. Boom! He poured all his remaining power into the jump system, launching his mecha skyward like a cannonball. Violet-black energy patterns flashed wildly across the armor as his war spear pointed straight at the airborne Yuanguang Divine Mecha. Die! But just as his war spear was only a few meters away from its target, Ning Yuan merely adjusted the cannon's aim. The overwhelming torrent of six-colored energy instantly engulfed Ning Baichen. He felt an unimaginable force assaulting him from all directions, swallowing him whole. In the blink of an eye, his once-proud dark soul devourer mecha blared with frantic alarms. Warning! Unstoppable attack detected. Evasion impossible. Defense system overload. The dark soul devourer mecha shuddered violently in midair. Every energy vein flared with blinding purple light. Then, boom! A massive explosion lit up all of Demon Trap Valley. The dark soul devourer mecha was consumed by fire, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep crater in the scorched earth, a towering mushroom cloud rising above. When the smoke finally cleared, all that remained was a twisted heap of metal. The once proud genius of the Ning family was gone. The six-fold divine retribution slowly ascended, the Yinglong wings fully unfurled behind it, casting a shadow of death over the ruins. The livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, did he really kill him? Ning Baichen's gone. He was supposed to be the family's greatest genius. Who could survive a six-color barrage to the face? After this, Ning Tianwu can't possibly stay as family head. The Ning family's about to change hands. I wonder if the family head regrets banishing Ning Yuan all those years ago. Ning Tianwu stood at the entrance of the demon confinement valley, his face pale and his body utterly exhausted. In his final moment of despair, he had tried to reach Ning Yuan through spiritual transmission, but there was never any response. It was truly over. His mind went blank as he glanced back. Ning Chaoyu, the most outstanding member of the Ning family's generation, wore a blank expression. Ning Qinyang, a prodigy even more gifted than Ning Baichen and the family's top talent, looked devastated. Ning Zhanyuan, Ning Chongping, and the others all hung their heads in silence, their faces ashen, as if they were standing at death's door. How had the once proud Ning clan fallen to such a state? Would they really have to kneel before the world and admit their faults in front of everyone? A wave of bitterness welled up in Ning Tianwu's heart, filling him with sorrow. If they truly knelt, the Ning family would be completely ruined, stripped of all dignity. Just then, a buzzing sound rang in his ears. Startled, everyone from the Ning family looked up to see a drone rapidly descending toward them, its camera capturing their every move. Since the start of the conflict, this was the first time a drone had dared to approach them so closely. In the past, the Ning family had been so proud that they barely noticed drones, driving them away countless times. But today, their eyes were hollow. They had neither the will nor the energy to resist. Wow, look at their faces. I've never seen anything like this. They look like they've just lost everything. They'll remember this scene forever. Recording now. Let's see what Ning Yuan does. Will he really make the Ning family kneel in front of everyone? Can he be that ruthless? After all, their family. The live stream chat was flooded with comments as millions of viewers held their breath, waiting for Ning Yuan's final verdict. Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. At this moment, Ning Yuan's decision would determine the Ning family's fate. Although they appeared to be mere onlookers, they were already prepared for anything. If the Ning family chose to fight Ning Yuan to the bitter end, they would not stand by and do nothing. Be ready. If the Ning family decides to go all out, we'll have to respond. Ning Yuan won't back down easily, Lei Lai said quietly, his eyes grave. Suddenly, a deep hum filled the air, sending a tremor through everyone present. They all looked up to see a pillar of six-colored light descending from the sky with overwhelming force. Ning Yuan had arrived. Moving at incredible speed, Ning Yuan appeared before them in the blink of an eye, exuding an aura that seemed to swallow the world. The Yuan Guang divine machine hovered above the ground, its massive wings spread wide like a mythic dragon, radiating tremendous power. Suspended 7 or 8 meters in the air, it looked down on everyone below, like a supreme deity. Ning Tianwu glanced back at the bowed heads of the Ning family, knowing there was no escaping what was about to happen. His heart was heavy with helplessness and bitterness. He looked up at the majestic machine above. Ning he had just started to speak when a powerful, icy voice thundered from the machine, carrying an overwhelming authority. Kneel. Kneel. Down. The booming command echoed across the wilderness, shaking the very clouds. In an instant, the faces of the Ning family turned as pale as paper, and Ning Tianwu looked utterly grim. He didn't even have a chance to speak. The pressure from the divine machine was as heavy as a mountain, intensifying with every passing second. Boom. The next moment, Ning Tianwu's body swayed, and with a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees. A wave of overwhelming humiliation crashed over him, making him wish he could faint on the spot. His face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, yet he didn't dare resist. This scene stunned not only the Ning family, but even Ning Yuan, who was looking down at them from above. He was taken aback by Ning Tianwu's resolve. As the family head, Ning Tianwu truly showed a sense of responsibility that few could bear, knowing there was no escape. He chose to kneel and admit fault without hesitation. Cries of disbelief erupted from the Ning family's ranks. No one could believe what they were seeing. The family head, who had always seemed lofty and imposing, was actually kneeling. Patriarch! Patriarch! This is outrageous. Patriarch, you don't need to do this. Let's fight him together. That's right, would rather die than submit. Many clan members, shocked and furious, glared up at the divine machine, their eyes filled with deep resentment. Some immediately summoned their own divine machines among them, terrifying guardian and warlord class machines. Powerful, fierce auras erupted in the air as these machines fixed their sights on Ning Yuan, ready to charge at any moment. Just as the tension reached its peak, a thunderous shout cut through the chaos. Enough! Everyone, stand down! Ning Tianwu roared, instantly regaining his authority as head of the family, his icy gaze sweeping over the clan. Yes, sir. Although confused, everyone obeyed and withdrew their divine machines, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, Ning Tianwu glanced at Lei Lai and the others nearby, only to see them smiling innocently. Cowards! Ning Tianwu cursed inwardly, having just seen Lei Lai and his group ready to give some order, only to now pretend to be harmless. Taking a deep breath, Ning Tianwu looked up at the divine machine and spoke sincerely. I know you're angry with the family, and it's true we owe you an apology. But you can't deny that there are people in this family who treated you with kindness, who saw you as a brother or sister. For their sake, can you let them go? There was a hint of pleading in his voice, and his eyes shone with earnestness. The entire field fell silent. No one expected Ning Tianwu's resolve to be so strong, not only kneeling, but also swallowing his pride to negotiate with Ning Yuan. The air seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, waiting for Ning Yuan's response. After a long silence, Ning Yuan's cold voice finally rang out. Fine. I can't deny that there were those in the family who treated me kindly, or, at the very least, didn't show me any malice. He'll name them myself. His gaze swept over the crowd like lightning, as if he could see right through each person's past. Ning Shuero, Ning Qinyang, Ning Chongping, Ning Chaoyu stepped forward. Aunt Lu, I remember you once spoke up for me at school. Aunt Zhang. You used to give me an extra chicken leg at meals, and Ning Longxing, Aunt Su. As Ning Yuan recited each name, everyone was stunned. No one had expected him to remember even the smallest acts of kindness like an extra piece of chicken. Those who had just been filled with indignation now had nothing more to say. Justice for wrongs, gratitude for kindness was right. They had been the ones to do harm first, and kneeling to apologize was already the lightest punishment. In the end, many members of the Ning family, including Ning Tianwu and Ning Yuan, knelt in unison before the cameras. "We're sorry." Their voices rang out in unison across the wilderness. The sight of a powerful family kneeling in apology shocked countless viewers online. This moment would surely be remembered for decades, if not centuries, to come. Ning Yuan's sharp decisiveness also left a deep impression on many. He kept his word and showed no mercy when it came to his enemies. As the youngest ever to earn the golden emblem in Longhua, he displayed the true resolve of a leader, cold and determined against his foes, yet never forgetting even the smallest kindness. He made clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. Countless people flocked online to share their thoughts. After this incident, the public's respect and admiration for the youngest golden emblem holder in history reached new heights. The youngest golden emblem in Longhua. One side was an ancient family from the imperial capital. This nationally anticipated showdown had just come to a close. Yet, the storm it stirred was far from over. In fact, it was only beginning. "Damn, did you see Ning Yuan's battle against the Ning family? That was insane, total domination," an excited user posted on a forum. "Who didn't watch it?" Someone replied immediately. "I'm just as hyped as you are. Ning Yuan's divine machine was absolutely off the charts. I'm really curious who helped him upgrade that divine machine." A third voice joined in. "Everyone knows Master Mo is a legend, world-renowned. The Dark Devourer divine machine is no joke either, especially with its monster-controlling power, but even that got crushed. Minimum power reading of 8,400. And that six-colored torrent as the main weapon? That's just unreal. One wrong move, and you're getting hit with that flood, totally helpless." The internet was abuzz with discussion, all centered around Ning Yuan's standout performance in that match. After all, going 1 against 4 and still dominating was just too impressive. It was no wonder everyone was shocked. For a while, the question of who upgraded Ning Yuan's divine machine became the hottest topic online. It was the 5th day after the decisive battle. On the top floor of the Cloudview Hotel in Jiangcheng, neon lights sparkled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city glowing like a river of stars. Inside a private room, only 2 people sat facing each other, the atmosphere relaxed and intimate. Ning Yuan casually picked up a piece of charcoal-grilled exotic beast meat and popped it into his mouth. The meat was tender, melting instantly, with a wild, unique flavor. "Haha, you've really become the talk of the town." Wei Feng raised his glass, jacket casually draped over his chair, his strong arms exposed, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Everyone online is guessing which master helped you upgrade your divine machine." Ning Yuan took a sip of wine, the liquid swirling in the glass, reflecting his calm face. He replied lightly, "Let them guess." The Ning family really took a hit this time. Wei Feng suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in, his expression turning serious. "Latest news: Ning Tianwu is stepping down." Ning Yuan paused for a moment, but his expression remained calm. That was inevitable. Someone who kneels in public could never remain the head of the family. He set down his glass, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What are you getting at? You know about their ancestral divine machine, the Night Tyrant?" Wei Feng's eyes sharpened, his voice dropping even lower. Now that Ning Tianwu is out, and since the Night Tyrant has always been controlled by the family head, there's a huge uproar in the Ning family right now. He paused. "One thing's for sure, whoever gets the Night Tyrant will be the next head of the family." Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. "Each person's life-bound divine machine comes from their bloodline and soul," Wei Feng continued. "If the owner dies, the divine machine disappears too. But in families like the Nings, some valuable divine machines are passed down through secret arts from generation to generation. That's the true power of these old families." He tapped the table with his knuckles. "That's why bloodline matters so much. Only direct descendants can control the ancestral Night Tyrant." "So, you're saying I have a claim to it?" Ning Yuan sipped his wine with a half-smile, the rim of his glass reflecting the sharpness in his eyes. "More than just a claim." Wei Feng slapped the table, his voice rising with excitement. "You're underestimating your influence. If you wanted it, they'd be begging you to take over. In this world, strength is everything." Ning Yuan spun his glass nonchalantly. "Well, see." He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. He hadn't forgotten that Ning Yuan, who hated him to the bone, still hadn't been dealt with completely. Some things still needed to be settled for good. But now wasn't the right time. Ning Yuan swirled his glass, the wine glowing amber under the lights. With a slight smile, he said, "Enough about that. Why don't you tell me what you really came here for? I don't buy it. As the head of the Blood Cloud Mountain base, there's no way you're so free that you'd just come invite me out for a meal." Ning Yuan's voice was thick with suspicion as he fixed a sharp gaze on Wei Feng across the table. Wei Feng burst out laughing. the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. I knew I couldn't fool you. Sure, we're friends, but even I wouldn't go that far. With a swift motion, he pulled a neatly folded report from his tactical belt and slapped it heavily onto the table, making a dull thud. Take a look at this. Ning Yuan noticed an unusual anger burning in Wei Feng's eyes, normally calm and steady, but now smoldering like hot coals. Frowning, he reached for the report and slowly unfolded it. The moment he read the contents, his confusion turned to fury. The report listed several clear terms. 1. Pricing. Each Storm's Wrath mech weapon costs 10,000 spirit crystals, with 50 of the payment required in rare resources from the Dragon Nation. 2. Maintenance. Every repair requires a Sakura Nation engineer, with daily travel expenses of 100,000 spirit crystals per person. 3. Combat clause. Sakura Nation retains full control over the mech weapons. In the event of a conflict between the two countries, their engineers have backup access and can remotely destroy all units. This was a strategic proposal from the Dragon Nation's military for dealing with the growing threat of secret realms, emphasizing the urgent need to equip a large number of powerful mech weapons. Normally, international trade was fair enough, but this time, Sakura Nation was making outrageous demands. 10,000 spirit crystals per unit was already steep, and demanding half the payment in rare resources meant they could simply sit back and claim half the hard-won spoils of Dragon Nation's warriors. Even worse, Sakura Nation's engineers could remotely wipe out all the equipment at any sign of dispute. Sakura Nation has lost their minds, Ning Yuan said coldly, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the paper, which trembled in his hands. This isn't a trade agreement, it's a colonial treaty. Immediately, details about the Storm's Wrath mech flashed through his mind. Mech equipment, Storm's Wrath. Type, light crossbow. Grade, elite. Attribute, wind. Power, 20002-600. Attack rate, 120 per minute. Registered owner, Sakura Nation Kazuo Kazakasa. Domestic price, 2,000 spirit crystals in Sakura Nation. This was an elite-grade main weapon designed by Sakura Nation's engineers, specifically for their seasoned warriors. Its biggest selling point was the ability to be mass-produced with minimal requirements, though it consumed huge amounts of spirit crystals. As a main weapon, it offered no armor. The warriors wielding it were still flesh and blood. Ning Yuan was familiar with this mech weapon from Sakura Nation. It was the best of its kind in the past 30 years, with orders placed by countries all over the world. With a power rating of 20002-600 and a firing rate of 120 per minute, it could deal over 300,000 damage as superweapon for any ordinary soldier without an awakened main mech weapon. By comparison, the Dragon Nation's own mech weapons lagged behind. In fact, Storm's Wrath was in a league of its own globally, far ahead of any competition. That's why Sakura Nation could afford to make such outrageous demands. For a mech engineer, installing a failsafe in the core system like a self-destruct mechanism was a trivial task. Any attempt to tamper with the weapon would trigger an explosion, and if the engineer ever felt threatened, they could remotely detonate the devices. This kind of backdoor was standard practice, just in case the tide ever turned against them. But Sakura Nation's greed was still hard to stomach. So, you want me to try building a mech weapon of our own, so we're not at Sakura Nation's mercy anymore? Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked sharply at Wei Feng, quickly catching on to his idea. Exactly. Wei Feng nodded emphatically, slamming his glass on the table so hard that liquor splashed out and formed a small wet patch. His face was grim and furious. There's no way we can accept these terms, but right now, we have nothing that can replace Storm's Wrath. That's why I thought of you. Leaning in, Wei Feng lowered his voice, his expression deadly serious. Storm's Wrath was modeled after Sakura Nation's legendary tyrant-class warrior, Hurricane Tyrant. I've seen your unique mech creations. If anyone can pull this off, it's you. Ning Yuan was speechless. In a world where people wield swords, spears, bows, or elemental staves, was he really supposed to invent a Gatling gun? He couldn't help but picture it. While others charged into battle with swords and bows, or at worst, a staff Dragon Nation's warriors would show up wielding Gatling guns. Wouldn't that look completely out of place? Ning Yuan fell silent, but he was seriously considering whether this was possible. If a masterwork mech weapon was good enough, it could fetch an astronomical price. In this world, a mechanist's patent fees were not bound by any time limit. A single exceptional mech weapon could provide for 10 lifetimes, as long as it was outstanding enough for someone to want to buy it. Maybe I really could give it a try? Ning Yuan frowned in thought, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. He took stock of his situation. He needed to prepare for his advancement to Guardian level in advance, and at the same time, he already owned 2 gold-devouring beasts, the Demon Slayer sniper rifle and the 6-phase Divine Retribution mech. These weapons made him incredibly powerful, but every piece was worth a fortune, each one built from a mountain of gold. A top-tier Guardian-class mech could bankrupt an ordinary person, let alone the fact that he had 2. And after Guardian, there were still the Marshal, Lord, and tyrant classes, there was no way he could keep feeding these two gold-eating beasts just by helping others upgrade their mechs for spirit crystals. That would be no different from slogging away at a thankless job. Landing a mechanist contract with steady, long-term income really did sound like a good idea. Ning Yuan's eyes flickered. This wasn't just about helping Wei Feng. It was about planning for his own future. So what do you think? Give it some thought. I promise you won't regret it. Wei Feng leaned forward slightly, his gaze sincere. Ning Yuan snapped back to reality, but couldn't give a direct answer. I need to go back and research it first. To be honest, he wasn't sure himself. Were there any blueprints for mech weapons in the Vault of the Gods? He had only ever used it to enhance his own life mech, never for external weapon designs. All right, take your time to look into it. Wei Feng nodded emphatically, patting Ning Yuan on the shoulder. They'll be waiting for your good news. Jiuxiao Court Penthouse Suite. Ning Yuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights of Jiangqing spread out beneath him like a river of stars. He raised his wrist and spoke softly. Search keywords: Sakura Country, Dragon Country, Storm Fury, Cooperation. As the command was given, his tactical watch projected a holographic display, streams of information cascading before his eyes. Ning Yuan's pupils narrowed as he spotted the latest update from the verified account of Sakura Country's Storm Technology, the company that produced Storm Fury. Storm Technology Department. Congratulations to the Dragon Country delegation for returning to discuss another Storm Fury purchase. In the comments section, Sakura Country's netizens were in an uproar, their posts brimming with excitement. Looks like Dragon Country is coming back to beg for another purchase. I say Storm Tech should raise the price by another 50, it's not like they have any other options. IP, Sakura Country. Why not have them trade women for it? One pretty girl for one Storm Fury, huh? IP, Sakura Country. Not a bad idea. Since Dragon Country can't make high-end mech weapons, they might as well use women and resources to trade. That's their biggest bargaining chip. IP, Sakura Country. Ning Yuan noticed that Storm Technology's official account had actually liked this comment, and even replied with a mocking emoji. His fingers tightened, knuckles turning white, and his expression darkened. Scrolling further, he saw angry responses from his fellow countrymen. Damn it, what's with all the barking? Meet us offline, and we'll show you who's boss. The mighty Sakura Country only has one Storm Tech to brag about. And you're getting cocky? You're just a tiny island, we could wipe you out with a wave of the hand. But these comments had been flagged by the system as content folded. Further down, a highly upvoted Sakura Country comment stood out. Why are Dragon Country netizens so anxious? If you've got the guts, don't buy it. Storm Tech's overwhelming lead is an undeniable fact. Did we beg you to buy from us? Haha. This arrogant comment sparked a huge uproar on social media. The official Storm Tech account quickly replied, "Let's keep the conversation civil, please." Then they added, "That said, there is indeed a technological gap. We understand why our friends from Dragon Country might feel anxious." Ning Yuan frowned as he watched the scene unfold. While these online arguments couldn't shake the broader cooperation between the two countries, seeing the arrogant attitudes of the Sakura Country netizens made his blood boil. Without hesitation, he tapped his tactical watch and, using his gold badge verified account, left a simple comment. "Fine, then we won't buy it." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit university dorm room, Lin Mo clutched his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The cold glow of the screen reflected in his bloodshot eyes as the harsh comments in the Storm Tech thread kept refreshing. These bastards. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and hammered out a rebuttal, only to have his comment deleted almost instantly. Just then, a dazzling gold verification badge suddenly appeared at the top of the comment section. Dragon Country military gold badge verified. Ning Yuan. Fine, then we won't buy it. That one brief sentence was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Lin Mo shot up in bed, barely noticing when his phone smacked him in the face. With trembling fingers, he tapped open the gold badge profile, and, seeing the photo of the six-colored divine machine on the homepage, felt his eyes well up with emotion. Holy crap! Holy crap! He started pounding on his roommate's bunk. Check the forum right now. Ning's gold badge account just dropped the hammer. The entire dorm erupted in cheers. After posting that comment, Ning Yuan didn't bother to check the online storm head just unleashed. He shut off his tactical watch, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Celestial Divine Vault, let's see if there's a divine machine blueprint that can put Sakura Country in their place. As he focused his thoughts, the book of knowledge materialized in the air, its pages fluttering with a soft rustle. But unexpectedly, instead of turning to the Celestial Divine Vault chapter, the book stopped on the page for the demon-slaying sniper rifle. A new entry had appeared. Locked Divine Machine Main Weapon. Progress, 01, 500, 000 Spirit Crystals. The sudden change made Ning Yuan's eyes widen and his heart race. Unlike before, this wasn't a divine machine for life support, but a main weapon, something entirely different. The price had also shot up to 1.5 million Spirit Crystals. It's just Spirit Crystals, right? Here you go. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate as he poured in 1.5 million Spirit Crystals. In the next instant buzz, the sealed page burst into radiant light. As the brilliant light faded, the true form of the divine weapon was finally revealed. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. This was no unfamiliar piece of equipment. It was unmistakably the legendary Ultimate Reaper, the fire god Gatling. He stared intently at the stats before him. 6 dark red barrels were arranged in a honeycomb pattern, the heavy body covered with intricate cooling vents, emanating an intimidating, murderous aura. Even as a blueprint, it was enough to make one sense the terrifying power this weapon possessed. Elite grade, dual attributes of metal and thunder, firing rate of 1,500 rounds per minute, power ranging from 1,364 to 1,569. Ning Yuan went through the numbers, each figure making his heart race faster. This combination of attributes was designed for pure devastation. Metal for maximum penetration, thunder for area damage, and a staggering 2 million damage per minute. The only drawback might be its weight, an entire 100 gene. For ordinary people yet to awaken their divine weapons, that would be a real burden. Their soul amplitude barely exceeded 100, so the physical enhancement from soul power was minimal. And since this wasn't a life-type divine machine, without soul resonance, it was a solid 100 gene. But what did that matter? Compared to the Storm Fury, which was the pride of the Japanese side, this weapon left it in the dust. A smile crept onto Ning Yuan's lips. All the soul fragments he had collected with Ning Beichen, Ning Xiaoyu, and the others were finally paying off. Now, his soul amplitude was nearing its peak, and he was just a step away from advancing to the Guardian rank. The stats for the 6-fold Divine Judgment, Heavenly Prison Armored Suit were even more astonishing, standing 35 meters tall, weighing 9,800 tons, equipped with the Thunder Phoenix Divine Judgment Core, Void Warp Dragon Wings, and the Endbringer Titan Star Abyss Armor. It had evolved from a high-performance monster into an apocalyptic weapon, reaching the threshold of the general class. Just imagining piloting such a machine was enough to set his blood racing. Crashing through mountains and seas would be nothing. The shockwaves from its mere movement could instantly wipe out ordinary people. Of course, such immense power came at an astronomical price. The total cost of 13 million soul crystals was enough to make anyone gasp in disbelief. Of course, if you're not aiming for the absolute highest performance, a top-tier setup can be had for around 8 million. But this night was destined to be anything but calm. With just one statement, Ning Yuan stirred up a storm online. As a spokesperson for the Jinhui Corps, his words reflected the stance of the Longwa military, carrying undeniable weight. Longwa netizens erupted in cheers and likes. Ning Jinhui is so bold. If we're not buying, then fine, simple and decisive. I've been sick of Sakura country for ages. This finally feels satisfying. Others took a more thoughtful approach. Is this his personal opinion or the military's directive? If they're giving up on the Storm's fury, do they have a replacement main weapon ready? Storm Technology quickly posted an official statement. Regrettably, the arrogance of certain individuals in Longwa has forced us to re-evaluate the possibility of cooperation. Technical exchange requires mutual respect. Sakura country's netizens were instantly fired up. Well done. Let Longwa cry in the secret realm. Raise the price by 50, they have no other choice anyway. Some even resorted to malicious taunts. Why not trade Longwa women for technology? Inside Storm Technology's headquarters in Sakura country, Jiro Kazugoromo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling the amber whiskey his secretary had just poured. President, what if Longwa really stands firm on this? His alluring secretary asked in a low voice. They want. Jiro sneered, analyzing the situation. Right now, with the secret realms in turmoil, the global situation is precarious. 50 years ago, Longwa's Longyuan defense line fell, millions perished. That same year, our own Hokkaido secret realm went out of control, costing tens of millions of lives. Just months ago, our stable Ghost Devourer realm became unstable. The Free States and Bear Nation have also reported anomalies. He crushed the ice in his glass. Longwa got lucky, eradicating the bloody old capital after 38 years. But their territory is too vast, and they have too few official mecha pilots. They have no choice but to rely on external machines to hold the line. Suddenly, a shrill call interrupted him. It was Kenichi Yamamoto, the head of technology. President, check Longwa's official website. Ning Yuan just released a design for a new mecha main weapon. Yamamoto's voice was nearly a scream. Jiro clicked on the military announcement with little concern, but the next second, his pupils contracted sharply. The specs of Ning Yuan's new Vulcan Gatling officially endorsed by the Longwa military stabbed at his eyes. Metal and lightning dual attributes, power rating 136-41569, and a firing rate of 1,500 rounds per minute. How is this possible? When did Longwa master technology at this level? Jiro's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. The announcement of the Vulcan Gatling set off a huge wave in the online world. Ning Yuan didn't pay much attention to the frenzy, but news about it kept reaching him. Almost as soon as the specs were released, Kazuo Fu, the head of Sakura Country Storm Technology, called him in a hurry. Gone was his previous arrogance. Instead, he was eager to lower prices and cooperate. However, The Longhua military rejected the offer without hesitation. Online, netizens from Sakura country, who had once boasted about their own technology, were now silent Storm's fury. Their pride and joy was instantly overshadowed by the Vulcan Gatling's overwhelming superiority. At this moment, Ning Yuan was lounging in the top suite of Jiuxiao Huading, sprawled on a sofa made from the world's rarest snow velvet beast hide. His full attention was on his personal terminal as he calculated his assets. Military merit, 128,000. Lingjing balance, 35.2 million. The source of this wealth was clear. The Vulcan Gatling blueprint had earned him an initial reward of 100,000 military merit and 5 million Lingjing, with future patent royalties still to come. Had also received 30 million Lingjing in compensation from the Ning family. With this foundation, I can try to advance to the Guardian rank, Ning Yuan murmured to himself. The holographic interface of the military merit exchange system unfolded before him, displaying a dazzling array of Guardian-level materials. He quickly locked onto 3 core pieces of equipment: Celestial Prison Dragon Wings, Void Warp, an external weapon system made up of 7,200 Godslayer blades, requiring 30,000 military merit and a silver emblem rank. Endbringer Titan, Abyssal Armor, top-tier armor hailed as invincible among Guardians, also requiring 30,000 military merit and a silver emblem rank. Thunder Phoenix, Divine Punishment Core, capable of handling energy output beyond the Guardian limit, with the same requirements as the first 2 pieces. But just then, the holographic image of the Thunder Phoenix, Divine Punishment Core, suddenly flickered and vanished, replaced by a new message: out of stock. Origin: Longyuan's Secret Realm. Longyuan Frontline. Ning Yuan frowned. The name of one of Longwu's most dangerous war zones instantly pulled his thoughts toward that mysterious and unpredictable battlefield. With his level of clearance, there was almost nothing he couldn't find out. The Longyuan line of defense, formerly known as the Qinling Mountains, had changed dramatically after the cataclysm. The land had expanded to cover more than 400,000 square kilometers, stretching out like a colossal, unbroken dragon of mountains. Around this vast region, millions of citizens of the Dragon Nation lived peaceful lives. But 50 years ago, disaster struck quietly. A secret realm spiraled out of control, and pollution surged forth like a tide, engulfing the nearby population. The military quickly launched an investigation and discovered that these people hadn't died, they were trapped inside the secret realm, unable to escape. The only solution was to break into the heart of the realm and free everyone held within. From that moment on, the area was renamed the Longyuan Line of Defense. So, I need to venture into the Longyuan secret realm? Ning Yuan frowned, a look of gravity flickering in his eyes. The Longyuan secret realm was no ordinary place. It was a massive, self-contained world, home to countless exotic beasts. His target, the Thunder Prison Phoenix, was one of the most fearsome creatures dwelling there. After a brief moment of thought, Ning Yuan took out his communicator and dialed Wei Feng's number. On the top floor of the Yunduan Hotel in Jiangcheng, neon lights glittered outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a brilliant glow over the 2 figures seated across from each other. Wei Feng knocked back a shot of strong liquor, his Adam's apple bobbing before he let out a hearty laugh. Ning Yuan, you've really surprised me this time. Wei Feng's eyes shone with undisguised amazement. I never expected you to move so fast. In just one night, you came up with a design even better than Storm's Fury. When Head first heard the report from his subordinates, Wei Feng could hardly believe it. Normally, even if Ning Yuan started working right away, it would take at least a year or 2 to see results. This wasn't something you could just pick up at the market. Storm's Fury had kept nations around the world in awe for years for good reason. But when Wei Feng saw the specs Ning Yuan released with his own eyes, he was stunned. Was this the true power of a divine mecha engineer? That guy from Sakura country personally called the military this morning, begging for a friendly exchange, Wei Feng said with a mocking grin. He said he wanted to discuss technical cooperation with Ning Jinhui in person. Huh. A faint smile tugged at Ning Yuan's lips. This was reality. When Sakura country held the monopoly on advanced technology, they flaunted their power and dictated the terms to the Dragon Nation. But the moment the Dragon Nation unveiled something even more advanced and formidable, those arrogant faces turned obsequious in an instant. Strength always speaks the loudest. All these years, we've swallowed our pride just to buy Storm's Fury. Wei Feng's smile faded, his expression turning cold. He tapped the table with his fingers. Prices doubled. After-sale service was a nightmare. Their attitude was condescending. The public has had enough. He clapped Ning Yuan firmly on the shoulder. But thanks to you, we finally shut them up. Ning Yuan simply shrugged, not wanting to dwell on the topic. He got straight to the point. I'm here about something else. Do you know about the Thunder Prison Phoenix Divine Judgment Crystal Core? Wei Feng's expression changed instantly. He set down his chopsticks, his face growing serious and his voice dropping low. You mean the Longyuan line of defense? Ning Yuan caught the flash of pain in his eyes. As a soldier of the Dragon Nation, being forced to watch millions of citizens trapped in the secret realm was a torment like no other. It was as if millions of his own people had been abducted by a hostile power. How could anyone accept that? What do you want to know about the Thunder Prison Phoenix's Divine Judgment Core for? Wei Feng took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He looked at Ning Yuan, his brows slightly furrowed. "In preparing to upgrade my divine weapon." Uft. Before Ning Yuan finished speaking, Wei Feng spat out his drink. He shot up from his seat, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Ning Yuan. "Guardian class? Your soul amplitude has reached the threshold?" Wei Feng's shock was understandable. In his memory, Ning Yuan had only recently advanced to the elite class. For most recent graduates, reaching elite was already a lifetime achievement, and meeting the soul amplitude required for guardian class was incredibly rare. Being a guardian meant truly stepping into the ranks of the powerful. "Oh right, you have a blood essence crystal with the corrupted heart, don't you?" Wei Feng suddenly realized, looking relieved. "That makes sense. Otherwise, how could you progress so fast? Even geniuses have their limits." "I'm just a bit short on soul amplitude," Ning Yuan admitted with a nod. His soul amplitude had already reached 8, for 50, just 50 points short of the maximum. A quick trip to any secret realm would be enough to make up the difference. "So, do you have any news about the Thunder Prison Phoenix's Divine Judgment Core?" Ning Yuan cut straight to the point, frowning. "Unfortunately no," Wei Feng replied, spreading his hands and sighing. "The Thunder Prison Phoenix is a top-tier guardian-class beast, and it only lives in the Long Yuan secret realm. But you know as well as I do, that place has been out of control for years. There's no stock left." "I see." Ning Yuan wasn't surprised by the answer. Although he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed, had already expected this outcome. The real problem was that this core was irreplaceable. The Thunder Prison Phoenix was practically unrivaled among Guardian-class beasts. Finding another beast core at the same level that also fit his needs would be nearly impossible. But giving up was out of the question. Ning Yuan had already made a plan. First, upgrade his demon-slaying sniper rifle to elite class, then find a way into the Long Yuan secret realm to hunt the required beast. After that, Wei Feng apologized for not being able to help and took his leave. Ning Yuan returned to his luxurious suite at Jiuxiaohuading. In the quiet room, Ning Yuan examined the elite-level attributes of his demon-slaying sniper rifle. Divine weapon main armament. Endbringer Godslayer Judgment Cannon. Level, Elite. Ability description. The barrel is inscribed with the laws of annihilation, compressing all energy into pure destructive force. An annihilation field forms within, turning every shot into an end-of-days judgment. Its power exceeds conventional limits, but it sacrifices all defensive capability. Core materials: 9 Suns Divine Crystal, Origin of Hellfire, Cataclysmic Scale, Void Star Core. Special note: a monstrous weapon that completely forsakes armor. Even at elite level, it retains its pure destructive essentia, true, god-slaying weapon. Ning Yuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Just as had expected, this terrifying weapon had elite-level power even during its awakening phase. Now, as an elite weapon, it possessed the overwhelming lethality of a Guardian-class weapon. It truly deserved its reputation as a Godslayer sniper rifle. One shot, one kill. The most striking thing was, despite being elite, it was still just a sniper rifle. It still existed solely as a main armament divine weapon. This means that all those rare treasures and intricate designs exist for one purpose: power. It's unbelievable. Even a beast as formidable as the Thunder Prison Phoenix, considered guardian level, probably couldn't withstand a single shot from this weapon. Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled with shock, and his heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. With this weapon, he could enter the Long Yuan defense line on his own. He quickly came up with a plan. First, upgrade his second main weapon, then head deep into the Long Yuan defense line, hunt down fierce beasts, and advance to Guardian-class mech. His thoughts raced, and Ning Yuan wasted no time. He immediately placed his orders. Just like before, the materials were delivered to a special warehouse. After all, once a Guardian-class mech is upgraded, the resulting power would be far greater than his Yuanguang-class mech. If he tried to upgrade here, the entire luxury hotel might be reduced to dust in an instant. Fortunately, the shortage of the Thunder Prison Phoenix Divine Judgment Core was only due to the secret realm malfunction, but all other required treasures for the upgrade were still available. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate at all and placed his orders swiftly. 9 Suns Divine Crystal, Hellfire Root, World-Defying Calamity Scale, Void Star Core, including military credits and spiritual crystals. All these materials were spent like a flood bursting through a dam, and his savings plummeted instantly. Meanwhile, as Ning Yuan busied himself upgrading his second main weapon, a storm was brewing outside because of his Vulcan Gatling. Storm Tech of Sakura Country had always dominated the field with their Storm's Fury main weapon, boasting about their superiority. However, Ning Yuan's simple response, "Fine, I won't buy it," was like dropping a bombshell, instantly creating a huge uproar. When the weapon's specs were revealed, everyone was stunned. The entire internet exploded. Netizens from Sakura Country were dumbfounded, while those from Dragon Country were overjoyed. Dual attributes of fire and lightning? A firing rate of 1,500 rounds per minute? This Vulcan Gatling was simply unbelievable. Some even noticed that the Gatling's design closely resembled Ning Yuan's six-pointed divine judgment elementalist. It was hard to believe that the prototype for Storm's Fury was actually the work of Sakura Country's tyrant-level powerhouse, Gale Tyrant. But what's so special about that? An attack power reaching 2 million per minute, absolutely insane. Can any experts confirm if this is real? Excited netizens flooded the Jiangxing Military Department's official account, demanding verification. The comments section was a frenzy, with everyone speculating about the authenticity of the specs. The Jiangxing Military Department didn't disappoint and responded quickly, confirmed. Boom. Those two simple words instantly ignited Dragon Country's entire internet, unleashing an unprecedented wave of excitement. The atmosphere was even more festive than the new year. As soon as the news was confirmed, the people of Longhua erupted in a frenzy of cheers. For decades, they had suffered humiliation under the oppression of Storm Fury, but today, they finally had a moment to hold their heads high. In less than half a day, Storm Technology's official account was completely overrun, and all the derogatory comments from Sakura Country were wiped away. Haha. 2 million damage per minute from the Vulcan Gatling now, that's a true elite artifact from Longhua. Sakura Country likes to talk big, huh? Let's see you brag now. Try saying buy it or not, I don't care again. What's Storm Fury anyway? Power between 2000 and 2600, 120 attacks per minute? No way. Whose trash weapon only does a few 100,000 damage per minute? The Mayfly Calamity in Sakura Country, that's a real deadly secret realm. It's crawling with thousands upon thousands of Mayfly monsters. Didn't we crush them a few months ago? Listen up, the Vulcan Gatling is not for sale to you. If you want it, you'll have to trade rare resources for it. People in Sakura Country were so furious they were grinding their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, but there was nothing they could do. The Vulcan Gatling's power was overwhelming, far surpassing their pride and joy, the Storm Fury. They simply couldn't understand how this strange weapon, neither bow nor crossbow, could be so terrifyingly powerful. Gatling. What a bizarre name. While Long was celebrated and the internet buzzed with discussion, the people of Sakura Country had no idea that their prized Storm Fury had already quietly fallen into Longwo's hands. At Jiangxing Airport, Storm Technology's private jet landed smoothly. The cabin door opened, and Kazuo Kazutani, dressed in a black suit with a cold, stern expression, strode down the steps. Following him was a graceful female secretary and several senior executives, all looking tense. Several cars were parked outside the airport, clearly marked with Storm Technology Longhua branch. The secretary hurried to catch up and asked quietly, Sir Kazutani, do you really need to handle these negotiations yourself? Kazuo Kazutani didn't answer. His gaze swept coldly across the Longhua sky, his fists unconsciously clenching. How could he not take this seriously? Less than 3 hours after the Vulcan Gatling's data was made public, the Emperor himself had called him, his voice unusually grave. Kazuo Kazutani, the situation with the Mayfly Calamity is out of control. We must get Longwo's Gatling. The Mayfly Calamity. Just thinking about that secret realm made Kazuo Kazutani's heart tighten and a flicker of fear cross his eyes. It was a true nightmare. The Mayfly Calamity was the most dangerous secret realm in Sakura Country. Hundreds of billions of Mayfly monsters lived within. Although each one was weak on its own, their sheer numbers meant that when a swarm formed, even a tyrant-level powerhouse could be worn down and killed. The monsters in this realm ranged from awakened to lord level, and if the contamination ever leaked out, almost no one in Sakura Country except for the tyrant-level warriors would survive. The entire country would become a wasteland. The firepower of Storm Fury was simply no match for a swarm of that scale. But the Vulcan Gatling gun, with its terrifying rate of fire of 1,500 rounds per minute and its lightning-based area damage, was a true nemesis to the insect swarms. This thought circled in Kazuo Fuya's mind, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His shifting expression caught the attention of the secretary beside him. Sir Kazuo, the female secretary asked softly. Kazuo Fui took a deep breath, his gaze heavy. This time, we're not here to negotiate. We're here to ask for help. His words landed like a hammer blow, making the executives behind him look even more grim. No one dared object, because the reality was undeniable. Longhua now held all the power. Ning Jinhui. Kazuo Fui looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting a complicated mix of emotions. Before coming here, he had pored over every scrap of information on this legendary figure. The deeper he dug, the more amazed he became. At 18, Ning failed his divine machine awakening and was mercilessly cast out by his family, left to fend for himself on the streets. Yet just half a month later, he made a stunning comeback, smashing military assessment records and becoming a superstar in Longhua. Soon after, he turned the tide during the bloody old capital mission, earning the title of the youngest gold emblem in Longhua's history. And finally, with the Vulcan Gatling, he became a household name throughout the land. Now, even as the head of Storm Technology, Kazuo himself had to come in person to seek an audience. It was nothing short of legendary. Yet what frustrated Kazuo was that all the information he could find was superficial. Contact details, address, social circle, personal preferences, even personality traits, everything was a blank slate. He had no way to approach Ning privately. Let's go. We're heading to Shuyan Mountain Base, Kazuo ordered decisively. He reasoned that since Ning Yuan's first mission, Bloody Old Capital, was at Shuyan Mountain Base, the base commander must have some connection to this genius. Should we try to reach Ning Yuan directly first? A subordinate ventured. As if we could, Kazuo shook his head. Longhua is known for protecting its geniuses. Someone at his level is sure to be under top-level security. On the outskirts of Shuyan Mountain Base, several black business vehicles marked Storm Technology Longhua Branch slowly entered the military-controlled area. Through the window, Kazuo gazed at the towering alloy walls in the distance, his expression unreadable. Sir Kazuo, the base has acknowledged our appointment request, but they'll only allow us to meet in the outer reception area. The subordinate in the front seat reported quietly. Kazuo snorted. This was exactly what he expected. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicles, they were blocked by fully armed Longhua soldiers. The officer in charge eyed them coldly. Please present your identification and submit to a security check. Kazuo suppressed his anger and complied. After a series of thorough checks, they were finally led to a reception room outside the base. Soon after, Wei Feng strode in, his uniform crisp and his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept it over the group. Mr. Fui, I've heard a lot about you, Wei Feng said flatly, not even offering a handshake. Now that we have the Vulcan Gatling, you can keep your so-called Storm Fury to yourself. Wei Feng thought with satisfaction. I don't have to cater to you anymore. Wei Feng sat directly at the head of the table, his hands folded on the surface as he glanced indifferently at the visitors across from him. So what brings you here today? Kazuo Kazugoromo took a deep breath, his shoulders tense, and forced a polite smile. Commander Wei, we're here to discuss a potential collaboration with your side's Ning Jinhui. Ning Yuan? Wei Feng raised an eyebrow, cutting him off without the slightest courtesy. He's not available. Kazugoromo's smile froze on his face, turning into a stiff mask. The subordinates standing behind him looked visibly upset, a flash of barely concealed anger in their eyes. Commander Wei. Kazugoromo clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, but he did his best to keep his tone calm. Stormtech has come here with genuine intentions. As long as Ning Jinhui is willing to talk, we're open to negotiation. I said he's not available. Wei Feng repeated coldly, his gaze sharp as a hawk sizing up its prey. He leaned forward slightly. Weren't you all quite tough before? Take it or leave it, you said? Why the sudden change in attitude? A vein throbbed on Kazugoromo's forehead as he swallowed hard, fighting to keep his anger in check. He spoke in a low voice. Commander Wei, you know as well as I do how dire the Mayfly disaster is. If we can't hold back the swarm, it won't just be Sakura Nation that suffers, the Dragon Nation will be affected too. Oh, Wei Feng arched an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair and resting his hands behind his head. So now you care about the bigger picture? Funny, I don't remember you being so selfless when you blocked after-sales support for our Storm's Wrath systems. Kazugoromo was left speechless, his face turning from red to pale as sweat beaded on his forehead. Wei Feng slowly rose to his feet, looking down at the group with an unmistakable chill in his voice. Mr. Kazugoromo, I suggest you leave. Ning Yuan won't be seeing you. And for the record, that's not my decision, it's what Ning Yuan told me personally. Wei Feng shrugged, thinking to himself that this was indeed Ning Yuan's intention. Right now, Ning Yuan was busy hunting fierce beasts and upgrading his secondary weapon. Just learning the schematics for elite-level Ender's Silence. Divine Judgment Cannon would take at least half a month. Even though he got these blueprints from the Celestial Vault, every symbol had to be mastered through his own effort. There were no shortcuts. How could he possibly have time to deal with people from Sakura Nation? Kazugoromo's expression shifted between frustration and resignation. Finally, he managed a strained smile. If the Mayfly disaster spirals out of control, the swarm will sweep across Asia. This isn't just our problem anymore. I hope you'll give it serious thought. Wei Feng let out a mocking laugh, slowly pulling a communicator from his pocket. The cool blue light from the screen reflected on his face. All right, let me ask Ning Yuan. He pretended to press a few buttons and muttered a few meaningless words, then ended the call and shrugged. Sorry, Ning Yuan says he's not interested. Wei Feng thought to himself, as if he'd have time for you. 10 days ago, after checking on the Long Yuan defense line, Ning Yuan had ordered a mountain of rare treasures for himself. Obviously, he was holed up somewhere in seclusion. That phone call was just for show. You. One of Kazugoromo's subordinates finally lost his temper, slamming his hand on the table so hard his chair clattered backwards. Pointing at Wei Feng, his face twisted in anger, he shouted, Don't push your luck, Dragon Nation. Don't think we have no other options. Wei Feng's eyes turned icy cold, hard as frozen steel. Snap. He flicked his fingers, the crisp sound echoing through the conference room. The doors immediately swung open and 4 fully armed Dragon Nation soldiers strode in, their boots thudding heavily on the floor. Their eyes were sharp as blades. What's this? You come into our territory and point fingers at me? Wei Feng sneered, his voice brooking no challenge. Teach him a lesson, maybe he'll think twice next time. Smack! Smack! Two soldiers stepped forward and, without hesitation, delivered two resounding slaps to the subordinate's face. The force of the blows sent him staggering backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After being struck, he didn't dare utter a single word of protest. The cold, murderous intent in the soldier's eyes snapped him back to his senses, sending a chill through his entire body. This was Longwo's territory. What they said went. All he could do was keep his head down and obey. Feng Yi's expression darkened, fury nearly blazing from his eyes, but he fought to restrain himself. Raising a hand, he motioned for his agitated men to stand down. Gritting his teeth, he forced out the words, "It was our mistake, Commander Wei." Wei Feng let out a cold snort and waved his hand dismissively. The soldiers immediately stepped back, but the tension in the conference room was suffocating. After a moment of silence, Feng Yi looked up, his voice low. "Since we can't meet Ning Yuan at the very least, let us witness the power of the Vulcan Gatling for ourselves. Surely that's not too much to ask?" Wei Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "Fine. I'll grant your request." As soon as he finished speaking, the metal doors of the conference room slid open with a thunderous clang. Wei Feng strode out in front, with Feng Yi and his group following silently behind. Passing through three heavy blast-proof gates, they finally reached the open-air training ground deep within the base. The training field stretched out endlessly. In the distance stood complex mock battlefield terrain, while nearby, all kinds of testing equipment were arranged in neat rows. At the center of the shooting platform stood a massive, dark red weapon with menacing barrels, the Vulcan Gatling. Feng Yi stopped abruptly. Even though Head steeled himself for this moment, seeing the weapon up close filled him with an almost suffocating sense of pressure. 6 thick, rotating barrels, lightning-like patterns flickering along the body, and a crimson crystal core embedded in the base all radiated a chilling aura of destruction. "So this is the Vulcan Gatling?" Feng Yi murmured, a flickering in his eyes. With his keen senses, he instantly recognized it for what it was, a true artifact, far surpassing his own Storm's fury. Nearby, a Storm Tech employee couldn't help but mutter, "Looks pretty intimidating, but honestly, it's ugly as sin. It's nothing compared to our Storm's fury. Our weapons have elegant lines and exquisite craftsmanship." Wei Feng's ears twitched, and a cold smirk appeared on his face. "Ugly, is it? Then let me show you how this ugly thing works." Without hesitation, he gave the order, "Prepare for a test. Target the simulated insect swarm, 100,000 units, 500 meters away." As soon as Wei Feng finished speaking, the entire training ground was plunged into darkness. With a mechanical hum, the metal walls surrounding them slowly lowered, revealing a ring of holographic projectors encircling the field. Thunder rumbled as the scene around Feng Yi and the others transformed completely. Yellow sand filled the air, dead trees lay scattered about, and the sky was thick with countless black specks. It was the unmistakable sign of a mayfly catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of monstrous mayflies, each as large as a hound, with blood-red compound eyes and vibrating wings that filled the air with a bone-chilling buzz. They gathered into a vast, swirling cloud, blotting out the sun as they hovered above the simulated battlefield, ready to descend at any moment. Physis, a Storm Tech employee's legs gave out, nearly dropping him to his knees, his eyes wide with terror. The scene before him felt like a nightmare from the mayfly disaster. A sky blotted out by swarming insects, the suffocating drone in the air, that overwhelming sense of dread. Just a simulation, yet it was enough to awaken their deepest fears of a real insect tide. Kazuo Kazuya's face drained of color, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't help but recall the tragedy 3 months ago. A crack unit from Sakura country had been wiped out, leaving not even bones behind, devoured by a swarm just like this. "Let's begin." Wei Feng waved his hand casually, as if what was about to happen was nothing more than an ordinary demonstration. Click. The barrel of the Vulcan Gatling gun began to spin, slowly at first, then accelerating to a speed almost impossible to track with the naked eye, leaving only a blur. Lightning patterns along the weapon's frame lit up one by one, and the crimson core erupted with a blinding light. Boom! A torrent of metal, shot through with lightning and fire, burst forth. Wherever the bullets flew, the air ionized into blue-violet trails, and every impact triggered a localized thunderstorm in the swarm. Hundreds of thousands of mayflies were torn apart by an invisible giant hand, bursting, carbonizing, and disintegrating in the flashes of lightning. Kazuo Kazuya's eyes were wide with disbelief. The metallic energy swirling around each bullet honed its tip to a razor edge, shredding the air into visible vacuum trails. The front ranks of the mayfly swarm didn't even have time to react before fist-sized holes appeared in their shells. The bullet's extreme penetration made them cut through the insects like red-hot irons through butter, carving a straight corridor of death through the swarm. The Vulcan Gatling is far more powerful than its specs suggest, Kazuo thought, shocked. That's supposed 2 million damage per minute at this rate. With bullets piercing through 10, even 20 layers, it's far more than that. and every shot carries chain damage. If a bullet pierces 20 mayflies, the chain effect could take out over 200. His temples throbbed. This weapon shattered everything he thought he knew. Within just 20 seconds, the simulated mayfly horde was wiped out. Ash drifted down over the training ground like a fall of black snow. Wei Feng turned around and asked lazily, "So, do you still think it's ugly?" The technician who had been talking tough earlier had collapsed to the floor, a wet patch spreading on his pants. Kazuo Kazuya's pupils shrank sharply, and only one thought remained in his mind: this weapon had to be his. Wei Feng looked at the battered group, a cold smile curling his lips as he dismissed them. "The test is over. You may leave." Kazuo turned stiffly, unsteady on his feet as he headed for the exit. Cold sweat had soaked through the back of his suit, and the roar of the Vulcan Gatling still echoed in his ears. The Stormtech staff trailing behind him looked utterly defeated. One even needed help to walk. Their pride had just been shattered, just as they were about to step out of the base. "Wait." Kazuo Kaze suddenly stopped and spun around. Wei Feng raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "Something else?" Kazuo bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching his knees in a gesture of utter humility. Maintaining this humiliating posture, he spoke, word by word. Please convey this to Lord Ning Yuan. As long as Longhua is willing to provide the Vulcan Gatling, we're prepared to pay any price. Any terms can be negotiated." Feng Yijira's voice was already trembling, yet there was a desperate determination in his tone, as if had burned all bridges behind him. Technology transfer, resource extraction, rights, even the source of the Yaki secret realm, the Yaki divine crystal. The moment those last words left his mouth, the entire entourage behind him gasped in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. Wei Feng's expression finally changed. The Yaki secret realm was Sakura country's most terrifying super-secret realm, its core tied to the mythical beast the Yaki Orochi. When the secret realm first appeared, it swept across the nation, nearly destroying Sakura country altogether. Sealing it away had cost them dearly. They spent enormous resources and sought help from powerful allies, finally suppressing it after years of struggle. The Yaki divine crystal, obtained from slaying the realm's source, was a legendary treasure of unimaginable power and value. Wei Feng's gaze grew serious. After a moment of silence, he suddenly gave a soft chuckle. "All right, I'll pass your message to Ning Yuan." Feng Yijiru remained deeply bowed, sweat dripping from his nose to the floor, his voice barely audible. "Please, I beg you. I won't see you off. You can make your own way back. I'll deliver your message," Wei Feng said, waving them off before turning decisively back toward the base. Feng Yijiru and his group stood at the entrance, cold wind seeping into their coats, their expressions bleak and defeated. They had humbled themselves to the extreme, all for the hope of acquiring the Vulcan Gatlinga weapon that could change the course of the war. After a long while, Feng Yijiru slowly straightened up and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Report to His Majesty the Emperor immediately." Meanwhile, while Feng Yijiru was swallowing his pride for the Vulcan Gatling, Zhang Jie's life was taking a dark turn outside the special warehouse in District B9 of Jiangqing. It was a heavy-duty, explosion-proof warehouse built of solid steel. At that moment, Zhang Jie and a dozen heavily armed guards were pressed against the thick walls, standing motionless. Fear and exhaustion were etched on every face. They looked like the walking dead. From deep within the warehouse came the unbearable screech of twisting metal, sharp and grating, as if some monstrous creature was trying to break free. A low, ominous hum of energy overload vibrated through the air, making the ground tremble. "Boss," one of the guards stammered, his face ghostly pale. "Are we going to end up writing another incident report? More importantly, are we really going to die here?" As he spoke, everyone unconsciously swallowed hard. 10 days. For 10 days straight, they had watched the once impenetrable B9 warehouse get battered and ravaged. When they were first assigned here, Zhang Jie's superior had clapped him on the shoulder and promised, "This one's an easy job." "Easy, huh? What a joke." Zhang Jie's lips twitched as that word echoed in his mind, feeling bitterly ironic. That ancestor inside hadn't stopped causing trouble since the moment they arrived. 3 days ago, a beam of crimson light had shot straight through the thick alloy walls from inside, its blast wave slashing out like a blade and instantly slicing 3 outer guard towers in half. The blood-red light lasted a full 10 minutes, even staining the clouds above the base an eerie, unnatural red. In that moment, Zhang Jie and everyone on duty were nearly paralyzed with terror. This was the B9 Special Warehouse. Its defenses rivaled a small war zone's central fortress, strong enough to withstand a blow from a tyrant-level powerhouse, and even resist a war general-level assault for 3 days and nights. Yet the person inside had punched a hole straight through. Immediately afterward, a torrent of murderous energy poured out from the breach, dark, suffocating, as if the gates of hell had been thrown open. Zhang Jie could swear that, for a moment, he truly thought he was dead. Boom. Another deafening explosion rocked the air, and the explosion-proof steel door bulged outward with a massive dent. The guards instinctively took 3 steps back, fingers gripping their weapons, but not one dared move forward. At that moment, only one thought filled their minds. This job is truly life-threatening. Inside Warehouse B9, the alloy walls were covered with web-like cracks, and the entire space was thick with a heavy, oppressive energy that felt as weighty as lead. In this stifling, dark red domain, Ning Yuan stood tall and unshaken, undisturbed by his surroundings. Floating before him was the Book of Knowledge, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated every corner of the warehouse. Suddenly, the pages began to flip rapidly, and countless glowing characters seemed to peel off the paper, weaving themselves into a complex, three-dimensional structure in midair. At the heart of this gathering of symbols, a massive form gradually took shape. It was a fierce, intimidating heavy sniper rifle, or more accurately, a cannon. Even at the elite level, it existed solely as a primary weapon for the divine machine, without any associated armor. Wreathed in a menacing aura, this sniper cannon was the ultimate weapon crafted specifically for the Yuan Guang divine machine. The gun's blood-red body was lined with sharp, angular edges, each one gleaming with a cold metallic sheen as if it could slice through the very fabric of space. The mere presence of this weapon caused fine black cracks to appear in the air around it, as though reality itself was beginning to fracture under its weight. It's done. Ning Yuan let out a quiet breath and waved his hand. The Book of Knowledge snapped shut with a thunderous sound, and the last cluster of glowing characters burst like sparks, merging into the formidable weapon before him. Divine Machine Primary Weapon, Endbringer Godslayer Judgment Cannon. Grade, Elite. Attribute, End of Days Godslayer. Enemies with power below 32,400 struck by this weapon are utterly obliterated, beyond recovery. Capable of inflicting fundamental destruction on all targets, tangible or intangible. Skill 1. Calamity of the Sinful Dragon. Single target super penetration, infused with the murderous energy of the Crimson Sin Dragon and the Calamity Scales. Penetrates all obstacles in its path. Power 38,000. Range 5,000 meters. Skill 2. Inferno of the Underworld. Infused with the essence of Netherworld Demon Fire and the roots of Karma Flame, further boosting power. Targets with power below 32,400 will be reduced to ash, immune to conventional restoration. Does not possess penetration. Skill 3. 9 Suns Descent Final Annihilation. Powered by 9 Sun Divine Crystals, forming a resonance. Power multiplies 9-fold in successive layers. Total power 291,600. Weapon sustains damage, requires half a month to recover. Amazing, terrifying. Ning Yuan stared, breath held, at the superweapon before him, a monster of his own creation. His gaze lingered on the deadly weapon, a hint of awe in his eyes. Running his fingers across the gun's surface, he could feel the raw power of destruction pulsing beneath the metal. Every ounce of material and every energy circuit had been devoted to pure offensive power, sacrificing all defensia, true instrument of slaughter. As his fingertips brushed along the barrel, the dark red metal shimmered with a dangerous light, as if recognizing its master's touch. Even its base power had reached 32,400, already approaching the threshold for Guardian-class weapons. If he unleashed its full potential, Ning Yuan couldn't help but wince at the memory of purchasing 9 Sun Divine Crystals. The price had been astronomical. Just one was an elite-level treasure, and had needed 9 at once. But in the end, it was worth every bit. With 9-fold power stacking layer by layer, the 9 Suns Descent Final Annihilation reached an almost unfathomable 290,000 in power. Even though the weapon would be damaged after use and require a 2-week cooldown, that hardly mattered. That was the great advantage of the divine machine. Everything could eventually be restored. Ning Yuan's eyes burned with intensity as he shouted, "Sixfold Divine Judgment Manifest." In an instant, the air inside the warehouse seemed to freeze. Within a dazzling stream of energy, a towering mech, 5 meters tall, slowly materialized. Its thick armor was etched with 6-colored elemental patterns that pulsed as if alive. The Storm Inglong's sky-soaring wings gradually unfurled, sending ripples through the space around it, as though tearing the very air apart. At the mech's chest, the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix's rainbow divine crystal radiated a brilliant glow, like a star blazing within flames, both graceful and imposing. Main weapon switch. Ning Yuan growled. Click-clang. With a crisp mechanical sound, the 6-barreled cannon on the mech's right arm began to break apart and reassemble. The 6-pointed divine elemental energy faded, replaced by a massive, dark red sniper cannon that appeared out of thin air, settling precisely into the mech's right hand. The moment the Doomsday Annihilation Godslayer Judgment Cannon connected with the mech, the Godslayer runes along its length lit up, resonating powerfully with the 6-fold divine patterns on the mech's chest. There was no sign of rejection, only the perfect fusion of two immense forces. Boom! A storm of dark red energy erupted around the mech, a violent blend of murderous intent and 6-fold power. Ning Yuan could feel it clearly. This weapon, designed solely for destruction, resonated with the 6-fold divine mech, creating a surge of power unlike anything had ever known. This was the true completed form. His heart pounded with excitement, overwhelmed by a force 10 times greater than when he first piloted the Yuan Guang Divine Mech. He raised the sniper cannon with one hand, the Nine Suns Divine Crystal rotating slowly, its core flickering with a dangerous light as it drew energy from the mech's power supply. Elite-level armor, Guardian-class firepower, and a warlord's finishing move, all this power was now gathered in his grasp. Now let's see what this Doomsday Annihilation, Godslayer Judgment Cannon can do. Ning Yuan took a deep breath as the Yinglong wings on the mech's back snapped open, whipping up a howling elemental storm. Each wing spanned over 10 meters, and every slight movement sent visible ripples through the air. The heavy alloy doors slowly opened. In a heartbeat boom, a raging torrent of energy, tinged with dark red, burst forth from the gap like a breached dam. The ground shook, the air crackled with blinding blue-violet arcs, and metal equipment within 100 meters vibrated with a piercing hum under the pressure. Zhang Jie and his men, already prepared, quickly retreated to a safe zone 300 meters away. Even so, the sheer force of the energy made them stagger backward. One guard couldn't help but complain. This is even crazier than what happened at Warehouse B7. Zhang Jie stared intently at the warehouse doors, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The last time Warehouse B7 was destroyed, that six-colored energy torrent had left a deep scar in his memory. Now, the same multi-hued light was glowing from the cracks in the door. Click-clang. Amidst the thunderous clash of metal, a five-meter figure slowly stepped out of the warehouse. The six-fold divine judgment Yuan Guang Mech was wreathed in streams of six-colored elemental power, its storm Yinglong wings fully spread, each twitch sending ripples through space itself. What truly terrified everyone was the massive, blood-red cannon in the mech's right hand. The runes along its barrel pulsed with a sinister crimson light, so intense it hurt just to look at it. Zhejiang Zhanga, one of the men, stammered, pointing at the mech. Isn't that the one that tore down B7 last time? Shut up. Zhang Jie smacked the man's helmet, though his own voice trembled. That's Lord Ning Yuan's divine mech. Who are you to judge? He cursed outwardly, but inside, a storm of fear raged. The power that destroyed B7 last time had changed weapons, and this new one looked even more terrifying enough to haunt his nightmares. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jie led his men forward. No need. You all carry on with your work, Ning Yuan said softly. Then, with a sweep of the storm Yinglong's wings, the mech shot into the sky in a streak of six-colored light, vanishing in an instant. Damn, Zhang Jie shouted, watching the soaring figure with envy. This is the life we all dream of. The guards beside him were just as envious, their hearts filled with longing for knowledge, wealth, youth, talent, and overwhelming strength. Six-colored bands of light tore through the clouds, leaving a brilliant trail of energy across the blue sky. The storm Yinglong wings on the back of the Yuanguang mecha were fully unfurled, each powerful beat sending visible ripples through the air. Ning Yuan's triumphant shout echoed inside the cockpit. Woo! The storm Yinglong wings spread wide like a dragon taking flight, streams of radiant energy tracing dazzling arcs from the wingtips. The mecha broke through the cloud cover, carving a blazing rainbow across the sky. Even though this wasn't his first time soaring above the earth, the sense of freedom and exhilaration still sent adrenaline surging through his veins. The Yuanguang mecha became a streak of light, racing out of the city as the vast wilderness unfolded beneath him, emerald forests rolling like waves, rivers glinting like silver ribbons in the sunlight, and majestic mountain ranges stretching to the horizon like the spine of a colossal dragon. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from the clouds to his side, a rampaging Thunder Eagle, an elite-class flying beast. With a wingspan over 15 meters, this fierce raptor clearly saw the mecha as a challenger, its body crackling with blue-violet lightning as it accelerated past the speed of sound. Now this is interesting. Ning Yuan laughed, surging forward as the storm Yinglong wings beat fiercely. Let's see what you've got. With a boom, the mecha surged ahead, six-colored energy trails zigzagging sharply through the air. The Thunder Eagle shrieked in fury, lightning arcing wildly around it, leaving dozens of afterimages in its wake. The Yuanguang mecha kept accelerating, its wings fully extended, painting the sky with vibrant energy streams. At that moment, the storm Yinglong wings performed at their absolute peak, blindingly fast, covering miles in the blink of an eye. As they drew neck and neck, a phantom dragon's roar echoed through the clouds, ancient and commanding. Ning Yuan unleashed the full power of the Yinglong wings, activating a trace of dragon soul energy. Instantly, the ferocious Thunder Eagle's feathers bristled in terror. With a panicked cry, it folded its wings and plummeted, only regaining control at 1,000 meters and fleeing without a backward glance. TCH, too easy, Ning Yuan muttered, a little disappointed. Opportunities for high-speed aerial duels like this were rare, but he had no choice but to move on. The mecha shot deeper into the wilderness as a rainbow streak, leaving behind a lingering sonic boom in the clouds. 300 miles away, Deep in the wild, Lin Yuan crouched low in the underbrush, holding her breath. The damp, decaying scent of leaves mingled with the coppery tang of blood. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on the massive steel-spined demon ape ahead over 5 meters tall, with a metallic sheen on its blood-stained back as it tore into an adventurer's corpse. Her teammates watched in tense silence, weapons at the ready. The steel-spined demon ape was one of the most dangerous elite-class beasts. Even with Lin Yuan leading a well-equipped team, they had to proceed with extreme caution. One slip could mean losing a teammate. Target confirmed. Steel-spined demon ape, elite-level threat. Lin Yuan's voice was calm as her gaze swept over the mutilated bodies nearby, her tone growing colder. According to intel, this beast had already wiped out 4 adventurer teams in the last 3 days. Her team held their breath, gripping their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the entire sky lit up. Lin Yuan instinctively looked up and saw a dazzling arc of 6-colored light sweeping across the sky, so brilliant that it instantly outshone the sun. Her pupils contracted sharply. This was Ning Jinhui's primordial light divine engine. She had encountered Ning Jinhui up close before, and the image of that 6-colored radiance was deeply etched in her memory. A deafening roar jolted Lin Yuan back to reality. Her heart skipped a beat. This was bad. She turned and saw the steel-spined demon ape, which had just been gnawing on a corpse, now alert and scanning its surroundings. Suddenly, the creature bolted without hesitation, crashing through trees with its massive iron back, snapping trunks with piercing cracks, its speed astonishing. Damn it! Move! Don't let it get away. Lin Yuan cursed under her breath and darted out of the bushes like an arrow. Her teammates looked helpless after crouching in wait for so long and preparing every move. All their plans were thrown into chaos by this unexpected turn. But there was no time to complain. They quickly gave chase. Hurry after it. We can't let it escape. The team shouted, their divine engines leaping through the forest, their distinctive forms easy to spot. Most of their machines were standard models, about 2 meters tall, a far cry from the 5-meter steel-spined demon ape. This is bad. A flash of urgency crossed Lin Yuan's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the fleeing beast. As the team's beast-type operator, she led the charge, anxiety gripping her. Suddenly, an unprecedented chill raced up her spine. She whipped around just in time to see a blinding pillar of light erupt behind her, its brilliance scorching her retinas. For a split second, she felt as though she had already been obliterated. It's not aimed at me. Lin Yuan's heart pounded as she sensed the threat of death, but quickly realized she was safe. Turning back, the sight before her was unforgettable. The steel-spined demon ape's massive body shattered like fragile glass, breaking apart in an instant. A thunderous explosion followed, the shockwave sweeping outward. Ancient trees within a radius of dozens of meters were instantly charred, ground plants vaporized, and even exposed rocks melted into glowing red liquid. Then boom! A powerful blast flung Lin Yuan through the air, sending her crashing backward along with the earth itself. She barely managed to adjust her posture mid-flight, skidding more than 10 meters when she landed. The pain nearly took her breath away. Trembling, she pushed herself up and saw a huge, deep crater at the center of the scorched earth. Scattered metallic crystals at the bottom were all that remained of the steel-spined demon ape. Captain, what was that? Where's the demon ape? Where did that giant beast go? Her teammates shouted in shock. Another teammate, eyes red with anxiety, pointed at the charred pit. I just blinked and holy crap. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up. Far in the distance, the 6-colored arc still hovered in the air, radiating waves of powerful energy. Even from 4,000 meters above the ground, the force made everyone's hearts race with unease. That far 4,000 meters. This is insane. One shot took out an elite demon ape? Lin Yuan's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She had spent a week meticulously planning this hunt, gathering her team, preparing 3 contingency plans, and yet their carefully chosen target was obliterated in a single strike. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, her shock beyond words. She glanced at the distant, now vanished arc of light, feeling an indescribable pressure. She stared at the spot in the sky where it had been, unable to calm her pounding heart. Captain, how are we supposed to write our mission report this time? A teammate asked cautiously. Lin Yuan's expression was grim as she snapped. Justice descended from the heavens. Ning Jinhui happened to pass by and fired a golden attack from 4,000 meters away. The steel-spined demon ape didn't even leave a trace. The team was speechless. No matter how they looked at it, the report sounded absurd. Who would believe it? But Lin Yuan ignored their doubts and simply said, just tell it like it is. She looked up again, but the 6-colored arc was gone, leaving only the blue sky and the wind-swayed forest, as if nothing had ever happened. Jiangxin, the city's premier long-range airport, hummed with the scent of steel and energy mingling in the air. Mighty mechanical aircraft took off and landed on the wide runway, some shaped like giant eagles with metallic wings gleaming in the sunlight, others resembling armored beasts, their heavy plating concealing immense power. The roar of engines made the ground tremble, and the air was thick with the unique smell of fuel and metal. This world was completely different from the one before. In the past, you could buy a plane ticket to anywhere in the country for just a few thousand yuan. Travel was cheap and easy. But here, the wilderness was filled with endless dangers and fierce beasts, making passenger flights a rare luxury. Even elite warriors and guardians had to think twice before crossing the wilds to reach another city. Every passenger aircraft was escorted by 2 Guardian-class combat machines, making safe flights across the wilderness especially precious. Inside the airport's departure lounge, every waiting traveler exuded authority and elegance. Their attire was refined, their demeanor composed, each one clearly someone of wealth or status. Some spoke softly among themselves, others focused intently on their terminal devices. Occasionally, they glanced out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the colossal machines waiting to carry them safely through perilous skies. Flight S-7532, Jiangxing to Ning Yuan, is now boarding. Passengers, please proceed to Gate 3 in an orderly manner. The cold, mechanical female voice echoed through the speakers. As the announcement ended, the crowd began to move toward the boarding gate. Cleared. After careful disguise, Ning Yuan, his expression cold and calm, passed through security without a hitch and stepped into the boarding corridor. He moved with an easy composure, as if this were just another ordinary trip, not one driven by a secret purpose. Upon entering the cabin, he was greeted by a wave of excitement and chatter. A young adventurer with a face full of freckles was looking around in awe, his eyes shining with excitement. So this is a passenger divine machine? It's my first time on one. His companion suddenly pointed out the window, his voice rising with excitement. Look, the escorts are from the Thunder Halberd series. I've seen them in the machine encyclopedia. The two pressed against the window, childlike wonder on their faces as they watched the combat machines outside. Across the aisle, a group of students in matching uniforms crowded around a burly man in a leather vest. He gestured animatedly, spitting as he spoke. Last month, I saw a Cloud Peak Thunder Rock hunting from my window. Its wingspan was even bigger than this aircraft. Lightning everywhere, crossing the sky in a flash, truly the ruler of the skies. Thank goodness for the combat escorts. His story drew gasps from the surrounding passengers. Clearly, aside from a select few with experience, most people were flying on a passenger divine machine for the first time, unable to hide their excitement. They chatted eagerly with those around them, while the seasoned travelers showed off their knowledge and traded stories, making the cabin buzz with lively conversation. Ning Yuan slipped quietly through the crowd, scanning the seat numbers. His seat was in the middle section of the cabin. Because air travel was so precious, the seats were arranged like those on a high-speed train, with 4 seats facing each other to accommodate more passengers. When he reached his row, he found 3 people already deep in conversation. The short-haired young man by the window was gesturing animatedly. I heard there's been an S-class Thunder Phoenix spotted near the Ning Yuan defense line. If only I could see it with my own eyes. Dream on, scoffed the twin-tailed girl across from him, giving him a light smack on the head. If we ran into a beast like that, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The boy sitting by the aisle, delicate-featured and observant, noticed Ning Yuan standing nearby and tugged at his friend's sleeve. Someone's here. Sorry, the boy said, giving an awkward smile as he quickly made room. Ning Yuan nodded in return, efficiently stowing his small tactical bag in the overhead compartment before taking his seat. The twin-tailed girl couldn't help sneaking a few more glances at him. There was something oddly familiar about this stoic young man, though she couldn't quite place where she'd seen him before. Never mind. It must just be her imagination. Gu Hongna shook her head, pushing the thought aside, then grew excited again, pumping her fist. This time, our goal is to rescue 1,000 people. That's right. The young man with short hair clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. At least 1,000. His voice was full of conviction, and he looked ready for anything. Ning Yuan, sitting to the side, glanced at them in surprise. His gaze swept over the 3, and he quickly formed a judgment guardians. It was a profession worthy of praise. Especially along the Dragon Abyss line, now out of control, the guardian profession had flourished. The line had been lost for decades, with millions of people missing, and it was in this environment that groups like theirs emerged. They made it their lifelong mission to rescue civilians lost in the secret realms. Although they weren't soldiers, their courage and dedication were no less than those in the military. Even though the army couldn't enter the secret realms on a large scale, over the years, the military and the guardians together had managed to save over 800,000 people. Longhua had never given up on anyone trapped in the secret realms. The delicate-looking young man lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. Did you hear? The military's latest Vulcan Gatling has been deployed to the front lines. Of course I heard. Gu Hongna, the girl with twin ponytails, slapped the table in excitement, her eyes shining. 2 million damage per minute. My uncle at the front said with this weapon, clearing out elite beasts is like mowing grass. The short-haired youth looked out the window at the clouds, his eyes full of hope. One day, we'll use the Vulcan Gatling to wipe out every beast in the Dragon Abyss and rescue everyone who's lost. His voice was firm and powerful. Not a single person from Longwa will be left behind. The three exchanged smiles and, without saying a word, stacked their hands together. In unison, they shouted, "For Dragon Abyss." Ning Yuan quietly watched the three young hands join together, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Without drawing attention, he adjusted his tactical watch, and a few lines of data flashed across the lens, revealing the identities of the three. Gu Hongna, 21, silver member of the Dragon Abyss Guardian Association, participated in 17 rescue operations, saved 53 civilians in total. Chen Xing, 20, bronze member, participated in 3 rescue operations, saved 5 civilians in total. Lin Feng, 21, bronze member, participated in 8 rescue operations, saved 13 civilians in total. For a moment, Ning Yuan's eyes softened, a ripple breaking his usual calm. He looked again at Gu Hongna, whose twin ponytails and innocent appearance belied her strength. 21 years old, 17 rescue missions, 53 lives saved. Each number represented countless brushes with death. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly delicate girl could possess such strength. To rescue the lost, the first step was to use one's own soul power to purify them. Only by completely removing the secret realm's aura could they escape, and the process was extremely dangerous. This girl, who seemed so gentle, had managed to save 53 people from the Dragon Abyss linear feat that demanded respect. Ning Yuan simply felt a fleeting sense of emotion. He was heading to the Long Yuan front this time to hunt top-tier Guardian-class beasts, and had no intention of teaming up with anyone especially since these people wouldn't be of any help. Suddenly, the cabin intercom snapped Ning Yuan out of his thoughts. "Attention passengers, we are about to fly over the thunderstorm plains. Please fasten your seatbelts. I repeat, no matter what you see, do not leave your seats." As soon as the announcement ended, the aircraft began to shake violently. "Attention passengers, we are about to enter the thunderstorm zone. Please fasten your seatbelts." The announcement came again, more urgent and tense. Outside the cabin window, the once clear blue sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, with purple lightning rolling through the heavy masses. Inside, everyone's faces went pale as they gripped their armrests, fear written all over their faces. Ning Yuan gazed out the window, his expression suddenly changing. On this desolate stretch of land, there were many forbidden zones beyond the reach of humans, and the thunderstorm plains was one of them. The sky, devoured by raging thunder, shifted from blue to an ominous purple-black, as if the heavens themselves were roaring. Billions of lightning bolts snaked through the clouds, sometimes merging into columns wider than 100 meters, sometimes splitting into webs of electric serpents dancing wildly. Each bolt that struck the scorched earth lit up the landscape in a blinding flash, making hearts tremble in terror. Those were thunder beasts, baring their fangs and unleashing earth-shattering auras ranging from awaken class to lord level. Even tyrant-class thunder beasts roamed unchecked. The aircraft shuddered violently. Suddenly, a purple bolt as thick as a barrel grazed the wing, illuminating every passenger's face with a ghastly light and leaving nowhere to hide from their fear. The two escorting Thunder Halberd aircraft desperately projected defensive fields, doing everything they could to hold back the catastrophic storm. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he stared into the depths of the clouds there. Countless thunderballs, each over a kilometer wide, floated like nests of some monstrous beast. At that moment, amidst a flash of lightning, Ning Yuan saw a massive figure slowly unfurl its wings. "Are we going to die here?" A passenger whispered in panic. "We're not going to crash, are we?" Others murmured nervously, their skin crawling. The thunderstorm was terrifying enough, but the wilds hid dangers beyond imagination. The atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly tense, fear spreading like a contagion. But then, a seasoned adventurer stood up to reassure everyone. "Relax. As long as we don't provoke them, the thunder beasts won't bother with us. The storms themselves aren't life-threatening. The rule on the thunderstorm plains is simple: don't attack, don't release any energy waves, and they'll ignore us small fry." Another adventurer added, "See? Even the Thunder Halberd escorts haven't fired their weapons. The thunder beasts are fierce, but as long as we don't make the first move, nothing will happen." As he finished, the two escort aircraft maintained their defensive shields, making no other moves. Ning Yuan ignored the commotion around him, his gaze fixed outside. In the storm-racked sky, he could see more thunder beasts, some of them at warlord, and even lord level, reveling in the lightning. Most striking of all was the mountainous silhouette slowly spreading its wings in the lightning's glare, the thunderstorm lord, wrath of the skies, a true lord-level thunder beast. Each of its wings was formed from liquid lightning, unfurling like a curtain that blocked out the sun, stretching over a kilometer wide. Brilliant purple-gold currents flowed between its feathers, and every beat of its wings stirred up a thunderstorm that swept across dozens of miles. The most astonishing thing was the crown atop its head, forged from pure thunder, the storm crown, a symbol of its absolute dominion over this deadly airspace. Even more terrifying was the halo of lightning storms swirling around its body, the unmistakable mark of a lord-class creaturia, Lord's Halo. Unlike the black obsidian demon lord they had encountered outside Jianqing, whose power had been entirely restrained, this thunder beast radiated an overwhelming, almost unbelievable presence. Ning Yuan held his breath, deeply shaken. The sheer terror of a lord-class beast was like a force that could tear the heavens asunder, its wild, violent aura surging forth as if it could overturn the world itself. This thunder beast possessed the power to destroy a city with ease. It's no exaggeration to say that if it appeared on Earth, it wouldn't need to do anything just circling the planet once. The storms it unleashed would be enough to wipe out all life on the surface. If my Yuanguang divine engine could reach the Lord level, wouldn't that mean I'd possess the power of 6 domains? The thought struck Ning Yuan, leaving him breathless. An ordinary Lord class being already wielded the power to obliterate stars, and its radiating Lord's halo was nothing short of a mobile catastrophe. If I could truly manifest a 6-fold Lord's halo, how earth-shattering would that be? Ice, fire, light, darkness, wind, thunder. Even just the thunder halo alone could trigger a storm like the one before me, 1,000 miles of lightning, an apocalyptic scene. Maybe my next path of advancement should focus on enhancing elemental attributes and breaking through the limits of the 6 elements. Metal, time, space. The more Ning Yuan thought, the deeper he fell into contemplation. What kind of power would it be to condense more than a dozen Lord's halos within oneself? This wasn't just fantasy. Special halos like time and space truly existed. Any divine engine or beast that mastered these elements was a force to be reckoned with. For instance, within the imperial capital, the void tyrant that guarded a secret realm was a terrifying powerhouse. At that level, a simple strike could shatter a mid-tier realm as easily as crushing tofu. Or take the holy healing lord of the life and time elements. A single thought could bring either utter destruction or new life. The thunderstorm grew even fiercer, but after half an hour of initial panic, the passengers gradually adapted to the pressure. The tense atmosphere began to ease. Over 2 hours later, someone suddenly pointed excitedly out the window. Look, the sun's coming out ahead. Everyone turned at once, relief breaking across their faces. Amid the endless darkness swallowed by the storm, a bright ray of sunlight finally pierced through up ahead. As they realized they were about to leave the terrifying thunderstorm behind, the passengers' anxiety melted away. Oh my God, we're finally through. After flying for more than 2 hours, this storm zone is unbelievable. Someone exclaimed. Another nodded vigorously. Yeah, I'd heard stories about the thunderstorm plains, but experiencing it firsthand is something else. I honestly thought we wouldn't make it out alive. The thunderstorm plains stretched out, desolate, and full of unknown dangers waiting to be explored. Places as deadly as this were probably scattered throughout the wilderness. Relieved, the passengers began to talk about the harrowing journey they'd just survived. Ning Yuan pulled himself from his thoughts as sunlight spilled through the window, warm and peaceful on his face. Inside the cabin, people breathed sighs of relief, some even breaking into applause. At last, they had escaped the deadly storm zone. Gu Hongna also let out a long breath, turning to Ning Yuan. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but finally stayed silent. With a gentle jolt, the passenger transport divine engine landed smoothly at the Longyuan Defense Line's air terminal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Longyuan Defense Line. Please disembark in an orderly manner and watch your step, the announcement came over the speakers. Although only 2 chapters were updated today instead of 3 due to leave, everyone felt both a touch of disappointment and a lasting impression from this thrilling experience. As soon as you set foot on the land of the Longyuan front, a raw, untamed atmosphere sweeps over you. For many first-time visitors, stepping out of the cabin and seeing the landscape before them is a breathtaking experience. Gasps of amazement ripple through the crowd as they take in the sight. The Longyuan Mountains stretch across the horizon like a colossal ancient dragon slumbering at the edge of the earth. But what truly stuns everyone is not the sheer scale or ruggedness of the mountains, but the endless primeval forest that blankets them. It's a vast ocean of green, where towering ancient trees grow wild and free, their dark green canopies undulating like waves, stretching as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, a piercing roar shatters the silence, followed by cries of alarm. Look, what is that? In the distance, soaring among the clouds above the ancient expanse of the Longyuan Mountains, a 100-meter-long azure-scaled Jiaolong glides through the air. Its long, sinuous body glimmers with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and each sweep of its 4 claws stirs up howling winds. What's even more startling is that the dragon is locked in fierce combat with 3 lei pangs, each with wingspans of dozens of meters, lightning flashing with every clash. That's a Lord-class Qingxiao Jiaolong. An experienced middle-aged adventurer blurts out. Before his words have faded, a flurry of startled birds erupts from the depths of the forest. A crimson divine bird bursts through the clouds, trailing a blaze of red across the sky. With every beat of its 6 burning wings, it scatters a rain of fire. 6-winged burning skybird, a guardian-class beast. A nearby passenger gasps, instinctively stepping back. Before the passengers can recover from their awe, a pack of silver-white figures streaks across a distant ridge. Legendary moonlight silver wolves, each the size of a small hill, running as if the Milky Way itself is flowing across the land. Ning Yuan draws a deep breath, taking in the overwhelming primordial energy. This is Long Yuan's forbidden zone of death that once claimed millions of lives. Even before the cataclysm, the Long Yuan front was renowned for its vast territory and treacherous mountains. Back then, experts discovered over 1,000 species of ancient plants here, plants long extinct elsewhere, yet still thriving in the Long Yuan Mountains. It was called a miniature primordial ecosystem. As for those legendary ancient creatures, beasts out of myth, they could still be found from time to time. Before the cataclysm, these beasts behaved much like ordinary animals, but everything changed afterward. The phoenix spreads its wings. The Jiaolong soars. A young man suddenly shouts, his voice brimming with excitement. Wearing an explorer's hat, his glasses reflect the fiery sky, his eyes alight with exhilaration. This is the legendary Long Yuan front. We've struck gold. Look at those dragon scales, they must be worth a fortune. This place is a paradise for the beast trade. Ning Yuan turns to see that the speaker is a well-dressed merchant, his face glowing with anticipation. Indeed, the Long Yuan front is a haven for the beast trade. Every day, countless fierce and giant beasts are hunted here, accounting for 35% of the nation's market in rare resources. If Long Yuan were ever lost, these precious resources would become even scarcer. The military's presence here is not only to rescue lost civilians, but also to safeguard these invaluable resources. On one hand, this was to prevent the secret realm from spiraling out of control, and on the other, to maintain a firm grip on its resources. Standing atop a high vantage point, Ning Yuan gazed out over the endless expanse of the Long Yuan Mountains, his mind growing clearer. If things ever reached the point of no return, the authorities would never simply wipe out all the rare creatures here. Instead, they would eliminate the source of the secret realm, then allow these creatures to continue existing, turning the entire area into the nation's largest resource hub. The Long Yuan Mountains before me are just the tip of the iceberg, Ning Yuan murmured to himself. The real vast world lies hidden within the secret realm. He took a deep breath, calming the turbulence in his heart, then turned and strode away. Jiangcheng, Sky Dome Hotel, Penthouse Suite. Fengyi Jiru stood ramrod straight before the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the dazzling lights of this bustling city in Longhua. His expression was dark and grim, brows furrowed tightly, his knuckles blanching from the force of his clenched fists. As the head of Storm Technology, he had never imagined he would find himself in such a humiliating position. He had been in Longhua for quite some time, yet had failed to accomplish even the most basic objective. That realization only fueled the anger burning within him, making the entire room feel stifling and oppressive. Sir, we've mobilized all resources from Storm Technology's Longhua branch, but we still haven't found anything, reported a subordinate in black, kneeling on one knee behind him. His voice was low and respectful, but beads of sweat dotted his forehead. There was a barely concealed panic in the subordinate's tone. We can't understand why Longhua is protecting this person to such an extreme degree. It's been half a month. Whether it's online searches, covert investigations, or hiring local forces, all we've gotten is a complete blank. Useless. Fengyi Jiru spun around, a flash of fury in his eyes, his voice as sharp as a blade. How could someone capable of developing the Vulcan Gatling leave no trace at all? The subordinate trembled, bowing even lower, his head nearly touching the floor. Sir, I suspect. His file has likely been classified as top secret by the Longhua military. We have no way in. Fengyi Jiru took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. More scolding would do no good. Longhua had always been tight-lipped with intelligence, especially when it came to key scientific personnel. Accessing their information was nearly impossible. Just then, beep, beep, his smart wristwatch suddenly lit up, a glaring red light flashing in the dim room, accompanied by a distinct encrypted communication tone. Fengyi Jiru's pupils shrank, his breath catching in his throat. This is His Majesty the Emperor's private communication channel. Get out, he barked. The subordinate flinched, scrambling out of the room without daring to look back. Fengyi Jiru quickly straightened his clothes, dropped to one knee, and activated the holographic projection on his watch with utmost respect. A commanding figure materialized in the blue light. His Majesty the Emperor appeared stern, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He wore the black kimono, symbolizing imperial authority, but the fatigue and anxiety in his expression were unmistakable. Fengyi, the Emperor's voice was low and icy. What's the status? Cold sweat broke out on Fengyi Jiru's forehead, but he could only force himself to report. We are doing everything we can to investigate Ning Yuan, but at present, we have not made any breakthrough. The Emperor's eyes turned razor-sharp, as if physically piercing Fengyi Jiru. Fengyi Jiru's heart raced. He immediately added, I've already given the order no matter the cost. We will. Enough. The Emperor rubbed his brow, fatigue evident in his gesture. With a wave of his hand, a holographic image appeared in the room. On the screen, swarms of insects surged like a black tide, blotting out the sky and devouring everything in their path. Kazuo Kazugoromo's pupils contracted sharply as the third defensive line of the Mayfly catastrophe came into view. Half of the 6 defenses had already fallen, and now a desperate battle was raging on the third line. On the battlefield, thousands of Sakura warriors wielded their Storm Rage rifles, firing wildly at the swarming clouds of insects that blotted out the sky. The weapons, once a source of national pride, now seemed utterly powerless. Each mayfly was only the size of a hunting dog, but the billion-strong swarm formed a black tsunami, swallowing everything in its path. In an instant, the brave fighters were consumed by the insect tide, leaving no trace behind, not even their bones. Kazuo's nails dug deep into his palm, drawing blood. Images from the Shuyan mountain base flashed through his mind, Weifeng demonstrating the Vulcan Gatling, effortlessly mowing down 100,000 insects. The 6 rotating barrels unleashed a metallic storm, cutting through the swarm like a scythe through wheat. Bullets crackling with lightning arced from one insect to another, each shot claiming dozens, sometimes hundreds, of lives. Do you see? The Emperor's voice was urgent. The situation at home is critical. Without the Vulcan Gatling, we won't survive the next wave. Haunted by the memory of soldiers reduced to bleached bones, Kazuo snapped his head up, a look of grim resolve in his eyes. I swear, they'll break through within a week. If I fail, they'll commit seppuku to atone. The Emperor regarded him coldly before the holographic projection vanished. Alone in the room, Kazuo knelt, his back drenched in cold sweat. His face darkened as he stood and pressed his communicator. Spread the word, find Ning Yuan at any cost, and arrange a meeting with Commander Wei for me. Meanwhile, at the Longyuan defense line, one of the most dangerous secret realms in Longhua and its largest beast resource zone, one of the nation's highest security bases, was on high alert. Wei Pingchuan, the legendary commander who had held Longyuan base for 50 years, was uncharacteristically anxious. Have the people from Shuyan Mountain Base arrived? He drummed his fingers impatiently on the desk. Not yet, Commander, his adjutant replied, standing at attention. Pingchuan grew even more restless. The seasoned veteran now resembled an eager child awaiting a new toy. If that artifact is truly as powerful as they say, dual attributes of gold and lightning, maximum penetration and area destruction, he muttered, we might finally have a way to settle the mess in the Longyuan secret realm once and for all. Watching millions of civilians fall into the secret realm's nightmare had always weighed heavily on Pingchuan's heart. He had resigned himself to bearing this burden forever, standing watch day after day. But just recently, when news of the fire god Gatling spread like wildfire, Wei Pingchuan was completely stunned the moment he heard about it. He could hardly believe his eyes when he saw this weapon, and a wave of unprecedented excitement and anticipation washed over him. In that instant, he could almost feel his blood boiling. This was the key he had been waiting for, the solution that could finally resolve the crisis in the Longyuan secret realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately contacted the Shuyan Mountain Base and ordered them to send the prototype as soon as possible. The team at Shuyan Mountain Base responded swiftly, dispatching personnel to deliver the prototype directly to the command center. Report. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the command room and announced urgently, the special envoy from Shuyan Mountain Base has arrived. Wei Pingchuan jolted to his feet, his face full of anticipation. Bring him in, quickly. 2 minutes later, the doors to the command room swung open. A soldier in Shuyan Mountain uniform strode in, carrying a jet-black metal case marked with a bright red danger symbol. Wei Pingchuan's gaze locked onto the case. Despite his years of battlefield experience, his heartbeat quickened, almost uncontrollably. It felt like he had finally found the prey he had been hunting for so long. Yes, this was the opportunity he had been desperately waiting for. Yes, Commander. The soldier saluted and carefully set the case on the table. Fire God Gatling prototype, serial number 001. With a final press and a crisp click, the last unlocking command was entered. The case opened slowly, and a wave of intimidating energy seemed to rush out, compressing the air. Even the documents on the table fluttered slightly, though there was no wind. For a moment, everything fell silent. A chilling sense of danger filled the entire command room. Inside the case lay a weapon, its body a deep red. 6 barrels, etched with lightning patterns, glinted coldly. The gun was covered in golden runes, and arcs of electricity flickered around the energy core, as if every inch of this weapon was brimming with destructive power. Even though it lay motionless, the air around it seemed to crackle with a threat so intense it felt like it could tear apart anyone who got too close. A fierce light flashed in Wei Pingchuan's eyes as he reached out and grabbed the fire god Gatling. His muscles tensed, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The 100-pound weapon felt light as a feather in his hands. The moment he touched the icy barrel, a golden arc of electricity ran down his fingertips, as if the weapon sensed his intent and suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Wei Pingchuan burst out laughing, his rough fingers sliding along the barrel, producing a deep, resonant sound. Incredible. That killing aura, this surge of power, his instincts, sharpened by 50 years on the battlefield, told him at once that this weapon's strength far surpassed any artifact he had ever seen. Fury of the Storm? That was nothing compared to this. The fire god Gatling's power was on an elite level now. It was 100 times more terrifying than he could have imagined. He took a deep breath, his throat bobbing. Begin live fire testing immediately. He barked, issuing the order. But just as the tension peaked, the soldier seemed to receive a message through his earpiece. He spoke quietly for a moment, then turned back and respectfully reported, Commander Wei, a message from the Sakura Nation thieves sent another urgent request. The situation is critical, and they're hoping we can provide the fire god Gatling as soon as possible, whether as a finished product or blueprints. Wei Pingchuan's expression darkened instantly, a flash of anger in his eyes. Nonsense. The Long Yuan front isn't even secured, yet what are they in such a hurry for? He waved his hand in irritation. Let them fend for themselves, and the farther from us, the better. They can die on Dragon Nation's land for all I care. Blueprints? Out of the question. This technology is top secret, and I won't allow anyone access to it. Use my authority classify the blueprints as top secret. The soldier shrugged, clearly used to Wei Pingchuan's temper. Understood, sir. He saluted and left the room. Without hesitation, Wei Pingchuan ordered again. Get ready, begin testing the fire god Gatling's combat performance immediately. Everything else can wait until we've solved our own problems. Immediately assign personnel to enter the Long Yuan secret realm for live combat testing. Wei Pingchuan's voice rang out with authority, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the room. Everyone straightened up, fully alert. Soon, a staff member hurried in and carefully carried away the fire god Gatling. Wei Pingchuan stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the test results. As the commander of Long Yuan, he knew all too well that he couldn't personally enter the secret realm. His power level was simply too high and could trigger a chain reaction. Research had shown that many secret realms were connected by mysterious links, almost like pieces of a puzzle. If too much force was used, it could set off simultaneous disturbances in several, or even a dozen, secret realms. It was just like the Mayfly disaster in Sakura country. Although he could send a tyrant-level powerhouse to wipe out the sky-darkening swarm in one blow, the price would be simultaneous outbreaks in the Beihai secret realm, the worm nest, the blood algae frenzy, and other locations, a consequence far too dire to risk. By the way, a soldier suddenly spoke up. Commander Wei, Ning Yuan is likely at the Long Yuan frontline as well. Please keep an eye on him. Someone as talented as he is mustn't come to any harm. Oh, Wei Pingchuan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by this rising superstar. As the creator of the fire god Gatling, Ning Yuan's name was already famous throughout Longhua. Even on the war-torn Long Yuan front, his achievements were well known. To outsiders, it might seem unbelievable that someone of Wei Pingchuan's stature would pay attention to a newcomer. But Wei simply waved his hand and said, Don't worry, a national treasure like him deserves all the protection we can give. His adjutant immediately understood and quickly gathered the team, issuing a top priority protection order. Long Yuan Mountain Range Outpost. After a night of rest and intelligence gathering, Ning Yuan had arrived at the entrance to the Long Yuan Mountains. As he drew closer, the air grew thick with a primal energy, and the sounds of beasts and birds echoed all around. At the foot of the mountain, a bustling market was in full swing. Rows of tents and makeshift stalls stretched out, vendors calling out their wares to the passing adventurers. Freshly made iron-armored rhino jerky, only 5 spirit crystals a pound. Moonlight silver wolf's divine crystal, rare material. Secret realm supply packs. Compressed food, emergency medicine, purified water, everything you need. Not far away, a returning adventurer team was unloading their haul. Ning Yuan took in the busy scene as he continued forward. In the distance, a towering alloy wall, 100 meters high, stood guard. The most striking features were the rows of massive turrets glittering with brilliant lights. The crimson blaze cannons embedded with fire element divine crystals, their eternal flames warping the air. Frost element cannons covered in icy runes, their bases thick with frozen layers. And the thunderstrike towers, each topped with a spinning core of storm clouds, occasionally sparking with dazzling arcs of lightning. All of these Guardian-class divine machines had, without exception, reached the highest level currently possible. Ning Yuan had to admit that, although this world hadn't developed gunpowder weapons like those in his previous life, its mastery of elemental forces was truly unique. The Magitech element cannons crafted by spirit engineers were incredibly powerful, but they were far too bulky, required a fixed position, and took a long time to charge. In terms of rate of fire, they simply couldn't compare to real firearms. Passing through the final line of defense, the strange landscape of the Long Yuan Mountains unfolded before him. Towering ancient trees stood like pillars reaching into the sky, each so massive that it would take 10 people linking arms to encircle the trunk. Luminous vines clung to their bark, tracing faint glowing patterns through the gloom. These colossal trees, some over 10,000 years old, wove their crowns together high above to form a dense, unbroken green canopy, letting only scattered patches of light filter down. The air was thick with the mingled scents of damp, decaying leaves and ancient blossoms. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, a hanging vine recoiled violently. A nearby thicket rustled without a breeze, and a slit-pupiled emerald eye flashed briefly before vanishing. According to the intelligence reports, the space within the Ning Yuan Mountains was highly unstable, with rifts to the Ning Yuan secret realm liable to open at any moment. Ning Yuan paused, taking in the primeval forest that seemed to have survived since the dawn of time. His objective was clear: not to hunt rare beasts, but to seek out a spatial rift and enter the heart of the secret realm. Without warning, an invisible pressure swept over the entire forest like a tidal wave. Every insect and bird fell instantly silent. A shadow, vast enough to blot out the sun, swept across the tree atop a dragon over 100 meters long, its dark gold scales glimmering like molten metal in the sunlight. Each beat of its wings unleashed a hurricane strong enough to snap ancient trees, sending waves of green surging through the forest below. The scales along its belly were scarred from countless battles, with a particularly gruesome claw mark nearly tearing through half of its left wing. Guardian Class Apex Beast Dark Gold Ancient Dragon. Ning Yuan fixed his gaze on the dragon, utterly alert and ready to summon his Yuanguang divine machine at a moment's notice. But the next instant, he relaxed. In front of the dragon, the air suddenly split open, creating a spatial rift 300 to 400 meters long, stretching across the sky like a giant open eye. With a deafening roar, the dark gold ancient dragon surged toward the rift without hesitation and vanished in an instant. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up, knew that each spatial rift only lasted for a very short time, sometimes just a few seconds, at most a few minutes. Yuanguang Divine Machine, equip. A six-colored rainbow of light flashed, and a towering figure appeared amid the jungle. The wings of the storm Yinglong unfurled with a thunderous crash, and Ning Yuan shot into the sky like a streak of light, diving into the spatial rift at the very last second before it closed. He wasn't worried about running into the Guardian-class dragon. Just like in the blood-soaked old capital, the unstable space meant that arrival points were completely random. If he could land near the Thunder Prison Extreme Phoenix, that would truly be hitting the jackpot. The moment the Yuanguang Divine Machine broke through the spatial rift, the world changed dramatically. The clear blue sky was instantly swallowed by a rolling, yellow sandstorm, while six-colored iridescent light rippled across the machine's surface. The storm wing, Yinglong's wings, quivered ever so slightly in the gale. Ning Yuan maintained steady control over the divine machine, standing tall in the void like an immovable pillar. The endless yellow sands surged and roared like massive waves, each grain of sand whistling sharply as it sliced past, as swift and lethal as a bullet. Dozens of colossal sandstorm tornadoes raged across the land and sky, creating a scene so overwhelming it seemed to blot out the sun. So this is the sandstorm of the Ning Yuan secret realm? Ning Yuan, though awed by his first experience in the realm, quickly regained his composure. A barrier of azure energy shimmered around the divine machine, instantly deflecting every grain of sand that struck it, leaving the cockpit completely undisturbed. Suddenly, his tactical watch emitted a cold mechanical prompt. You have entered a high-difficulty secret realm. Ning Yuan secret realm. Realm level. Awakening to War General class. Warning. This realm contains tens of thousands of orc tribes. All adult orcs possess elite-level combat strength, and every tribe is guarded by elder-class warriors. Current location, Windhowl Desert. Ning Yuan studied the flickering data on the tactical display, his brow furrowing slightly. After pulling up the holographic map, he saw that his destination lay in Thunderstorm Desert, an astonishing 3,200 kilometers away in a straight line. This was just one desert region among more than 20 areas within the Ning Yuan secret realm, and if he included the sprawling Ning Yuan mountains that extended into the realm, the scale became even more daunting. Good thing I have the high-speed Stormwing Yinglong, Ning Yuan thought with relief. Trekking thousands of kilometers on foot, crossing countless wild tribes along the way, would be nearly impossible. This was the greatest challenge facing the Dragon Nation. The secret realm was simply too vast, and the tribes were scattered too widely. Even deploying an army of 1,000,000 would make little difference. Spread across this immense desert, they would be like a drop in the ocean. On the contrary, launching large-scale military operations would only put soldiers in greater danger. Isolated individuals or small squads are more likely to be picked off one by one, leading to unnecessary casualties. That's why, although Long War encourages adventurers to attempt rescue missions, the military rarely initiates full-scale offensives unless every warrior is equipped with a personal divine weapon, granting them the power to stand alone against the orc tribes. At this moment, the wings of the Yinglong burst forth with a dazzling blue-green glow, six-colored energy coursing rapidly through the joints of the armor. Ning Yuan piloted the divine machine straight into the raging sandstorm, soaring into the sky. As he climbed higher, he peered through the howling winds into the distance, seeing bolts of violet lightning snaking down from the horizon like giant serpents. Even from hundreds of miles away, The destructive energy was enough to make one's heart race. The divine machine's long-range vision system automatically focused, piercing through layers of swirling sand. Gradually, a massive canyon shrouded in thunderclouds came into view. Countless lightning serpents writhed above the canyon, turning the sky an eerie shade of purple-black. This was their destination, the thunderstorm desert. Suddenly, a burst of six-colored rainbow light erupted as the divine machine shot through the sandstorm like an arrow, racing toward the distant lightning. Wherever it passed, the raging sand was forcefully parted by the energy field, leaving a clear vacuum trail in its wake. This was the power of the storming long. This formidable race was born with peak awakening level strength. Upon reaching adulthood, they dominated the elite tier, and as they matured, they advanced to the ranks of guardians and warlords, maintaining their status as supreme overlords. Equipped with the wings of the Ying Long, the Yuan Guang divine machine moved effortlessly through the storm, a brilliant shield of six-colored light shimmering around it. Suddenly, a bolt of violet lightning crashed down, nearly grazing the machine's wingtip. The violent current exploded in midair, forming a massive electric net that cast an eerie purple glow over the surrounding sandstorm. Warning! Intense energy fluctuations detected above. The system alarm blared. Ning Yuan looked up sharply, spotting a massive shadow diving from the thunderclouds at incredible speed, a four-winged flying beast with a wingspan stretching dozens of meters. Its body was pitch black, like it was forged from dark steel, and its feathers gleamed with a metallic sheen. Four enormous wings were layered neatly along its back. The uppermost wings bristled with serrated bone blades that glinted menacingly in the lightning. Its head resembled a prehistoric pterosaur, covered in vicious bone spikes, with amber, slit-pupiled eyes flickering with purple lightning. A sky-rending cloud-piercer beast. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed in alarm. This was the aerial overlord of the wind-howled desert, a terrifying creature that reached the peak of the warlord tier upon maturity. Legend said its claws could tear through space, and a single beat of its wings could unleash a devastating storm. Although this one wasn't fully grown, it had already reached the elite tier's pinnacle, with a power level between 3,800 and 8,600. Clearly, Ning Yuan's daring flight through the storm had been seen as a challenge by this aerial tyrant. With a piercing screech, the cloud-piercer beast shattered the surrounding sandstorm with its sonic roar. Its amber eyes locked onto the divine machine, full of a predator's cold cruelty and hunger. With a sudden movement, the beast opened its massive jaws and unleashed a lightning-infused blast straight at Ning Yuan. Damn it, he'll take you down. Far from being intimidated by the four-winged monster's terrifying presence, Ning Yuan's fighting spirit blazed even hotter. The divine machine's core began to overclock, and faced with both the cloud-piercer beast and the apocalyptic sandstorm, he made a bold decision. For the first time, he would activate the Storm Yinglong mode. The moment Storm Yinglong mode was activated, the Yuanguang divine machine underwent a complete transformation. The vibrant six-colored light that once shone between its armor plates turned entirely jade green as torrents of energy surged toward the Yinglong wings on its back. The system promptly issued a warning. Energy reconstruction in progress. 6 element channels closed. Wind attribute fully unlocked. A deafening dragon's roar erupted without warning. The wings of Yinglong instantly expanded to 3 times their original size, each metallic feather blazing with dazzling green light. Ancient dragon patterns appeared on the streamlined armor, and sharp, scale-like blades extended from the joints. Inside the divine machine, the energy readings skyrocketed, surpassing 18,000 in the blink of an eye. Ning Yuan felt his blood boiling, his gaze locked on the rapidly changing data on the holographic display. At this moment, the divine machine seemed truly alive. Every inch of its armor pulsed with the power of the storm. In the distance, the rampaging sandstorm tornado abruptly shifted course, as if submitting, converging toward the Yinglong wings. This was his first time activating Storm Yinglong mode, and an unprecedented sense of control surged within him. A mastery over the skies, command of the storm, and a supreme confidence to ride the winds and clouds. The Rift Sky Cloud-piercer beast immediately sensed a mortal threat. It halted abruptly, its metallic feathers bristling, and for the first time, fear flashed in its amber eyes. This was a primal terror etched into its bloodlineath, instinctive dread of a lesser predator facing the true sovereign of the skies. With a panicked screech, the beast hurriedly wove a blood-red barrier in front of itself. But Ning Yuan merely gave Yinglong's wings a gentle flap, unleashing a pure surge of storm energy that exploded in a ring of green ripples. In an instant, the divine machine broke the sound barrier, trailing dozens of afterimages behind it and effortlessly tearing through the blood-red shield. The Rift Sky Cloud-piercer beast frantically tried to flee, only to realize in despair that the surrounding storms now served its enemy. Ning Yuan reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through him and couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl. He soared higher, fully extending the Yinglong wings and activating the hexagram Divine Judgment Elemental Lock. The divine machine's core went into overdrive. The green light between the armor seems blazing even brighter. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. In an instant, thousands of pure storm-charged green projectiles rained down. The might of Storm Inglong mode at 18,000 was merciless, crushing his opponent. With a thunderous crash, the beast's left wing was shredded, metallic feathers scattering, and the broken wing bone spraying a mist of dark purple blood. The beast let out an anguished, piercing howl, flailing its remaining 3 wings in desperation, but could only flounder helplessly in midair. Watching his prey's futile attempt to escape, Ning Yuan gave a cold, mocking smile. With a subtle movement of the Inglong wings, the divine machine instantly appeared above the beast. He looked down from above at the former ruler of the skies, and the 6-point divine punishment spell began again. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the deafening explosions, the young sky dominator completely lost any hope for the future. The wind howled and sand raged between heaven and earth, the yellow sandstorm blocking out all sunlight. In this chaotic darkness, a stubborn glimmer of green pierced through the gloom. A divine crystal, as large as a millstone, floated at the center of the storm, its surface shimmering with liquid-like green light. Inside, a miniature tornado spun wildly. With each pulse of light, a ring of green energy rippled outward. The core crystal of a rift sky, cloud-piercer beast. Ning Yuan exclaimed in delight, instantly recognizing this rare treasure. It was only slightly inferior to the rainbow divine crystal he used, ranking at the very top among elite treasures. The Yuanguang divine mech swooped in, quickly collecting the crystal core. Elsewhere in the sandstorm, several figures struggled desperately. A massive divine mech, standing 4.7 meters tall, knelt in the raging sand, both hands thrust deep into the ground to create a barrier against the storm and anchor itself in place. Clinging tightly to its armored arm were 3 frail children, fighting with all their might against the howling wind. Hold on, don't let go. An encouraging voice called out from inside the mech. Of the 3 children, the oldest girl looked about 12, her coarse clothing shredded to ribbons by the sand. The other 2, even younger, were just as battered. They were once captives of a tribe, only to encounter this divine mech when they tried to escape. Aching, hang in there. The boy, his face streaked with blood, cried out. Aching's world was now nothing but raging yellow. Sharp grains of sand lashed her exposed arms like countless tiny knives, leaving bleeding wounds in their wake. I can't give up. She gritted her teeth, jaw trembling. But as the wind grew stronger, her arms began to ache and despair crept into her eyes. Just as hope was fading, a dazzling 6-colored rainbow suddenly lit up the sky, piercing through the dark sandstorm like a miracle. Look, the youngest child shrieked, pointing with a grubby finger. The 3 children stared in awe at the pillar of light. Suddenly, the boy remembered something and stammered. 2 heard the traveling merchants say, our ancestors were from the Dragon Kingdom. They could control divine mechs, cross storms, and fight against disasters. Our ancestors. For a moment, all 3 were stunned. Their parents had once told them stories of a place called the Dragon Kingdom, but growing up in an orc tribe, they always thought it was just a fairy tale. Now, seeing the 6-colored rainbow cutting through the sandstorm, they finally believed. Help! Please save us! Aching screamed with all the strength she had left, her voice hoarse. Over here, please help us! Gu Hongna shouted joyfully, recognizing the rainbow light as a divine mech. Only moments ago, she had been overwhelmed with despair. She had barely managed to escape the orc tribe's pursuit with these children, only to run straight into the most ferocious sandstorm in the Windhowl Desert. Gu Hongna had nearly broken down in regret. If she hadn't led the children to escape, they might have suffered in the tribe, but at least they'd still be alive. She blamed herself for putting them in even greater danger. But now, seeing that 6-colored rainbow, she felt as if a savior had descended from the heavens. Aqing cried out in alarm as the weight in her hands vanished, and her whole body was swept into the sky by a raging gust, tossed about like a fallen leaf. On the ground, only Xiao Chao and Ashu remained, clinging desperately to Gu Hongna's divine machine. Their knuckles turned white, bodies shaking in the wind as they struggled to hold on. Just as Ning Yuan was piloting his divine machine out of the storm zone, he suddenly noticed a flashing alert on the energy panel. Few faint life signals were struggling within the storm. Life energy fluctuations detected. The Yuan Guang divine machine accelerated instantly, tracing a sharp line of 6-colored light through the swirling yellow sand. Its advanced life detection system pierced the thick curtain of sand, locking onto the fragile, drifting figures of the children within the storm. At that moment, the storm Inglong wings on the machine's back unfurled with a thunderous roar. Blue arcs of energy danced between the metallic feathers, and the entire machine transformed into a streak of azure lightning, shooting straight into the heart of the storm. High above, Aqing had already closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the end. Suddenly, a blinding rainbow light forced her to open them. Her dirty little face was still streaked with tears as she stared blankly at the six-colored pillar of light that pierced the sky, a sight straight out of legend, as if a savior had descended from myth. Reflected in AQing's eyes was the towering steel figure. Its streamlined armor gleamed coldly despite the sand. Six-colored energy coursed and danced at every joint, and the massive metallic wings on its back sent ripples of power through the air with every beat, distorting the space around it. I am flying. AQing looked down with a trembling voice, then screamed. Below her yawned an endless abyss, the sandstorm churning like an angry sea. Yet, the sensation of falling never came. She was held steady by an invisible force field, suspended above the giant metal palm of the divine machine. AQing stared in awe at the vast blue-gold wings overhead. The storm Inglong wings stood unmoving in the midst of the raging sand, each metallic feather crackling with blinding arcs of energy. The darkened sky and flying sand crashed against them like rain on steel, bouncing harmlessly away, unable to shake this iron titan in the slightest. Suddenly, a mechanical roar erupted from the divine machine's core, and the six-colored energy surged. The wild power radiated outward, pushing away the swirling sand and creating a vacuum at the storm's center. It was as if the entire desert had been paused by the spread of the Inglong wings, with the apocalyptic sandstorm reduced to nothing more than a dramatic backdrop for these godlike feathers. In that moment, not only AQing, but even the experienced Gu Hongna was left speechless. An elite-class divine machine with such unimaginable power. Gu Hongna frantically searched her memory. None of the elite-class machines she had ever seen, not even the one the guild leader's arrogant son boasted about daily, could compare to this six-colored rainbow divine machine. Wait, six-colored rainbow. In a flash, a shocking theory struck Gu Hongna's mind. Meanwhile, AQing and the others were completely stunned, staring in awe at the massive machine that protected them like a mountain. AQing recalled the stories her mother used to tell her. We come from the Dragon Kingdom. There, people pilot divine machines that soar through the skies, traverse storms, and battle giant beasts. Scenes she had only imagined as a child now unfolded before her very eyes. After raging for half an hour, the sandstorm of the endless sands in the Ning Yuan secret realm finally subsided. Silence returned, broken only by the soft trickle of falling sand. The divine machine slowly descended, its massive steel body sinking into the soft sand with a heavy thud, sending up a ring of dust. The six-colored lights still shimmered between the armor plates, majestic and awe-inspiring like a deity descending to earth. Xiao Qiao and Ashu huddled together, gazing up at the colossal figure, their hearts pounding so hard it felt as if they might leap from their chests. So this is the divine machine from Mom's stories? Is this really the mighty lord of Dragon Nation who once fought off giant beasts? Xiao Qiao hid behind Gu Hongna's divine machine, only daring to peek out with one eye at the colossal steel construct she had never seen before. Cool armor shimmered with a six-colored iridescence, and the massive blue-gold wings at its back looked sharp enough to tear the sky apart. Each metallic feather glinted coldly in the sunlight, trembling slightly, as if ready to unleash a new storm at any moment. Just standing before it made her knees weak, and her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Nana, her voice was barely a whisper. Is this really a divine machine from the Dragon Nation? Xiao Qiao was in awe. They were both divine machines, but the difference was staggering. Nana's machine had barely managed to shield them from the storm, while the one before her moved through the sandstorm with ease. Its mere presence made it hard to breathe. Ashu, being a boy, seemed a bit braver. He swallowed hard and stepped forward, but as the divine machine's head shifted and the six-colored light swept over them, he shrank back in fear. A low hum vibrated the air as the Yuan Guang divine machine opened its palm. Little A Qing jumped down, glancing back as if she were in a dream. Mom said the warriors of Dragon Nation can control divine machines, soar through the skies, and vanish into the earth. A Qing murmured, her expression dazed. The divine machine stood silently, as if scrutinizing them. The three children held their breath, both terrified and hopeful. Could Mom's stories be true? Were these the lost people hidden in the secret realm? At that moment, Ning Yuan was also looking down at the children, surprised. He hadn't expected to run into lost descendants of the Dragon Nation so soon. According to intelligence, the Ning Yuan secret realm was vast, mostly home to scattered beastman tribes across the desert. Those who hadn't awakened a divine machine were like lambs waiting for slaughter, enslaved by the beastmen. Lord Ning Jinhui, are you Ning Yuan? The red divine machine stepped forward, its voice trembling with excitement. Ning Yuan was genuinely surprised to run into someone he knew. Gu Hongna, whom he had met on the passenger divine machine, was here as well. Gu Hongna was visibly moved. Just now, she had confirmed her guess: the six-colored light, the storm-winged Inglong, and that overwhelming presence in the entire Dragon Nation. Only the legendary Ning Jinhui matched this description. With a soft hum, Gu Hongna deactivated her divine machine and hurried forward, looking up in awe. In the next instant, the six-colored light abruptly faded, and the enormous steel body of the divine machine vanished like a mirage, dissolving into countless specks of light and merging with the air. In its place stood a tall, imposing man. The three children stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They hadn't even seen how the machine disappeared one moment. Those massive wings had blocked out the sun, and the next, they were gone, as if they'd never existed. Ning Yuan looked down at them, his gaze calm and deep. Qing instinctively tried to stand straighter, but her thin, malnourished body barely filled out her tattered clothes. Her face was streaked with dust, her cracked lips trembling, and her fingers clutched the edge of her shirt so tightly her knuckles turned white. Xiao was even smaller and thinner than the others, curled up like a little mud doll. Her hair was tangled and yellowed, her face smudged with dirt, but her eyes dark and bright showed a mixture of unease and timid curiosity. Ashu stood a little further back, lips pressed tight, his wary eyes betraying a longing he couldn't hide. Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. Their ragged clothes, rough animal hide leggings, and obvious malnutrition had been too long. The lost children of Dragon Nation had been away so long that even their native language sounded awkward and unfamiliar. Their appearance spoke of the hardships they'd endured in this secret realm. Kids their age on the outside, what were they doing? Eating ice cream, enjoying air conditioning, chocolate, amusement parks. Jiangcheng, top-floor suite of the Sky Dome Hotel. Feng Yizilong stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his knuckles white from the pressure of his grip. The neon lights outside sparkled brilliantly, but they couldn't penetrate the darkness in his eyes. Useless. All of you are useless. He suddenly exploded, violently flipping the solid wood tea table in front of him. The priceless Celadon tea set shattered on the marble floor, fragments scattering everywhere. The subordinate kneeling on the ground trembled, his forehead pressed tightly to the soft wool carpet, his face turning as pale as paper. Please calm down, sir. We really can't find any trace of Ning Yuan. Can't find him. A cold glint flashed in Feng Yizilang's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward, clamping his subordinate's throat with a grip like steel. The usually fastidious and meticulous head of Storm Corporation had lost all control in this moment. After a few seconds, he released his hold, letting the man collapse limply to the floor, gasping for air. Scenes from earlier replayed in Feng Yizilang's mind Weifeng's departure, leaving behind only a casual, "Sorry, you'd better watch your own backs," which felt like a death sentence for them all. In that case, Feng Yizilang forced the words out through clenched teeth. "Don't blame me for what happens next." Beep. His smart wristwatch suddenly lit up, a piercing red light flashing in the dim room, accompanied by an encrypted communication alert that cut through the silence. "Your Majesty." The subordinate's eyes filled with terror. Without waiting for instructions, he scrambled out of the room, the door closing quickly behind him. A holographic projection slowly unfolded in the center of the room, data streams flowing like water as the Emperor's figure became clear in the blue light. Still no progress? The voice from the projection was cold and commanding. Feng Yizilong immediately knelt, lowering his head. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. The Dragon Kingdom's defenses are impenetrable. That's enough." The Emperor cut him off with a sharp tone that brooked no argument. "If that's the case, then use the last resort." The projection suddenly flickered, the image distorting as if shifting to a higher level of encrypted communication. Feng Yizilang's pupils contracted, a dreadful suspicion rising in his mind. The Divine Well. A highly secretive sanctuary of Sakura, Nation and ancient, well said to grant any wish. Feng Yizilang knew all too well that nothing in this world came for free. The Divine Well did possess extraordinary powers, but every use demanded a massive blood sacrifice. For example, when Storm's Wrath was first developed, the Divine Well was used. With the sanctuary's unique power and the collaboration of the tyrant-level expert Hurricane Tyrant, they created the world-coveted divine machinery. Everything had been going well. Although using the Divine Well came at a steep price, the profits from Storm's Wrath more than made up for it. But this time it was clear the Divine Well was being tapped again, this time to uncover Ning Yuan's location. A sense of dread filled Feng Yizilong. The Divine Well was one of Sakura Nation's greatest secrets, known only to a handful. It had existed for 100 years, perhaps the oldest sanctuary in the world. The longer a sanctuary existed, the greater the disaster it could unleash. Some had proposed destroying the Divine Well entirely, but greed always prevailed. The benefits were simply too tempting. Given enough blood and flesh, it could fulfill nearly any wish. Feng Yizilong waited anxiously, wondering whether the Emperor would ask for the schematics directly, or just Ning Yuan's coordinates. If it was the schematics, the price would be 100 times higher. Compared to requesting the configuration for the fire god Gatling, simply asking for someone's location was a much lighter burden. It wasn't until over half an hour later that the image became clear again. The Emperor, his expression cold and severe, reappeared in the projection area. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he stood tall and straight, like a drawn sword. Coordinates confirmed, Windhowl Desert. The next target is Thunderstorm Desert. The Emperor's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Kazura's heart tightened, his back instantly rigid. Aside from the Divine Well, nothing else could pinpoint Ning Yuan's location so quickly. Send the Dark Crow, the Emperor continued, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest. He's the most skilled at stealth and patience among our battle generals. He's the best choice to bring Ning Yuan back swift and silent. A chilling gleam flashed in the Emperor's eyes as his voice grew even colder. We're deploying a battle general and using the divine well. You know what that costs. With so much at stake, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Bring Ning Yuan back, no matter what. Under that abyssal, icy stare, Kazaru felt cold sweat soak through his inner shirt. He straightened his back and responded solemnly. Yes, sir. Long Yuan's secret realm, Windhowl Desert. Ning Jinhui, it really is you. Gu Hongna took a few excited steps forward, her eyes shining like a fan meeting her idol. The youngest gold medal officer in Longhua, challenging ancient clans alone, achieving legendary feats time and again. Only then did Ning Yuan realize that, in the eyes of young people in Longhua, he had become something of a legend. He felt a faint sense of wonder, hadn't expected to run into a familiar face in such a desolate place. But on second thought, it wasn't too surprising for a guardian like her to appear here. After a brief exchange, Ning Yuan turned his attention to the ragged children nearby. Their thin bodies were covered in dust and scars. What are your names? Ning Yuan asked gently. The three children exchanged nervous glances, fear and hesitation in their eyes. Finally, Aching gathered his courage and stammered in heavily accented Longhua language. My name is Aching, this is Xiao Chao, and a Shu. Xiao Chao looked up shyly, her dirty face full of awe. In her limited understanding, anyone who could command a divine machine must be one of those invincible warriors from her mother's bedtime stories. Ning Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three frail children before turning to Gu Hongna. His voice was steady. Are you planning to take them out of here? Gu Hongna nodded quickly, but her expression suddenly grew tense, her shoulders stiffening. Yes, but we're still being hunted by the tiger tribe. There are a lot of them, we barely made it this far. Her voice trembled, her eyes pleading. Commander Ning, could you please? Before she could finish, a deep, savage roar echoed from the distant dunes, cutting her off. Clearly, as soon as the sandstorm had subsided, their pursuers had caught up. Roar. The sound rolled like thunder, drawing rapidly closer. On the horizon, an army of tiger warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. Their muscles bulged, fangs gleaming, each stride leaving deep prints in the sand. They wore rough beast-hide armor and brandished bone blades and giant axes, kicking up clouds of dust as they charged, exuding an aura of violence and menace. Even more terrifying, dozens of three-headed wyverns circled overhead, each with wingspans over 10 meters, casting vast shadows on the sand. Tiger tribe hunters rode on their backs, clutching long spears and letting out piercing battle cries as they scanned the ground below, eyes flashing with cruelty. Oh no, they've caught up. Gu Hongna's face went pale as she instinctively stepped in front of the three children, her arms trembling slightly. Aching and Xiao Chao clung to each other, shaking with fear, their eyes wide with terror. A Shu tried to stand his ground, but his lips were white and his fists clenched tightly. They had seen firsthand the tiger tribe's brutality. None of their captured kin had ever returned alive. Ning Yuan's brow furrowed, and his gaze turned cold as he slowly straightened up. There was no need for words, there was no way he could abandon them and leave on his own at a time like this. Besides, it was only an elite-level tigerkin tribe. Those dozens of imposing, three-headed flying dragons might look intimidating, but they were just elite class as well. If he turned tail and ran now, that would be the real joke. Just then, Gu Hongna's breathing quickened and her fingers clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white from the strain. With a sudden grit of her teeth, she pressed her right hand to her chest and spoke in a low, resolute voice. Divine machine, Red Fox, activate. A crimson energy pattern surged from her body like electricity, and the mechanical components seemed to come alive, unfolding and reassembling in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a 4.7-meter-tall red mech stood firm in the desert, its metallic surface glinting coldly in the sunlight. Her divine machine was shaped like a spirit fox, with streamlined armor perfectly covering its body. The back was fitted with a sophisticated stealth field generator, and the legs were built for speed and agility, every joint designed for swift movement. It was clearly specialized for stealth and evasion tactics. A beast form configuration, huh? Ning Yuan glanced at her machine with mild surprise, though it was within his expectations. Without real strength, she couldn't have rescued so many people from this perilous secret realm. Clearly, this stealth-focused, beast form divine machine was her greatest asset. But now, facing a sea of tigerkin warriors, this mech built for anything but direct combat seemed terribly fragile, like a lone boat facing towering waves. Lord Ning Jin Hui Gu Hongna's voice came through the mech speakers, trembling. My Red Fox isn't suited for heathen fights. She stared at the approaching horde, her throat tightening. The ferocious faces, the bloodthirsty roars every second squeezed the air from her lungs. Yet even so, she maneuvered her mech to shield the three children behind her, arms spread wide in a defensive stance, the metal joints clicking softly. They'll try to hold them off. Gu Hongna's voice was low and determined. Please take them and go. She was prepared to die here, her eyes burning with fearless resolve. But when she looked at Ning Yuan, she found his expression remained calm, almost dismissive. Hold them off? Ning Yuan repeated, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Just for these few hundred small fry? Gu Hongna froze, and even her mech paused for a moment. The next instant, Ning Yuan raised his hand, fingers splayed towards the sky, his posture poised and commanding. Since you dared to chase us here, his voice was icy. Don't expect to leave. A brilliant six-colored radiance erupted as the storm dragon's wings unfurled behind him. Every feathered plate on the metallic wings glowed with blinding energy, illuminating the desert for hundreds of meters around. A terrifying aura swept out like a tidal wave, sending the sand beneath his feet floating upward, forming rippling waves in the air. Gu Hongna's pupils contracted sharply. She finally understood something simple. This was the youngest gold emblem of Longhua. How could he ever run away? To be honest, facing the vast tigerkin horde and their dragon-riding hunters, Gu Hongna didn't feel entirely confident, even with the 5-meturtle, 6-colored divine machine at Ning Yuan's command. Her throat was dry, but seeing his stance, she braced herself for battle and quickly called back. A Qing, Xiao Chao, a Shura now? The tigerkin, inheriting the strength and speed of wild beasts, were closing in fast, dust billowing in their wake. Now, they were less than 100 meters away, just a few seconds from catching up. At this distance, running or not, it hardly made a difference. The charge of the tiger tribe was imminent, the air thick with a menacing aura that made it hard to breathe. The tiger warriors, towering at 3 meters tall and built like iron fortresses, had muscles knotted beneath yellow and black fur, which was caked with dried blood. Their fangs jutted out, drool dripping from their mouths with a foul stench, and low growls rumbled from their throats, as if they could leap forward and tear everything apart at any moment. Roar! Gu Hongna instantly panicked, her voice trembling. Well, what should we do? She had never faced a direct assault from a beastman tribe before. The fear nearly made her lose her senses. Almost instinctively, she turned to Ning Yuan, a glimmer of hope in her eyes only to be stunned by what she saw. In her line of sight, the main weapon of the Yuan Guang divine machine was a strange weapon shimmering with 6 Calorsa 6-element divine punishment Gatling. Is that a Gatling? Is that your divine machine's main weapon? Gu Hongna asked, a note of excitement in her voice. She knew the public specs of the Vulcan Gatling, and had witnessed Ning Yuan easily defeat several members of the Ning family with this very machine. The stench in the wind grew stronger as the charging tiger warriors closed the distance. At 50 meters, the frontmost tiger warriors raised their bone blades, blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger as they reflected the terror of their prey. At 30 meters, 3 flying dragons began to dive, acid dripping from their jaws, sizzling as it ate into the sand. At 20 meters, Gu Hongna could even see bits of flesh stuck to the tiger warrior's fangs, the air thick with the stench of decay. A Qing, a Shu, and Xiao Chao finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, terror in their eyes. What are you panicking for? Ning Yuan's voice was so calm it was chilling. He raised his hand, and the 6-colored Gatling suddenly roared to life. Boom boom. The 6 barrels spun furiously, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The power of the 6-element divine punishment Yuan Guang divine machine, reaching 8,400, was like smashing tofu with a sledgehammer against these ordinary tiger warriors, utterly overwhelming. Each bullet landed like a blow from a god, obliterating everything in its path. Frost blue rounds instantly froze charging tiger warriors into statues of ice. Crimson flame rounds exploded, sending shards of ice scattering through the air. Pitch black corrosive rounds tore through the beastmen, dissolving flesh wherever they struck. Silvery white lightning arced through the enemy ranks, leaving tiger warriors charred. Green wind blades sliced through, shredding flying dragons and their riders into pulp. And pure beams of light vaporized anything in their way. Ha! There she is. That human woman. The tiger hunter Jaluk stood atop his flying dragon, laughing wildly, his rough finger pointing at the red divine machine in the desert, a lecherous grin on his face. Grab her. Tender flesh like that will keep us entertained for days. The other tiger hunters laughed coarsely, licking their fangs as they imagined the ways they would torment their helpless prey. But Jaluk suddenly narrowed his eyes, noticing that there seemed to be another figure beside the red divine machine. Who's that? He pointed at the machine radiating 6-colored light, a sense of unease creeping over him. That glow was so strange, so intense, nothing like the energy of an ordinary divine machine. What are you afraid of? Scoffed the tiger shaman beside him, waving his bone staff dismissively. It's just one man. How strong could he be? We have 300 tiger warriors. Jaluk was about to nod in agreement when, suddenly, that figure slowly raised his hand. The next moment, 6 streams of destruction in different colors erupted from that bizarre weapon, tearing the battlefield apart in an instant. No, impossible. Jaluk trembled all over, watching in horror as 300 elite tiger warriors were reduced to ashes in seconds, vanishing into thin air. The pride of his tribe, against this human, were nothing more than wheat before the Scythe utterly powerless. Run, run. Jaluk frantically pulled at the flying dragon's reins, desperate to escape this terrifying human. But just then, that human looked up, the six-colored barrels turning skyward. The last thing Jaluk saw was a beam of six-colored light rushing toward him. The desert trembled, and the sky blazed with fire. When the Gatling gun finally fell silent, the only thing left within 100 meters was a smoking, crystalline expanse of sand and the charred remains of a few scattered corpses. Gu Hongna and the other children stood frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape. The ferocious tiger warriors had been reduced to little more than burnt husks, something far beyond anything they could comprehend. Aching looked up, her gaze fixed on the towering, five-meter mechanical colossus before her. Its blue-gold wings shimmered in the sunlight, sending waves of heat rippling through the air with every subtle movement. In her eyes, there was an unmistakable mix of awe and longing. Is this the Jinhui? Gu Hongna muttered, barely able to form the words. How could there be such a vast gulf between elites? Ning Yuan swept his gaze over the distant sand dunes, then spoke after a moment's thought. Where do you live? We'll take you home. The three children instantly stiffened, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Sensing their misunderstanding, Ning Yuan quickly explained, just point me in the right direction. I'll wipe out the tiger tribe, and then Gu Hongna can take you back to Longhua. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire desert seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Even the wind stilled, and everyone held their breath, barely believing what they'd just heard. Aking's lips trembled violently, the cracked skin oozing tiny beads of blood. Suddenly, she dropped to her knees on the scorching sand, bowing low as her voice came out in a barely audible sob. Sir, our people, many are still enslaved by the tigers. Ashu and Xiao Xiao knelt beside her, tears falling onto the sand and instantly evaporating in the heat, leaving only tiny pits behind. The red fox mecha beside Gu Hongna gave a soft hum as she quickly disarmed and jumped down, urgently adding, Ning Jinhui, they're telling the truth. During my reconnaissance, I found 500 or 600 people enslaved by the tiger tribe. Sadly, I could only save these few because my strength is limited. She pointed northeast, where a grim totem made of white bones could just be seen, gleaming ominously in the sunlight. It's that way 30 miles out, in the Black Rock Canyon. Ning Yuan glanced in that direction, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this right on the way to the Thunderstorm Desert? How convenient. But Gu Hongna's expression grew serious, and she warned him earnestly, that tiger tribe is powerful. I scouted hither are countless ordinary warriors, and their chieftain is at the guardian level. Meeting the children's hopeful, anxious eyes, Ning Yuan shook his head. His purpose in entering the Longyuan secret realm was to find the Thunder Phoenix, and he couldn't afford to waste too much time here. All right, this is as much as I can do for you. He'll take care of the tiger tribe on my way through. You follow after and bring everyone back. The next moment, a six-colored rainbow burst from him as the storm Inglong's wings unfurled in their entirety. With a deafening sonic boom, Ning Yuan shot into the sky, leaving a dazzling arc of light in his wake. Wait. Gu Hongna hurriedly summoned her red fox mecha, reaching out to the three children. Hurry, get on. The children scrambled onto the machine, and with its engines roaring at full power, the red fox sped after the rainbow trail, kicking up a long plume of dust across the desert. At Black Rock Canyon, a towering totem made of human skulls stood grim and imposing, the bleached bones reflecting the harsh midday sun. The ground seemed ready to melt under the relentless heat, the air shimmering with distortion. Move faster, you two-legged sheep. The crack of a whip sliced through the air, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. A frail laborer stumbled and collapsed onto the scorching sand, the fresh welts on his back steaming in the heat. In front of him lay a chunk of crystal ore, its surface shimmering with an earthy yellow glow under the sunlight, radiating a heavy, grounded energy. If it weren't for the fact that these crystal mines are too cramped for us and need you humans to dig them out, we would have eaten you all long ago. The Tiger Man guard bared his massive fangs, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. At his words, every human slave present trembled, their eyes wide with terror. Frail, dressed in rags, their skin covered in bruises and grime, they seemed utterly insignificant compared to the towering, muscle-bound tiger men, who stood nearly 3 meters tall. Despair hung thick in the air over the entire mining site. More than 300 human slaves moved with their heads bowed, mechanically hauling heavy chunks of crystal or like lifeless puppets. The canyon walls on both sides were riddled with cramped tunnels, and dust-covered figures shuffled in and out, their backs hunched, eyes empty. A dozen heavily armed tigermen patrolled the area, whips in hand, ready to strike at any moment. Occasionally, they lashed out at any human who moved too slowly, their coarse laughter echoing through the canyon. I heard the warrior caught a few more runaway slaves? A one-eyed tiger man asked casually, picking his teeth with a sharp claw. Haha, this time they even caught a female mech warrior. Another guard replied, his tail swishing excitedly and his eyes gleaming with greed. The chieftain said once she's been broken in, she'll be kept for breeding. These female warriors are much softer than us tiger men. Suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion thundered from the distant sky, shaking the entire canyon. Stones bounced on the ground, and dust cascaded from the mine entrances. The tiger men looked up in alarm, while the slaves instinctively glanced skyward, their tools clattering to the ground. A brilliant six-colored beam of light tore through the heavens like a sword of divine retribution, speeding toward them with terrifying force. It pierced the clouds, refracting the sunlight into a dazzling display. What is that? One of the tiger men staggered back in fear, instinctively raising his weapon. As the light drew closer, they finally saw what it was: a 5-meter turtle mech, its armor shimmering in 6 radiant colors beneath the sun, each panel etched with elemental energy patterns. It's a divine mech. We're under attack. A guard roared, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. But before his warning could finish, boom, the ground shook violently as a 12-ton mech, the 6-fold judgment mech, crashed down, sending a shockwave that toppled dozens of tiger men. The crystal-laden sand cracked like a spiderweb, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. Blackrock Canyon fell silent. The 6-fold judgment mech stood tall, its 5-meter frame gleaming with a cold, blue-gold light in the blazing sun. Every inch of its armor shimmered with 6-colored elemental patterns. On its back, the storm dragonflight wings trembled and hummed with a low, menacing sound. Around it, 3,600 blade drones circled like living creatures, their sharp whistling making every tiger man's fur stand on end. It was a true machine of slaughter. The tiger men stared up in stunned silence, whimpering unconsciously. Their once proud, powerful bodies seemed small and fragile before the towering mech. A divine mech, that's an elite-class human mech. One guard finally managed to shout, his voice hoarse, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. As the slaves watched in shock, a giant tiger man over 4 meters tall pushed through the crowd. His body was a mass of muscle, golden fur crisscrossed with scars, each one a testament to his battles. As the head of the guards, had killed more humans than he could count and had even fought against human mechs before. Now, facing Ning Yuan's judgment mech, he showed no fear. Instead, his eyes burned with a savage light as his claws gouged deep marks into the ground. In his view, this 5-meter mech was only slightly larger than the ones had fought before. It made no difference. What are you afraid of? All of you attack. Tear that mech apart. The chief guard roared, his voice echoing through the canyon. Clang. A thin, elderly miner dropped his iron pickaxe, the sharp sound echoing through the cavern. His cloudy eyes widened in disbelief, and deep wrinkles on his face twitched violently. Bloodshot and unblinking, his gaze was fixed on the towering steel figure before him. His cracked lips trembled as long-buried memories surged to the surface. Shinji. It's the Shinji of Longhua. Inside the cockpit, data streamed across the energy monitor of the Yuanguang Shinji. Ning Yuan scanned the scene ahead. The honeycomb of tunnels carved into the rock, the powerful earth element energy fluctuations detected by his sensors. The truth was clear. This was a massive rock crystal vein. Rock crystal, a precious earth element, or was not only an ideal power source for Shinji, but also a potent nourishment for races like the tiger folk and beastkin. Through the holographic display, Ning Yuan's gaze turned icy as he looked over the tiger folk tribe, especially the emaciated Longhua survivors, barely clothed and gaunt. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the canyon. The chief of the tiger folk, Garza, giant over 4 meters tall, a living mountain, charged forward. Each step sent tremors through the ground. Thick veins bulged beneath its knotted muscles, and razor-sharp claws glinted menacingly in the sunlight. This was the tribe's fiercest warrior, capable of tearing ordinary mechs apart with brute strength alone. It leaped, its massive body blotting out the sun. But all it met was an unyielding wall of steel. Ning Yuan didn't even activate the hexagram divine punishment elemental cannon. The Yuanguang mech's base power of 8,400 units was more than enough to crush this arrogant foe. Bang! In the instant flesh met metal, the guard chief's pupils contracted in terror. Its prized claws twisted and snapped, thick arms shattered bone by bone, and its body was hurled like a rag doll, slamming hard into the rock wall. Silence fell over the canyon. The laborers stood frozen, staring at the tiger folk guard who had once terrorized them, now embedded in the stone like a broken doll, blood seeping slowly from the cracks. The Yuanguang mech calmly withdrew its fist, the 6-colored glow in its armored seams flowing steadily, as if it had merely swatted a fly. In that moment, the chasm between steel and flesh was laid bare. These tiger folk warriors were barely stronger than wild beasts. Perhaps only the chieftain that Gu Hongna had mentioned, a guardian-class tiger folk, might be worth Ning Yuan's attention. Click-clang. Ning Yuan raised the hexagram divine punishment elemental cannon. The 6 energy chambers on the weapon's core spun automatically. Light, darkness, ice, fire, thunder, and wind whirred and crackled within the barrel like a beast awakening. Meanwhile, the guard chief struggled to crawl from the rock wall, half of its body a mangled mass of flesh and blood. But the beast's primal fury drove it on. Coughing up blood, it roared, "Tigerkin! Charge! Roar!" The berserk Tigerkin warriors unleashed deafening howls, their towering bodies stomping deep prints into the sand. Muscles bulged and twisted beneath golden fur, veins snaking beneath the skin, while their clawed blades flashed coldly in the sunlight capable of shredding steel with ease. The laborers instinctively shrank back, open fear in their eyes. They had seen those claws tear through human flesh as if it were nothing but paper. The Tigerkin's blades had long haunted their nightmares. The berserk warriors left dozens of golden afterimages in the air, their claws glinting with lethal sharpness. A single swipe could effortlessly slaughter any ordinary human, as easily as mowing grass. Yet, faced with this savage assault, the Yuanguang Divine Engine stood unshaken. These Tigerkin were no match for it. The barrel of the six-fold Divine Punishment Elemental Cannon lifted slightly, locking onto its targets. The Tigerkins pried those claws, and their lightning speed meant nothing against the machine's soul-powered targeting. With a power rating of 8,400, the mech could track them effortlessly. Warning: enemy assault detected. Number: 128. Average power: 2,000. Threat level: none. Life signatures locked. Prepare to fire. Reflected in Ning Yuan's eyes were hundreds of red markers on the tactical display. Six-fold Divine Punishment Elemental Cannon activate. The barrel unleashed not a single element, but a torrent of 6 interwoven elemental forces. Rainbow-hued points of destructive energy instantly engulfed the charging Tigerkin. What looked like a radiant rainbow was, in truth, a deadly current harvesting lives. The first 3 Tigerkin struck still held their pouncing posture, claws only 3 meters from the mech's head. Time seemed to freeze. As the 6-colored lights touched them, they felt the most terrifying power of their lives. Their savage eyes cleared for an instant, but it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. 3 dazzling clouds of blood burst in midair. Their deaths sparked terror in the eyes of the remaining Tigerkin, who stared at the unmoving, mountain-like machine. But this all happened in the blink of an eye. The rest continued their reckless charge. Boom, boom, boom. The barrel swung swiftly, and a rain of blood and flesh fell upon the canyon. Each Tigerkin that leaped was blasted apart midair, their blood raining down. The Yuanguang mecha never budged, not even stained by a single drop. The Yinglong wings on its back spread gracefully, 3,600 hovering blades quivering in the aftermath, glinting with a chilling light. For all its radiant beauty, this was a merciless killing machine. No matter how bravely the Tigerkin charged, they met only the muzzle of death. In just 2 minutes, the canyon that once rang with Tigerkin roars and human suffering fell silent. The once noisy Blackrock Canyon now lay in an eerie stillness, the air heavy with the scent of scorched blood. The once arrogant Tigerkin were reduced to scattered remains. From start to finish, they had never posed the slightest threat to the Yuanguang mecha. The enslaved laborers stood frozen, calloused hands trembling. Reflected in their clouded eyes was the blood-soaked ground and the sunlit, 6-colored mech. In that moment, they finally believed the legends of their ancestors. Soft Longwa warriors who piloted divine machines and soared through the skies were real. A breeze swept by, swirling crystal dust into a shimmering halo in the sunlight. The 3,600 blades quivered softly, ringing with a clear metallic note. The Yuanguang mecha slowly turned, 6-colored light flowing smoothly through its armor. From the panoramic cockpit, Ning Yuan looked at the ragged, emaciated laborers, their faces a mix of awe, confusion, and desperate hope. "It's over." His voice echoed through the canyon via the loudspeaker, bouncing off the stone walls. "Wait here. Someone will come to take you home. My grades are so bad, I can't keep up with 3 chapters a day anymore. I'm about to cry. Go home." The 2 words echoed through the canyon, Ning Yuan's voice reverberating like a bomb among the crowd of laborers. In an instant, those humans who had been enslaved by the tiger folk for years froze, a long-extinguished light reigniting in their eyes. A wrinkled, emaciated old miner suddenly staggered forward, dropping heavily to his knees on the rough sand. His withered fingers dug deep into the earth, knuckles turning white from the strain. 50 years of bondage had made him forget the warmth of sunlight, the touch of a gentle breeze, even his own name. But now, some memory buried deep in his blood suddenly awoke. Longwa, the old man, whispered hoarsely, tears cutting twin tracks through the cold dust on his face. "The warriors of our homeland have come to take us home." His words sparked a chain reaction, like a spark landing on dry tinder. More and more laborers began to tremble. Some broke down in tears, their cries mixing with years of accumulated dust. Others threw their heads back and howled, their voices raw and broken. Many simply stared dazedly at the 6-colored mecha, as if struggling to believe this wasn't just another fragile dream. Suddenly, a frail woman stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sir, aren't you the one taking us home?" Her question fell like a stone into a still lake. The crowd fell silent, every eye fixed on Ning Yuan's mecha, filled with fear and uncertainty. They had just witnessed this godlike machine sweep through the tiger folk camp. Now, Ning Yuan was the only one they dared trust. What if they escaped one nightmare only to enter another? What if this was just a different kind of torment? The air seemed to freeze. Even their breathing became cautious. Ning Yuan was silent for a moment, the sensors on his mecha's head flickering with blue light. Then his deep voice rang out across the canyon once more. I have to rescue the others. He turned slowly, the six-colored patterns on his armor flowing like water, the wings of the Ing Long on his back unfolding slightly, pointing deeper into the canyon. This was only a small part of the whole valley. Ning Yuan estimated there were 7,000 or 8,000 tiger folk throughout the canyon, with even more human laborers. As his words faded, the laborers stood in stunned silence. Then, in the next instant, hundreds of hoarse voices burst out in unison, echoing through the gorge. Longwa forever. Deep within the canyon, inside an underground lair. In the dark, damp cavern, dozens of tiger folk sat in a circle, tearing into the bloody flesh of a freshly killed sand beast. Their thick claws were slick with grease, dark red blood dripped from their fangs, and satisfied growls rumbled in their throats, reverberating through the narrow space. Suddenly, boom, a dull tremor sounded from afar, sending loose rocks tumbling from the ceiling onto their greasy fur. What was that? A burly tiger folk guard snapped, golden eyes narrowing to slits in the darkness. Probably just another slave being executed, another replied casually, licking the grease from its claws. Those two-legged sheep have been getting more rebellious lately. But then a second, and a third tremor followed, this time making even the solid ground quiver, ripples spreading across the stagnant water pool in the depths. Something's wrong. The guard leapt to its feet, nostrils flaring. It caught a strange scent blood. And not just any blood, but that of its own kind. Something's happened. It growled, claws flashing coldly in the firelight. Come with me, let's check it out. When they rushed outside, the scene stopped every tiger folk in their tracks. The air was thick with the scent of blood, but not that of prey. It was the blood of their own kin. In the distance, large patches of charred bones and crystallized remains were scattered across the ground, while the rock walls were splattered with radiating bloodstains, as if some terrifying force had swept through the area. The Tiger Man guards felt their throats tighten, their hearts seized by an unprecedented fear. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from overhead. Every Tiger Man looked up at once. And then, they saw death itself. A 5-meter iridescent mech hovered in midair, the Ing Long wings on its back fully unfurled, with 3,600 sharp blades reflecting a dazzling, icy light under the sun. At its chest, the Lightspeed Thunder Phoenix prism radiated a 6-colored halo, exuding a dangerous aura, as if it were brewing some devastating power. Most terrifying of all, the mech's outer armor was stained with the blood of Tigerman, fresh and vivid, still dripping, marking the machine like a brand. The enemy. Before the Tiger Man guards could even shout a warning, the shadow of death had already fallen. The hexagram elemental mage's light flared, filled with destructive energy. Hurry, faster, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Gu Hongna gritted her teeth as the Red Fox Divine Mech's engine roared. She pushed the power to its limit. The mech sped across the sand, leaving deep furrows behind, each step kicking up towering waves of sand. The 3 children clung tightly to her hands, doing their best not to be thrown off. In the swirling sand, a Qing's voice trembled. Sister Hongna, do you think that Lord can really defeat so many Tigermen and save everyone? Gu Hongna pressed her lips together, not answering. She knew all too well what a Tigerman tribe meant. For one person to challenge an entire tribe, no matter how strong, even if it was Ning Yuan, it was a crazy idea, right? She finally forced out a doubtful reply, barely believing it herself. Maybe. As the Red Fox Divine Mech climbed the final hill, Gu Hongna slammed on the brakes. The sight before her struck her like lightning. In the canyon, crowds of laborers were helping each other out of the mine. They were ragged and emaciated, but every face was lit with a dazed, ecstatic joy. Looking out across the canyon once ruled by Tigermen, the ground was stained with blood, but not a single Tigerman could be seen. In the distance, the once imposing white bone totem pole, symbolizing Tigerman authority, was now just a scorched, broken base. Impossible. Gu Hongna was completely stunned. Just then, Ashu pointed to the sky and screamed, "Look!" Gu Hongna looked up, eyes wide. A 6-colored rainbow beam was shooting skyward from the depths of the canyon, with thunderclouds roiling and storms following in its wake. In a flash, it streaked across the sky, vanishing into the distance. Wait, the Tiger Man chief is guardian rank. Ning Yuan is only elite rank. Even if he's extraordinary, there's no way he could just leap a whole rank and kill the chief so quickly. A terrifying thought flashed through Gu Hongna's mind. That meant Ning Yuan never encountered the Tiger Man chief. The guardian rank chief was still alive. But where did he go? The realization sent a chill through Gu Hongna, but she could only guess. Ning Yuan had said from the start that he had a more urgent task, and from the way he left at such speed, It was clear he was in a hurry. Along the way, she had carefully controlled the mech's speed to keep the children from getting hurt. Now, more than half a day had passed. Ning Yuan might have spent a long time searching here. But leaving so hastily meant he had wasted precious time. It's not his fault, Gu Hongna thought. You can't expect him to just wait around forever for a Tiger Man chief, who might never show up. That's asking too much. Just then, her tactical watch suddenly vibrated. Gu Hongna glanced down, her pupils contracting sharply. She had received a bounty mission issued by Ning Yuan's Jin Hui troops, carrying the highest level of priority. The mission read, Mission Bounty, escort Dragon Kingdom citizens to the rendezvous point, Windhowl Desert, Blackrock Canyon. Reward, 200,000 spirit crystals. Mission brief, possible pursuit by Guardian-ranked Tiger Man Chief. Note, civilian safety is the top priority. Issuer, Ning Yuan, Jin Hui officer. Gu Hongna's pupils dilated slightly as her fingertips brushed the glowing screen. At the end of the message, the shining Ning insignia glimmered gold in the sunlight. This was the highest priority mission, backed by Ning Yuan's personal rank. She couldn't help but smile wryly. I really underestimated him. This guy? Gu Hongna couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile, though her eyes grew hot with emotion. She glanced down at the bounty notice in her hand. The number of people accepting the mission was rising rapidly in real time. 3 Guardian-level adventurers, 7 Elite-level adventurers. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm the turbulent feelings inside. She turned her head, eyes sweeping over the laborers beside her, a group of ragged, exhausted figures. Years of relentless overwork had drained them completely. Almost everyone was slumped in a corner, utterly spent. Gu Hongna knew all too well that the only way back to the real world from the Lonyuan secret realm was to find a spatial rift. But these rifts appeared only briefly, lasting such a short time that it was impossible for large groups of people to pass through. The other option was to locate a stable evacuation point, which had to be somewhere on the outskirts of the Lonyuan mountains and offer enough safety. Unfortunately, stable evacuation points were as rare as diamonds, nearly impossible to come by. The ideal solution would be to use a spatial crystal sphere. These spheres could maintain a stable rift for a short period, but they were incredibly scarce, reserved only for a handful of high-ranking military officers as strategic resources. Gu Hongna's eyes flashed as she glanced at the map. The nearest evacuation point was more than 100 kilometers away. She realized that, given the laborers' condition, even 10 kilometers would be too much for most of them. Many would collapse from exhaustion and dehydration, let alone 100 kilometers. Now, though, a new hope had emerged. The number of people accepting the mission was still climbing, including some Guardian-level adventurers. The fastest among them would arrive in just about an hour. For now, at least, the laborers didn't have to fear for their lives. They could wait for the adventurers to arrive and be evacuated. Just then, a thunderous roar split the sky in the distance, as if the heavens themselves had been torn apart. The six-fold divine judgment, primordial light mech burst through the clouds, tearing them open at more than 1.5 times the speed of sound as silver meteors streaking across the sky. Its six-colored armor gleamed in the sunlight, while the storm dragon Tianxiu shiny wings unfurled behind it, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. 3,600 high-speed blades vibrated, producing a piercing howl. Ning Yuan piloted the mech steadily, gazing down at the desert rushing past beneath him. Tactical data flickered across the display, terrain information flashing before his eyes. Ning Yuan's brow furrowed, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He had searched every inch of the canyon, but found no sign of the Guardian-level Tiger clan chief that Gu Hongna had mentioned. No matter how thoroughly he looked, there was no trace. The unease in his heart continued to grow. He muttered to himself, if I really run into that Guardian-level Tiger clan chief, I can activate Storm Thunder Phoenix mode. The firepower will be enough to take it on, maybe even defeat it. But there's just no sign of it in the canyon. His thoughts grew muddled. He had already posted the mission, so there shouldn't be any problems, but he was growing impatient. The upgrade for the divine mech was urgent, and time was running out. Conflicted, he tightened his grip on the controls. Six-colored light flowed through the armor's joints, streaking across the sky like a shooting star. Ahead, the edge of the thunderstorm desert came into view. Dark, thunderous clouds loomed like an enormous wall across the horizon. Lightning writhed within them like countless silver serpents, roaring and raging as if warning all who approached. This was a forbidden zone for life. A fervent grin curled on Ning Yuan's lips as he issued a decisive order. Storm Yinglong mode full power. Boom. The Yinglong wings on the mech's back flared with a dazzling blue-green light. In an instant, the six-polar divine punishment mech became a brilliant streak, piercing the sky as it plunged headlong into the deadly storm. At the entrance to the Dragon Abyss Mountain secret realm, the scorching sun baked the earth. Crowds of adventurers gathered in small groups at the gateway. Some showed off fresh sandstorm giant scorpion venom glands, shouting, only 3 spirit crystals. Others loudly hawked high-purity red flame, or claiming it was the best material for forging fire-type divine machines. Old Zhang, I heard you took down an earth dragon lizard this time? That's right. Nearly lost my life, me mech, even had an arm torn off. But getting the dragon lizard core made it all worth it. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, blood, and rare treasures. Amidst the noisy crowd, a man in a gray adventurer's outfit silently made his way through. He looked unremarkable, but his occasional cold, predatory gaze sent shivers down anyone's spine. Suddenly, a burly adventurer bumped into his shoulder. Sorry. The man apologized quickly, but when he met those eyes, he froze as if plunged into an icy abyss. They were abyssal, cold, and utterly chilling. Without a word, the gray-clad man melted into the crowd and vanished. The burly adventurer finally let out a breath and whispered to his companion, "That guy's bad news. The way he looks at you, it's like he wants to eat you alive." Hidden in the shadows, Miyamoto Saburo fingered the short blade at his waist, silently repeating the name Ning Yuan. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. "I'm here," he murmured, gazing at the entrance to the secret realm. Inside the Dragon Abyss Base Command Center, Wei Pingchuan stared intently at the holographic screen. A dark red streak shot across the sky at more than 10 times the speed of sound. This was the Chixian Elite, 6th Dimeturtle War-class Divine Mech. Its crimson armor etched with ancient runes, 6 pairs of iron wings on its back spewing searing flames. Target spotted. Elite-level Snake Men tribe, approximately 2,000 strong, came Gu Chen's comm report. The camera zoomed in, revealing a desolate wasteland crawling with 3 Meturtle snake men, their bodies covered in dark green scales. At the front, several snake men priests performed a bloody ritual. Perfect. Let's use these elite snake men to test the fire god Gatling's power. Wei Pingchuan clenched his fist. Qishao dove, wings fully unfurled, leaving blazing trails in the sky. The snake men looked up at the descending shadow of death, their proud scales trembling under the war-class mech suppressive presence. Boom. Qishao came to an abrupt halt 100 meters above the ground, the shockwave liquefying the sand and rocks below. Disarm, Gu Chun ordered coolly. In an instant, the war-class Qishao dissolved into motes of light. The snake men stared in disbelief. Suddenly, one of the priests burst out in shrill laughter. "Foolish humans. Without your mechs, you're courting death." Gu Chun swept his gaze over the serpent folk tribe. His expression calm and unruffled, didn't even so much as furrow his brow. With more than 50 years of military service and the strength of a battle-hardened general, he stood there like an unmovable mountain. Even without his divine armor, the aura he exuded in that moment was deep and unfathomable, impossible to gauge. The elite serpent folk before him weren't even worthy of his attention. He lifted the black weapon case with one hand and set it down steadily, not disturbing even a single grain of sand. With a click, the case opened. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if the serpent folk around him were nothing but air. He calmly took out the Vulcan Gatling gun. The purpose of his mission was to test the power of this new weapon. The 6 barrels, etched with lightning patterns, glinted coldly in the sunlight. Golden runes flowed across the gun's body like molten lava. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. In the command center, Wei Pingchuan and all the officers held their breath, unconsciously leaning forward. The results of this test would determine the fate of millions within the Long Yuan secret realm. At that moment, everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Even the faintest breeze seemed to vanish. From a distance, the serpent folk priest watched Gu Chun lift the Gatling with one hand and was suddenly gripped by a chilling sense of dread. Nervously, the priest opened its mouth and gave a low command, "Kill him." With that order, thousands of serpent folk warriors surged forward, their thick tails slamming against the ground, sending dark green scales flying like shrapnel. Each serpent folk displayed terrifying explosive power, standing 3 meters tall and charging at Gu Chun like a tidal wave. Yet Gu Chen's expression didn't change at all. He remained as composed as ever. He gripped the barrel of the Gatling and spoke calmly, "Test begins." The next moment were boom, 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 boom. The 6 barrels spun rapidly, unleashing a barrage of bullets intertwined with thunder and fire, ripping through the air. Each round crackled with golden lightning and crimson flames, sweeping over the onrushing serpent folk like a steel torrent. The serpent folk priest's pupils contracted sharply, fear and despair flashing in its eyes. It raised its bone staff and shouted hoarsely, "Stop him!" But it was already too late. The first wave of serpent folk hadn't even gotten within 10 meters before they were torn apart in the storm of bullets, exploding into clouds of blood. The rounds, charged with fire and lightning, pierced their scales, carbonized their muscles, and shattered their bones. The remaining warriors were shredded before they could even get close. The serpent folk priest stumbled back in horror, forced to watch as its bravest warriors vanished in the hail of gunfire, its carefully bred vipers reduced to charred husks by the storm of thunder and flame. Decades of effort all wiped out by Gu Chun alone in a single, bloody instant. Impossible. The priest screamed hysterically, waving its bone staff in a desperate attempt to summon more power. But all that greeted it was an even denser storm of metal. Gu Chun's expression was icy, his grip on the Gatling steady. The rotating barrels let out a deep, menacing hum, blending with the serpent folk's screams to form a symphony of death. Every bullet carried the breath of destruction, tearing through the ranks of the serpent folk. Even those with the strongest defenses were helpless before the relentless barrage. When the last serpent folk was severed at the waist by gunfire, the entire wasteland was blanketed in blood and flesh, the air thick with the scent of metal and gore. Gu Chun released the trigger, and the barrels gradually slowed to a stop, the gunfire fading into silence. In that moment, everything seemed frozen. He spoke into the communicator, his voice trembling with excitement. The firepower is outstanding. I am extremely satisfied with this weapon. The entire test had lasted only a few minutes, but the shock and impact it left behind would be deeply etched in everyone's hearts for a long time to come. In terms of effectiveness, this is dozens, even hundreds of times more powerful than Storm Rage. My recommendation is start mass production immediately and equip every one of our Dragon Nation soldiers. A deafening cheer erupted in the command center, the whole room instantly boiling over with excitement. My God, did you see that power? The Snakemen couldn't even get close. This is a true artifacted elite-grade weapon that can sweep through elite foes single-handedly. Storm Rage? It's not even worthy of carrying this Gatling's ammo. The officers, normally so composed, had flushed faces and were pounding their fists on the control panels. Some even jumped onto their chairs, pointing at the still-smoking battlefield on the holoscreen, their voices hoarse from shouting. The adjutant quickly grabbed Wei Pingchuan's arm. The usually calm commander was now stumbling over his words in excitement. Commander, did you see that? This is an elite-class artifact. We have hope to rescue Ning Yuan. Silence. The room fell instantly quiet at the roar. Wei Pingchuan looked up sharply, his gaze sweeping through the officers like a blade. Everyone straightened, chests heaving. Transmit my orders. Wei Pingchuan's voice was cold and commanding as a mountain. First, launch the Ning Yuan Dawn project immediately. Gather every spirit engineer in the nation and run round-the-clock production of the Vulcan Gatling. Second, mobilize army groups 12, 16, 28, 34, and above, put them on highest alert. Third, instruct all reconnaissance units to confirm the positions of all targets above Guardian class. Fourth, all Guardian class and higher warriors are to take position. Those tough opponents are their responsibility. Fifth, prepare emergency response plans. This large-scale military entry will undoubtedly trigger unrest in the secret realm if we don't handle it properly. It could be catastrophic. Yes, sir. The resounding reply shook the command center. The entire Ning Yuan base roared to life, operating like a finely tuned war machine. With a single order, countless communication channels sprang open. Prepare for battle. At that moment, Wei Pingchuan let out a long breath. The battle-hardened veteran's hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. He looked down at the Vulcan Gatling specs on the holomap, a rare look of admiration flickering in his eyes. This Ning Yuan, he murmured, he's truly brought our nation a legendary weapon. Wei Pingchuan's eyes were full of respect. The Vulcan Gatling's power was simply astonishing. To have created such a weapon at such a young age, Ning Yuan was a true prodigy, a pillar of the nation. Suddenly, he looked up, his sharp gaze turning to the intelligence officer. Have you tracked down that kid's whereabouts? Cold sweat broke out on the officer's forehead as he replied softly. Reporting, Commander, we haven't found his exact location. What happened? Wei Pingchuan's brows furrowed. After such rigorous testing, he valued Ning Yuan tremendously and would tolerate no mishaps. The adjutant quickly added, according to the last surveillance, he most likely entered the Ning Yuan secret realm. The holoscreen flashed, pulling up footage of a stern-faced young man standing at the entrance to the secret realm, his figure matching Ning Yuan's, then stepping into the Ning Yuan mountains. Wei Pingchuan narrowed his eyes. He disguised himself? Yes, it's highly likely him. The intelligence officer nodded. Interesting, Wei Pingchuan said, a faint smile appearing. He turned to Gu Chun, who had just finished the test. General Gu, your next mission is to find Ning Yuan and ensure his safety. Gu Chun snapped to attention and responded firmly. Yes, sir. Beep. The communication line disconnected, and the projection in the command room went dark. Gu Chun stood amidst the ruins of the Gobi Desert, glanced down at his tactical watch, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. The name, Gu Hongna, marked as a high-priority subject, was flashing with an active blue light. This girl snuck out again. A rare trace of softness flickered across his stern face, gone in an instant, but there was a tenderness and pride in his soldiers' eyes that he couldn't hide. Gu Hongna was the precious daughter of this high-ranking war commander. Gu Chen's feelings were complicated. With his status, his daughter could have lived a life of comfort and ease, free from worry. Yet she insisted on hiding her identity, joining the Guardians Association, and risking her life to enter secret realms and save others. He was both exasperated by her disobedience and proud of her courageous young woman just past 20, with a bright future ahead, yet unafraid of danger, willing to sacrifice for her country and people. Establishing holographic link. A soft blue screen unfolded in the air, and Gu Hongna's image appeared, clear and vivid. She had clearly just been through a tough battle. Her hair was dusted with sand, a few strands singed, but her eyes still sparkled like stars. The moment she saw her father, Gu Hongna, who was leading a group of refugees to safety, broke into a bright smile, her eyes curving into crescents. But Gu Qin's gaze went past his daughter to the people behind her, disheveled refugees supporting one another. Some fell to their knees, sobbing. Others laughed up at the sky, and most simply stared in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe they'd really been saved. Dad, Gu Hongna called out in delight, then instinctively shrank back a little, remembering how her father had warned her countless times not to take risks alone. But she quickly straightened up, turned the camera toward the crowd behind her, and proudly announced, "Look, I saved thousands this time. They're all our people from Longhua." Gu Chun was silent for 3 seconds. In that brief moment, he saw his daughter's cracked lips, her new scars, and the gratitude in the eyes of the refugees as they looked at her. Reckless, he finally muttered, his deep voice betraying little reproach despite his words. Gu Hongna's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned closer to the projection. "Dad, guess who I just saw? An incredible mech." She raised her pale fingers, gesturing animatedly, her tone full of admiration. He was alone, just one person, and he tore through the entire tiger tribe by himself. Really, just one person was amazing. Ning Yuan? Gu Qin interrupted suddenly. Huh. Gu Hongna was stunned. How did you know? Huh. Gu Qin couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Had been worrying about how to find Ning Yuan, and now the news had landed in his lap. Location: Windhowl Desert, Blackrock Canyon. Gu Hongna answered instinctively, then quickly realized, wait, why are you looking for him? She eyed him warily. These people were only saved because of him. Don't you go causing him trouble. Official business. Gu Qin rolled his eyes. He's a gold emblem, and he developed the Vulcan Gatling. Even General Wei can't praise him enough. Why would I cause him trouble? He's headed to the Thunderstorm Desert. The situation was clearly urgent. Gu Hong now realized she had misunderstood and stuck out her tongue sheepishly before obediently revealing Ning Yuan's whereabouts. Hongna, yeah. Well done. The sudden gentleness in his voice caught Gu Hongna off guard. She paused for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Come on, you're obviously worried about me. Just then, a Qing approached cautiously and whispered, Hongna, who is this man? My dad. Hongna, a Qing suddenly shrieked, pointing toward the mouth of the canyon. Gu Hongna's head snapped up as her tactical watch blared a piercing alarm. Warning, Guardian-level energy detected. On the comm screen, Gu Qin's eyes sharpened instantly. What's going on? It's probably the Tiger King chieftain at Guardian level. Gu Hongna replied, her voice tense. Ning Yuan searched for hours but couldn't find him. He left in a hurry, and now he's back, just when we least expected it. She didn't get to finish her sentence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the canyon, the air itself vibrating with the shockwave. Gu Hongna looked up in horror, her pupils contracting sharply. A massive tiger, as large as a mountain, strode into the canyon. Its enormous body stood 25 meters tall, almost blotting out the sunlight. Black and gold stripes rippled across its fur like waves, each hair glinting with a metallic sheen. With every step, its paws crushed the ground to dust, leaving deep craters behind. The laborers scattered in terror, screaming as they ran. A Qing's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The sheer presence of the giant tiger seemed to freeze everyone's blood, making it almost impossible to breathe. Gu Hongna's watch blared even louder, the energy reading skyrocketing. Warning, target's life force has exceeded safe limits. You are facing an unbeatable enemy. Immediate retreat is advised. A Guardian-level Tiger King chieftain, 25 meters tall like a living mountain. For ordinary humans, it was an insurmountable threat, making them seem as insignificant as grains of sand. The surviving workers were deathly pale, nearly fainting under the overwhelming pressure radiating from the giant tiger. Hold on. Gu Qin's furious shout came through the communicator, and the next moment, the holographic projection abruptly cut off. Boom. The ground beneath Gu Qin exploded as the 6th Turtle War General class mech, Qi Xiao, shot into the sky like a beast unleashed. 6 pairs of steel wings unfurled, sending a violent gust that hurled debris hundreds of meters away, activating overdrive thrusters. Inside the cockpit, streams of data flickered wildly in Gu Qin's eyes. The main thruster on the mech's back erupted in a 100-meter-long trail of crimson fire, with auxiliary thrusters igniting at the same time. The entire machine shot forward like a divine spear, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Bang! A sonic boom cracked through the air as Qi Xiao soared toward the clouds at 8 times the speed of sound, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. 10,000 meters above the ground, above the clouds, Gu Qin looked down at the rolling sea of clouds below. His heart was pounding with anxiety, but his gaze was icy cold. Switch modes. His voice was sharp as steel. Authorization confirmed. Switching modes. Vermilion Phoenix ignition. Clank, clank, snap, snap. Xiao instantly transformed. The 6 pairs of steel wings on its back reconfigured, morphing into 12 massive blade wings wreathed in blazing crimson flames. Blinding gold and crimson light burst from the gaps in the mech's armor as the core furnace in its chest roared to life. Scorching torrents of energy erupted outward, instantly setting the sky ablaze. The intense heat vaporized the clouds, turning them into a fiery rain that cascaded across the heavens. Around the mech, the air twisted violently, forming a blazing vortex hundreds of meters wide. Gu Chun could feel the wild, overwhelming power of the vermilion bird form surging through him, his gaze sharp as a blade. The 12 flaming blade wings shifted into optimal position as the main thruster screamed, pushing its limits. Speed soared. Mach 10, Mach 15, Mach 20, Mach 30 until it shattered the barrier at Mach 50. The mech became a blazing meteor, streaking a brilliant red line across the horizon. In its wake, the atmosphere ionized in an instant, leaving a dazzling trail that stretched for kilometers. Below, the desert couldn't withstand the residual heat. The sand melted into a band of glowing red glass. Hongna. Gu Chun clenched his fists, knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the rapidly shrinking distance. Distance to Fengshan Desert, 3,200 kilometers. Current speed, Mach 50. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Meanwhile, deep within the black rock canyon of the Fengshan Desert, Gu Hongna was facing a life-or-death crisis. Her Scarlet Fox mech seemed tiny before the 25-meter-tall Tiger Clan chieftain, like a young fox facing a full-grown mammoth. Every step the Tiger chieftain took shook the ground. Its amber, slit-pupiled eyes looked down at Gu Hongna, each breath stirring a foul wind. She glanced at her tactical watt support was still over 10 minutes away, and Ning Yuan had been gone nearly 40 minutes. Little thing. The Tiger chieftain's voice boomed like thunder, making Gu Hongna's eardrums ache. You're quite the runner. As Gu Hongna tried to raise her mech's arm, the Tiger chieftain casually pressed down with one claw, crushing the Scarlet Fox's right arm into scrap metal. The violent feedback made Gu Hongna cry out not true pain, but the overwhelming sensation created by the Guardian-class mech pressure. Nearby, the recently rescued laborers stared in shock. Facing such a colossal foe, they, like Gu Hongna, could see no hope of victory. The cockpit twisted under the immense pressure, the shriek of tortured metal piercing Gu Hongna's eardrums. Through the observation window, now splintering into a web of cracks, she saw a Qing running toward her, tears streaming down her face, and the laborers collapsing to their knees in despair. Suddenly, a blinding red light swept across the horizon. The giant tiger, towering at 25 meters, raised a paw as massive as a mountain, its shadow swallowing Gu Hongna where she lay. At that moment, all the laborers looked up in unison. An overwhelming, terrifying force was closing in, pressing down as if it could crush the sky itself. Crimson flames began to devour the blue heavens in the distance. Churning fire clouds surged like a raging sea, painting the sky blood-red. Scorching fire rain poured down, instantly melting the ground into rivers of glowing magma. The Tiger Clan chief let out a hoarse, guttural growl, and his enormous body involuntarily stepped back, could sense death approaching. A crimson meteor tore through the firestorm. The vermilion bird divine machine descended. In its vermilion bird form, the Qishao divine machine looked even more imposing, its wingspan stretching over 80 meters. 12 blazing blade-like wings unfurled, blotting out the sky above the canyon. Gu Hongna stared up in shock through the shattered window of the Red Fox divine machine, gazing at the towering steel deity her father, Gu Chun. Even as the vermilion bird hovered in the sky, the heat it radiated made the air ripple and warp. In the presence of this colossal machine, the Tiger Clan chief's once proud figure seemed insignificant. Strangely, though the laborers watched in terror, they realized they weren't affected by the searing heat that could incinerate the world. Dad. Gu Hongna's voice was barely a whisper. You hurt my daughter. Gu Chen's voice boomed from the divine machine, thunderous and unforgiving. Die. The Tiger Clan chief's fur began to curl and blacken in the heat. His amber eyes, slit like a cat's, trembled with fear. No, don't kill me. Zheng. With a gentle tremor, the vermilion bird's right wing sent a single crimson feather drifting down. It seemed weightless, but as soon as it left the wing, it transformed into a sword of blood-red flame. Wherever it passed, space warped and the air vanished in a burst of steam. The Tiger Clan chief roared in desperation, his muscles swelling as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fiery feather sliced through his skull with unstoppable force, cleaving his powerful body in two. There was no resistance, only absolute annihilation. The flames instantly consumed what remained, reducing flesh and bone to ash. The vermilion bird divine machine slowly folded its wings, and the rain of fire faded from the sky. Boom. At the border between the thunderstorm desert and the howling wind desert, a streak of rainbow light shot across the sky at incredible speed. The 6 polar divine retribution mecha tore through the clouds, racing through the upper atmosphere at its absolute limit. Activate Storm Inglong mode full power. Inside the cockpit, data streams flickered across the display. Target: Heart of the Thunder Prison, Central Thunderstorm Desert. Distance: 3,500 kilometers. Current speed: Mach 6. Estimated arrival: 28 minutes. The 5-mid-turtle Azure Gold mecha was completely shrouded in a raging gale, its draconic wings fully unfurled like those of a mythical beast. 3,600 metallic blades vibrated at high frequency across its armor, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Pale blue wind element patterns surged across its surface like living lightning. Wherever it passed, the dense clouds were ruthlessly split apart, leaving a straight vacuum trail, as if the sky itself had been slashed by an invisible blade. Mach 6, an unimaginable speed for most elite mecha, enough to tear any ordinary machine apart in an instant. Yet the armor of the Yuan Guang Divine Mecha remained rock-solid and steady, perfectly withstanding the terrifying pressure of its velocity. Inside the cockpit, Ning Yuan's gaze was locked onto a flashing red marker on the holographic map, the heart of the Thunder Prison in the Thunderstorm Desert, the legendary lair of the Thunder Prison Phoenix. I wonder how Gu Hongna is doing. Even while traveling at breakneck speed, Ning Yuan's mind drifted for a moment. By now, the adventurers I hired should have arrived. He frowned slightly, calculating the time. Suddenly, beep. A brief tactical message flashed across the screen. Gu Hongna, the Tigerkin chieftain has been dealt with. No need to worry. Ning Yuan relaxed, a confident smile tugging at his lips. He quickly closed the message and refocused on the path ahead. In the distance, a wall of pitch-black storm clouds loomed close. Countless bolts of violet-white lightning surged and roared within, like a horde of furious serpents warning away any who dared approach. Boom. The divine mecha accelerated without hesitation, a blue-gold sword thrusting straight into the heart of the storm. Thunder Prison Phoenix, here I come. On September 26th, a unique ceremony was taking place on the desolate outskirts of Jiangcheng's eastern suburbs. Amidst the barren hills and wild landscape, fallen leaves spun in the autumn wind. Before a solitary gray tombstone, members of the Ning family, dressed in lavish robes, stood in a solemn linear stark contrast to the bleak surroundings. We're here. Ning Yuan's voice was quiet, yet it sent a shiver through everyone present. The tombstone bore 5 characters: beloved mother Su Wan's grave. As the head of the Ning family, Ning Tianhua's fingernails dug deep into his palm. To lead his entire clan to kneel before a woman he considered disgraceful was a humiliation almost too much to bear. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the third elder, Ning Yuanshan, whose usually sinister face was now ashen and lifeless. Not far away, Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang stood with arms crossed, watching the Ning family's humiliation with cold amusement, a hint of mockery at the corners of their mouths. There was no live broadcast today. Ning Yuan believed that streaming in front of his mother's grave would be a grave disrespect. Kneel. Standing by the tombstone, Ning Yuan's voice was cold as steel. Ning Tianwu drew a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead. The absence of cameras was already the greatest mercy. Slowly, he bent down and dropped to his knees. As he did, the entire Ning family followed, falling like a field of wheat, every face drained of color. Bow. Ning Yuan's command rang out again. Thud, thud, thud. The once proud patriarch now had no choice but to lead his family in kowtowing. The dull sound of foreheads striking the earth echoed, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Lei Lai spat on the ground, sneering, "You reap what you sow." After 3 bows, Ning Yuan's expression softened slightly. He knelt and gently brushed the dust from his mother's tombstone, then stood and swept his blade-like gaze over the kneeling Ning family. Hand that person over. At his words, one figure among the clan began to tremble violently, pressing his forehead hard into the dirt. Lei Lai snorted and strode forward, dragging the man out as if he were a helpless chick. Ning Yuan, spare me. I'm your father. The man was thrown before the tombstone, sobbing and kowtowing desperately. The word father drew mixed reactions from those present, but Ning Yuan's face remained cold as ice. Ning Yutong, once a man with dignity, now looked utterly broken by excess and vice. There was nothing fatherly left in him. Mother, take a good look. Ning Yuan murmured, then suddenly grabbed Ning Yutong by the hair and slammed his head hard into the ground. Crack. A bloom of blood splattered across the gray stone, Ning Yutong's agonized screams echoing through the barren hills. Ning Yuan ignored everything around him. He grabbed Ning Yutong's head once more and slammed it down with force. Bang! Blood spurted from Ning Yutong's forehead. Bang! The second blow was even heavier. Flesh tore open, and Ning Yutong's agonized screams shattered the silence of the graveyard. Bang! The third strike was delivered with nearly all his strength. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the earth in front of the tombstone. A few drops even splattered onto the inscription, "Here lies Su Wan, a loving mother," standing out starkly against the white stone. Ning Yutong's screams grew weaker, turning into broken, intermittent moans. His face was mangled beyond recognition, his nose flattened, his eyes swollen shut, barely resembling a human anymore. None of the Ning family members kneeling on the ground dared to utter a word. They trembled uncontrollably, barely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look up at the grisly scene. Ning Tianwu stood among them, clenching his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms, his face ashen, but he dared not make a sound. Lei Lai, Zhou Rui, and Qian Gang exchanged shocked glances from the side. No matter what, the man lying in that pool of blood was Ning Yuan's biological father, yet Ning Yuan's actions were ruthless and merciless. But they had no idea for Ning Yuan. Whatever father-son relationship there was belonged to the original owner of this body. This beast, who had assaulted his mother and driven her family to near extinction and exile, deserved far worse. Sparing his life was already an extraordinary act of mercy. Finally, Ning Yuan let go, leaving Ning Yutong collapsed in the blood like a heap of mud. He slowly stood up, blood staining his clothes, his voice icy cold. I've been thinking about what to do with you. Killing you? That doesn't seem quite right. Ning Yutong, barely conscious, shuddered involuntarily at the mention of death. Ning Yuan looked down at the bloody, shapeless figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. He crouched again, grabbed Ning Yutong's hair, and forced him to look up. The only thing recognizable was those terrified, trembling eyes, pleading for life. The ones who should hate you most aren't me, Ning Yuan said quietly, his tone frigid. It's my mother's family, grandfather, my uncles, all those whose lives you destroyed and forced into exile. Ning Yutong's pupils shrank sharply. He tried to beg, but could only utter broken, guttural sounds. Ning Yuan stood and turned to Lei Lai. Watch him for me for a while. No problem. Lei Lai grinned, a cruel glint in his eyes as he cracked his knuckles. Don't worry, he'll stay alive, but hell wish he wasn't. Ning Yuan nodded, then swept his gaze over the kneeling Ning family members. His voice was cold. You can leave now. Ning family, Ning Yuan murmured softly. His words were carried away by the wind, but his eyes were cold as ice. After this, the Ning family was destined to fall from grace, never to reclaim their former glory. And today was just the beginning. As for people like Ning Yuanshan, who had always harbored old grudges and stood against him, they would die eventually, but there was no rush. According to the agreement made before the battle, the entire Ning clan had already knelt and apologized before his mother's grave, paid 30 million spirit crystals in compensation, and handed Ning Yutong over to him. It wasn't the right time to kill more of them, and besides, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Using the military to help him kill them? That wasn't necessary. He would wait. Once his own strength grew a bit more, he'd finish off the remaining few for good. The wind died down. Only Ning Yuan remained in front of the grave. He gently placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums there, the petals speckled with droplets, whether dew or something else, he couldn't say. Boom. As soon as the Yuanguang divine machine entered the range of the thunderstorm, blinding lightning swallowed the entire world. Inside the pitch-black wall of storm clouds, a true hell of lightning unfolded. Countless purple-white bolts snaked wildly through the clouds, some as thin as hairs, others thick as giant pythons. Each flash illuminated the desert below as if it were broad daylight. Most striking of all was a slowly spinning sphere of lightning, 100 meters across, constantly bursting with heart-stopping blue-white light, as if it were nurturing some terrifying creature within. Crack! A lightning bolt as thick as a water vat struck the mech's shoulder armor, and in Storm Yinglong mode, the Yuanguang divine machine erupted with dazzling arcs of electricity. Ning Yuan glanced at the energy readings, his brows knitting in concern. Even the residual force of this natural lightning was equivalent to an elite-level attack. For ordinary people, this extreme environment was a death zone. Without the protection of a divine machine, no one could set foot here. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed as he activated the six-fold divine judgment, thunder form. Instantly, intricate patterns of lightning appeared across the mech's surface, and blue light surged from the gaps in its armor. The 3,600 skydrive feather blades on its back began to vibrate at high frequency, each blade crackling with wild arcs, transforming the entire machine into a living embodiment of thunder. In the distance, roars echoed through the storm. Ning Yuan swiveled his sensors and spotted a pack of thunderclaw basilisks prowling through the tempest. Each of these massive beasts was over 10 meters long, with lightning-shaped bone spines running down their backs, perfectly adapted to this stormy environment. Every single one possessed the strength of an elite, rivaling divine machines equipped for magical beasts. A few particularly hulking individuals had reached the very peak of the elite class, just below the apex sky-piercing behemoth. And these were only the beasts on the outskirts of the thunderstorm desert. Deeper within the clouds, several colossal, indistinct shapes glided through the gloom. These were Cloud Thunder Kuan, creatures capable of triggering localized storms. Their wingspans flickered in and out of view amid the lightning, radiating an oppressive, suffocating power. The entire thunderstorm desert was shrouded in darkness, with visibility near zero. Only when lightning split the sky could anything be seen. Across this vast region, stretching over 8,000 kilometers, countless thunder element beasts made their home. Among these powerful creatures, a terrifying apex predator had emerged, the Thunder Prison Phoenix. Recalling the intelligence about the Thunder Prison Phoenix, Ning Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even before the Long Yuan secret realm went out of control, there had been only a handful of cases where it was successfully slain. Ordinary Guardian-class fighters didn't stand a chance. Only those at the general level could hope to bring it down. But reaching the Warlord level also comes with tremendous risk, because the Guardian level is not the limit for the Thunder Prison Phoenix. When one of these apex beasts reaches its full potential, it evolves into a Lord-class creature, true masters of the storm, capable of unleashing destruction far beyond what Ning Yuan had witnessed from the sky's wrath on the thunderstorm plains. Thunder Prison Phoenixes are extremely rare and inherently savage. Even hatchlings from the same brood will fight each other to the death upon meeting. Males and females only tolerate each other during brief mating periods. Outside of that, they are always rivals. Once a chick matures to the elite level, it is mercilessly expelled from the nest and left to survive on its own. This is my chance. Ning Yuan's eyes gleamed as he began piloting the divine engine to search for his target. Thunder Prison Phoenixes usually dwell in the most violent core of the thunderstorm desert, the heart of the Thunder Prison. Boom. The Yuan Guang divine engine suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of violet lightning that cut a dazzling path beneath the pitch-black storm clouds. With Thunder Extreme mode fully engaged, lightning patterns on the mech's armor glowed as hot as molten metal. The blue-gold plating was completely enveloped by raging elemental energy, and every joint sparked with crackling arcs. The Skydrive wings on its back spread wide, each of the 3,600 metallic blades trailing several meters of brilliant blue lightning, weaving a spectacular web of energy in the air. Crackle! A bolt of lightning struck directly in its path, but the divine engine didn't dodge. Instead, a single sweep of its wing blades split the natural thunder, dispersing it with ease. In Thunder Extreme mode, this stormy environment actually made the mech more formidable, moving as effortlessly as a fish in water. Given the formidable beasts in this region, including many Guardian-level flying predators, Ning Yuan kept his altitude low, skimming just 100 meters above the crystallized sand. The ground blurred beneath him, and the occasional lurking thunder beast would glance up, only to retreat instantly in the face of such overwhelming power. In this lawless storm zone, anything that could command such pure lightning was not to be trifled with. Based on the energy readings, Ning Yuan scanned the tactical display. The core should be. Suddenly, a massive lightning pillar in the distance caught his eye. It was over 100 meters wide, filled with seething blue-white plasma, tearing the surrounding clouds into a swirling vortex for miles around. Found it! The divine engine surged upward, breaking the sound barrier as it shot straight toward the deadly heart of the storm. Boom! The mech tore through layer after layer of thunderclouds, racing toward the storm's center. The deeper it went, the harsher the environment became. At first, only scattered lightning flickered among the clouds, occasionally lashing down to the ground. But as he pressed on, the sky turned into a seething sea of electricity. Massive bolts writhed like serpents, sometimes intertwining, sometimes exploding in blinding flashes that nearly seared his eyes. The air was so charged that sparks danced constantly across the mech's hull. The closer he got to the core, the more Ning Yuan felt a sense of awe and danger. By this point, the thunder strikes around him were nearly at Guardian level, making this a true death zone where few could hope to survive. Crackle! A bolt as thick as a water tank crashed down from above, and his tactical watch immediately blared a warning. Warning! Guardian level lightning detected. Extreme environmental hazard, immediate retreat recommended. Attention, Ning Jinhui. You are entering a concentration of Guardian-class beasts. Please turn back at once. Ning Yuan paid no attention to the noise around him, focusing instead on maneuvering his divine mech deeper into the heart of the thunderstorm desert. With a thunderous boom, the Yuan Guang divine mech broke through wave after wave of crackling lightning, then suddenly hovered midair. Ahead, a massive thunderstorm giant rhino raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Towering 30 meters high, its enormous body resembled a moving mountain of lightning, arcs of electricity dancing wildly across its form, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, shattering the crystallized sand beneath its feet as countless bolts of lightning shot up from the Fisherisa site, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The oppressive aura of a peak Guardian-class beast pressed down on Ning Yuan, momentarily taking his breath away. Facing such a ferocious monster, the sheer force of its presence was almost unbearable. Its immense physique, armored hide, and the hopelessness that struck at a single glance made it a truly daunting adversary. Ning Yuan glanced at his position, was already near the outer edge of the Thunder Prison heart, within the Thunderstorm Desert, the very territory where the Thunder Prison Phoenix made its lair. A glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly surveyed the area through the mech's visual system. Beyond the thunderstorm giant rhino, his gaze locked onto a distant figureea majestic, yet deadly thunder prison phoenix. Its wings spanned over 40 meters, each feather sculpted from the purest thunder crystal, shimmering with a dreamy blue-violet glow amid the electric light. Its long tail feathers trailed with dense arcs of lightning, and each beat of its wings sent ripples of thunder through the air. A thunder prison phoenix. And not just any phoenix, but one in the midst of its growth phase. Judging by the energy it emitted, it was right at the threshold between peak Guardian class and Commander class, a perfect target. Excitement flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his lips as his heart raced. Even better, the Thunder Prison Phoenix seemed to be locked in a standoff with the Thunderstorm Giant Rhino. The ground between them was scorched and blackened, the air thick with tension, as if a spark could ignite a storm at any moment. Two fierce beasts locked in conflict, an ideal opportunity for a third party to reap the rewards. Flames of anticipation burned in Ning Yuan's eyes, his desire barely concealed. Whether it was the Thunderstorm Giant Rhino or the Thunder Prison Phoenix, both were incredibly rare and valuable. To claim either as his own would be a tremendous prize. While the Thunderstorm Giant Rhino hadn't yet reached the absolute peak of the Guardian class, its materials would fetch an astronomical price and were highly sought after. The divine mech hovered conspicuously in midair, so Ning Yuan quickly dropped its altitude, landing quietly and hiding among the sand dunes, his gaze fixed on the two beasts, ready to strike at the perfect moment. Lightning continued to surge, storm clouds churning overhead as if a natural disaster was about to descend. With two super beasts facing off before him, Ning Yuan held his breath, watching intently, not daring to relax for even a moment. The pool of lightning between them churned violently, plasma boiling as the air filled with the acrid scent of burning. Suddenly, a roar split the air. The Thunderstorm Giant Rhino charged first, its massive body thundering forward like a living mountain of lightning. The spiral horn on its head blazed with blinding electric arcs, ionizing the air and leaving the smell of ozone in its wake. The ground shook violently as waves of lightning erupted from below, sweeping outward in all directions. The Thunder Prison Phoenix took flight with a graceful leap, its elegant form soaring upward to dodge the rhino's furious charge. With a sweep of its wings, dozens of blue-violet thunder feathers shot down like arrows. Crackling with power, the feathers struck the giant rhino's back with pinpoint accuracy, exploding in a burst of blinding light. However, the thick armor of thunder only showed a few scorch marks. It barely suffered any real damage at all. The giant rhinoceros bellowed in fury, its massive forelegs lifted high before it slammed them down onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently as a pillar of lightning, 100 meters wide, shot up from beneath the ground, tearing through the air with crackling violet-white electricity. The Thunder Prison Phoenix spread its wings and dodged at lightning speed, but even so, the shockwave swept past it. Several crystalline thunder feathers fell from its body, dissolving into sparks before they hit the ground. The Thunder Prison Phoenix should be stronger than the giant rhinoceros, so why is it being overpowered? Ning Yuan wondered, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. But in the very next moment, he realized had been mistaken, because the Thunder Prison Phoenix was now enraged. A piercing phoenix cry suddenly ripped through the thunderstorm, echoing across the heavens and earth. Lightning burst from the Thunder Prison Phoenix, every feather blazing with dazzling purple electricity. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted, understood now that the earlier evasions had just been testing the opponent. No longer dodging, the furious phoenix fully spread its wings and soared straight into the charging thunder rhino. Its tail feathers trailed a radiant arc of lightning, streaking across the sky like a bolt of purple gold. Boom! The two colossal beasts collided midair in a breathtaking clash. The massive thunder rhino, so imposing and seemingly immovable, was brutally flipped over and slammed into the lake of electrified magma, sending waves of plasma dozens of meters high. The giant rhino let out a pained, desperate roar, struggling to rise only to be pinned down once more by the razor-sharp talons of the Thunder Prison Phoenix. Crackle! The phoenix threw back its head and let out a triumphant cry, its tail feathers glowing with blinding thunder patterns. The storm clouds above seemed to answer the call, unleashing countless bolts of lightning thick as water tanks, each one striking the rhino with pinpoint accuracy. The entire lake of thunderous magma boiled over, sparks flying. The surface blasted into a massive crater. The rhino howled in agony as its thick thunder armor began to crack under the relentless strikes, revealing charred flesh beneath. Blood mixed with the electric magma, filling the air with a bitter, burnt stench. Ning Yuan watched in shock, his heart pounding. This was what a battle between Guardian-class beasts looked like, power so overwhelming it changed the very face of the world, like a natural disaster. When enraged, the phoenix unleashed a deluge of lightning, turning everything to scorched earth, a true, forbidden zone for life. The earlier exchanges had just been a cat playing with a mouse. This was the real power of the Thunder Prison Phoenix. Every attack from the furious bird carried world-shattering might. The rhino fought desperately, its thunder horns sparking with one last burst of electricity in a final attempt to strike back. Blue-violet lightning lances shot from its horn, but the phoenix dodged them with ease. The thunder prison phoenix pressed its advantage, the thunder patterns on its tail feathers flashing one after another, like a countdown to death. 3 bolts of purple-gold lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the rhino's thunder horn, neck, and spine with perfect precision. With a deafening crack, the rhino's prized spiral horn was shattered, sparks flying from the broken edge as black blood gushed out. The phoenix let out a clear, triumphant cry, spreading its wings wide as thunder elements from 1,000 meters around surged toward it. Every feather glowed with searing lightning patterns, and it was as if all the thunder in the desert bowed to its will. Above, clouds spun into a massive vortex, lightning gathering at its center. A pillar of purple-gold lightning, over 10 meters wide, crashed down from the sky, engulfing the thunder rhino completely. When the light faded, all that remained in the lake was a charred skeleton, still smoking, with electric marks flickering along the bones unwilling to fade away. The thunder prison phoenix stood proudly atop the rhino's corpse, raising its head in a victorious cry, declaring its absolute dominance. It had just slain a thunder rhino that was itself a ruler of this land of feet that filled the phoenix with pride and excitement. As the lightning faded, an intense blue-violet light suddenly burst from the center of the rhino's scorched skeleton. Ning Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Suspended in the rhino's chest cavity was a massive crystal, completely transparent and filled with flowing, liquid lightning. With every pulse of light, fine electric patterns danced in the air, pushing even the surrounding plasma back to form a vacuum. A thunderstorm divine crystal. And not just any, but one of the highest quality. This treasure, condensed from the life essence of a peak Guardian-class thunder beast, was precious enough to spark a bloody war in the outside world. Countless cultivators would go mad for it, risking everything for a chance to possess it. A glimmer of greed flashed in the thunder prison phoenix's eyes as it gracefully lowered its head, its sharp beak reaching toward the crystal. So that's it. Ning Yuan suddenly understood. The life and death battle between these two dominant beasts was all for this thunderstorm divine crystal within their bodies. For thunder beasts, devouring the divine crystal of another of equal strength was the best way to break through their own limits. Dream on. That crystal will be mine. A fierce light flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.